Encountering Hawkeye right at the start? Can the three-piece set of common cards hold up against the world's #1 swordsman? After a car accident, Lin Fan finds himself in the world of One Piece on a deserted island. As soon as he wakes up, he binds to the God card system and opens his newbie gift pack, revealing 3 common cards. The Fire Chilin sword that can cut through iron like mud, Popeye with immense strength, and a rabbit charm that maximizes speed. He thought he could just survive, but the system threw a death mission at him. If he doesn't find a refuge within 10 days, hell, self-destruct. What's more thrilling is that Hawkeye Mihawk is coming after him, following the sword energy, excitedly gripping his small knife. This sword energy is powerful. I hope it forces me to draw my black blade. Yuru, Lin Fan, holding the Fire Chilin sword, felt his legs go weak. Big brother, I'm just a common card player. Can you please stop chasing me? Common cards against the supreme great blade. The gap is like an egg hitting a rock. But the Fire Chilin sword is an infamous evil sword. Popeye can explode with spinach, and the rabbit charm can teleport. Maybe he can pull off some flashy moves? The text says, Fire Chilin sword. If your opponent is Hawkeye Mihawk, would you be happy? Lin Fan touched the Fire Chilin sword in his hand and smiled. With this mindset, is he going to go all out? I dare say, this could either be an epic twist or a direct defeat. In the next chapter, swords drawn and tensions high. Are we ready to see the common card take on the black blade? Can the common card Fire Chilin sword withstand Yuru? Hawkeye is left stunned. Lin Fan announces his name with pride, waving the Fire Chilin sword. A blazing fire almost evaporates the sea. Hawkeye immediately draws his black blade. This sword deserves my full strength. With one slash, the sea is cut in half. But the high temperature of the Fire Chilin sword incinerates the attack. Hawkeye is left dumbfounded. Did this kid just take on half my power? Suddenly, the system issues a task. Suppress Hawkeye, reward, flowing blade like fire. That's a blade with the temperature of the sun's surface. Lin Fan ignites with excitement. The Fire Chilin sword conjures a giant beast shadow. Each strike feels as heavy as a mountain. Hawkeye is sweating profusely. If this continues, I will lose. The most outrageous part is, Hawkeye is about to use the ultimate move he reserved for Shanks. Just to deal with a common card player? The contrast is off the charts. The text states, I never expected I would use this move against a child that was originally meant for Shanks. With this kind of treatment, even Zoro would cry. I've fought for so long and not even had my name remembered. Yet, this kid forces Hawkeye to use his trump card. In the next chapter, a showdown of ultimate moves. Are we ready to see the Fire Chilin sword clash with Hawkeye's ultimate attack? Hawkeye getting cut down by a common card player? This plot is destined for glory. In a nightmarish state, Hawkeye goes berserk. Blackblade Yura moves faster than lightning. Lin Fan's sleeves are shredded. The Fire Chilin explodes. The temperature of the sword skyrockets, and Lin Fan can barely hold the sword without getting burned. Crimson sword energy clashes with the Blackblade. The clouds in the sky are blown away. Hawkeye is slashed across the chest multiple times, falling to the ground. I lost. The world's #1 swordsman actually lost to a common card player? The system immediately rewards him with flowing blade like fire. Its initial release has the temperature of the sun's surface, and its final form can reach the core of the sun. Lin Fan starts to toy with it. From now on, he'll use the Fire Chilin sword for small fry, and pull this out when facing the 4 emperors. What's even better is that Hawkeye calls Sengoku, strip me of my warlord title. Sengoku is left stunned. What did you say? The world's #1 swordsman lost? If this news spreads, the entire pirate world will be shaken. The text states, his name is Lin Fan. I have completely lost. I'm lying on an uninhabited island right now. If no one comes, I might die. Hawkeye has fallen to the point of calling for help. Yet Lin Fan steals his ship to complete the mission. This move can only be described as beautifully done. In the next chapter, the golden lottery is open. Are we ready to see what godly card he draws? A slash to split a sea tornado? This flame swordsman is too outrageous. Lin Fan draws a 10 cubic meter space warehouse, just as he thinks of storing devil fruits. The system throws a new mission at him. Hijack a naval captain hostage at the Marine headquarters. Is he really going to storm the Navy's base? On the way, he runs into Garp, and the Navy soldiers see a child on Hawkeye's ship, scaring them out of their wits. Garp munches on a sunbae and scolds. What's the panic? It's just a kid. The next second, a massive sea tornado blocks their way. Lin Fan pulls out flowing blade like fire. With one slash, the seawater is split in half. The temperature so high it almost boils the sea dry. Garp's eyes widen in shock. This kid is even more abnormal than Dragon was as a kid. I am Lin Fan, the flame swordsman of the Chinese divine kingdom. Lin Fan announces his name, calculating in his mind. This is perfect to sneak into the Navy headquarters with Garp. Garp is grinning from ear to ear. Flame swordsman? This fire can really dry up the sea. The text states, Garp doesn't dare to underestimate Lin Fan. The fire earlier almost boiled the sea dry, and it's still hot now, almost at the bottom. With this kind of strength, going to the Navy headquarters to hijack hostages is a piece of cake, right? I dare say Sengoku would have a headache just thinking about it. In the next chapter, sneaking in the Navy headquarters, are we ready to see what Lin Fan does? Garp's new apprentice is actually Lin Fan. Tashigi is left stunned. Lin Fan readily agrees to join the Navy, but secretly plans to kidnap hostages. Following Garp straight to Marineford. As soon as they arrive, they bump into Tashigi and Smoker. Garp proudly introduces, "This is my new apprentice, Lin Fan." Tashigi's expression changes instantly. He's the dangerous person Sengoku mentioned. Smoker clenches his fists, trembling with tension. Garp blows up. "You want to touch my apprentice?" Just as he's about to throw a punch to protect his pupil. Lin Fan suddenly draws his sword. The fire-chilling sword unsheaths. The entire space heats up like a furnace. "I come from China. Call me the Flame Swordsman." This guy actually wants to kidnap Tashigi and Smoker. These two are newly promoted rear admirals. If he captures them, his reputation will explode. Garp is still in the dark, thinking he picked up a genius apprentice, not realizing he brought a ticking time bomb into the Navy headquarters. The text states, "The overwhelming flames envelop everyone, the heat making everyone break into a sweat." With this kind of momentum, the Navy headquarters might just burn down. I dare say, if Sengoku were present, his hair would turn white from worry. In the next chapter, the Flame Swordsman takes action. Are we ready to see Tashigi and Smoker get kidnapped? Using Kido to trap a rear admiral? This Flame Swordsman is practically cheating. Lin Fan directly throws out 6 rods light prison. 6 crystal beams bind Tashigi tightly. The fire-chilling sword is pressed against her neck. "You lost." Peach Rabbit struggled desperately to break free from the light prison, but was already pressed down and rubbed against the ground. T-Pig's legs went weak at the sight. The speed and strength were even more terrifying than what Sengoku had said. Peach Rabbit roared, "Do you dare to call me prey?" Lin Fan ignored her and turned to leave. Kapu laughed beside him, unable to contain himself. "My disciple is awesome." The most outrageous part is, Lin Fan didn't plan to act right now. He was just waiting for Peach Rabbit to go on a mission to kidnap her. This scheming is deeper than that of an old fox. The original text states, "If it weren't for being in the Navy headquarters, it would be difficult to kidnap." Lin Fan would have acted long ago. The Navy headquarters has Sengoku, Kapu, Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru, and Zephyr. With this layout, Peach Rabbit is likely in great danger. I dare say, the day she goes on a mission will be the day she's kidnapped. In the next chapter, we meet Sengoku. Are you ready to see how Lin Fan tricks the marshal? Did Sengoku send a child to face the 4 emperors? This seems like a plan to use him as a pawn. Kapu took Lin Fan to see Sengoku. As soon as he reported his name, Sengoku's face turned green. "You're the one who defeated Hawkeye, Lin Fan?" He stared at Lin Fan for a long time, cold sweat pouring down his back. "This kid is more dangerous than Roger. We must get rid of him." Sengoku immediately issued a death order. "Go suppress the 4 emperors' pirate crew." Kapu slammed the table. "Are you crazy? This is sending him to his death. Whitebeard can destroy the world. Kaido can't be killed. Big Mom devours souls." With this lineup, even Kapu and Sengoku can't handle it. Sending a child? It's clear they want to eliminate future threats. Lin Fan, however, sneered, "No objections. Flowing blade like fire can burn everything." The 4 emperors are nothing but experienced packs in his eyes, secretly stocking food in the space warehouse at night. He had already seen through Sengoku's plot, waiting to cause a big commotion in the new world. The original text states, Sengoku has determined that Lin Fan is a tumor. He cannot be allowed to stay in the Navy headquarters, otherwise the Navy headquarters will be thrown into chaos. With this scheming, Sengoku is likely to suffer a loss in the end. I dare say, once Lin Fan reaches the new world, even the 4 emperors will have to give way to him. In the next chapter, heading to the new world, are you ready to see the Flame Swordsman wash out the pirate crew? Using an appointment letter to kidnap a Navy rear admiral? This move is too impressive. Lin Fan took out the appointment letter signed by Sengoku, slapping it down in front of T-Pig and Peach Rabbit. "Come with me to the new world." That's an order. The two had just trained for 4 hours, exhausted like dogs. They could only obediently comply. Who let the marshal's seal be on top? As soon as they boarded the ship, Lin Fan changed his face, sneaking up behind Peach Rabbit. "Woman, You are of no use anymore. In 3 seconds. He knocked her out. T-Pig was scared and weak in the legs. I'm a Navy Rear Admiral. Do you dare to touch me? Lin Fan slapped him unconscious. Don't talk nonsense. Just be a hostage. Turns out this was Lin Fan's plan. Using Sengoku's order to trick the two onto the ship. Not only completing the system task, but also taking revenge on Sengoku. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. This operation, even the old fox would have to call it brilliant. The original text states, I just want you to become hostages of the Chinese Empire. Now, it's time for the name of China to resonate throughout the sea. With this ambition, next, he will likely use the hostages to blackmail the Navy. I dare say, when Sengoku hears the news, he will be so furious he might spit blood. In the next chapter, with the hostages in hand, are you ready to see how Lin Fan makes a bold demand? Using Gilgamesh's card to force Sengoku to hand over the devil fruits? This move is top-notch. Lin Fan made a call to Sengoku. T-Pig and Peach Rabbit are in my hands, 5 devil fruits for their lives. Before Sengoku could react, he hung up the phone. The system instantly credited him with a universal card hero, King Gilgamesh. This guy is all the noble phantasms. It's practically cheating. The next day at the port, Sengoku was holding 5 zone-type devil fruits, fuming. Suddenly, the sky exploded with golden light. Lin Fan, clad in golden armor, floated in midair. Behind him, countless magic rings were filled with holy swords. Commoners, why do you not kneel before me? Sengoku was stunned. You are not Lin Fan. Lin Fan is merely a member of my Chinese empire. I am Gilgamesh. This aura directly pressured the Navy Marshal to not dare move. Sengoku clenched the fruits, gritting his teeth. Yet he didn't dare to make a move. Fearing the loss of 2 high-ranking officers, he could only watch Lin Fan take the fruits. This feeling of frustration could probably choke someone to death. The original text states, behind each magic ring, there was a shining golden sword. And in the golden light stood a person. With this kind of presence, even the celestial dragons would have to take a detour. I dare say the next mission to kill the celestial dragons is likely to wash the holy land Mariejois in blood. In the next chapter, the golden lottery begins. Are you ready to see what incredible cards are drawn? Do the celestial dragons dare to act wildly at the auction? The flame swordsman is coming with a holy sword. Sengoku tried to fool Lin Fan with 5 ordinary devil fruits. Lin Fan exploded, using trash to exchange for a rear admiral. Who do you think you are insulting? With a flash of golden light, the magic ring revealed a bound T-Pig and Peach Rabbit. Sengoku's face turned pale, and he could only agree to provide nature and paramecia types as well. Turning around, Lin Fan headed straight for Sabati Archipelago, just in time to bump into Doflamingo's slave auction. Roswald was extremely arrogant. These fishmen are all mine. Throwing out 100 million berries, he wanted to put collars on the slaves like those of the celestial dragons. Charlie laughed from the side. How can lowly people compete with us for things? The original text states, we celestial dragons are the noblest race. How could these inferior beings have the money to compete with celestial dragons for things? With this attitude, Lin Fan's golden lottery task is likely to be completed. I dare say, the next second, the holy sword will pierce through the bubble head collar. In the next chapter, it's the moment to slay the gods. Are you ready to see the celestial dragons bleed on the spot? Roswald was excited upon hearing Charlie's words, and he smiled wickedly. As a celestial dragon, he possessed immense wealth, and the Navy headquarters would provide a large amount of money to the celestial dragons every year. There were even merchant ships dedicated to contributing wealth to the celestial dragons, bringing in treasures from the sky, with escort ships from 170 affiliated nations. Roswald could always take a lot of money from the treasure from the sky, and he was looking for a place to spend it. 100 million! The terrifying celestial dragon is here. These slaves are all his. Celestial dragon collar? We are forever slaves. Those slaves emit desperate gazes, filled with sorrow. Roswardwa has bought them, and in Zone 15, no one is wealthier than Roswardwa. Bang! In the next moment, these slaves all kneel on the ground. They look desperately at the sky, their eyes hollow. Lolis lavis, weeping despair. Then submit to me. Come here, put collars on these lowly slaves. From now on, they are all my slaves. A cold smile curved at the corner of Roswardwa's mouth as he sneered. All these slaves were bought by him at once, and now, Roswardwa wants to put dog collars on them. Roswardwa wants to leave the mark of the celestial dragons on these people, so that wherever they go in the future, they will be recognized as slaves raised by Roswardwa. That bastard Doflamingo didn't even bother to come and inform me, Roswardwa complained. If it weren't for someone notifying Roswardwa, he wouldn't even have known that the auction in Area 15 had started. Interesting celestial dragons. Do you enjoy this? Just then, a man in golden armor appeared in Area 15, shining brightly. A dazzling palace emerged, containing all the treasures of this world, countless jewels and precious artifacts, countless golden swords, all within the palace. This is the Babylon Palace. At this moment, Lin Fan sits on the golden throne of the Babylon Palace, clad in golden armor, looking down at the people below with a commanding presence. To Lin Fan, the celestial dragons are mere garbage. Just right, there are 2 pieces of garbage here. Who are you? Rosward's pupils tightened as he stammered, realizing that this sudden appearance seemed to possess immense power. You don't deserve to know this king's name, Lin Fan replied. Now kneel before me. Suddenly, Lin Fan shouted. Several golden swords appeared in the sky, and then came crashing down, making a loud, clattering sound. Rosward wet his pants. He was surrounded by swords. How terrifying. This kind of attack is too frightening. He is so strong. Who is he? The crowd was shocked, stunned, with just one strike. Rosward was surrounded by swords. This king comes from the Chinese Empire. I am the 5th king of the Chinese Empire. Dirty celestial dragon, you have polluted my eyes, die. Lin Fan waved his hand, and the Babylon Palace began to shine, with even more golden swords appearing, all aimed at Rosward's head, ready to kill him at any moment. In the next moment, Lin Fan's eyes turned cold as he spoke icily. Whoosh! Countless golden swords flew down rapidly, crazily slashing at Rosward's head. Impudence. This is Doflamingo's territory. How dare you act recklessly? Just as the golden swords were about to kill Rosward, someone intervened. Doflamingo's subordinates appeared, numbering over a dozen, all cadres, blocking the final strike of the golden swords. Diamante, Gladius, Violet, Treble, you all quickly take care of him. Rosward shouted in panic. Just now, he felt he was about to die. The golden swords were just a hair's breadth from his neck. If it weren't for Diamante and the others coming out, he would have been dead by now. The 5th king of the Chinese Empire could easily kill Rosward. If Gilgamesh were not dead, Rosward would be restless. For this, Rosward wanted him dead. You have angered me. Who allowed you to obstruct me? The one I want to kill cannot be stopped. No one can save you, Rosward. Lin Fan coldly looked at Doflamingo's subordinates and said icily. Then he waved his hand, and more golden swords appeared, filling the sky, darkening it with their numbers. Whoosh! Countless swords, spears, and daggers fell from the sky like a torrential rain. How is this possible? How did so many appear? Did he not use his full strength before? This is his true power. Run, the 5th king of the Chinese Empire is too strong. We can't fight him head-on. Quickly go find Doflamingo. This force felt like the apocalypse had arrived. Doflamingo's subordinates were terrified, their eyes filled with fear. They wanted to take Rosward away, but it seemed futile. The moment Doflamingo's men attacked, Rosward was already a dead man. Bang! Countless swords, spears, and daggers pierced Rosward's body. He didn't even have time to react before being hit. Then, Lin Fan delivered a fatal blow, and Rosward fell gruesomely to the ground. This monster, Diamante cried out in pain. He was pierced in the right arm by a golden dagger, blood flowing down his arm, and his injury was severe. Area 15 fell off. It seemed like someone had invaded. Doflamingo lay leisurely in his chair, hearing the noise from Area 15, filled with loud shouts, as if something had happened. An invasion? Doflamingo frowned, his expression serious. The Sabbaty archipelago was Doflamingo's territory. Whoever was causing trouble in Area 15 was going against him. Therefore, Doflamingo decided to take action. He stood up, put on his leather shoes, and walked toward Area 15. Meanwhile, in Area 15, Rosward was dead, and all of Doflamingo's subordinates were seriously injured. Shalilia had escaped amidst the chaos. She had fled the moment Lin Fan appeared. Lin Fan gave her a terrifying feeling, as if he were a god, impossible to resist. My god, a celestial dragon has been killed. Run, this will attract the Navy, and we'll all be captured. Damn, how could he dare to kill a celestial dragon? The pirates in Area 15 were frightened and all ran out. In less than 15 minutes, the Navy stationed in the Sabbaty archipelago would rush over to take Lin Fan away. If these pirates didn't run now, they would be wiped out when the Navy arrived. I'll let a celestial dragon escape. Where can I find it? Lin Fan blinked and shook his head. He had focused on Doflamingo's subordinates, allowing Shalilia to take the opportunity to run. Otherwise, he would have completed his mission by now. Perhaps Lin Fan should go look for Shalilia. She hadn't left for long. If he went to find her now, he might still make it. Fufufu, you come to my territory without notifying me. Isn't that a bit too much? Doflamingo appeared in Area 15, accompanied by his unique laughter, swaggering in. Lin Fan, sitting on the throne, saw Doflamingo and asked, "Doflamingo, don't get in my way of killing the celestial dragons. There is still one celestial dragon left to kill. Once I kill it, I will complete my mission. Fufufu. You injure my subordinate just to kill a celestial dragon. I will settle this score with you." A hint of cold-killing intent appeared on Doflamingo's face. Although Diamante was weak, he was still Doflamingo's man, and Lin Fan injuring him was a sign of disrespect. "Be careful, Doflamingo. This guy is the 5th king of the Chinese Empire and has special powers. He used that power to injure us." Gladiolus warned from below, including Gladiolus. Over a dozen of Doflamingo's subordinates were taken down by Lin Fan in less than 10 minutes. Faced with such an enemy, Gladiolus had to remind Doflamingo, "The Chinese Empire?" Doflamingo's expression changed dramatically as he looked at Lin Fan warily. It seemed Lin Fan should come from the Chinese Empire. Looking at the dead celestial dragon, Doflamingo suddenly felt that the Chinese Empire might not be so simple. Line fruit. Doflamingo began to act, using his devil fruit to tie the clouds in the sky with lines. Following the lines, Doflamingo moved rapidly, flying back and forth. If Lin Fan was in the sky, Doflamingo wouldn't be able to hit him without flying up. Super Strike Whip. Doflamingo manipulated his hands and launched his first round of attack. Several transparent thin lines intertwined to form a massive thick line column, smashing towards Lin Fan. This thick line pillar could even cut a tall building in half. Its power is immense. "Can this thing hurt me?" A hint of disdain flashed in Lin Fan's eyes as he scoffed. 3 golden swords appeared, and the thick line pillar was immediately shattered by the golden swords. "Is it really that easy to destroy my Super Strike Whip?" Doflamingo's pupils tightened as he said in shock. Doflamingo's attacks couldn't harm Lin Fan. He shouldn't even be able to get close. As long as Doflamingo attacked Lin Fan, sword would strike down from the sky at him. Air combat was not in Doflamingo's favor. Moreover, Lin Fan was in the sky. His hands were not moving. Seeing this situation, Lin Fan felt there was no need to act. "Doflamingo, I don't want to waste time with you. To be honest, if I want to kill you right now, I just need to move a finger. You'd better not stand in my way." Lin Fan sat on the Babylon Palace, speaking with disdain. Then, countless swords appeared densely in the sky. The number of swords reached up to hundreds, instantly blocking off Doflamingo's escape route. Surrounded by hundreds of swords, if Doflamingo acted rashly in the next second, he would likely encounter the pain of being pierced by 1,000 swords. What kind of power is this? Seeing so many swords made Doflamingo feel a chill down his spine, and he gasped. It's terrifying. Doflamingo had never encountered such a strange person before. These hundreds of swords bring deathly fear to Doflamingo. Doflamingo is terrified. Lin Fan brings him the threat of death. Just a slight movement, and his neck would be sliced off. Lin Fan's sword seems sharper than Doflamingo's strings. Gulp, gulp, Doflamingo swallowed, taking a deep breath. If he continues to fight Lin Fan, he is very likely to fall. The celestial dragon can die, but Doflamingo doesn't need to offend Lin Fan for their sake. Therefore, Doflamingo said to Lin Fan, "5th king of the Chinese Empire, I won't stand in your way. Please let me go." Haha, interesting. Among all the 7 warlords, you are the most cunning. I can let you go, but you must provide me with a celestial dragon. Lin Fan smirked, looking at Doflamingo, and said in a deep voice, "This guy is definitely insidious. He might even betray himself." Letting Doflamingo go is not an option for Lin Fan. If Doflamingo colludes with the Navy, it would be a disaster. It's better to involve Doflamingo and take down a celestial dragon to prevent leaks. No, fufufu, that's impossible. I will never help you. Killing a celestial dragon is a very dangerous act. Doflamingo said coldly, his eyes spinning as he thought carefully. The celestial dragons are protected by the Navy, and if Doflamingo helps Lin Fan kill one, he might end up getting himself killed. The power of the Navy is not as simple as it appears. Talp, talp, talp. Don't move. We have already reported your plan to kill the celestial dragon to the headquarters. It won't be long before they send reinforcements, and by then, you won't be able to escape. At this moment, the Navy of the Shambordi Islands rushed over, with dozens of rifles aimed at Lin Fan. Lin Fan looked at the Navy and really wanted to send them 2 words, brain dead. With these trash guns, could they really hurt him? However, Lin Fan had to leave. If he stayed here, the headquarters would send someone, and it would be difficult to kill a celestial dragon then. If Doflamingo helped, things would become a bit easier. Remember, Doflamingo, if you don't handle that matter well, I'll take you out. After all, you are also a celestial dragon. Lin Fan left the sentence and vanished into the sky. Gilgamesh possessed the power to temporarily become invisible, and Lin Fan certainly inherited the ability to disappear from everyone's sight. What is going on? Where did he go? Damn it, he killed the celestial dragon. Let him escape. How are we going to explain this to headquarters? The Navy members clicked their tongues in disbelief. At any time, for any reason, killing a celestial dragon is a death sentence. Lin Fan killed a celestial dragon and left safely, which was a shame for these Navy members. When did celestial dragons become something one could kill at will? Disappeared? Doflamingo looked at this scene in surprise, his heart tightening. Lin Fan was too bizarre, mysterious to the extreme. The Chinese Empire is truly terrifying. I need to send someone to investigate this empire, Doflamingo sighed. The golden sword hanging around Doflamingo's neck left a deep impression on him, so much so that he couldn't forget it. Soon, reinforcements from the Navy headquarters arrived. Akainu, as the vanguard, arrived at the Shambles Islands first. But when Akainu arrived, he saw the corpse of Rosward. For this, Akainu angrily said, "Where's the criminal?" The criminal has disappeared. From what we understand, he seems to be the fifth king of the Chinese Empire, Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh possesses immense power, capable of wielding countless weapons, numbering in the thousands. At least a 10,000-man army would be needed to fight Gilgamesh. Moreover, Gilgamesh also has an aerial fortress that can move at will. Therefore, even if we send a force of tens of thousands, it might not be effective, said a lieutenant stationed in the Shambles Islands, sweating profusely. He learned about the situation from Doflamingo and knew that Lin Fan was from the Chinese Empire. But that terrifying ability left him confused. Such a terrifying Lin Fan, such a terrifying Gilgamesh were simply unbeatable. The Navy lieutenant felt he was contradicting himself in his speech. He was clearly a just Navy member, yet he feared the evil forces. Bastard! What Chinese Empire? In this world, only the Navy headquarters is the strongest. Remember, only the Navy headquarters is the strongest. Forget about the Chinese Empire. Don't mention that name again. You don't need to report this information. I will stay here and personally catch the murderer. Akainu shouted angrily in a frenzy. He was dissatisfied with the lieutenant's response. If this result was reported to Sengoku, Akainu feared he would be scolded severely. Therefore, Akainu decided to stay and catch the criminal himself. Yes, Admiral Akainu. The Navy lieutenant saluted Akainu. Since Akainu told him not to interfere, he would not interfere. The moment Lin Fan disappeared indeed made his scalp tingle. How to deal with this guy who can suddenly disappear? Doflamingo is not someone who keeps his promises. He would help Lin Fan find the celestial dragons. The Don Quixote family was crippled by Lin Fan, and Doflamingo would rather see Lin Fan killed by the Navy than help him. Speaking of which, it was actually Doflamingo who secretly informed the Navy about Lin Fan. Doflamingo told the Navy everything about Lin Fan. The Don Quixote family knows Lin Fan very well, and they participated in that battle, so they naturally understand Gilgamesh's power. 2 days later, Doflamingo is still living carefree. Ha ha ha. The Chinese Empire is really mysterious. There is no information at all, but I've handed you over to the Navy, so let them deal with you. Doflamingo said coldly with a sneer. As the most cunning warlord of the sea, Doflamingo would never become anyone's subordinate. He has no fondness for either the Navy or pirates. Doflamingo is proud and unyielding, brutal and ruthless, and he will stop at nothing to achieve his goals. Someone like him would never bow down to others. Gilgamesh, I will find a way to have Akainu kill you. Doflamingo grinned, thinking of wicked ideas. The murder of a celestial dragon is a major event, and the Navy takes it seriously. They have already sent Admiral Akainu from headquarters to get a result no matter what. Doflamingo knows this, so he plans to use the Navy to eliminate Lin Fan. Soon, night falls, and Doflamingo prepares to sleep. He's been investigating the Chinese Empire all day and is tired. Who? Doflamingo's eyes widened in shock. He sensed a terrifying presence in the room. The aura was so powerful that it shook the house, causing the tables and chairs to tremble and the teacups to rattle. Who is there? Doflamingo said nervously. Just then, under the dim light, a glittering figure appeared. It seemed to have materialized out of thin air, ready to kill Doflamingo at any moment. Doflamingo was startled and taken aback. This method is simply elusive. If Lin Fan wanted to kill Doflamingo, he wouldn't be able to defend against it at all. The golden glimmering Lin Fan held a glass of red wine and smiled, saying, Doflamingo, don't you believe the words of the Hero King? Gilgamesh, the oldest Hero King, possesses immense power, and Doflamingo's disdain for him angered Lin Fan. Hee, the Hero King. Huh, I'm more than willing to serve you. Doflamingo's cunning face showed no expression, but in his heart, a scheme began to form. Gilgamesh, huh? Perhaps it's a good idea to let the Navy take action and eliminate Gilgamesh. Of course, Doflamingo wouldn't tell Lin Fan any of this. Zazu, my patience is limited. You have 3 days to hand over the celestial dragons, or I will kill you. Doflamingo, remember this. If you don't hand over the celestial dragons, you will be the one dead. 3 days from now, I will come back to find you, and by then, I hope you are smarter. The golden glimmering Lin Fan took a sip of red wine, and then vanished from Doflamingo's sight as if he had never appeared. Hee hee, is this what they call the wrath of a king? You want to kill the celestial dragons? I will help you. A cold smile flashed across Doflamingo's lips, and then he took out a transponder snail. Brew, brew, brew. As a warlord, Doflamingo could still contact the Navy. Of course, he also knew Akainu's transponder snail. Soon, Akainu answered the call. Hello, Doflamingo, what do you want? Akainu was in a bad mood. The incident involving the celestial dragons in Sabati Archipelago had him seething with anger, and it was unwise for Doflamingo to call at this time. Hee hee, Akainu, don't you want to know where that guy who killed the celestial dragons is? Doflamingo said with a cunning smile, his expression clearly indicating he wasn't a good person. What? You know where he is? Akainu's voice rose in excitement. Hee hee, I want to cooperate with you. Gilgamesh is our common enemy. Doflamingo collaborated with the Navy, revealing everything to Akainu. Akainu was shocked to learn of Lin Fan's plan. Killing one celestial dragon is already a heinous crime, and Lin Fan actually wants to kill another? Is he not worried about the consequences? Akainu became furious and wanted to kill Lin Fan. No matter what, the Navy would not allow Gilgamesh to exist, nor would they permit the existence of the Chinese Empire. In Akainu's view, Gilgamesh and the Chinese Empire were a joke. If the Navy headquarters took action, not to mention one Chinese empire, even 10 could be wiped out. Just like when they issued the Demon Slaughter Order, the Chinese Empire was merely struggling to survive. 3 days later, Doflamingo, if you lie to me, you will regret it. Hee hee, Akainu, now we have a common enemy. Why would I lie to you? However, can you really defeat Gilgamesh? That guy is terrifyingly strong. I didn't even have the strength to fight back in front of him. Akainu, we have a common enemy. Why would I lie to you? But can you defeat Gilgamesh? That guy is incredibly powerful. I didn't even have the strength to fight back in front of him. Doflamingo said with a serious expression. He was not exaggerating. He was almost killed by Lin Fan. Gilgamesh, in front of the Navy, he is nothing more than a chicken. Akainu said with righteous indignation, as if he had already defeated Lin Fan. Hee hee, good luck. He will come looking for me tonight. Don't let me get killed. Doflamingo looked at Akainu, somewhat worried. He began to doubt whether Akainu could actually stop Lin Fan. After all, Doflamingo had almost been killed by Lin Fan in the sky and had no power of resistance. As night fell, Lin Fan would come looking for Doflamingo tonight. Doflamingo had promised Lin Fan to inform him of the whereabouts of the celestial dragons. If he failed to do so, Lin Fan would kill him. Therefore, Doflamingo was very nervous. Akainu hid in a nearby room. Doflamingo had him disguise himself as a celestial dragon to ambush Lin Fan, using a fire breath attack that could potentially deal a heavy blow to Lin Fan. Time passed slowly, and soon it was midnight. Lin Fan had not appeared, and Doflamingo grew a bit anxious, cursing, that bastard Gilgamesh, is he playing me? Zazu, I never go back on my word. A voice with authority rang out. Doflamingo was terrified, his legs trembling. This is Gilgamesh. Then, countless golden giant swords descended from the sky, carrying world-destroying power, attacking Don Quixote, Doflamingo. Even the air shook violently as those golden giant swords disrupted the wind. A terrifying aura of death descended upon Doflamingo, and he felt death once again. These golden giant swords are coming with killing intent. No, Gilgamesh, you can't treat me like this. I have submitted to you. Doflamingo's expression changed drastically, his heart racing. The golden swords descending from Gilgamesh were simply terrifying. He had to stop it, or he might perish. Responding to Doflamingo was Lin Fan's cold voice. Mixed cultivator, you betrayed me. No, great king. Please let me explain. I didn't betray you. I brought the celestial dragon. He's in a room inside. I drugged him. Doflamingo's face turned pale, feeling a sense of suffocation. Lin Fan's power seemed to have grown stronger. Or rather, Lin Fan hadn't shown his full strength while fighting him. Are these golden swords the true power of Gilgamesh? Mixing cultivation and deception is a death sentence for you. Are you sure? Lin Fan was furious. He had intended to treat Don Quixote Doflamingo well, but Doflamingo betrayed him. In the morning, when Doflamingo brought Akainu, Lin Fan saw Doflamingo. Their plan was exposed by Lin Fan, who witnessed everything. Doflamingo was lying, and Lin Fan was very angry. Gilgamesh, Doflamingo swallowed hard, suddenly feeling that he might be wrong. If Akainu failed, his fate would be dire. Doflamingo suppressed his fear and foolishly smiled, saying, "King Gilgamesh, please follow me. I won't deceive you." Step. Lin Fan descended from the sky and landed on the ground. Lin Fan was wearing armor, shining with golden light, and Puka Gilgamesh could change his appearance. Therefore, Lin Fan, standing in front of Doflamingo, actually had Gilgamesh's face. Doflamingo felt a death threat emanating from Lin Fan. He regretted it. This was a big gamble, and if Akainu lost, he would really die. Lin Fan said in a deep voice, "Take me to see the celestial dragon." Since Doflamingo wanted to act, Lin Fan let him, to see how long Doflamingo could keep it up. Akainu's sneak attack wouldn't harm Lin Fan. Then, Doflamingo led Lin Fan into a room. Inside was the bubble-wrapped celestial dragon, Akainu, who was pretending to be asleep. "Lord Gilgamesh, this is celestial dragon Skoet. I got him drunk. Can I leave now?" Doflamingo said with a grin, hoping Lin Fan would let him go. No matter what, Doflamingo had to run. He didn't dare to stay any longer. Akainu's identity would eventually be exposed, and staying here was very foolish. "Without my permission, you cannot leave. Go, kill this celestial dragon." Lin Fan raised a glass of red wine and said loudly to Doflamingo. Doflamingo was terrified. Lin Fan actually told him to kill Akainu. Wasn't that seeking death? Akainu's fiery wrath was no joke. "What's wrong? Are you scared?" A cold smile appeared on Lin Fan's beautiful face. "Lord Gilgamesh, he is a celestial dragon." Doflamingo was frightened. This was Akainu, the Marine Admiral. In the next moment, Lin Fan's eyes turned cold, and he said emotionlessly to Doflamingo, "I'll give you a choice. Within 10 seconds, kill him. If you don't, I'll kill you." 10 seconds. Doflamingo gasped, his body trembling uncontrollably. He was going to die. Doflamingo couldn't kill Akainu or defeat him. Was he really going to perish here? However, at that moment, Akainu got up, throwing away the celestial dragon's bubble. The plan to ambush Gilgamesh had failed. "Doflamingo, get out of the way. I'm going to punish him." "You killed the celestial dragon?" Akainu's lips twitched, a cold glint in his eyes. "Impudent Marine, who allowed you to impersonate a celestial dragon? Do you know this is a death sentence?" Lin Fan's eyes flashed with coldness, sensing that Akainu was seeking death and wanted to attack him. Akainu's lips twitched as he sneered. "Death sentence? Arrogant fool. Let me see how strong you really are." Akainu shouted loudly, full of fighting spirit. "Meteora!" Akainu struck, his fists gathering large amounts of magma, falling like flaming meteors. The endless sea of fire instantly turned this area into a hell. I must say, Akainu is indeed quite strong. How ridiculous, with your little bit of power. You are utterly insignificant before this king. Whoosh! At this moment, around Lin Fan, the Babylon Palace began to shine with light. One after another, shimmering divine weapons appeared. The Heavenly Lock, Bimana, Durandal, Dacian, the Dawn of Destruction, Rainbow Sword, Indra's Thunder, Blade of the Undying Massacre, Fangtian Huaji, Declarations of the Gods. Dozens of powerful weapons emerged, including swords, halberds, knives, and guns, all aimed at Sakasaki, spinning and emanating an immeasurable powerful magical energy. The moment these things appeared, Sakaski's meteor volcano was forced back. The power of Indra's Thunder, the Fangtian Huaji, the Vimana, and the Rainbow Sword had long exceeded the limits that this sky could bear. The space was torn apart, and a huge appeared in the sky, not to mention Sakaski's meteor volcano. Is this the power of the fifth king of the Chinese Empire? How can it be so powerful? Sakaski exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes wide open. He sensed a death threat from these weapons, an endless aura of death continuously emanating, causing cold sweat to break out from every pore of his body. In front of Lin Fan, Sakaski was destined to be instantly killed. At this moment, Sakasaki was frozen. Even movement became incredibly difficult. The weapons that appeared in the Babylon Palace were too powerful, and Sakasaki was unable to resist, only able to struggle. At this moment, Lin Fan walked up, looking at Sakaski, whose face was as pale as paper, and said disdainfully, "Fire dog, don't block my way, or I'll kill you. Damn it." Hearing Lin Fan's threatening words, Sakaski said with frustration. He really wanted to take Lin Fan down, but the disparity in strength between the two sides was too great. At this moment, Doflamingo took the opportunity to run away. When Lin Fan's weapon appeared, Doflamingo was almost scared out of his wits. He swore that Lin Fan was the most terrifying enemy he had ever encountered in his life. There was no enemy more frightening than Lin Fan. The swords hanging in the sky could each kill Doflamingo in an instant. Therefore, Doflamingo ran. If he didn't, he would be a fool or dead. Did he run away? When I attacked Akainu, did he run away? Lin Fan discovered that Doflamingo had escaped. Doflamingo must have slipped away while Lin Fan and Akainu were fighting. That was the only time he had the chance. Shaking his head, Lin Fan calmly said, "Perhaps I should go to the Celestial Dragon headquarters to take a look. There are many Celestial Dragons there. The Celestial Dragons live in the Holy Land, where there are many of them. In the Holy Land of Mariejois, the Sabaody Archipelago, and within the Noble Territories, the Celestial Dragons can be found." Due to Lin Fan's appearance, some Celestial Dragons fled from the Sabaody Archipelago. If Lin Fan goes to the Holy Land of Mariejois, he might find many Celestial Dragons. After all, those useless nobles need protection from the Navy. What? Sakazuki was shocked and surprised upon hearing Lin Fan's words. Is this guy going to do something crazy? If Lin Fan runs to Mariejois, it will definitely stir up a bloody storm, and the entire sea will be thrown into chaos. Goodbye, Fire Dog. I hope the next time we meet, you could be a bit stronger. You're too weak. Lin Fan's voice grew weaker and then vanished in Akainu's ears, as if he had never been there. Disappeared? This is a special ability. Sakazuki's eyes narrowed upon seeing it. It was truly terrifying. He had never seen such a power before. Suddenly, he felt that something was going to happen at the Navy headquarters. Damn it, this madman. Sakazuki's heart trembled as he panicked and said, "Lin Fan is going to St. Mariejois to kill. This will provoke a war." The Navy government would never allow such a thing to happen. It was a challenge to the Navy headquarters. The terrifying Chinese Empire, the terrifying fifth king. Sakazuki's hair stood on end. Gilgamesh is the fifth king of the Chinese Empire. Does that mean there's also a fourth king? A third king? As for whether there might be some special existence above the throne, Sakazuki dared not think further. The more he thought about it, the more terrifying it became. I must stop him. I need to inform Sengoku about this. Sakazuki said very seriously, "Gilgamesh's crimes have reached a heinous level." With that thought, Sakazuki immediately made a call. Beep, beep, beep. The blue transponder snail was making noise, and sweat dripped from Sakazuki's forehead. 30 seconds passed, and no one answered the call. An anxious look appeared on Sakazuki's face. With such a big matter, how could Sengoku not answer the phone? "Sakazuki, don't you know I'm busy?" Fortunately, Sengoku answered the call, but he seemed a bit angry. During this time, Sengoku was dealing with various matters every day, which left him overwhelmed and with no time to answer calls. Sengoku was troubled, and at this moment, Sakazuki stumbled into the situation. Listening to Sengoku, he said, "I have something important to tell you. The fifth king of the Chinese Empire is going to Mariejois to kill the Celestial Dragons." Sakazuki was drenched in cold sweat, speaking in fear. "What did you say?" Sengoku was shocked, his pupils constricting as he shouted. Mariejois is the territory of the Celestial Dragons. It's a holy land, the most sacred place of the sea. Someone is going there to kill the Celestial Dragons? Doesn't he fear death? Is the Navy headquarters just for show? I'm not lying to you. I have already lost to the fifth king. He is very powerful. Next, the fifth king will go to Mariejois to kill people. You need to be prepared." Sakazuki said, his teeth chattering. Up until now, the shadow left by Lin Fan had not disappeared. "No way, absolutely not. I cannot let them be so rampant. I will immediately issue a bounty for Gilgamesh, with a reward of 1 billion. If Gilgamesh is found, the reward is 5 million berries. How dare he kill the Celestial Dragons? I will make it impossible for him to move an inch," Sengoku declared sternly over the phone. Now, Sengoku has laid a heavenly net for Lin Fan, making it impossible for him to escape. Unfortunately, Sakazuki did not inform Sengoku that Lin Fan can become invisible. As long as Lin Fan goes invisible, no one can catch him, unless he is defeated in a direct confrontation. But how terrifying must one's power be to defeat Lin Fan in such a manner? At the very least, Sakazuki does not possess that kind of power. As soon as the bounty of 1 billion was announced, it swept across the seas. The fifth king of the Chinese Empire, Gilgamesh, has a bounty of 1 billion. For each sighting, there's a reward of 5 million, which immediately sparked a frenzy, and everyone is focused on Gilgamesh. The ocean was shaken, and everyone was desperately searching for Gilgamesh's whereabouts. How could Gilgamesh from the Chinese Empire have such a high bounty? Indeed, even supernovas do not have a bounty of 1 billion. Pirates with bounties of 1 billion are concentrated within the 4 emperors' pirate crews. Could it be that this Gilgamesh possesses the strength of an emperor? It's hard to say. Perhaps Gilgamesh has done something that enraged both gods and men. What could enrage both gods and men? For example, killing a celestial dragon. Many pirates who saw the bounty notice issued by the Navy began to discuss Gilgamesh. Lin Fan became famous overnight because of this incident, and the bounty notice was even handed to him. Besides Gilgamesh, Lin Fan was also listed as a pirate, with a bounty of 500,000 berries. Perhaps it is because of the Chinese Empire that Lin Fan has a bounty of 500,000 berries. Without the Chinese Empire, Lin Fan would probably only have a few thousand berries. It seems Sengoku does not understand my strength. The identity of Gilgamesh is too conspicuous. It's better not to appear in the future. Pirates with a bounty of 500,000 berries are everywhere, and no one will pay attention to me. Perhaps I can even make some money with this identity. Lin Fan grinned, feeling a bit pleased about the bounty notice issued by Sengoku. Now, I should head to Mariejois. Lin Fan smiled faintly and disappeared into the sky. A few days later, Mariejois. In this place of revelry and joy, everyone is dancing and singing with abandon. The celestial dragons enjoy the treasures of 170 allied nations, which are inexhaustible and plentiful. Aside from indulging, it seems they can find nothing else to do. It is now afternoon, and the noble celestial dragons are sitting in the back garden, sipping strong tea, eating snacks, and then admiring the slaves. These slaves are locked in cages, showing pitiful expressions, looking at the celestial dragons like dogs. The celestial dragons enjoy watching the slaves in their miserable state. These slaves long for freedom, but the celestial dragons refuse to grant it to them. Come out to eat, you lowly inferior beings. You must howl like dogs if you want us to throw you some bones. Yes, you trash. Without the celestial dragons to keep you, you would all starve to death. The ugly faces of the celestial dragons look extremely disgusting. They each sneer, revealing a nauseating expression. This group of world nobles is so arrogant that it is nauseating. However, at this moment, the sky above Mariejois suddenly darkened. A gigantic palace that blocked out the sun appeared before the celestial dragons. Gilgamesh's Babylonian palace had emerged. Lin Fan sat on the golden throne of the Babylonian palace, looking down at the celestial dragons, and said, "Celestial dragons, are you ready to die?" Smack! What is that thing? Monster, monster! What a huge palace! Staring at the Babylonian palace in the sky, the celestial dragons on the ground were dumbfounded, even dropping the teacups in their hands. Lin Fan's Babylonian palace brought them immense pressure. They felt panic. That thing can fly. Quickly call those idiots in the Navy over. I want that person in the sky to be my slave. At this moment, a celestial dragon arrogantly declared that Lin Fan should become his slave. Lin Fan turned his eyes and took another look. An unnamed anger slowly arose from within him. However, at this time, the celestial dragon began to boast. "Impudent fool. Who allowed you to fly around above the head of a celestial dragon? When you see me, the holy Edis, shouldn't you kneel?" Edis must have been out of his mind. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done something so foolish. Even Akainu couldn't last a round against Lin Fan. Yet he dared to make Lin Fan kneel. Simply ridiculous. Who allowed you to look up at me, mixed cultivator? Lin Fan sat above the Babylon palace, looking down at Edis on the ground disdainfully. At this moment, Lin Fan was angry. Then, Lin Fan waved his finger. Crack! The unmatched swords flew towards Atres like lightning, instantly turning him into a beehive. Thud! Atres was dead. In his last moments, his pupils dilated, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of pus and blood. He didn't even see the unmatched swords coming before he died, collapsing to the ground. The sound of Atres falling was clearly audible, sending chills down the spines of the celestial dragons present. Atres's blood sprayed out, staining the ground red. It was particularly eye-catching. Atres is dead. Everyone run. He was a demon. Hurry to find the CP organization. The celestial dragons were terrified. Lin Fan's terrifying power made them feel the horror of death. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the Angry Kill Celestial Dragon mission. The system rewards the host with a golden lottery draw. Would the host like to draw? No rush. Lin Fan shook his head. It was too hasty to draw now. The Babylon Palace still hung high in the sky, overshadowing everything. Meanwhile, the 5 elders, who were handling matters next door, sensed something was off. I feel a powerful force. I feel it too. This power is immense and seems to be different from the power of a devil fruit. The 5 elders looked out at the Babylon Palace that overshadowed everything, their scalps tingling. What is this thing? Soon, the 5 elder stars were ready to take action. If they didn't, Mariejois might encounter some trouble. Who are you? How did you kill a celestial dragon? Do you know that you have committed an unforgivable crime? You could be executed for this. What about the CP organization? How could they not call us for such a situation? First, capture him and then throw him to the celestial dragons to vent their anger. This could reduce their fury. Soon, the 5 Elder Stars came out and, seeing the dead Atries outside, said angrily, "Ding dong." The host triggered a suppression mission to subdue the 5 Elder Stars. The host was provoked by the 5 Elder Stars and needed to suppress them forcefully, making them understand that the host is not to be trifled with. Mission prompt. The 5 Elder Stars are courting death and provoking the host. Therefore, they must pay the price, at least compensating the host with 10 natural-type devil fruits. Mission time. Within 3 hours. Mission reward. Common card. At this moment, Lin Fan suddenly heard the voice of the system. Lin Fan licked his dry lips and grinned. 5 Elders, you will pay the price for your recklessness. I'm not someone to mess with. The common card reward was far beyond Lin Fan's expectations. With this common card, he could become even stronger. For this reason, Lin Fan accepted the 10 nature-type devil fruits. I am the 5th king of the Chinese Empire, Gilgamesh. Stupid Navy, you have angered me, and for that, I require you to hand over 10 nature-type devil fruits as compensation. Lin Fan shouted loudly from the sky. The 5th king of the Chinese Empire, Gilgamesh, a proud man, declared that on this sea, no one could claim kingship. You want 10 nature-type devil fruits? That's impossible. The 5 elders directly refused upon hearing Lin Fan's words. 10 nature-type devil fruits was too great a price, enough to spark a bloodbath among the 4 emperors. The 5 elders would never hand over the 10 nature-type devil fruits. Talp, talp, talp. At this time, the CP organization appeared, and these people ran quickly to assist the 5 elders. CP is the abbreviation for Cypherpole, consisting of 8 organizations, from CP1 to CP8. CP0 is an organization directly under the world nobles. These CP organizations are the minions of the celestial dragons, doing all sorts of evil deeds for them. Now that the celestial dragons are in trouble, the CP organizations naturally cannot allow them to die, as they exist solely for the celestial dragons. Without them, these people will lose their purpose. Kill him quickly, this heinous guy. He has killed a celestial dragon, shouted an angry celestial dragon with bubbles on his head. However, the CP organizations remained indifferent. They did not take action, just standing there. Gilgamesh is not someone the CP organizations can deal with. They don't even know how to climb up that Babylonian palace. Useless fools, go over there and kill him now. The celestial dragon spoke again, his voice loud, and the CP organization's indifference completely infuriated him. Useless. We are not his match. Let's leave this matter to the elders. Our task is to protect you, said the leader of the CP organizations sincerely. You fools, can't you tell the situation even now? It seems I need to cut down on the expenses for the celestial dragons. A white-bearded elder sneered, expressing his frustration. The celestial dragon is too foolish. Even at this point, he still refuses to restrain himself. The 5 elders can no longer stand it. Does he think he can handle Lin Fan? Take the celestial dragon to a safe place. Let's deal with him. A mere Zhonghua Empire is nothing to fear. The 5 elders began to speak, their eyes filled with coldness. Strike, kill him. One of the 5 elders spoke, his eyes full of disdain. To him, Gilgamesh is just a monkey, a clownish monkey. You want to kill me? I see you're overestimating yourselves. Well, let me show you my power. Whether you survive or not depends on yourselves. Lin Fan sneered, unconcerned. EA, the Sword of Rupture. EX class, a reality-altering treasure. A terrifying sword appeared in the sky, and its dreadful power frightened the 5 elders. What is this? In an instant, the pupils of the 5 elders tightened, astonished. The Sword of Rupture, EA, belongs to reality-altering treasures, its power even surpassing that of the Sword of Oath Victory. Such strength. The 5 elders couldn't withstand it at all. However, at that moment, Lin Fan, sitting high on the throne, laughed and said, Heaven and earth, the star of divergence. Let them witness the chaos of the world. As Lin Fan's words fell, the Sword of Rupture struck down, and in an instant, the heavens and earth changed color. An indescribable, terrifying, magical power emanated at that moment, sweeping across the holy land, Mariejois. The sky, the wind was blowing. The ground, violently shaking. The world was being destroyed by the Sword of Rupture. This power, not good, quickly lie down. Damn, how is it so strong? What on earth is the Zhonghua Empire? A few of the 5 elders tightened their eyes, their hearts filled with fear. The power of the Sword of Rupture, EA, was too overwhelming. Even they dared not withstand it, and could only lie on the ground. But would lying down help? Boom, boom, boom. The earth cracked, countless soil chunks shattered, and countless small stones fell from the sky. It was as if a pair of giant hands were destroying the world. The sky darkened. Everyone came to their senses. A large pit appeared on the ground of the Holy Land, Mariejois, blasted open by a single sword. The 5 elders crawled up, staring dumbfounded at everything. The power of the Sword of Rupture, EA, was too fierce, destroying the Holy Land, Mariejois, leaving a giant pit with a diameter of several dozen meters, which could even reach the seabed. The 5 elders could see the water. Gilgamesh. Once again, the 5 elders looked up at Lin Fan, their hearts filled with shock. Immediately hand over 10 devil fruits or die, Lin Fan said from his throne, looking down at them. The majesty of the king is truly terrifying. Upon hearing this, the 5 elders trembled. This is no longer coercion. Lin Fan can truly defeat everyone in an instant, including the 5 elders. The 5 elders looked at the enormous pit, filled with fear. They cannot launch such a powerful attack. Gilgamesh, we are willing to hand over the devil fruits. But please keep your promise and leave immediately after obtaining them. Otherwise, the dignity of the Navy cannot be insulted. The 5 elders made their last struggle, speaking forcefully. In today's battle, they lost all face and were powerless to resist Lin Fan, yet they desperately tried to save face, which was truly self-deceiving. Hand over the 10 nature-type devil fruits, and I will never go back on my word. Lin Fan's eyes shifted. At this point, all he needed was for them to hand over the devil fruits. We do not have the devil fruits on hand. It will take a lot of time to retrieve them. I will only give you 15 minutes, not a minute more. Damn, can't we be flexible? The 5 elders were furious upon hearing Lin Fan's words. They had never seen such a domineering person. 15 minutes later, the 5 elders sent someone to bring the 10 nature-type devil fruits. The Holy Land, Mariejois, as the lair of the celestial dragons, has many treasures. So retrieving 10 devil fruits at once was not difficult. The 10 nature-type devil fruits were placed in a small box, taken from the treasury. The 5 elders arranged for 2 CP agents to escort it, wary of Lin Fan's sudden actions. However, in Lin Fan's view, this was unnecessary. Not to mention 2 CP agents. Even 10 would not be enough for Lin Fan to kill with a single sword strike. After a long while, the 5 elders brushed off the dust from their clothes and said to Lin Fan, Gilgamesh, here are the 10 nature-type devil fruits. Lin Fan nodded. Whoosh! A golden sword appeared in the sky, lifting the box up. Lin Fan opened the box, confirmed its contents, and said, I will keep my promise. But the warring states still owe the Chinese Empire a few devil fruits. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the Suppress the 5 Elders mission and successfully obtaining a puka. Please check the puka. Kaniki Ken. Kaniki Ken, the king of ghouls. The one-eyed king, after transforming into the Kakuja state, will possess immense power, capable of devouring humans to gain power evolution, currently in the strongest state, with dragon form, Kakuja clone state, and angel state. The one-eyed king. Lin Fan was excited upon seeing the puka. Kaniki Ken is indeed the one-eyed king. After transforming into Kakuja, he is incredibly powerful. The faces of the 5 elders darkened instantly. Was it not enough to take away the 10 devil fruits? Such greed? Next time we meet, I hope you will hand over the devil fruits. Saying this, Lin Fan transformed into a point of light and disappeared into the sky. Gone? The 5 elders' faces changed dramatically, looking up at the sky in disbelief. Not a devil fruit user, yet able to become invisible. This power was truly unsettling. Still thinking about coming again next time? The 5 elders said with a grim expression that if there was a next time, they would definitely kill Gilgamesh. On the other side, after Lin Fan obtained the 10 devil fruits, he stored them in his space warehouse. System, hurry up and conduct the golden lottery. Then, Lin Fan began the golden lottery. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully drawing in the lottery and obtaining a seal card. Seal card, a special energy crystal that can seal all aspects of power for a single target, rendering them unable to use their powers. Note, the seal card can only seal beings below the rank of Admiral. It cannot seal those above that rank. A seal card, what is this for? Lin Fan frowned upon seeing the seal card. This thing is useless, as Lin Fan can now easily defeat Akainu. Ding dong. The host has triggered the prison mission. The host used Gilgamesh to beat the Navy to a pulp, disrupting the balance of the ocean. Therefore, the system has issued a penalty mission to the host. Mission prompt. Surrender. The host is too strong, disrupting the balance of Navy combat power. Therefore, the Navy must believe that the Chinese Empire is not invincible. The host must be defeated and imprisoned in Impel down. Mission reward. Puka. Mission failure. The system will reclaim all cards from the host. However, at this moment, the system unexpectedly issued a bizarre mission to Lin Fan. Damn it, surrender? Upon seeing this strange mission, Lin Fan couldn't help but curse. What the hell is surrendering? Ding dong. Due to the host's insults towards the system rewards the host with a lightning strike. Crack. A blue lightning bolt struck Lin Fan instantly, and he felt the paralyzing sensation of the lightning, which was quite exhilarating. Damn, Lin Fan couldn't help but say. The prison mission was simply an insult to Lin Fan. To be honest, Lin Fan didn't want to go to prison, but if he didn't complete the mission, those cards would be taken away, and then Lin Fan would become useless. Without power, Lin Fan might be captured and tortured by the Navy headquarters. This damn system is really frustrating Lin Fan. Deliberately losing? It seems I have to attack the Marine Admiral. Akainu would probably execute me right away after defeating me, and Aokiji is a bit strange, while Kizaru is just somewhat decent. I'll go find Kizaru. Lin Fan licked his lips and revealed a faint smile. Kizaru is quite to Lin Fan's taste. Meanwhile, the news about Lin Fan creating a large hole in Mariejois spread. Sengoku, Garp, Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru, Zephyr, and Steelbone all knew about it. Gilgamesh's crimes are not worth $1 billion, and anything beyond that is considered an emperor. The Navy cannot allow Gilgamesh to enjoy the treatment of an emperor. He must be a wanted pirate and cannot be recognized by the Navy. On Lin Fan's side, Garp was very disappointed. Sengoku told Garp that Lin Fan was a spy from the Chinese Empire who got close to Garp to sabotage the Navy headquarters. He is an enemy, not a Navy elite. Garp was heartbroken. No matter what, Lin Fan is a once-in-a-century genius, and now he has become an enemy. Garp was too sad. Sengoku issued a strict order that from now on, anyone who sees someone from the Chinese Empire should not engage in one-on-one combat and must inform the headquarters. On the vast and boundless sea, a white-haired boy with 4 tentacles growing from his back moved forward, propelled by the strong, bloody smell of the tentacles. The white-haired boy's speed was incredibly fast, like lightning. The 4 tentacles acted as propellers. The white-haired youth is Lin Fan. After using the Puka Jinmu transformation, Lin Fan has maintained this form while searching for the whereabouts of Kizaru. Unfortunately, he hasn't found any leads in the past few days despite interrogating many pirates. However, he has gathered some clues. Meanwhile, rumors of the White Demon legend have begun to spread across the seas. Admiral Borsalino, a monster, has appeared at sea recently. The White Demon, a creature with 4 demonic arms on its back. I've heard that the White Demon eats people, and some have seen it consume the dead. How terrifying. Will this monster eat the living? Admiral Borsalino, could the White Demon be related to the Chinese Empire? A few Navy soldiers said in panic. Their faces filled with fear as the legend of the White Demon spread wildly, instilling dread in them. Is that possible? We can discuss it when we encounter the White Demon. Sengoku has instructed that any encounter with individuals from the Chinese Empire must be reported immediately. Kizaru lazily leaned back in his chair and said weakly, in Kizaru's view, it's better to avoid trouble. If he encounters the White Demon, he would rather report it than engage. It is said that Akainu fought Gilgamesh and lost on the spot, leaving him despondent for a long time. If Sengoku hadn't intervened to console Akainu, Kizaru speculated that Akainu might have fallen into depression. However, at that moment, the sea suddenly began to churn violently, and the water stirred as something approached the Navy warship. Borsalino's expression changed dramatically, and he said solemnly to the surrounding Navy soldiers, "Everyone be careful. Something is approaching us, and I can smell a strong stench of blood." As an admiral, Borsalino possesses the observation haki, which, while not strong, allows him to sense things. He detected a strong smell of blood coming from Lin Fan. The smell of blood. Could it be the White Demon? I've heard the White Demon eats people. Will we be its next meal? How terrifying. I don't want to die. Upon hearing this, the Navy soldiers gasped in horror. The name of the White Demon brought them immense panic, especially the legend of it eating people, which sent chills down their spines. Splash. Oz. So many Navy soldiers. I'm so scared, Admiral. Borsalino, will you defeat me? I represent the Chinese Empire, and I've come to kill you. Just then, Lin Fan appeared. 4 terrifying arms emerged behind him. He feigned a fearful expression, but it seemed that Lin Fan was even more frightening than Kizaru. In this battle, Lin Fan aimed to lose to Borsalino. Before losing to Borsalino, Lin Fan intended to provoke him into a furious rage, turning him into a mad dog. Chinese Empire. Upon hearing this, Borsalino exclaimed in surprise. He never expected to encounter the Chinese Empire here, and judging by the situation, the opponent didn't seem weak. Those 4 arms possessed terrifying power and would not be easy to handle. Kizaru was not one to seek trouble. Unless unavoidable, he wouldn't engage with Lin Fan. Admiral Borisolino. Let's run. Commander Sengoku has ordered that we report any encounters with the Chinese Empire immediately. A terrified Navy colonel exclaimed. He dared not fight Lin Fan. Just the thought of Lin Fan eating people made his legs tremble uncontrollably. Can you escape? Didn't you hear him say he was coming to kill me? Kizaru shot a glare at the Navy colonel and pushed him aside. Then, Kizaru took a deep breath, stepped onto the deck, and looked at Lin Fan, saying solemnly, "Who are you?" "Ha, I'm very weak. I'm the weakest existence in the Chinese Empire. I'm not a king. I'm just a combat scout for the Chinese Empire." Upon hearing Kizaru's words, Lin Fan displayed a weary appearance. "A combat scout? It seems like cannon fodder. You should be easy to deal with." Kizaru smiled upon hearing this. He had heard from Akainu that the fifth king of the Chinese Empire possessed godlike powers. But if this is merely a combat scout, he might not be too strong. Perhaps Kizaru could extract secrets about the Chinese Empire from the combat scout. After all, the Navy knows nothing about the Chinese Empire at present. So please, as a combat scout, become a Navy prisoner. Kizaru shouted excitedly. I'm so scared. Will you kill me? Will you kill me?" At this moment, Lin Fan's entire face had twisted, and in his red pupils, an evil light burst forth. Perhaps due to the card, every time Lin Fan transformed, he would be influenced by the personality of the card's NPC character, and this time was no exception. Ken Kaniki seemed to really like Kizaru and was very eager to fight him. Or rather, Ken Kaniki craved to devour Kizaru's body. To Kaniki, Kizaru was a very delicious meal. Rinkaku transformation, one-eyed king. In the next moment, with Ken Kaniki's excitement, Lin Fan summoned the Rinkaku transformation, one-eyed king state of Kaniki. The four Kagun began to grow eyes and mouths, not following the usual Kagun rules. Moreover, those eyes and mouths seemed to have awareness. Looking around at the Navy with greedy expressions. "Monster, this guy's a monster. Admiral Borisolino, run. We're going to be eaten. This guy is terrifying. Those mouths and eyes are so scary. He is a devil, Admiral Borisolino." The Navy soldiers, seeing Lin Fan in such a state, were all scared out of their wits, their faces filled with terror. For these Navy soldiers, perhaps death would be better than facing Kaniki. Because this Lin Fan could eat people, he was the White Devil. Renowned as the White Devil. What exactly are you? Kizaru's eyes narrowed, speaking warily. He sensed that this guy was not easy to deal with. Kizaru used his observation haki to perceive the overwhelming smell of blood on Lin Fan. That scent seemed to be human blood. If that were true, it would be terrifying. Ali, I am Kaniki. Borisolino, do you know what 10007 is? Lin Fan's eyes twitched, almost unable to restrain himself from eating Kizaru. What? Kizaru was puzzled. What did 10,007 mean? Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, Lin Fan's Kagun suddenly elongated and charged towards Kizaru with incredible speed. Before Kizaru could react, the Kagun cut a scar as wide as a bowl on him. Immediately, Kizaru spat out a mouthful of blood, weakly saying, "Cough, I underestimated him." The Navy ship was splattered with Kizaru's blood, which was very conspicuous. How is this possible? Admiral Borisolino was actually injured? Just a single strike. The Chinese Empire's combat reconnaissance soldiers are this strong? Monster, everyone run, stop fighting. The Navy soldiers' eyes widened, looking at everything in extreme terror. At this moment, they felt a death crisis. This guy named Kaniki would definitely eat everyone, because he was the White Devil. Swish, swish, swish. In the next moment, Lin Fan retracted his Kagun, licking his lips, excitedly saying, "Borisolino's meat is really delicious, much better than an ordinary person's. Oh my god, he is eating Admiral Borisolino's flesh?" The Navy soldiers' pupils constricted, feeling a chill down their spines as they looked at Lin Fan. This was their first encounter with a man-eater, and just standing there, they had already lost their fighting spirit. "Don't panic. With me here, you won't die." Kizaru casually wiped the corner of his mouth and said, "By the way, have you ever felt the sensation of being kicked at the speed of light?" Just now, he had accidentally been injured by Lin Fan. However, Kizaru felt that he wasn't very strong. As long as he could restrain Lin Fan's haki, he wouldn't have to fear him. After all, Kizaru was a man who had eaten the Pika Pika no Mi. In terms of speed, Kizaru could easily outpace Lin Fan by several blocks. "What did you say? I'm really scared," Lin Fan said while pretending to be afraid, but Kizaru didn't believe he was scared. This guy had just devoured a piece of Kizaru's meat. He probably wanted to eat Kizaru whole. Realizing the level of danger Lin Fan posed, Kizaru decided to defeat him. If Lin Fan was allowed to roam the seas, who knows how many people he would eat? In fact, Lin Fan had indeed eaten a few pirates during this time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have found Kizaru. Swish! Yada no Kagami. Suddenly, several mirror-like gleams appeared in the sky, increasing in number and densely filling the sky. Then, Kizaru's body disappeared, and a light trail appeared in the sky, moving at the speed of light along the track. Oh, where'd he go? Since I can't see him, let's just attack randomly. These mirrors are really annoying, Lin Fan said with a smile, looking at the mirrors in the sky. At that moment, the Hawkeye behind him increased from 4 to 6, then from 6 to 8, and finally stopped at 10. Whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, the 10 Hawkeye suddenly unleashed a torrential attack. Crack! The mirrors in the sky constantly emitted sounds of shattering. This power, Kizaru's heart surged with waves of shock. He stared in disbelief at Lin Fan. The 10 Hawkeye created by Kaniki Lin Fan madly traversed the void and charged straight in, sweeping away all the mirrors in an instant. In the blink of an eye, all of Kizaru's Yata, no, Kagami shattered. All the mirrors are broken. Lin Fan licked the corner of his mouth, revealing an evil smile. I accidentally used too much force, but Kizaru shouldn't be this weak, right? This is bad. This man is tough to deal with. Kizaru's back was soaked, and his expression was serious. Lin Fan gave him a very dangerous feeling, far more troublesome than the smell of blood, especially the 10 Hawkeye behind Lin Fan. If not resolved quickly, this battle could become very difficult. Although Kizaru had light speed, Lin Fan's Hawkeye was not slow either. It was dense, and if Kizaru got entangled, he would lose his speed advantage. In short, this guy named Kaniki Ken was not easy to deal with. It seemed that he could only use that move. Kizaru took a deep breath and said with great caution, "If that move can't defeat Lin Fan, then I really have no way out." Yasakani no Magatama. The next moment, Kizaru transformed into light particles and flew into the sky, where countless dazzling light orbs appeared. These orbs gathered together and were launched in an instant. Boom! The sky emitted a violent sound as Yasakani no Magatama exploded, sending waves crashing into the sea, raising water as high as 8 feet. Kaniki Lin Fan was submerged in the seawater, and Kizaru coldly watched the sea, unsure if he was dead or alive. The air was filled with a thick mist, obscuring Kizaru's vision. Phew! A few minutes later, the mist dispersed. However, at the moment the mist cleared, Kizaru's heart skipped a beat, his eyes widened in disbelief. How could it be that such a blow didn't kill him? Lin Fan was wrapped in Hawkeye, forming a hard shell like a cocoon. Cracks appeared around the cocoon, but Kizaru could still sense a strong smell of blood coming from Lin Fan. This meant that Lin Fan was not dead yet. Crack! The next moment, the cocoon cracked open. What a terrifying blow. I lost. Lin Fan was injured, lying on the ground and not getting up. I won. Kizaru looked at Lin Fan, trembling as he spoke. He didn't feel as if he had truly defeated Lin Fan. Lin Fan could still fight. At the very least, he could still exchange a few moves with Kizaru. You won. What do you plan to do with me? Lin Fan looked at Kizaru with a playful smile, somewhat expectant. I'll capture you and lock you up in a safe place, not letting you escape and report to Sengoku. I'll just send you to Impel down. That place is suitable for you, Kizaru said, his face pale, feeling no sense of satisfaction in defeating Kaniki Ken, sensing that the opponent still had fighting strength left. Being captured is so scary. Will you bring me food? At this moment, Lin Fan's eyes glowed red again. This kind of monster should be locked up and impelled down for a lifetime, never to be released. Kizaru looked at his injured body, secretly startled. The place bitten by Kaniki Lin Fan was still faintly painful. This guy is too terrifying. If he isn't locked up, he will wreak havoc on the sea. Especially the tale of Kaniki Ken and Lin Fan behind him, which always makes Kizaru feel uneasy. He always feels that Thing has more power than this. This guy seems to have deliberately lost him. Shaking his head, Kizaru picked up the Den Mushi. Bring. The call was made to Sengoku. As the commander of the Navy, Sengoku had the authority to deal with Lin Fan. Soon, Sengoku picked up the phone and asked Kizaru, "Hello, is this Borsellino? What's the matter?" Sengoku was still very busy, with countless documents to handle, and the heavy burden of the Navy headquarters weighed on him, leaving him little time to rest. "Sengoku, it's like this. I caught a combat scout from the Chinese Empire," Kizaru said, taking a deep breath, excited. "What? You caught someone from the Chinese Empire?" Sengoku exclaimed upon hearing this. This news is simply too good. The Navy headquarters knows nothing about the Chinese Empire, which provides a perfect opportunity to investigate the Chinese Empire. That man named Gilgamesh always makes Sengoku worry. Unfortunately, he is a combat scout. If it were the king, Huang Yuan paused here. The battle with Kaniki Ken made him feel the strength of the Chinese Empire. If he encounters the king, Huang Yuan might not win easily. A combat scout is also good. We can lock him up in the advancing city, In a few days, I'll gather everyone to interrogate him. Sengoku sighed and showed a look of disappointment when he heard that Huang Yuan had captured a combat scout. The Chinese Empire is something Sengoku must understand. At the very least, he needs to know where they came from. In recent days, Zhanghua has been researching ancient history, hoping to find information about the Chinese Empire from the lost century. Unfortunately, after several days of searching, he has made no progress. Lock him in the deepest level and don't let him out. Even if he's a combat scout, he's still a person from the Chinese Empire. You should hand him over to Magellan. After giving a few instructions, Zhanghua hung up the phone. Should I personally deliver him? Huang Yuan paused and said helplessly, I'm so hungry. Is there anything to eat? At this moment, Jin Muyin Lin Fan, tied to the deck by the Navy, looked at the Navy soldiers with a greedy expression, drooling as if they were a delicacy. Jin Muyin Lin Fan was bound by ropes by the Navy, yet they were still very afraid of him. So dangerous. Admiral Huang Yuan, this guy wants to eat us. I just saw him trying to bite me. This devil. Kill him, or I'll have nightmares. The group of Navy soldiers saw the one-eyed Kenko Lin Fan and fell into extreme panic. This guy is the White Demon. A man-eating White Demon. Cough, cough. At this moment, Kizaru coughed twice and walked over. Although Kaniki Ken and Lin Fan had injured Kizaru, the Navy soldiers were overly sensitive. Kaniki Ken had already been tied up, so there was no need to make such a fuss. It seemed that the soldiers of the Navy headquarters were not up to par and needed to strengthen their training. There was no need to be so tense. He had already lost, was hungry and thirsty, and had no strength left to fight. Don't give him any food. We should head to Impel down immediately, Kizaru said in a deep voice to calm the crowd. Hey, you guys are really mean. Not giving me food, Kaniki Ken complained a bit. You monster. Don't even think about getting any food. A Navy soldier stood up and shouted at Lin Fan. He had been scared to death, worried that Kaniki Ken would eat him. Lin Fan didn't argue with this Navy soldier. In his view, arguing would waste energy, so it was better to rest well. Next, Lin Fan could be sure that Kizaru Wunti let him have food for the next few days. On one hand, Kizaru was afraid that Lin Fan would regain strength and run away. On the other hand, Kizaru really couldn't determine whether Kaniki Ken's food was corpses. In any case, Kaniki Ken was the most terrifying guy Kizaru had ever seen. Impel Down was the world's largest prison, consisting of 6 levels. It was located in the calm belt of the Grand Line, heavily guarded and strictly monitored. The prison housed serious criminals, and it was eerie and terrifying, filled with all kinds of monsters, guards, and visual snail monitors watching the inmates. One could say that once inside, escape was impossible. Additionally, there were many sea kings outside the prison that would swallow any escaping inmates alive. It could be said that Impel Down was a fortress with no prisoners able to escape from within. 3 days later, we have arrived. Where is Magellan? After a long journey, Kizaru's Navy ship finally reached Impel Down, but he did not see Director Magellan. Report, Director Magellan has gone to the restroom. The Navy soldier in Impel Down stood at attention to report. The restroom? Kizaru thought about Magellan's characteristics, and an awkward expression appeared on his face. This guy is full of toxins and has to spend a long time in the bathroom every day. Then, Kizaru pinched his nose and said impatiently, I'll wait for him to come out here. Yes, Admiral Kizaru, the Navy soldiers in the city shouted. However, one of the Navy soldiers took a closer look. Next to Kizaru, there was a man tied up with ropes, seemingly a serious criminal, with one red eye that looked a bit frightening. So, comfortable. I shouldn't have diarrhea now. 20 minutes later, a big-bellied man came out. Magellan? Borsalino, what are you doing here? Magellan was surprised to see Kizaru when he came out of the bathroom. Sengoku asked me to tell you to keep an eye on this guy. He will send someone to personally interrogate him in a few days. Kizaru glanced at Magellan and sighed. This guy is full of toxic gas, a bit dangerous. Is it him? Magellan glanced sideways at Lin Fan and asked. Kizaru nodded and said seriously, don't underestimate him. This guy is a combat scout from the Chinese Empire. A combat scout from the Chinese Empire? Magellan exclaimed in surprise. Recently, the Chinese Empire has been making quite a stir, causing a lot of commotion in the city. No one is unaware of their reputation, and no one dares to underestimate the Chinese Empire. It is said that the Chinese Empire's Gilgamesh almost killed Akainu. This is certainly a rumor, overheard by Magellan from the naval headquarters. As for whether it's true or not, there's no way to verify it. But regardless, this battle scout from the Chinese Empire cannot be underestimated. Don't be careless. He is very strong. We must not let him escape. I fought him once and got injured in my right arm. Saying this, Kizaru showed Magellan his injured right hand, which was wrapped in bandages. You were injured? Magellan's pupils constricted in surprise. Kizaru is a dignified admiral, and he was actually injured by a battle scout from the Chinese Empire. Just how strong is the Chinese Empire? Yes, that's why I told you to be careful of him. This man is very problematic. He might be a man-eater. Man-eaters are fairy tale creatures. How could they really exist? But I saw him eat meat with my own eyes. Magellan was speechless, hearing about Kaniki Ken's glorious deeds. He had to re-evaluate this man. After that, Kizaru left. He needed to go back to recover from his injury. The injury to his right hand wasn't serious, but still needed rest. Gulp, gulp. Magellan looked at Lin Fan and swallowed hard. This guy is actually cannibal, really not easy to deal with. Is the Chinese Empire really a place that produces monsters? Come with me, I'm gonna lock you up on the 6th floor. Then, Magellan walked over and handcuffed Lin Fan. Ali, I haven't eaten in a long time. Can you give me something to eat? Lin Fan asked when he saw Magellan coming over. You don't want to eat human flesh, do you? Hearing Lin Fan's words, Magellan was taken aback. If Lin Fan wanted to eat human flesh, where'd he get it? I don't eat human flesh, just give me regular food. Although Lin Fan used the Kaniki Ken card, he didn't want to eat anything disgusting like that. Or rather, as long as Magellan brought the food, Lin Fan would cancel the Kaniki Ken card. Come with me, I'll put you in a solitary room and prepare a meal for you, Magellan said lightly, leading Lin Fan to the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison. The 6th floor of the deep-sea prison is called Infinite Hell, where only remarkable individuals are locked up, either death row inmates or those serving life sentences. Lin Fan being locked here might mean he would never get out. Half an hour later, Lin Fan was placed in the 6th floor. The door clicked shut, and Magellan prepared a solitary room for Lin Fan, using shackles made of sea prism stone. Although it was unclear whether it would be effective against Lin Fan, Magellan still used the sea prism stone handcuffs. Bang! A bowl of soybean milk and some bread were placed on the ground. This is your food. Stay here well. Someone will come to see you tomorrow. Oh no! My stomach is acting up again, Magellan said, suddenly feeling a pain in his stomach. Ali, this is really good. Lin Fan looked at the soybean milk and bread. His appetite increased significantly. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the imprisonment task and successfully obtaining a regular card. Please check the regular card for one-way access. At this moment, the system's prompt sound came out, and Lin Fan smiled upon hearing it. One Punch Man, with white hair, red pupils, and a slender figure. He can control the direction of energy. As long as there is skin contact, he can freely manipulate kinetic energy, thermal energy, electrical energy, and all other forms of energy, capable of reflecting all physical attacks. It's actually him. Lin Fan's eyes tightened when he saw the One Punch Man card. One Punch Man is incredibly overpowered, with a nearly freakish strength that can make Lin Fan unstoppable. After using Kaniki Ken, I inherit the other person's personality. When I see bread, I almost can't eat it. Lin Fan picked up the bread sent by Magellan, took a bite, and felt less hungry. After finishing this, I should try that regular card. Lin Fan's eyes shifted, and he said in a deep voice, the regular card One Punch Man is truly terrifying. Once One Punch Man gets angry, he could destroy the entire Impel down. Lin Fan could never go to prison. He needed to get out. Only by getting out could Lin Fan see the vast ocean. Staying in this dark lair was driving him insane. 30 minutes later, on the 6th level of Impel Down, with a loud rumble, the entire Impel Down shook violently. And then it was seen that Impel Down was swaying violently. What happened? Impel Down shook violently. Could it be an underwater earthquake? No way. We didn't detect any volcanic eruptions. If it's not an underwater earthquake, then why is it shaking so violently? The violent shaking of Impel Down startled the guards, and several of them were scared and panicked. At this moment, it seems that both heaven and earth are in turmoil. With a rumble, a second roar suddenly appears. This time, the 6th layer began to collapse, and the shaking of Advanced City became increasingly severe. What's going on? How could such a thing happen in Advanced City? Hannibal, go check it out. Magellan's face changed dramatically upon hearing this, and said to Deputy Director Hannibal, Advanced City shouldn't experience a volcanic eruption, so this intense shaking is quite unfathomable. Director Magellan, I won't do something that could get me killed. If you want to go, go ahead. Advanced City is having an earthquake. I should run, Hannibal said, puffing out his round belly and coldly shouted. Then, he quickly ran away. Bang! Hannibal, you coward! How dare you betray the Navy? I will bring you back. Magellan slammed the table heavily, furious. Deserting in the face of danger is definitely a serious crime. Regardless of Hannibal's reasons, he cannot leave Advanced City. His duty is to guard the deep-sea prison. Boom! However, at this moment, a deafening explosion sounded, and the entire deep-sea prison shook violently. What is going on? Director Magellan lay on the ground in shock and said, "Tap, tap, tap." Bang. At this moment, several prison guards rushed in and opened the director's office door. "Director Magellan, it's bad. Someone has escaped from prison. The 6th, 5th, 4th, and 3rd levels have all been destroyed, and now only 3 levels remain intact, but they might not hold for long. Director Magellan, I think we should run quickly. This has been planned by those pirates for a long time," a few guards said with serious expressions. "What?" Magellan was shocked upon hearing this. The 6th, 5th, and 4th levels of Impel Down had been destroyed, even more impressive than the Golden Lion's escape. If this news reached the Navy headquarters, Magellan's position would likely be in jeopardy. Magellan quickly reacted and shouted, "Where's the mastermind?" "Who is it?" "Director Magellan, it's a short guy, and he has a cane in his hand." "You mean to say he destroyed Impel Down with a cane?" Magellan exclaimed incredulously. He seemed to remember that he hadn't captured anyone who used cane. Bang! At that moment, a pair of fair hands appeared, and, as they did, Magellan's office was instantly shattered into dust, disappearing into the air. Huh! Magellan's pupils dilated, and he took a sharp breath. "I'm really sorry. I accidentally destroyed your office." Then, a clean-looking man walked in, smiling at Magellan. Magellan shivered unexpectedly. Was this the guy who destroyed Impel Down? "What do you want now?" "Why you? Who are you?" "Me? My name is One Way." "One Way? Oh, I forgot to tell you. My name is One Way, but I'm the combat command instructor of the Chinese Empire. I found out that you bullied the combat reconnaissance soldiers, so I came to trouble you." "You rescued the combat reconnaissance soldiers?" "Yeah, that guy was so weak. It was a disgrace to the Chinese Empire, so it's my turn to teach you a lesson." One Way Lin Fan said with a grin, completely disregarding Magellan. "You monster." Magellan's eyes turned red as he shouted, "Poison dragon." In the next second, a purple giant dragon formed from Magellan's body, slowly rising and ultimately becoming a several dozen meters long purple dragon, ferociously charging at Lin Fan. One Way Lin Fan jumped a few times in the air, and the poison dragon crashed into the wall, neutralizing the attack. "Perfect, let me give that thing a try." At this moment, the one-way access Lin Fan saw the purple giant dragon pouncing towards him, and his expression changed. He mockingly said, "Earlier, I obtained a sealing card that possesses magical power, capable of sealing a single target in all aspects." After Magellan unleashed the poisonous dragon, Lin Fan wanted to test the effectiveness of this sealing card. Then, Lin Fan threw the sealing card at Magellan. "My power!" Magellan suddenly exclaimed. A terrifying will descended upon him, preventing him from using his powers. The once adept powers of the poison fruit were now completely inaccessible to Magellan. In a panic, he looked at Lin Fan and fearfully said, "What have you done to me? Why can't I use my powers?" The sealing card temporarily sealed Magellan's powers, and since his strength hadn't reached the level of an admiral, it was just right for sealing. However, this state might not last long, as Magellan's strength was actually close to that of an admiral. "If this continues, I will lose." Magellan gasped, shaken by Lin Fan's strange power. "How does it feel? Can't use your powers anymore? What can you do without your strength?" Lin Fan mockingly asked, looking at Magellan with malicious amusement. "The Chinese Empire, I won't let you succeed. Hurry, you all go notify Reign of the Celestial. Let him out," Magellan said in panic. Reign of the Celestial was originally the head warden of a maximum security prison, but due to too many murders, he had been locked away. However, now Magellan had no choice but to release this guy. Lin Fan's ability was too bizarre, and even Magellan couldn't hold out for long. "Director Magellan, do we really have to let him out? He might kill us," a guard said nervously, as he had a very poor impression of Reign of the Celestial. Magellan shouted at the guard, "You fool. If we don't let him out, we're dead for sure. Let him out, and we might have a slim chance of survival." From the current situation, if Reign of the Celestial wasn't released, Magellan alone couldn't handle Lin Fan at all. If Reign of the Celestial joined the battle, the situation could be controlled. Calling someone? Fine, there's no point in fighting a weakling. I'll wait for Reign of the Celestial to come out before we fight. Lin Fan began to regret sealing Magellan. Without his powers, Magellan was completely weak. Tap, tap, tap. Lin Fan gave them the opportunity, and those guards quickly ran out towards the cell where Reign of the Celestial was held. Reign of the Celestial was placed in a special location by Magellan. Unless the advancing city was destroyed, there was no way to let him go. Magellan looked at Lin Fan, watching warily. He was the combat command instructor of the Chinese Empire, and with his own strength he had destroyed the 6th, 5th, and 4th levels of the advancing city, releasing all the criminals. How had he accomplished that? This confusion left Magellan unsettled. Even at the peak of his power, he didn't have the strength to destroy the 6th layer. Has my power returned? Suddenly, a gleam appeared in Magellan's eyes as he exclaimed excitedly. Just now, he felt that the power sealing the poison fruit had vanished, and he could sense the power of the poison fruit again. Poison Dragon, since I have regained my power, you should lie down obediently. With a cold glint in his eyes, Magellan, now restored, used the poison fruit once more. A massive purple dragon flew towards Lin Fan. But unlike last time, this poison dragon seemed even larger. Magellan was furious. He had been provoked by Lin Fan, unleashing an unprecedented power. Come on, let's see how I crush you. Saying this, Lin Fan raised his hand, and the poison dragon immediately changed direction, attacking Magellan instead. This is not scientific. Magellan widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at the poison dragon, which was his own attack. How could it turn back to hit him? Didn't he aim it at Lin Fan? Not scientific? Truly ignorant. In front of one way, existence itself is rational. Lin Fan calmly said, looking at Magellan, his eyes gradually sparkling with brilliance. Poison Shield. The purple dragon lunged at Magellan, who hurriedly summoned the poison shield to defend. Unfortunately, Lin Fan didn't give him a chance and launched another attack on Magellan. Boom! The massive poison dragon erupted with power in front of Magellan, engulfing him in an instant. Although Magellan had eaten the poison fruit, it didn't mean the poison dragon was harmless to him. It could only be said that Magellan's body had antibodies that could counteract poison damage. Who? The next moment, Magellan panted heavily, looking nervously at Lin Fan of One Way. This man was too dangerous. Magellan was injured, and he wouldn't leave without taking down Lin Fan. But the pressure Lin Fan exerted was too overwhelming. I will not let you pass here, even if it costs me my life, Magellan declared firmly, still feeling immense pressure as he looked at Lin Fan. So foolish, daring to provoke me. Running away would be the right choice, because you are weak. Lin Fan's face flashed with a hint of disdain upon hearing Magellan's words. Influenced by Puka's One Way, Lin Fan was becoming more and more like One Way. The righteous Navy will never compromise with evil forces. For this, I am willing to give my life, Magellan said passionately, his bright eyes shining with light. Then, Magellan's aura began to change, growing stronger. Giant of poison, judgment of hell. At this moment, a large amount of purple mist erupted from Magellan's body, forming a gigantic skeletal giant, wrapped in armor. Then, the armor gradually changed color, becoming a bright, alluring red. As the massive skeletal giant appeared, Lin Fan's eyes tightened. This poison gas, have you noticed? This is my strongest attack. Anything that comes into contact with the giant of poison will be infected. The giant of poison will erode everything. One touch, and the virus will spread throughout your body until death. Magellan gasped, struggling to maintain the giant of poison, which was very taxing. Controlling poison gas before me, I must say you have guts. Unfortunately, this little bit of poison gas is ineffective against me. Lin Fan sneered coldly, looking at Magellan's enormous giant of poison, scoffing. Arrogant, die. Hearing Lin Fan's voice, Magellan shouted coldly, gritting his teeth. He knew well how powerful the giant of poison was. Under the overwhelming poison gas, few could survive. Boom! The giant of poison raised its massive hand and slammed down. In an instant, the heavens and the earth changed dramatically. The winds and clouds shifted, and an invisible pressure instantly crushed down on Lin Fan. Magellan laughed, seeing the boulders near Lin Fan shatter, the fragments covered in poison gas, which began to crawl up Lin Fan's body. It wouldn't be long before it spread all over him. However, just then, Lin Fan lifted his foot and lightly stepped on the ground. Boom! The ground around Lin Fan began to crack, countless fissures spreading in all directions, the earth breaking apart, shaking the entire area violently. The poison gas also vanished under this foot. Crack, crack, crack. Countless fragments appeared, the boulders splitting apart as if encountering some terrifying force. Kumbun Inbin. What power is this? Magellan's heart trembled, utterly astonished. Could Lin Fan really produce such terrifying power with just a light kick? A single kick could shatter the ground? He's not a giant. How could he possess such immense strength? With such a small frame, how could he unleash this kind of power? Before Magellan could react, Lin Fan pushed off with his foot, shooting towards Magellan like an arrow. At the same time, the giant of poison let out a loud roar. In an instant, it turned to dust, disappearing into the heavens and earth. How could this be? Magellan's mind went blank, unable to believe it. This was too unbelievable. His giant of poison was incredibly powerful, yet crumbled before Lin Fan effortlessly. At this moment, Lin Fan coldly said, "In front of me, Your power is nothing. No, Magellan shouted hysterically. Boom! Lin Fan threw a punch. With a loud bang, Magellan's body was violently thrown back as if struck by lightning. His body felt as if endless power was tearing at his muscles. That terrifying force brought him to the brink of death. Cough cough. Wahoo are you? This power is stronger than that of the giant race. It's hard to believe you possess such strength. Suddenly, Magellan spat out a mouthful of bright red blood, staining the ground. He fell to the ground, severely injured. Unable to get up, weakly saying, I am called One Way, combat command instructor of the Chinese Empire. You have injured my combat scout. How do you plan to settle this? Lin Fan curled his lips and said in a deep voice, Another Chinese empire? Just how powerful is the Chinese Empire? Magellan was filled with terror. The Chinese Empire had been very active recently, and every member possessed immense strength. One sword style, nameless troubling wind. At that moment, a residual shadow appeared. A man dressed in a Navy uniform wielded a long knife and executed a sword technique. He thrust towards the one-way passage Lin Fan. The sword move was fierce, and as it was unleashed, a hurricane swept through the surroundings. The intent of the sword shattered the walls around. This is the sword intent of ultimatum, a powerful sword intent that represents the pinnacle of swordsmanship. However, Lin Fan only took half a step back to evade ultimatum's sword strike. He had already noticed ultimatum the moment he appeared and was on guard. A sneak attack from behind is not the act of a gentleman. Lin Fan brushed off his pants and said coldly, I only care about killing. I don't care how you die, as long as I can kill you. Ultimatum, with a cigar in his mouth, exhaled a puff of smoke. Ultimatum had just used 1/5 of his strength in that strike. But Lin Fan actually managed to dodge it, which surprised him. It is known that Ultimatum's strength is at the general level. He is stronger than Magellan, but he was imprisoned for his love of killing. Next, let me show you this move. Ultimatum took a deep drag from his cigar and said seriously, one sword style, Azure Sky Silver Star Cloud. This time, Ultimatum transformed into a phantom, charging towards Lin Fan with all his strength. With the one sword style, the Azure Sky Silver Star Cloud made Ultimatum's sword faster and more ferocious. In that instant, Ultimatum transformed into a killing machine, unleashing a speed more terrifying than usual. His body became a phantom, and within just a few seconds, he had slashed over 100 times. I have no interest in swords. Since that's the case, I'll just crush this sword. Yi Fun, also known as One Way, was somewhat angry and reached out with his hand to grab Ultimatum's katana. Overestimating yourself. To grab a sword with one hand while I'm in the state of one sword style, Song Tian In Xingyun, is simply foolish. Ultimatum looked on disdainfully. How powerful is one sword style, Song Tian In Xingyun? Ultimatum couldn't be sure. However, anyone who tried to grab a sword with their bare hands would definitely meet a gruesome end. This point, without a doubt, is clear. How could this be? Just when Ultimatum swung his katana toward Lin Fan's hands, his pupils instantly dilated. Ultimatum's katana was caught in Lin Fan's hand, like a toy, and then shattered inch by inch. Starting from the hilt, it completely crumbled away, disappearing into the air, turning into nothingness. Without a sword, you're like a plucked beast. Lin Fan grinned, then took a step forward, ready to finish off Ultimatum. However, Ultimatum ran away, dodging Lin Fan's attack and fleeing wildly. Run? At this point, Ultimatum had only this thought. Without a sword, he could not defeat Lin Fan. Want to run? That's impossible. Lin Fan smiled slightly and confidently said. Then, with a bang, Lin Fan rushed out quickly, like an arrow released from a bow, charging toward Ultimatum. What kind of power is this? Ultimatum stared blankly at Lin Fan, feeling Lin Fan's incredible speed, and asked in confusion. Vector manipulation, my power, can manipulate various forces, whether thermal energy, kinetic energy, electrical energy, or fire energy. Lin Fan mocked from behind. Ding dong. The host triggers the task deck collection. Task prompt. Warring States owes the host several devil fruits and plans to default. As the chosen host by the God card system, how can you let others default? Now please capture Magellan and Ultimatum and demand the devil fruits from Warring States. Task prompt. Please identify yourself as Chinese. Task time limit, 15 days. Task penalty. If the host fails to complete the task, the system will initiate self-destruct. However, at this moment, the system's prompt sound appeared in Lin Fan's mind, causing him to stop in his tracks. Debt collection? I like this. Even if this task isn't issued, I will still go to Warring States to collect my debts. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's expression brightened. He didn't like defaults, and this matter was non-negotiable. Yuji Shilio was still running at this time. He wanted to escape. His sword was broken, and he couldn't fight Lin Fan at all. Want to run? I won't let you get away so easily. Since you want to run, let me show you this. Lin Fan was too far from Yuji Shilio. Catching up now might be too late. So, Lin Fan took a deep breath and exhaled toward the distance. In an instant, this breath began to gather enormous power, slowly forming a tornado. In just a few seconds, it sucked Yuji Shilio into it. Yuji Shilio was caught in the tornado, crying out in terror. What do you want? Let me go. At this moment, Shiryu of the Rain felt an unprecedented fear. Even when facing the 4 emperors, he had never felt this way. You idiot, I want to let you go. I want to capture you and Magellan, and then ask the Navy headquarters for money. Lin Fan scolded Shiryu, realizing that this guy seemed a bit slow in the head, actually thinking Lin Fan would let him go. Meanwhile, Magellan was lying on the ground, unable to move. He had fainted and had no idea that Shiryu had been defeated by Lin Fan. If he knew, it was hard to say what expression would appear on his face. Shiryu was trapped in a tornado, and no matter how he struggled, he couldn't escape. Without his sword, Shiryu was like a tiger with its teeth pulled, completely devoid of combat power, weak as hell. Perhaps Shiryu could have broken through the tornado with the power of his sword. But unfortunately, his sword had already been rendered useless by Lin Fan. Once again, Lin Fan was going to collect a debt from the Navy headquarters. It seemed that Lin Fan and the Navy truly had a connection. Within 15 days, Lin Fan would be seeking the Navy headquarters for debts again. 5 days later, Navy headquarters, Marineford. Sengoku, Akainu, Kizaru, and Aokiji were all in the office. Sengoku looked worried as he read a letter sent by the Chinese Empire, which demanded 20 devil fruits from him. This was to redeem Shiryu and Magellan. Otherwise, they would tear up the ticket. In 5 days, the Chinese Empire would come to collect the devil fruits. This kidnapping letter made Sengoku furious. Bang! Sengoku slammed his fist heavily on the table, angrily saying, "How outrageous! This is lawlessness. The Chinese Empire is more despicable than pirates, daring to blackmail the Navy." The city of Advance was destroyed. Sengoku lost 5 devil fruits. Magellan and Shiryu of the Rain were captured. The Navy couldn't even let out a peep. All of this was a disgrace. A humiliation brought to the Navy by the Chinese Empire. Thinking of these things, Sengoku was so furious that he almost spat blood, wishing he could kill the people of the Chinese Empire, but he could only think about it. So far, the Navy headquarters was still completely unaware of the Chinese Empire and had no intelligence at all. Cough, cough. Admiral Sengoku, there's something I don't know if I should say. Admiral Aokiji suddenly coughed twice. Aokiji was relatively calm and had the ability to analyze the overall situation. However, some things might not be pleasant to hear, so he wanted to gauge Sengoku's attitude. Akainu and Kizaru stood by silently. They had no opinions on the Chinese Empire, or rather, they didn't dare to express any. They had encountered Gilgamesh and Kaniki Ken, and these guys were stronger and more twisted than anyone else. If they made any suggestions and things went wrong, it would just become a joke. Go ahead. The Chinese Empire is becoming increasingly difficult to deal with. Don't just stay silent. Everyone should share their views. Sengoku leaned on the table, looking at the letter, and said in a deep voice. He began to realize a problem. If this continued, the Navy headquarters might not be able to hold on and would be crushed by the Chinese Empire. The rampancy of the Chinese Empire was unprecedented. They were more rampant than any pirate. Their power was unprecedentedly strong, so strong that Sengoku could hardly adapt. If this continued, the Navy headquarters would be finished. Cough, cough. Admiral Sengoku, we have further contacts with the Chinese Empire. Pauliusolino was slightly injured. He nearly died at the hands of the enemy, Aokiji said slowly, explaining the process. Aokiji spoke for a long time, analyzing thoroughly, and Sengoku nodded repeatedly as he listened to Aokiji's analysis. Finally, Aokiji said, "Although we haven't captured any members of the Chinese Empire, we have obtained 3 pieces of intelligence." Sengoku was taken aback and said, "Continue." First, the Chinese Empire is very interested in devil fruits and asks for them every time. Perhaps we can understand the Chinese Empire through the devil fruits. Second, the Chinese Empire seems to dislike killing. They have the power to kill anyone in an instant, yet they have never indiscriminately killed innocents. Third, the Chinese Empire does not belong to any force and has an unclear origin. It may be related to Raftel. I suggest the Navy investigate Raftel. The power of the devil fruits makes me feel like it was artificially created. Are you saying Raftel? Hearing Aokiji's analysis, Sengoku was somewhat surprised. Raftel is very mysterious. Apart from the Pirate King Roger, Almost no one has been there. No one knows what is there, and those who knew all died. Roger was the only one who has been to Raftel, but he is already dead. However, thinking about Raftel is easier said than done. At least those things need to be obtained. The Chinese Empire is only interested in devil fruits. Perhaps the source of the devil fruits lies in Raftel. What do you mean? The Chinese Empire might be from Raftel. If explained this way, it would explain why they have such powerful strength. The devil fruits have been circulating in the sea for so long. I don't think they are naturally formed. I always feel like someone intentionally threw them out for people to eat. If your inference is true, then this news must be kept under wraps. Sengoku gasped in shock, feeling a chill run down his spine upon hearing Aokiji's inference. All along, Sengoku has relied on the power of devil fruits in battles. But one day, if someone told Sengoku that the devil fruits were actually part of a conspiracy, he would go mad. And those behind the scenes have now emerged. How can Sengoku fight? The Chinese Empire is so terrifying. Are those so-called devil fruits all created by you? Sengoku muttered to himself, feeling a chill down his back. If all of this is true, how terrifying must the Chinese Empire be? What kind of power do they possess to produce devil fruits? Sengoku couldn't bear to think further. He was afraid of overthinking and couldn't face the Chinese Empire. Is this true? Akainu was also somewhat surprised to hear this news. Akainu, this is just Aokiji's inference. Until we get concrete evidence, don't jump to conclusions, Kizaru reminded him, seeing that Akainu was developing a fear of the Chinese Empire, which was not good. In fact, Aokiji's inference was wrong. The Chinese Empire was actually something created by the God Card system. However, when faced with such a powerful enemy, the Navy had no choice but to think this way. Only in this way could they feel somewhat better and acknowledge their status as losers. Is it normal for Akainu to be crushed and Kizaru to be injured? This is unusual. Even among the 4 Emperor's pirate crews, no one can harm them. Besides that, I suggest we offer amnesty and give the Chinese Empire a position to see if they're interested. If the Chinese Empire shows interest, all the mysteries will unravel without us having to attack. Suddenly, Aokiji spoke again. This is a good idea. If we can get the Chinese Empire into the Navy, we can manage them. Sengoku, upon hearing this, excitedly slapped the table. The Chinese Empire is strong, but they seem to need devil fruits as well. The Navy headquarters has collected a large number of devil fruits, which could satisfy the Chinese Empire's appetite. Using devil fruits to restrain the Chinese Empire may not be the best option, but it is a feasible path. Sengoku, I think the Chinese Empire is still very dangerous. If we hastily offer amnesty, it could very well destroy the Navy headquarters. At this moment, Akainu said with great seriousness, as he had developed a shadow after his last encounter with Gilgamesh. It is indeed a difficult situation, but we can give it a try. Sengoku nodded, saying earnestly, indeed, the Navy headquarters still needs smart individuals. People like Kizaru and Akainu aren't as quick-witted as Aokiji. Soon the 5 days passed. Sengoku and others waited for the Chinese Empire at Marineford, standing for 3 hours since 8 o'clock without taking a sip of water. The sunlight was glaring, but they had no choice but to stand and wait for the Chinese Empire. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew. Has the Chinese Empire arrived? Who is that, standing on a tornado? A guy with a cane suddenly appeared before everyone. Are you talking to me? Lin Fan calmly looked at the Navy headquarters personnel and said, Me? Who are you? The Chinese Empire has no one like you. Sengoku narrowed his eyes and said seriously. In fact, Sengoku thought the person coming this time might be Gilgamesh or Kaniki Ken. Sengoku had seen Gilgamesh before. He was a dazzling guy with immense strength, and even Sengoku felt he was formidable. However, he did not expect the person to be Accelerator. My name is Accelerator, and I am the combat command instructor of the Chinese Empire, Lin Fan replied. Accelerator? We're looking for Gilgamesh? Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Sengoku showed a look of disappointment. Why did the Chinese Empire send such a minor character? This Accelerator doesn't hold a high position in the Chinese Empire. The 5th king of the Chinese Empire is quite busy and doesn't have much time for this. Such matters are left to the combat command instructors to handle. Anyone who dares to owe a debt to the Chinese Empire and not repay it will not be spared, even by the combat command instructors. At this moment, Lin Fan coldly said, his eyes filled with a chilling intent. One punctuality, you despicable guy. Is everyone in the Chinese Empire such arrogant and rude people? The Warring States was almost furious upon hearing Lin Fan's words. Listen, Navy, I advise you to hand over the 20 devil fruits quickly, or else I won't spare you. At this point, Lin Fan's patience was running out, and he shouted loudly. Just a battle command instructor, and you're acting so wildly. Who exactly are you in the Chinese Empire? And what is your purpose for coming to this world? At this moment, Sengoku expressed his doubts. The Navy headquarters knew too little about the Chinese Empire. Therefore, Sengoku did not dare to act rashly, as everything he did would affect the entire ocean and the Navy headquarters. I'm very sorry, but these are secrets of the Chinese Empire, and I have no right to disclose them. What about the devil fruits? If I can't see the devil fruits any longer, am I supposed to tear these two guys apart and throw them into the sea to feed the sharks? Lin Fan had reached his limit. The Navy headquarters seemed to want to do something that made Lin Fan furious. Combat Command Instructor, do you want to join the Navy? As long as you join the Navy, I can provide many devil fruits. Huh, I have no interest in joining the Navy. Old man, hurry up and hand over the devil fruits. Lin Fan was not buying Sengoku's line about joining the Navy. It was simply a fantasy. Sengoku shook his head helplessly. The Chinese Empire was too mysterious and difficult to deal with. If a conflict arose with the Chinese Empire, now, Gilgamesh might come out, and Kaniki, Ken might also rush out, making the situation uncontrollable. According to Sengoku's understanding, the Chinese Empire at least had one king, one combat scout, and one combat command instructor. Furthermore, the strength of the king and the combat scout was quite terrifying. Additionally, the combat scout of the Chinese Empire could even injure a Navy admiral. If they acted rashly, the Navy headquarters could suffer tremendous losses. Therefore, Sengoku decided to compromise with Lin Fan. I can give you 20 devil fruits, but you must guarantee that no one else will know about this, Sengoku said with a not-so-good expression. The Navy headquarters could not let this matter leak out. If pirates found out, the image the Navy headquarters had built would be greatly diminished, and the Navy's authority would be completely lost, making pirates even more rampant on this ocean. Lin Fan nodded and smiled. Of course, I promise you. 20 devil fruits were a considerable income. Moreover, Lin Fan could also get a regular card. Why not? Subsequently, Sengoku sent someone to deliver 20 fruits. These 20 devil fruits were packed in a box, and after Lin Fan saw the devil fruits, he returned Magellan and Shiryu of the Rain to the Navy. After that, Lin Fan opened the box to check and found it was filled with Logia and Paramecia devil fruits. Sengoku didn't trick him this time. Perhaps the Chinese Empire left a deep impression on him, making him dare not deceive Lin Fan anymore. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the debt collection task and successfully obtaining a regular card. Please check the regular card. Genki Yagyu. At this moment, the system's prompt sound appeared. Ginmu Kenpachi, captain of the 11th Division of the Godai 13, the 11th Kenpachi, with a fierce appearance, unable to sense spiritual power, ties his long hair into small bundles, each with a small bell that senses spiritual power. His spiritual pressure is extremely terrifying, making him one of the heavyweight soul reapers. Extremely radical and a battle maniac, a killer. This is actually this guy. When Lin Fan saw Ginmu Kenpachi's card, he was taken aback. Ginmu Kenpachi's spiritual pressure is very frightening. He is the only captain among the 13 who has never been part of squad. Even the Central 46 Chambers fear his unrestrained personality, which shows how terrifying he is. Ginmu Kenpachi is a battle maniac, and if Lin Fan used this card, he would probably turn into a battle maniac himself. Very perfect. Navy, remember the name of the Chinese Empire. Soon, the Chinese Empire will resonate across the sea. Lin Fan grinned and said happily. After saying that, Lin Fan summoned a huge tornado and disappeared before everyone's eyes. The Chinese Empire is really terrifying. Aokiji, do you think the Chinese Empire is related to Raftel? Looking at Lin Fan, who was leaving, Sengoku's pupils tightened, and he gasped. It's hard to judge. The actions of the Chinese Empire make it impossible to determine. Aokiji shook his head and, after pondering for a moment, slowly spoke. Originally, if the Chinese Empire really came from Raftel, they should have no reason to refuse to join the Navy, since the Navy possesses a large number of devil fruits, which would allow the Chinese Empire to better collect devil fruits. But the result is that the Chinese Empire rejects joining the Navy while disregarding the devil fruits. Therefore, Aokiji denied that speculation. Seeing Lin Fan's performance, Aokiji realized he was wrong. The Chinese Empire seems to be more mysterious, terrifying, and with unknown intentions than he imagined. On the other side, in the New World Sea, have you heard? Recently, a terrifying force has appeared in the sea called the Chinese Empire. I heard that the Chinese Empire has even clashed with the Navy, and one of the vice admirals has died. Shut up. You don't know what you're talking about. I know how strong the vice admirals are. It's true, why would I lie to you? Sakazuki lost and almost got killed by the 5th king of the Chinese Empire, and there were witnesses at Sabeti Archipelago. So brutal? What exactly is this Chinese Empire? I don't know, The Chinese Empire is too mysterious. No one knows their origins, only that they seem to care a lot about devil fruits. In the New World Sea, the Chinese Empire has become a topic of conversation among pirates, and more people are starting to learn about the Chinese Empire. Among these pirates, a blind man suddenly appeared. To be precise, this person's strength could rival a Navy admiral, as his true identity is Fujitora Isho. Fujitora Isho was supposed to become an admiral through world conscription after the Marineford War, but now he's attracted to the Chinese Empire. With the ability to manipulate meteorites and control gravity, he could easily defeat the 7 warlords. However, he has a sense of justice in his heart and wants to eliminate harm for the people. "Excuse me, where can I find a Chinese Empire?" Fujitora Isho politely approached. "You're blind. Hey, what do you want with the Chinese Empire? Are you looking for death?" The Chinese Empire is not something a blind man like you can seek. Even the Navy headquarters can't deal with them. "Why do you want to find a Chinese Empire?" Several pirates laughed scornfully, truly looking down on Fujitora Isho. "My old eyes have chosen to close themselves because I cannot stand the evils of the world. But such great evils appearing in the sea, I cannot ignore." Fujitora Isho then said excitedly, "What nonsense! The Chinese Empire is my prey. You are not allowed to touch it, do you hear me?" At that moment, a tall and sturdy man appeared. He had long black hair, horns on his head, a long beard, a scaly tattoo on his left arm, and was bare-chested, exuding a terrifying aura, resembling an ancient demon god. This is Kaido, the strongest creature in the world from land, sea, and air. The 4 Emperors Kaido. Why is he here? Damn, it's actually Kaido. Everyone run. We are no match for him. If it's Kaido, we have no way out. Kaido, please spare us. We mean you no harm. The pirates were terrified upon seeing Kaido, wetting themselves in fear. This monster cannot be defeated by human strength because he is immortal. This evil power is sin itself. Don't be afraid, I'll hold him off. Huh. At that moment, Fujitora stood up bravely with a smile and drew his sword. The blade suddenly created a deep pit in the ground. Gravity suppression. Crack. Fujitora drew his sword. The samurai sword increased the gravity, causing the heavy air to descend. And an unimaginable heaviness appeared before Kaido, making the ground beneath him collapse instantly. Crack. Kaido himself sank into the ground due to this force. Suddenly, Kaido's eyes tightened, excitedly asking, "Can you kill me with this powerful force?" The only ones who could injure Kaido are Whitebeard, Red-Haired Shanks, and Big Mom. But now, Kaido sensed something new. This blind swordsman seems to possess that kind of power. Crack, crack, crack. Fujitora's sword descended again, and the gravity he exerted became even stronger. The ground began to crack. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters, and Kaido kept sinking, while Fujitora's gravity increased. But Kaido stood there as if nothing had happened, his breath steady. He was simply sinking. His body was not injured. What a monstrous body. In the end, even Fujitora couldn't help but marvel. The power of gravity suppression that Fujitora had unleashed was at its strongest, yet it had no effect on Kaido, not even injuring him. But if this power were used on an ordinary person, they would be dead beyond measure. Those pirates had already fled in disarray. The battle between Fujitora and Kaido was not something they could participate in. If they didn't run, any collateral damage would mean certain death. Haha, this power is not bad. Come on, hit me harder. I haven't felt this good in a long time. Kaido's monstrous body finally felt something. Fujitora's attack brought him pleasure, which was rare. So Kaido couldn't wait for Fujitora to continue hitting him, to hit him hard. Boom! Unfortunately, Fujitora sheathed his sword and looked at Kaido, saying calmly, "My purpose has been achieved. I have no reason to continue fighting you." Fujitora fought Kaido for the sake of those pirates. He couldn't bear to see them killed by Kaido. But now that the pirates had escaped, Fujitora had no reason to continue fighting Kaido. Kaido's perverse defensive power was essentially equivalent to being immortal, and Fujitora realized this, so he didn't want to fight anymore. Huh, you can't leave. I'm not done yet. Kaido roared angrily. However, he was still crouching in the deep pit. Fujitora used the power of gravity to pin Kaido down. It would take Kaido a long time to climb up. During that time, Fujitora had already successfully escaped. Kaido, not hearing Fujitora's response, began to feel angry. Rumbling. The ground was crazily smashed by Kaido, with countless huge chunks of earth falling into the ground. Kaido's monstrous physique treated the pit as a battlefield, smashing wildly. After more than 10 minutes, a giant climbed out of the ground, heavily injured but quickly healed. But the most astonishing thing was the land itself. It had been leveled by Kaido. He had expanded the pit several times, turning a small pit into a large one. This fighting power is astounding. No, I need to go to the Chinese Empire for a fight. Although that guy's good, he's still too far from the Chinese Empire. My interest is in destruction. Kaido's eyes sparkled with excitement. From now on, Kaido had set his sights on the Chinese Empire. Ding dong. At this moment, far away, Lin Fan heard the system's prompt. Ding dong. The host has triggered the task, Sea Overlord. Task prompt. The Sea Overlord Kaido has ignited a strong fighting spirit towards the host and will launch an attack on the Chinese Empire, seriously affecting the prestige of the Chinese Empire. The host, as the sixth king of the Chinese Empire, the king of killers, is tasked with educating Kaido, making him understand that the cost of provoking the Chinese Empire is extremely high. Task time limit, none. Task punishment, none. Task reward, golden lottery. At this moment, the system's prompt sounded, offering a chance for a golden lottery draw, igniting Lin Fan's fighting spirit. Kaido, huh? Then let's go with Kenpachi Zaraki. Compared to this monster, Kaido is nothing. This mission, I want to enter the new world. It seems I have to find that guy. With the emergence of the task of becoming the Sea Overlord, Lin Fan had no choice but to enter the new world. Marineford is the naval G1 branch, located in the central position of the Grand Line, adjacent to the Sabeti Archipelago, the Red Line, and the Holy Land, Mariejois. The Kaido pirates are in the new world, so Lin Fan has to go there to deal with him. There are many ways to enter the new world. Two of the more common methods are to cross the Holy Land, Mariejois, at the peak of the Red Line, or to wrap the ship in Yarkaman tree resin, dive 10,000 meters, and pass through the big hole beneath the Red Line, reaching the new world via the undersea route to Fishman Island. However, due to the relationship with the Chinese Empire, Lin Fan appearing at the Holy Land Mariejois would cause a lot of trouble. He is not allowed to pass through there. The Celestial Dragon's hatred for the Chinese Empire has reached its peak, and if Lin Fan wanted to rush through Mariejois, he might have to kill everyone there, which is too troublesome. So Lin Fan decided to use the second method. He would dive 10,000 meters and go to the Sabeti Archipelago to find the Dark King Rayleigh to get a boat. Although Lin Fan had been to the Sabeti Archipelago before, that time was to kill the Celestial Dragons. This time he planned to disguise himself. Speaking of which, the Sabeti Archipelago is quite a fun place. Colorful bubbles continuously rise from the ground, decorating the entire island into a stunning pattern, like a dreamlike wonderland, breathtakingly beautiful. There's also a giant tree on the island, and the view from that tree is quite nice, making it worth Lin Fan's visit. Last time, Lin Fan didn't have the chance to see the scenery of the Sabeti Archipelago, but now the opportunity has come. However, before that, Lin Fan needed to prepare a ship. Otherwise, that old drunkard Rayleigh wouldn't just give him a boat. 6 days later, Lin Fan appeared again, this time with his natural appearance. The people of the Chinese Empire are very flamboyant. Gilgamesh has golden hair, Kaniki Ken and Accelerator have white hair, and only Lin Fan has black hair. Going out with golden or white hair would definitely get him noticed, so Lin Fan planned to appear with black hair. Lin Fan's bounty poster was unclear, somewhat obscured, as if a mist covered his face. With a little makeup, he managed to pass. This was also due to the Warring States not understanding Lin Fan's strength, which resulted in the bounty poster. If they had figured it out, Lin Fan's disguise wouldn't have worked. At this moment, on island number 13, the streets were crowded. Due to Lin Fan's influence, the Celestial Dragons seemed to have given up their residence rights in the Sabeti Archipelago and collectively moved to the Holy Land, Mariejois. Thus, business in the Sabeti Archipelago improved, and many fashionable women and pirates could be seen strutting down the street without a care. Lin Fan walked forward, searching for a bar. The bar is located at number 13 in the Shambati Islands, called Shaki's Bar. However, Lin Fan searched for a long time without finding it. Just as he was about to give up, he suddenly saw a woman. To be precise, it was a woman smoking. Shaki? After seeing her, Lin Fan was stunned for 2 seconds. She was the owner of Shaki's Bar that Lin Fan was looking for. Shaki had been living with Rayleigh, and their relationship could be described as that of a couple, although Rayleigh had never acknowledged Shaki. However, to Lin Fan, this was no longer important. They were a couple. I will follow her. Lin Fan's eyes lit up with excitement. Although he hadn't found Shaki's bar, he had found Shaki, and by following her, he could discover the bar. Lin Fan followed Shaki for more than 10 minutes when, for some reason, her pace suddenly slowed down. Lin Fan quickly hid in a corner. You've been following me for over 10 minutes. What do you want? Shaki suddenly stopped and spoke loudly. Has my presence been exposed? Lin Fan had no choice but to come out of hiding and said to Shaki, don't worry, I mean you no harm. I just want to find Rayleigh. Rayleigh? Shaki shook her head, pretending not to know. She had heard Lin Fan's words and was not concerned about his intentions. But one thing was certain. She would not reveal Rayleigh's whereabouts to him. You really don't know him? Upon hearing Shaki's provoking words, Lin Fan became a bit angry. If you don't know him, then why are you asking so much? I have to go to work now. If you came for Rayleigh, you can look elsewhere. I don't know this guy at all. Shaki's tone became somewhat fierce, and she seemed very annoyed by Lin Fan's persistence. Going to work? I just want to have a drink. Take me to the bar. Hearing Shaki's words, Lin Fan's eyes turned, and he said deliberately, Rayleigh was a heavy drinker. Besides working on the boat, he had no other way of living. Rather than saying Shaki opened the bar to make money, it was more accurate to say she opened it for Rayleigh to drink. After all, Rayleigh could drink a lot, and the alcohol in Shaki's bar had been consumed by him. There are many bars in Area 13. Why are you bothering me? Shaki remained wary and asked cautiously. Because you smell like alcohol. All right, enough talk. I really want to have a drink. Lin Fan said helplessly, taking out some berries and handing them to Shaki. Although Shaki initially didn't want to take Lin Fan to her bar, after he kept stuffing her with berries, she reluctantly agreed to lead him there. Shaki's bar was located in a secluded corner, and without Shaki's guidance, Lin Fan wouldn't have found it. When Lin Fan walked in, he noticed there were very few customers. However, at a nearby table sat an old drunkard with a head full of white hair. Rayleigh's appearance had changed a lot over the decades, and many people wouldn't recognize him. This is why Shaki dared to bring Lin Fan to the bar. Otherwise, even if Lin Fan offered her more money, she wouldn't have taken him to Shaki's bar. What do you want to drink? What's the best drink you have here? Rum, vodka. I'll have 5 bottles of vodka. You want to drink 5 bottles by yourself? That alcohol is quite strong. Shaki was slightly taken aback when she heard Lin Fan's order for 5 bottles of vodka. This drink has a high alcohol content, and drinking too much can get you drunk. Lin Fan shook his head and said to Shaki, the extra drinks are for me to treat him. You want to treat him to a drink? Shaki's eyes widened in surprise. She hadn't disclosed Rayleigh's identity to Lin Fan. So why did you want to treat Rayleigh to a drink? Just as Shaki hesitated, the old drunkard Rayleigh got up and smiled, saying, someone is treating me to a drink. Rayleigh, this guy. Shaki shot Rayleigh a warning look, signaling him to be cautious, but Rayleigh didn't pay much attention. Shaking her head, Shaki went inside to get the drinks. At this moment, only Lin Fan and Rayleigh were left at Xiaqi's bar. Do you like to drink, little brother? Rayleigh glanced at Lin Fan and asked. Yes, I have a great love for alcohol, Dark King Rayleigh. At this moment, Lin Fan was no longer playing coy with Rayleigh. Since Rayleigh had come to talk to him, Lin Fan decided to be open and honest. Do you know me? Rayleigh looked deeply at Lin Fan, incredulously noting how much his appearance had changed. Even comrades from decades ago wouldn't recognize him. However, Lin Fan recognized Rayleigh at a glance, which made Rayleigh wary of him. He began to feel that Lin Fan might not be so simple after all. Of course I know you. I want to ask you to ferry me. My boat is very small and can be easily transported. Why choose me? There are many boatmen in Sabeti Archipelago. Because you are famous. You are the vice captain of the Roger Pirates. If you ferry me, I can promote it everywhere later. Lin Fan shrugged and replied nonchalantly. In reality, Lin Fan wouldn't tell Rayleigh that it was precisely because he knew him so well that he sought him out for the ferry. There were many boatmen in Sabeti Archipelago, but having Rayleigh ferry him would definitely be spectacular. After all, he was the vice captain of the Roger Pirates. I'm sorry, but I don't like you becoming famous this way. It will bring me trouble, and I don't want to ferry you anymore. Please go back. Hearing Lin Fan's words, Rayleigh seemed to lose interest in drinking and began to push Lin Fan away. Wait, what if I said I was from the Chinese Empire? Rayleigh had started to send Lin Fan away, but at this moment, Lin Fan revealed his background to keep Rayleigh from leaving. What? Are you saying you are from the Chinese Empire? Is that true? Rayleigh was stunned, staring blankly at Lin Fan. The Chinese Empire was no weaker than Roger's era. In some aspects, it was even several times stronger than Roger, especially when it came to making the generals of the headquarters too afraid to speak. Such a thing was definitely more impressive than Roger. Lin Fan nodded, but the shock in Rayleigh's eyes seemed to grow even larger. At this moment, Rayleigh's double pupils widened in disbelief as he looked at Lin Fan. The reputation of the Celestial Empire was too large and too loud. During this period, the Celestial Empire had become the focus of the seas. Now, no one was unaware of the Celestial Empire, as their actions were simply too terrifying. Killing celestial dragons in anger, destroying the Holy Land Mariejois, and instantly defeating Akainu. Each of these events seemed unbelievable, like a tale from a fantasy. But now the Celestial Empire had achieved them. Not only had they accomplished this, but they also made the Navy suffer losses everywhere. In the past, who could make the Navy suffer? Even the former Roger couldn't do it, right? Are you really from the Celestial Empire? A look of doubt appeared in Rayleigh's eyes. Lin Fan seemed not to be well known in the Celestial Empire, and Rayleigh didn't remember seeing a bounty for Lin Fan from the Celestial Empire. Of course, I am the Flame Swordsman of the Celestial Empire. As he spoke, Lin Fan took out the Fire Lin Sword. The Fire Lin Sword released a powerful flame, and the scorching heat almost rivaled that of a volcano. Even if you are from the Celestial Empire, I won't help you cross unless you defeat me. Rayleigh, the Dark King, was not one to back down. The reputation of the Celestial Empire was loud, but he was also the vice-captain of the Roger Pirates. How could he submit? All right, since you want to fight, then I'll accompany you for a match. Seeing the determined expression of Dark King Rayleigh, Lin Fan shook his head helplessly. As expected, if he wanted Rayleigh to obediently do something, he still had to use force. Let's go outside to fight. Dark King Rayleigh suddenly smiled. He also loved to fight. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become so strong. Over the years, Rayleigh had been alone on Sabati Archipelago with no opponents, which had frustrated him. But now, meeting Lin Fan meant he could have a fight. Rayleigh, since you want to fight so much, I'll use flowing blade like fire against you, so I don't get defeated. Lin Fan murmured in his heart as he went outside with Rayleigh, knowing that he hadn't yet mastered the power of flowing blade like fire. After all, Lin Fan had not obtained the common card of Yamamoto Genre Sai Shigekuni. Area 13 was still quite large, at least providing a battlefield where Rayleigh didn't have to worry about damaging the bar. Kid, do you have hockey? Rayleigh stood there, holding his sword, and joked. Hockey? Lin Fan shook his head. He didn't need that kind of thing. He only needed the common card. Seeing Lin Fan shake his head, Rayleigh showed a disappointed expression. Clearly, Rayleigh believed that in this world, being a strong person meant having hockey. Without hockey, one couldn't even be considered strong. And Lin Fan's lack of hockey suggested he wasn't a strong person. I'm coming at you now, and if you lose, don't cry. Although Rayleigh showed disappointment, he wouldn't let Lin Fan off easy. At this moment, Rayleigh drew his sword, holding a katana in his hand. After drawing his sword, his entire demeanor changed. A powerful and unmatched aura instantly enveloped Area 13, incredibly strong. Conqueror's Hockey. This is the imposing power. Rayleigh is truly the man standing on the shoulders of the Pirate King. Just by drawing his sword, he can create such an atmosphere. Who? In an instant, Rayleigh approached with his sword drawn, his Conqueror's Hockey mixed with armament hockey, forming a black light. When Rayleigh arrived, he smiled, but in the next moment, his expression suddenly changed. Because Lin Fan made his move. Lin Fan unleashed the flowing blade like fire. In an instant, the air was filled with a scorching wind. Just drawing the flowing blade like fire, without even activating its full power, produced a temperature exceeding 6,000 degrees. This temperature is terrifying just by glancing at it. Rayleigh's back began to sweat. This temperature is somewhat off. Rayleigh trembled, filled with horror. The temperature of the flowing blade like fire made him feel danger. He had fought against users of the fire-type Logia before, but the opponent had never reached such a terrifying high temperature. How does Lin Fan possess such terrifying power? Blazing heavenly fire. However, Lin Fan did not give Rayleigh a moment to breathe. In an instant, Lin Fan began to act. The final release of Flowing Blade Like Fire has been cracked by Lin Fan. The final release of Flowing Blade Like Fire is the Blazing Heavenly Fire, and its initial release is all things in the universe, reduced to ashes, flowing blade like fire. But due to Yamamoto Genre Sai Shigekuni's premature sacrifice, no one knows the final release incantation of Flowing Blade Like Fire. But Lin Fan is different from the day he acquired Flowing Blade Like Fire. He has known its final release incantation. As Lin Fan activated his final release, Flowing Blade Like Fire transformed into a sea of flames. An immensely terrifying spiritual pressure instantly enveloped Rayleigh, making him feel as if a great mountain was pressing down on his shoulders, and then everything in Area 13 changed. At this moment, the air was boiling. The hot, scorching air had burned Rayleigh's hand. What Conqueror's Hockey, Armor Hockey, Observation Hockey, all became nothing in this terrifying high temperature. What kind of flame is this? In that instant, Rayleigh's pupils constricted, and his heart raced. No, I can't stay here. The next moment, Rayleigh shouted in panic. The sea of flames from the flowing blade like fire Bankai would burn everything to ashes. Rayleigh could already feel it. If he didn't quickly leave this sea of flames, he would be completely turned to ash. The next moment, Rayleigh could no longer endure the intense heat and shouted loudly, "Stop, I give up." Rayleigh wasn't foolish. He knew he couldn't beat Lin Fan, and in such a high-temperature environment, he didn't have many lives to spare for Lin Fan. But Lin Fan helplessly said, "Sorry, my power is too strong. I can't control it very well. Just hang in there for a moment. I'll get the hang of it soon." The power of Flowing Blade like Fire Bankai was too strong. Lin Fan couldn't control it for a moment. Upon hearing this, Rayleigh's heart tightened. Are you a monster? You can't even control your power. How strong are you? Lin Fan was too abnormal. His power was so great that he couldn't control it. Fighting him head-on was just asking for a one-on-one with a monster. After the flowing blade like fire Bankai, a sinkhole was burned into Area 13, and everything was dark and smoky, now filled with the pungent smell created by flowing blade like fire. Rayleigh used armor Haki and Conqueror's Haki to defend himself, but he felt uncomfortable all over. He didn't want to experience that sea of flames a second time. It's like entering a world of a furnace, where you're going to be burned to death. It's too painful. At that moment, Xiaoqi had just come out of the bar, feeling a bit hot outside. When she opened the bar's big door, she was startled and exclaimed, "What on earth happened? Why has the ground turned black?" The originally lush green earth had now turned completely charred, and an unimaginable heat was continuously burning the ground, as if she had walked into a world of fire. Xiaoqi didn't dare to step forward. The heat rising from the ground was enough to roast her alive. King of Hell Rayleigh had been using armament Haki to protect himself. The power of flowing blade like fire's Bankai was so strong that Rayleigh was struggling to hold on. This heat was truly terrifying. The temperature from flowing blade like fire's Bankai was about to exceed Rayleigh's limit. At most, Rayleigh could only hold on for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, he would die from the unbearable high temperature. Conqueror's Haki and armament Haki are not invincible, exceeding their limits. Even Rayleigh would die. At this moment, Rayleigh began to shout, "You little brat, are you done yet? If you don't resolve this scorching barrier soon, I'm going to die." Who is that little brat? Hearing Rayleigh's voice, Xiaoqi couldn't help but look into the distance. She saw Lin Fan ahead, holding a scorching long sword that emitted an extremely terrifying heat, which was burning the ground. At this time, Xiaoqi looked at Lin Fan, her eyes shining with brilliance. Rayleigh is no weakling. He is the right-hand man of the Pirate King, a former sea powerhouse. In this world, there are hardly any stronger than him, but now, Rayleigh is being beaten to near death by Lin Fan, which is hard for Xiaoqi to accept. Has Rayleigh's strength diminished just because he is a bit older? Almost done. Don't worry, Rayleigh, I'm starting to get the hang of his power. The flames released an unimaginable high temperature, and the flowing blade, Rohuo Bankai, was difficult to control. However, after Lin Fan's persistent efforts, he had begun to grasp the trick, and in a while, he would be able to the flowing blade, Rohuo Bankai. Of the flowing blade, Rohuo Bankai, you can rest assured now, this fire can't hurt you anymore. Boom! 5 minutes later, as Lin Fan loudly declared that, Rayleigh finally collapsed to the ground. Thank goodness, Lin Fan that damn thing, otherwise Rayleigh might have died. But even with Rayleigh on the ground, he could still feel the heat of the earth. The entire Area 13 was engulfed in flames, and even the soil was hot. What a ferocious fire! Little brat, who exactly are you? After the flowing blade Rohuo flames were, Xiaoqi walked towards Lin Fan, filled with dread. Haha, I'm just a swordsman, right, Uncle Rayleigh? Looking at Xiaoqi, Lin Fan didn't want to explain too much. His identity as a citizen of the Chinese Empire was too conspicuous to mention. Rayleigh nodded and said seriously, "Yes, this guy is just a swordsman. Xiaoqi, go prepare some wine for me. I need to calm my nerves." The flames of flowing blade Ruohuo were truly terrifying. Lin Fan had only been trying to control the flames and hadn't even harmed Rayleigh, yet he nearly killed him. If Lin Fan takes the initiative to attack, Rayleigh might not even withstand a single move and could be taken down by Lin Fan. The people of the Chinese Empire seemed to be all perverts. Rayleigh suddenly felt that the Navy headquarters would have a tough time in the future. "Give me some alcohol too, 2 glasses of vodka. You brat, you still have the mind to drink? Don't you know you almost destroyed this place? Uncle Rayleigh, I'll treat you. Drink whatever you want. That's more like it. When the drinks are finished, I'll chat with you some more." Before long, Rayleigh walked into Summer's bar with Lin Fan, and Summer brought out all the drinks, distributing them to Lin Fan and Rayleigh. Vodka and mixed cocktails were placed on the bar, and Lin Fan and Rayleigh started drinking together. Bang! The vodka and mixed cocktails clinked together as Lin Fan and Rayleigh, these 2 friends of different ages, drank together. But at that moment, Rayleigh looked at Lin Fan with a shocked expression. He never expected that he would lose to a kid. Lin Fan appeared not to have grown up yet, perhaps even not over 20 years old. Even if Rayleigh was getting older, he shouldn't be weak enough to lose to a child, right? This can only show that Lin Fan is quite perverse. He has no pressure in defeating Rayleigh. Haha, I actually lost. Rayleigh took a big gulp of vodka and sighed. In reality, Rayleigh was affected. As one of the strongest swordsmen in this world, his pride was greater than anyone else's. But he lost to a kid, and he felt somewhat unconvinced. "Kid, Are all the monsters in the Chinese Empire like you? After a moment, Rayleigh picked up a glass of wine and said cautiously, "There are only newcomers like me in there." Lin Fan also picked up his drink, took a sip, and calmly replied, "Is the Chinese Empire a gathering place for monsters? People like you are just newcomers?" Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Rayleigh was taken aback, his scalp tingling. Goodness, how perverse is the Chinese Empire? Rayleigh was giving it his all, but he found that he couldn't deal with that blade. The power of flowing blade like fire made his heart race. Just a slight touch would overwhelm him with heat and burn him. If Lin Fan struck with full force, Rayleigh would already be dead. What kind of power is that? Rayleigh curiously asked. When flowing blade like fire appeared, he heard Lin Fan shouting something about blazing heavenly fire, and he wanted to understand this power. That power? Hearing Rayleigh's words, Lin Fan furrowed his brows. It seemed that Rayleigh was not just someone seeking fame, which made him a bit difficult to deal with. If he managed to muddle through, would he give Lin Fan a ride? "This is my Zanpakuto. It's called flowing blade like fire. What you saw just now was the power of flowing blade like fire Shirkai." Hearing Rayleigh's confusion, Lin Fan began to explain. At the same time, Lin Fan took out flowing blade like fire. The blade of flowing blade like fire shimmered with a light, and its ancient power made Rayleigh feel increasingly unfathomable. As a top swordsman, Rayleigh had a unique understanding of blades. However, he began to fear flowing blade like fire because this sword was even more awe-inspiring than the Ghost Cutter. It was rejecting Rayleigh. It despised him. Truly a unique treasure blade. If you defeat me with this blade, I will accept it. After a while, King of the Underworld Rayleigh looked at flowing blade like fire and said with emotion, "This knife is too dangerous. It's better not to get involved." Even if Rayleigh obtained the flowing blade of fire, he would still be devoured by it. "Mr. Rayleigh, I'm sorry. If I could have controlled the flowing blade of fires, you wouldn't have been hurt." In the next moment, Lin Fan apologized to Rayleigh with a hint of regret. "Are you saying that the terrifying power capable of burning the entire world is actually caused by its?" Rayleigh exclaimed upon hearing this. The flowing blade of fire seems to be even more mysterious than he thought. "Yes, Mr. Rayleigh, the power that hurt you is the of the flowing blade of fire. Mr. Rayleigh, when using the flowing blade of fire, it is controlled by spiritual pressure, like this." In the next moment, Lin Fan began to release his spiritual pressure to demonstrate the operation of the flowing blade of fire. In an instant, a terrifying spiritual pressure descended. The immense sense of pressure overwhelmed the entire Shaki's bamboo bar, and something more powerful than Conqueror's Haki appeared. Rayleigh felt a heaviness on his back, as if a mountain was constantly pressing down on Shaki's bamboo bar. All the glasses in the bar began to shake, and Rayleigh's consciousness became increasingly blurred. He seemed unable to withstand Lin Fan's spiritual pressure. Rayleigh was older, and his resilience was poor. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lost to Kizaru. "Mr. Lin Fan, please stop." At a critical moment, Shaki rushed out, shouting in a frantic voice, "This spiritual pressure is truly terrifying." Just now, Xiachi felt like she was about to die. If Lin Fan didn't stop, it wouldn't be long before she would probably report to another world. "I'm sorry, I couldn't control it well." Lin Fan scratched his head awkwardly and said with a bitter smile. Then he withdrew the spiritual pressure. "Was this power what injured me?" After Lin Fan released the spiritual pressure, Rayleigh said, still feeling lingering fear. Remembering that terrifying power from just now, Rayleigh still hadn't recovered. It was a force more frightening than Conqueror's Haki. Lin Fan nodded, not denying it. Although this spiritual pressure was a byproduct of flowing blade like fire and didn't reach the standards of Yamamoto genre Sai Shigekuni, it was already very terrifying for Rayleigh and Xiachi. If Lin Fan released Yamamoto genre Sai Shigekuni's spiritual pressure, they would be in despair. "Well, it seems the Chinese Empire can make a name for itself on the sea. I've helped you cross the boat, and that fulfills a wish." Rayleigh suddenly felt inspired. He missed Roger very much. Roger passed away young and didn't stay on the sea for long, but now, Rayleigh saw Roger's shadow. This young man has more powerful potential than Roger. If it's him, if it's the Empire of China, maybe he can really recreate the glory of Roger's time. "Thank you very much." Hearing Rayleigh's words, Lin Fan quickly expressed his gratitude. Soon, the drink was finished, and after finishing his drink, Rayleigh insisted on going to the ferry. Lin Fan originally wanted to rest for a while, but Rayleigh was very enthusiastic, so Lin Fan had no choice but to take Rayleigh to the ferry. Lin Fan's boat was not large, very small, even smaller than the Sunny, and Rayleigh quickly got it ready. After crossing the ferry, Lin Fan bid farewell to Rayleigh. Although there was some reluctance at the time of parting, Lin Fan still separated from Rayleigh. There is no banquet that does not end, although Lin Fan quite liked Rayleigh. He still had things to do. After wrapping the boat with the resin of the Yalchumen red tree, Lin Fan dived into the sea. Fishman Island is known as the underwater paradise, a dreamy heaven. 10,000 meters underwater is the territory of Fishman Island, where there are all fishmen and mermaids. The total population of Fishman Island is about 5 million, which is not small. Due to the sun tree Eve, sunlight still exists 10,000 meters underwater. And, combined with the bubbles outside, it is almost no different from the blue sky. It's truly spectacular. If I hadn't come here myself, I wouldn't have known the underwater world could be so beautiful. The sun tree Eve acts as the sun underwater, illuminating the fishmen. Fishman Island has also become more beautiful because of the sun tree Eve, making Lin Fan take a few more glances and sigh. At the same time, below Fishman Island, in the center of a giant bubble, there is a circular opening which serves as the entry and exit for Fishman Island. In other words, this place is equivalent to a city gate. To enter Fishman Island, one must first pass through this opening, and to leave Fishman Island, one must also go through this opening. This place is actually guarded by city guards. Vanderdecken has recently been very fond of sending love letters to Princess Shirahoshi. Just this week, I've seen 8 letters. There are 7 days in a week, and he can send out 8 love letters. How diligent is that? King Neptune has instructed us to keep an eye on the entrance and not let Vanderdecken in. Princess Shirahoshi is so young. How can she be in a relationship with him? Yes, why is that guy so obsessed with Princess Shirahoshi? At this time, 2 large fishmen were chatting casually. Vanderdecken is the captain of the flying pirate crew and a descendant of the original Vanderdecken. He is a tiger shark fisherman who admires Princess Shirahoshi and actually discovered that she can control sea kings. He wants to marry Shirahoshi to gain this ability. Moreover, after touching Shirahoshi with his right hand, Vanderdecken has not washed his right hand to pursue her. He is a user of the target fruit, which can accurately target objects he has touched, so he doesn't wash his right hand because he fears that if he does, he won't be able to target Shirahoshi anymore. Vanderdecken often writes love letters to Shirahoshi, which eventually turn into threatening letters. If Shirahoshi doesn't marry Vanderdecken, he will take action against the Ryugu Palace. Therefore, King Neptune has instructed the soldiers to guard the entrance and not let Vanderdecken into the Ryugu Palace. He is now on the blacklist of the Ryugu Palace. What is the outside world like? Inside the Ryugu Palace, on a giant white soft bed, a beautiful mermaid is lying on it. She is Princess Shirahoshi. But she is very young, only a few years old, yet her long tail has already exceeded 4 meters. Princess Shirahoshi looks very much like a mermaid, but her body is longer and larger than that of a normal mermaid. Only when she reaches adulthood will her fishtail split and turn into 2 legs. She yearns for the outside world, holding a picture book that records the world outside. The birds flying in the sky, delicious hot snacks, steaming hot springs, and horse-drawn carriages running on the ground. Princess Shirahoshi's little hands keep flipping through the picture book, looking at things that are not in the Ryugu Palace, revealing a look of longing. She has developed a strong interest in the outside world. Just then, a white envelope shot from the Ryugu Palace and accurately landed on Shirahoshi. I don't want to get married. I'm so young. Shirahoshi saw the letter and tears welled up in her eyes. This was the 8th harassment letter. This week, Shirahoshi received a total of 8 harassment letters from Vanderdecken, all urging her to marry him. If she doesn't marry, Vanderdecken will take action against the Ryugu Palace, disrupting Shirahoshi's life. On the other side, Lin Fan came down and happened to see the city guards. To avoid startling them, Lin Fan concealed his presence. Taking advantage of the 2 guards dozing off, Lin Fan dashed inside. The water resistance in the Ryugu Palace was not great, and Lin Fan shot into the palace like an arrow. However, in doing so, he ended up right in front of Shirahoshi. Lin Fan closed his eyes when he rushed in, and when he opened them, he found himself wrapped in something soft and fluffy. What a cute person. How did you get here? Although Shirahoshi is only a few years old, her chest has developed. Ahem. Ma'am, please mind your words. Sorry, it was not intentional. Lin Fan awkwardly lay in Shirahoshi's arms and got up embarrassedly. However, Shirahoshi's response made Lin Fan collapse. She didn't do anything wrong, right? After stepping out of Shirahoshi's embrace, Lin Fan glared at her. Woo-woo. However, Shirahoshi started crying, her eyes filled with tears. She cried like a pear blossom in the rain, startling Lin Fan. If she cried too hard, it would attract super large sea kings. Don't cry. If you keep crying, I'll eat you. Lin Fan became stern, his tone very fierce. If Shirahoshi continued to cry, it would be terrible. Fortunately, after being scared by Lin Fan, Shirahoshi didn't dare to cry anymore, looking at Lin Fan pitifully and saying, Don't eat me. I'm still small. I'm not enough for you to eat. Hearing Shirahoshi's words, Lin Fan was speechless. With her size, she was still small. Let me ask you, how do you get to the new world? At this moment, Lin Fan seized the key topic and asked, as he did not know how to get to the new world. White Star shook her head and calmly said, I don't know, I want to go out too. Since I was born, I've never left Fishman Island. I've only lived by looking at picture books. You don't know? Then do your father and mother know? Hearing White Star's words, Lin Fan shook his head. It seems that in the future, it would be better to ask White Star less. White Star nodded, knowing that her father Neptune and mother Odoheim must know how to get to the new world, but they just haven't told her how to go. Whoosh! At that moment, a love letter flew in and hit White Star's shoulder just right. This is something brought by Vanderdecken. This letter is the 9th one. This week, Vanderdecken has harassed Baixing 9 times in total. Upon seeing this love letter, Baixing's tears were about to fall again. Woo-woo, woo-woo. Her cries grew louder, and the entire Dragon King's palace began to tremble. The water flow started to become turbulent, as if something terrifying was approaching. Top, top, top. In Baixing's room, many guards rushed over. These individuals are powerful fishmen who protect White Star. King Neptune knows that White Star possesses the powers of Poseidon, so he has sent people to guard her at all times. The fishmen broke in, revealing Lin Fan's whereabouts. If possible, Lin Fan did not want to engage with the fishmen. It wasn't that he couldn't defeat them, but it was unnecessary. Lin Fan couldn't find a reason to fight these fishmen. He just wanted to enter the new world from Fishman Island. Don't cry. I'll help you deal with that guy. Lin Fan promised White Star. Really? You're not lying to me? Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, White Star's eyes sparkled, making her look incredibly cute. Lin Fan nodded. Princess White Star, please don't cry. Your tears will attract the Sea Kings. Princess White Star, are you in danger? No, that did. I just got emotional looking at the picture book, so I cried. You can go back now. A few guards rushed in to check on White Star's safety and began searching the surroundings. Recently, a man named Vanderdecken had been frequently harassing White Star, causing unrest in the Dragon Palace, and no one was having a good time. Lin Fan was hidden under White Star's tail, to be honest. Her tail was soft and warm, making Lin Fan sweat. However, to avoid being discovered by the guards, Lin Fan had to stay hidden. Is that so? Princess White Star, please try to control yourself. After examining the area, the guards didn't find anything unusual and were about to leave. Do you know how to get from Fishman Island to the New World? At that moment, Lin Fan pinched White Star, and she understood, asking question. Princess White Star, please don't put us in a difficult position. If you want to go from Fishman Island to the New World, the king will punish us. That entrance is in the southern part of Fishman Island, and you should not think about it. There are heavy troops stationed there, and you won't be able to get through. The guards, upon hearing White Star's words, responded seriously. King Neptune did not allow White Star to leave the Dragon Palace. It was too dangerous. The power of White Star's Sea King, Poseidon, would attract attention wherever she went. Moreover, if White Star entered the New World and encountered cunning humans, she might never return. If the celestial dragons of the human world saw a high-ranking mermaid like White Star, they might permanently imprison her, and Neptune would not be able to save her in that case. I understand, White Star said, blinking her eyes and nodding. The guards, seeing this expression on White Star's face, slowly left her. However, they would report this matter to Neptune. Any thoughts White Star had would be conveyed to him. As this was arranged by Neptune, he wanted to keep track of White Star's information. After the guards left, Lin Fan crawled out from under White Star. White Star looked at Lin Fan, hopeful, and asked, will you help me solve this trouble? At that moment, the system's notification sound rang out. Ding dong. The host has triggered a side quest to help an injured little girl. The little girl, White Star, is too pitiful at such a young age. She has to face threats from Vanderdecken's gang. How can the host stand by and do nothing? Task prompt. Vanderdecken's gang is rampant, disregarding the law and acting on their own. As a member of the Celestial Empire, the host has the obligation to uphold the prestige of the Celestial Empire and sanction Vanderdecken, making them understand that wrongdoing is unacceptable. Task duration, 3 days. Task reward, Puka Great Red Lotus Ice Wheel. Great Red Lotus Ice Wheel, the strongest ice-type Zanpakuto, with a wide attack range and additional ice damage. In its initial release stage, it can change the color of heaven and earth. When the final release of the Great Red Lotus Ice Wheel occurs, a giant frost dragon will form, with 3 lotus flowers appearing behind it. When 12 ice petals disappear, the final release will become ineffective. At that time, enemies will be frozen to death by the bone-chilling cold of the Great Red Lotus Ice Wheel, and very few can survive its attack. It's actually the Great Red Lotus Ice Wheel, Seeing the puka, Lin Fan was extremely excited. The Great Red Lotus Ice Wheel is the strongest ice-type Zanpakuto. If the strongest fire-type Zanpakuto, flowing blade like fire, combines with the strongest ice-type Zanpakuto, Great Red Lotus Ice Wheel, how powerful would that be? Lin Fan couldn't even imagine it. By now, Vanderdecken was worth Lin Fan's intervention. Lin Fan didn't want meaningless battles. Fighting the soldiers of the Dragon Palace was just a waste of time. However, fighting Vanderdecken could earn Lin Fan the Great Red Lotus Ice Wheel. This gave Lin Fan a reason to engage in combat with Vanderdecken. Doing meaningless things is a waste of time, which is also why Lin Fan didn't want to reveal himself. Leave it to me. I'll help you take him down, and then you can throw him into the prison. That way, it'll be settled once and for all. But I heard that your Dragon Palace has a place called Sea Forest, which has nice scenery. I'll help you catch him, and you take me to the Sea Forest. How about that? Lin Fan thought of something. The Sea Forest actually has a historical text. Since Lin Fan came to the Dragon Palace, it is also necessary to understand the history of this world. At the very least, that historical text is very likely to record the lost 100 years. Okay, I agree, but what is so great about the Sea Forest? There are no birds, no flowers, just cold seawater and dark stone tablets. It's so boring. Lin Fan didn't expect that White Star would agree without a second thought, leaving him feeling quite awkward. Come on, that dark stone tablet is a historical text, okay? It records the history of the lost 100 years. Shaking his head, Lin Fan estimated that White Star probably couldn't understand the historical text, which is why she didn't realize the importance of the Sea Forest. However, if Lin Fan wanted to get into the Sea Forest, he still had to rely on White Star. That place is heavily guarded, and it wouldn't be easy for Lin Fan to sneak in. But if White Star took him in, it would be much easier. White Star, you act as bait tomorrow. Pretend to go shopping outside to attract his attention, and then I'll find an opportunity to help you take him down. But my father doesn't allow me to go shopping. If I were to go shopping, the Sabeti Archipelago would be the best place. But my father only allows me to move around the Dragon Palace and doesn't let me go to the Sabeti Archipelago. Who said you have to go to the Sabeti Archipelago? As long as you stay away from the Dragon Palace, that guy will fall for it. When Lin Fan heard White Star wanted to go to the Sabeti Archipelago, he almost spat blood. How naive can this person be? The Sabeti Archipelago is the territory of the Celestial Dragons. Although most of those Celestial Dragons have moved to the Holy Land, Mariejois. If White Star appeared in the Sabeti Archipelago, Lin Fan was sure she would be captured. Oh, I see. Wait a minute. Remember this. Don't tell your father and mother about my existence, or I want to help you. I understand. I want to tell my father. Hearing Lin Fan's words, White Star smiled innocently, looking quite happy. Lin Fan felt quite helpless about this. White Star's innocence greatly exceeded his expectations. It was too easy to fool a child. There was no challenge at all. The next day, news of White Star going out shopping spread throughout Fishman Island. Just yesterday, when White Star told Neptune she was going out, Neptune made sure all the fishmen knew about it, so they could supervise her. Moreover, Neptune also assigned a large number of soldiers to protect her safety. However, this caused a heated discussion. Hey, did you hear? Princess White Star is going to Fishman Street to shop. Fishman Street? Isn't that the dirtiest, most chaotic, and most dangerous place on Fishman Island? How could Princess White Star go to such a place to shop? What's so good about that place? You don't understand. Princess White Star has been locked up in the Dragon Palace for so long that she hasn't been out at all. King Neptune is afraid she'll become foolish for being cooped up, so he letting her go out to have some fun. Will Princess White Star become foolish if she locked up for too long? Then how about I lock you up for 10 days and see what happens? No way. I'm afraid I'll become foolish. In reality, White Star's innocence was also due to her lack of contact with the outside world. If she had more exposure, perhaps she wouldn't be so naive. Meanwhile, outside the Dragon Palace, White Star was surrounded by layers of guards, with the three princes, Shark Star, Royal Star, and Flip Star, staying close to her, afraid she would come harm. Brother, why are you all so close to me? I can't breathe. How am I supposed to shop like this? White Star, you mustn't be careless. This is for your own good. Hang in there, White Star. After some time, once we catch that criminal, you'll be safe. Shark Star and Royal Star helplessly explained. They didn't want to be so close to White Star either. But if they didn't stay this close, White Star could be taken away. At that moment, in the darkness, a pair of eyes were watching White Star. The owner of those eyes was Lin Fan, who concealed his presence and followed closely behind White Star. As soon as Vanderdecken made any move, Lin Fan would strike. Just then, a series of sharp swords came slicing through the waves toward White Star. The swords darted through the seawater without any resistance from it. Clang, clang, clang. Enemy attack. Everyone be on guard. Protect Princess White Star. We must not let anything happen to her. The third prince raised his weapon to block. These swords were clearly aimed at Princess White Star. If anything went wrong, she would be in danger. Whoosh! Just as the third prince left White Star's side, a huge suction cup flew over, directly grabbing White Star, who didn't even have time to scream for help before being pulled away. Thus, Princess White Star disappeared from the sight of the third prince. The third prince and the naval guards were still foolishly on alert for the enemy, completely unaware that White Star had been taken. Haha, the third prince? I see him as the third fool. With just a little trick, I captured White Star. This is all thanks to your target fruit. If it weren't for the target fruit, we wouldn't have been able to capture Princess White Star so easily. Haha, if we can take away the power of Poseidon from her, I wonder what kind of powerful force we would obtain. Vander Decken laughed coldly. He didn't actually like White Star, but rather valued her ability to control the giant sea kings. If Vander Decken could strip that ability from White Star, he could dominate the seas. At that moment, White Star began to cry again. White Star, didn't I tell you not to cry? If you cry, it will be very troublesome. Who is it? Vander Decken suddenly heard a man's voice. His expression changed drastically, shocked. This place is his territory, but who dares to invade so boldly? Shut up. In front of the Celestial Empire, wild dogs have no right to bark. You actually dare to call me a wild dog? Vander Decken's eyes widened and shook. Big brother, Bai Xing exclaimed with joy upon seeing Lin Fan. Her mood greatly improved. She had just been captured by Vander Decken's fire group and was terrified. But seeing Lin Fan suddenly appear, she felt much better and was no longer so afraid. When Lin Fan appeared, he held a fiery red long knife tightly in his hand, and Vander Decken looked at the fiery blade with immense apprehension. The blade, like flowing fire, burned fiercely in the seawater, emitting a heat that boiled the water. Vander Decken sensed danger as he looked at the flowing blade. Act fast, take him down, kill him first, and talk later. Vander Decken felt something was off and spoke in a cold tone. Whoosh! In an instant, Lin Fan transformed into a streak of light, appearing before Vander Decken, coldly saying, "Do you want to kill me?" This speed, Vander Decken exclaimed in astonishment, his heart racing. Lin Fan's speed was simply too fast. I heard you're planning to kidnap Bai Xing. In the next moment, Lin Fan closed the distance to Vander Decken, placing the flowing blade against him, coldly stating, "What do you want to do?" Vander Decken's pupils constricted in fear. He felt a chill running down his back. Lin Fan's power made him very uncomfortable. As a fisherman, Lin Fan's strength had an overwhelming advantage. Fisherman martial arts, water heart, school of sharks. Suddenly, Hody Jones launched an attack, grabbing the seawater with both hands and throwing it out, transforming the thrown seawater into a swarm of sharks that lunged at Lin Fan. The sharks opened their massive jaws, revealing sharp fangs, and lunged at Lin Fan with great ferocity. A chilling aura emanated from these sharks, sending shivers down one's spine. Hody Jones launched his attack. Looking at Lin Fan and Vander Decken, he wickedly laughed. Haha, Princess Shirahoshi is mine. Vander Decken, you and this human will die together. Hody Jones, you want to kill me and use your ultimate move against me? Vander Decken shouted, realizing the danger. Hody Jones seemed to have taken an EX drug, making him several times stronger than usual. His Fishman karate was also several times more powerful. You fool. Do you really think I want to share Princess Shirahoshi with you? You idiot. I took the EX drug because I was afraid I couldn't kill you. Go to hell. Vander Decken laughed joyfully, his Fishman karate more ferocious than ever. If he hit Lin Fan would undoubtedly die. Woo-woo. Princess Shirahoshi saw this, and even shed tears of sorrow. Although her crying would attract massive sea kings, Vander Decken showed no intention of stopping. He wanted to seize the opportunity to harness Shirahoshi's power. In front of the Chinese Empire, do you really dare to act recklessly with your little power? Lin Fan looked at Vander Decken with disdain and scoffed. The Chinese Empire? Vander Decken's expression changed, slightly startled. The Chinese Empire was very famous at sea. Could the humans standing before him be from the Chinese Empire? All things in nature turned to ashes, flowing blade like fire. In the next moment, Lin Fan began to unleash the flowing blade like fire. Lin Fan gently raised the flowing blade like fire, and the flames instantly surged, engulfing the ocean in a moment. The shark swarm was instantly destroyed by the flames, turning into a cloud of black smoke. In front of the flowing blade like fire, any attack from Vander Decken was insignificant. Lin Fan didn't even need to use his Bankai to make Vander Decken lose his way. Boom! In that moment, the flowing blade was like fire, igniting the entire world. Everywhere was a sea of flames, with fiery light flowing, evaporating the seawater, which continuously emitted steam. The temperature of the entire underwater world rose instantly. What kind of power was this flame? The moment Lin Fan unleashed the flowing blade like fire, Vanderdecken's expression changed dramatically, and his body involuntarily retreated. The flame filled Vanderdecken with fear and made him want to retreat. It was truly terrifying. With just one strike, it burned the sea, evaporating the water with its flames. This power could be called the power of the fire god. You want to kill me? Have you asked about the knife in my hand? Since you want to kill me, I will use the power of the flame swordsman to take you down. Lin Fan was filled with killing intent, and Vanderdecken's sneak attack from behind completely enraged him. The residual fire greatsword, Namo, fire trillion death burial formation. In the next moment, the flowing blade like fire began to flicker with a red glow. Boom! Suddenly, it was as if Lin Fan was wrapped in fighting spirit. Flames burning around him, with blazing sunlight appearing like a sun on his body. At this moment, Lin Fan's spiritual pressure transformed into 15 million degrees of intense flame, enveloping him and forming a blazing battle armor. The seawater continued to evaporate, and the entire Dragon King Palace began to radiate heat 100-fold, 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold hotter than before. Now, even the seawater they breathed was hot. What a terrifying power. The seawater has become hot. Vanderdecken stood frozen in place, gazing at this terrifying heat, filled with immense dread. Behind him, a chill kept rushing in, and the flames displayed by the flowing blade like fire made it hard for him to breathe the air in the seawater. Crack! At this moment, the flowing blade like fire was plunged into the ground by Lin Fan, and the high temperature of the Zanpakuto began to awaken the ashes of the powerful beings who had died under the blade in the past. Whoosh! The seabed transformed into a purgatory, and one giant hand after another crawled out from the depths of the sea, powerful skulls appearing one after another before Vanderdecken. In an instant, Vanderdecken was engulfed by the army of skeletons, the black, deathly skeletons reaching out their hellish hands towards him. The dark army of death continuously surged towards Vanderdecken, and he felt himself trapped in an endless hell. In just a moment, he was overwhelmed by the deathly skeletons. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of helping the injured little girl and successfully obtaining a puka. Please check the puka. Great Red Lotus Ice Wheel. As Vanderdecken was engulfed by the army of skeletons, the system notification sound happened to ring in Lin Fan's mind. Meanwhile, in the Dragon King's palace. What's going on? Why has the Dragon King's palace become so scorching? In the sea, it seems that flames have appeared. Those flames are burning, and I can feel it. This power of fire can destroy everything. The temperature of the flames can make the seawater evaporate. How is that possible? What kind of fire can evaporate seawater? Your Majesty, I suggest sending troops to investigate immediately. The Dragon King's palace shouldn't have such terrifying flames for no reason. This fire is extremely frightening. It has already begun to affect the Dragon King's palace. Sitting on the throne was Neptune, showing a shocked expression. This was the first time he encountered such a bizarre occurrence. He had been in the Dragon King's palace for so long and had never seen the seawater become so scorching. Things have become difficult. Those terrifying flames can make anyone shudder with fear upon the slightest contact. The Dragon Palace has begun to emit a terrifying high temperature, leaving everyone astonished. What on earth is happening? The key issue is that Neptune has no idea what is going on in the Dragon Palace. Calm down. This could be the wrath of the sea god. No one can change the temperature of the sea. Perhaps some careless fellow has angered the sea god. Everyone should stay alert and maintain contact with the Whitebeard pirates. We are under their protection. Neptune didn't want to investigate this matter. He was scared, so he casually made up a reason. The Dragon Palace cannot handle such a formidable opponent, and Neptune wants the Whitebeard pirates to solve this problem. But he couldn't say it out loud, so he instructed everyone to contact the Whitebeard pirates. Neptune wants the Whitebeard pirates to know about this, like a child reporting to a parent. However, Neptune's approach was very poor. From the moment he started speaking, the soldiers of the Dragon Palace knew what he was trying to do. Your Majesty, I think we should go take a look. Although we are under the protection of the Whitebeard pirates, if we do not clarify that powerful force, it will bring great trouble to the Dragon Palace. I would like to request Your Majesty's approval for us to take the investigation team and go gather intelligence. The soldiers of the Dragon Palace insisted on probing for information. The unknown terror is the greatest danger to the Fishman Island. Although the Whitebeard pirates are strong, Neptune has no idea what the situation is. If they cower in the Dragon Palace without investigating anything, Can they really escape this disaster? The opponent is terrifying, and it is necessary for Fishman Island to investigate. Even the soldiers of the Dragon Palace are not afraid of death. Should Neptune still cower? You are right. Perhaps I was wrong. This time, I will go with you. Neptune realized the problem and said decisively, Your Majesty? Your Majesty, let's go instead. The soldiers of the Dragon Palace sensed the danger and tried to dissuade Neptune. But he seemed unwilling to listen. Because Neptune knew that this incident concerned the survival of Fishman Island, he probably couldn't avoid it. 3 hours later, Neptune arrived at the destination with a large number of soldiers, and the scene before them shocked them completely. In the underwater world, within a radius of 1,000 meters, there were traces of fierce flames burning. Even at this moment, those flames had not been extinguished. They burned freely in the seawater, creating a unique landscape, while the seabed was piled high with thousands of bones, forming an extremely horrifying sight. Everyone was stunned. What is this situation? These flames can actually boil the seawater dry? I must be dreaming. Yes, if I'm not dreaming, how could I see such a scene? The faces of the Dragon Palace soldiers turned pale, feeling as if their worldview had been overturned. This scene is too unimaginable. Shirahoshi, where did that girl run off to? Suddenly, Neptune noticed Shirahoshi's presence. She seemed to be laughing amidst the flames, which made Neptune feel helpless. In fact, it was Shirahoshi who had hidden Lin Fan. Vanderdecken and Hody Jones were defeated by Lin Fan, so Shirahoshi was naturally happy. The three princes were still searching for Shirahoshi's whereabouts, and her sudden disappearance made them anxious. Thus, Neptune was still unaware that Shirahoshi had been captured. Shirahoshi, what are you doing over there? Come back quickly. It's very dangerous. Do you understand? Neptune shouted loudly, seeing Shirahoshi standing next to the scorching flames, very worried. Hearing Neptune's words, Shirahoshi hurriedly ran over and said happily, Father, I want to go play in the sea forest. The sea forest? Why would you want to go to that place to play? Neptune paused. Shirahoshi was still young and at the age where she loved to play, so he wasn't surprised by her words. However, the sea forest is somewhat special. It is the starting point of everything in the Dragon Palace. The sea forest has historical monuments that record the origins of Fishman Island. Even for Shirahoshi, Neptune didn't want her to go in there often. What if the historical monuments of the sea forest were damaged? Father, please let me go. At this moment, Shirahoshi began to act cute. All right, I promise you, but you can only go for a little while. Neptune gently patted Shirahoshi's head and said kindly. Shirahoshi nodded and then pointed into the distance. Father, there are 2 big bad guys over there. You should catch them. Big bad guys? Neptune was a bit confused upon hearing Shirahoshi's words. It's them. Neptune looked in the direction Shirahoshi pointed and was startled to see Vanderdecken and Hody Jones lying on the ground like dead fish, their breath weak. Catch them and imprison them. Neptune was overjoyed and ordered his men to capture Vanderdecken and Hody Jones. These 2 were on the blacklist of the Dragon Palace. 3 hours later, Shirahoshi brought Lin Fan into the sea forest. The sea forest was eerie and terrifying. There was nothing inside, only some broken ancient stone tablets. And the writings on these tablets were not from this era. Ding dong. Historical documents detected. Would the host like to analyze? At this moment, Lin Fan heard the voice of the system in his mind. Analysis. Without thinking, Lin Fan directly asked the system to analyze these historical documents, which would help him understand this world. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an ancient document, the Confession of Joy Boy. What is this? Lin Fan was startled when he heard the system's voice. During the blank period of 100 years, Joy Boy made a promise to the mermaid princess, Poseidon, who was also a sea king. However, he was unable to fulfill the promise, so he left a confession letter. But this confession letter is recorded in ancient script, which ordinary people cannot understand. However, this is no longer a problem, as the ancient document has been translated by the system. Your Highness, I did not intend to deceive you. It is just that great changes are happening at sea, the D clan. Your Highness, your power is very strong. But the D clan, Your Highness, Joy Boy may not be able to fulfill the promise with you. The D clan is becoming stronger and stronger, and one day, the D clan will threaten the entire human world. Your Highness, please forgive Joy Boy. The power of the D clan exceeds human imagination, and Joy Boy cannot go to the seabed to fulfill that promise with you. The D clan? Seeing this ancient history, Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. What is the relationship between the D clan and Joy Boy? After looking at the historical document, Lin Fan had a rough understanding. Joy Boy had a promise with the first-generation mermaid princess. Although Joy Boy did not specify what that promise was, Lin Fan guessed that it was actually a romantic promise. Only a romantic promise will be taken so seriously by Joy Boy Otherwise, if it were another kind of promise, Joy Boy would simply break it without needing to apologize. However, the D-Clan seemed to be very troublesome. Joy Boy was delayed and even broke the romantic promise with the mermaid princess. What exactly happened during that 100-year gap in history? What caused Joy Boy to abandon the mermaid princess? This is really interesting. Just by seeing this, I cannot deduce that period of history. I can only know what happened by finding more historical documents. There are too few historical documents in the Sea Forest, and Lin Fan does not know what happened during that 100 years. It seems that to know the history of the missing 100 years, Lin Fan has to collect all the historical documents. White Star, I'm leaving. Take care of yourself and don't do anything foolish. Lin Fan, having learned about the history of the Sea Forest, said goodbye to White Star. Big brother, can't you stay and accompany me? White Star's eyes filled with sad tears when she heard Lin Fan was leaving. In these past few days, she had started to like Lin Fan a little. Shaking his head, Lin Fan left. White Star might be very sad, but Lin Fan could not stay to accompany her. They were not from the same world. Excessive entanglement would only harm each other. After leaving White Star, Lin Fan went alone to the southern part of Fishman Island, passed through, and entered the New World. Meanwhile, at the exit of Fishman Island, there was a majestic island floating in the sky. This island blocks the exit of Fishman Island into the New World. The person standing on this island is the Golden Lion. The Golden Lion once stood at the pinnacle of the world, and he's also the only man who could escape from Impel Down. To break free from Impel Down, the Golden Lion went so far as to sever his own legs, demonstrating his ferocity. Shiki, the Golden Lion, as a user of the float fruit, can make himself or objects float in the air, earning him the nickname Flying Pirate. However, he cannot do this with people. At most, he can lift himself. Ha ha ha. Today, I'll take a rest here and set out to find the Chinese Empire another day. The Golden Lion Shiki wants to enter the Four Seas from Fishman Island, as he has heard that the Chinese Empire comes from the Four Seas, not from the New World. However, at this moment, whirlpools began to appear in the seabed. The whirlpool grew larger and larger. With a loud splash, Lin Fan leaped out from the seabed, water splashing everywhere. Who are you? The Golden Lion's pupils tightened as he looked at this figure that suddenly emerged from the depths, asking in a deep voice. He suddenly realized that this newcomer exuded a very powerful heat aura, a strength so great that it made the Golden Lion wary. Me? I am a flame swordsman. Lin Fan fearlessly replied to the Golden Lion. Upon entering this new world, Lin Fan had noticed the Golden Lion's peculiar rooster head and found him quite comical. Flame swordsman, your power is strong. How about joining me? Ha! I am someone who aims to conquer this world. Joining me would be a good deal for you. So think it over. The Golden Lion said arrogantly, his ambitions set on the world. He had never regarded anyone highly, and throughout the sea, other than Roger, he did not bow to anyone. Moreover, the Golden Lion was a hot-headed guy. After learning of Roger's death, he single-handedly attacked the Marine headquarters at Marineford. Unfortunately, he was defeated by Garp and Sengoku and ultimately imprisoned in Impel Down. This guy, if he didn't bring this upon himself, would never have his leg broken. Now the Golden Lion wants to recruit Lin Fan, and if he refuses, the Golden Lion will definitely take action. Who? I don't need to join you. The Flame Swordsman, unmatched in prowess. Wherever my sword points, the world is mine to traverse. Kid, you've angered me. Lin Fan drew the flowing blade of fire, its intense heat instantly igniting the battle spirit of the Golden Lion. In the eyes of the Golden Lion, Lin Fan might have some potential, but he is not qualified to refuse the Golden Lion, because the Golden Lion is a man at the pinnacle of the world, possessing the power to make everything bow down. Roar! Lion, 1,000 cuts of antiquity. In the next moment, the Golden Lion launched an attack. The Golden Lion's feet emitted a golden light. This was a slash. After losing his feet, the Golden Lion desperately honed his legs, turning them into the most powerful weapons. And these slashes were enough to split the sea. Lin Fan saw the Golden Lion slash, his face showing no change, as if the slash was merely a tickle. All things in the universe are ash, flowing blade of fire. Then, Lin Fan slowly recited the incantation for the flowing blade of fire, preparing to unleash its power. The Golden Lion's eyes widened in surprise. What are you doing? Facing such a powerful strike from me. How can you be so calm? Lion, 1,000 cuts of antiquity is definitely not weak. It can split the sea. Such a strong attack would make even ants fear it. But the Golden Lion looked at Lin Fan and saw no trace of fear in him. Boom! In an instant, the flowing blade of fire was unleashed, bursting forth with flames. The heat of the flowing blade of fire made the air stifling. Then, a massive fiery tomb soared into the sky, constantly radiating the scorching aura of flames. Lion, 1,000 cuts of antiquity, was engulfed by the fiery tomb in an instant, burning completely. This flame power is incredibly strong. When the Golden Lion saw Lin Fan easily neutralize the lion's 1,000 cuts, a look of shock appeared on his face. He never expected that Lin Fan could effortlessly take this move. However, at this moment, the scorching power continued to rise, and the temperature in the air began to get hotter and hotter. Flames soared, and a fierce fire burned across the sky, turning it fiery red, like a world of fire. This kid is a bit unusual. Although he is very young, his strength is impressive. The Golden Lion gazed at this astonishing scene, involuntarily stepping back, filled with trepidation. Golden Lion, get out of my way, don't block the path. I have something very important to discuss with Kaido. Lin Fan did not want to engage with the Golden Lion. He needed to complete the task of becoming the ruler of the seas and had no time to fight. You little brat, you don't want to fight me, but want to fight Kaido. Do you think I'm weak? Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, the Golden Lion began to overthink, believing that Lin Fan's indifference meant he thought Kaido was stronger than him. The Golden Lion had a very strong sense of pride and did not think he was inferior to Kaido. Roosterhead, you're really annoying, you know that? Bastard. Don't call me Roosterhead. You've angered me. At this moment, the Golden Lion was furious. He seemed to hate being called by nicknames, just like Buggy. Whoosh! The Golden Lion's anger was soaring, his golden hair waving in the wind, and the two swords at his feet radiated an even brighter golden light. In his eyes, a coldness surged, icy and fierce. Having once bloodied the Navy headquarters at Marineford, how could he fear Lin Fan? Whoosh! A powerful force surged within the Golden Lion. Crack! Crack! In the distance, a massive island that had been standing still began to rise into the air due to the Golden Lion's power. The gigantic island floated and moved towards the Golden Lion, resembling a great mountain, forming a dark cloud that blocked Lin Fan's head, making one feel an overwhelming aura of terror. Such a large island, if it were to crush a person, it wouldn't just be a matter of being smashed to pieces. Is this what you rely on? Lin Fan looked at the gigantic island floating above his head and asked. The ability of the Golden Lion's floating fruit allows him to move mountains. Calling him a mountain-moving sage is not an exaggeration, but his mountains cannot hurt Lin Fan. Do you see? This is the gap between you and me. I'm not a good person. Since you refuse to join me, then you're just a useless piece of trash. A waste like you has no value anymore. The cold light in the Golden Lion's eyes shone as he spoke. Overall, he wasn't very interested in Lin Fan, so Lin Fan could just die. Heh, am I just a tool for you to use in your eyes? Hearing the Golden Lion's words, Lin Fan scoffed. Yes, a useless ant. What qualifications do you have to survive? The Golden Lion disdainfully replied, looking down on Lin Fan, completely disregarding him. Fool, my worth is not for you to judge. Since you like to think of yourself as superior, I will let you see your own virtue. Lin Fan clenched the flowing blade of fire, swung his arm, and in an instant, appeared in front of the Golden Lion. Then, the flowing blade of fire formed a gigantic fireball, like the sun in the sky, gathering terrifying heat. His speed? Lin Fan's lightning-fast speed made the Golden Lion gasp in shock. The rising wave of heat startled him, and his inner world began to fear this terrifying power. This heat wave can burn the Golden Lion alive. Yes, the Golden Lion feels the heat as if it were searing hot lava. Wait, I want to say, we can talk this out. At this moment, the Golden Lion feels death approaching and suddenly changes his tone, trembling in fear. Shut up. However, Lin Fan does not give him a chance. Fire rejection. The searing blade forms a massive fireball, which attacks the Golden Lion at close range with terrifying heat, directly engulfing him. The giant flame ball of fire rejection emits an astonishing power, and the Golden Lion lets out a miserable cry within the fireball. Under the overwhelming force of fire rejection, in just an instant, the Golden Lion is disintegrated, burned, and turned to ash. Phew, until death. The Golden Lion did not realize what he did wrong. Lin Fan unleashed his destructive power so quickly that the Golden Lion couldn't react and was burned to death. All that remained of his body was the lion's head. Crackle. The massive island, stripped of the Golden Lion's power, instantly sank to the bottom of the sea, creating huge ripples. Looking at the giant island sinking into the sea, Lin Fan said expressionlessly, "It's a pity about the Golden Lion's devil fruit." The float fruit is a powerful devil fruit, and this fruit had not yet been fully developed. Lin Fan saw that guy Doflamingo's fruit had awakened, and his devil fruit powers began to affect the surrounding things. But now, With the Golden Lion dead, the fruit was wasted as well. While lamenting the Golden Lion, Lin Fan realized the question, do the devil fruits he collected have any use? So, with curiosity, Lin Fan asked, System, can I eat the devil fruits you asked me to collect? There are more than a dozen devil fruits obtained from Sengoku, including several natural-type devil fruits. It would be a pity to leave them all in the space warehouse. It would be better to take a few out and eat them. Who knows? Lin Fan might awaken a devil fruit ability. Ding dong. The host can consume the devil fruits. However, if the host eats the devil fruits, they may not be able to leave this world and enter the next one. At this moment, the system began to communicate with Lin Fan. What? Unable to leave this world? Lin Fan started to feel confused and didn't quite understand. The host can only gather rare items in this world to accumulate the source power of this world. If the source power is too weak, then the host can only remain in this world. Source power? Is this the same as the method of breaking through the void in Do-Pu-Song-Chion? Lin Fan remembered he had read a novel called Do-Pu-Song-Chion, where the way to become a Do Emperor was to obtain source power. Moreover, once a Do Emperor obtains source power, he has the power to shatter the void and enter other worlds. Yes, the host relies on the devil fruit to gain source power, and currently, the host has collected less than 10% of the source power in this world. If the host eats the devil fruit, the source power will decrease. With insufficient source power, the host cannot break through the void and enter other worlds. Fortunately, you told me in advance. Hearing the system's words, Lin Fan felt a bit scared. These devil fruits were optional for him, but if he couldn't enter the next world, that would be a pity. Since he obtained the God Card system, Lin Fan came to explore various worlds. Staying in the pirate world was too boring. Soon after, Lin Fan left. Shortly after Lin Fan departed, the naval branch arrived, sensing a terrifying power in this sea area, conducting a patrol. Oh my, has this world been destroyed? Even the sea is boiling and the water is scalding. Who on earth is fighting here? Look over there, what's that? This is the hair of the Golden Lion, and it still has a burnt smell. Not good. The Golden Lion has been killed. How terrifying. Even the Golden Lion can be killed. The sea is becoming increasingly unsettled. After entering the scene, they were stunned by what they saw. The rooster head hair of the Golden Lion floated with the seawater, leaving a burnt smell, clearly remnants left after the Golden Lion was defeated and sunk to the seabed. However, this relic of the Golden Lion made this group of naval soldiers tremble all over. What on earth happened to the sea? Why is it becoming more and more restless? Is this related to the Chinese Empire? The news of the Golden Lion spread throughout the sea. Unable to find the murderer, the Navy, out of helplessness, attributed the incident to the Chinese Empire. Thus, the Chinese Empire once again committed a shocking act that stunned the world, slaughtering the Golden Lion. Once this matter spread to the sea, it immediately caused an uproar. The Chinese Empire is now being elevated to an unprecedented height, a height that makes the sea very restless. Meanwhile, in the New World waters, the Beast Pirates, a pirate crew under Kaido, which is over 500 animal-type devil fruit users, has its top officer Jack feeling troubled these days. Their captain Kaido has gone insane and is acting crazily. Kaido shouts daily to challenge the Chinese Empire, making sounds like a wild beast. Jack can't even sleep peacefully, and if this continues, he will go mad. Damn the Chinese Empire. They've driven that lunatic Kaido to madness. That madman is more reckless than ever. At this rate, the Beast Pirates will be wiped out by him. Jack anxiously said that Kaido is sick and has started to turn against the Beast Pirates. If the Beast Pirates can't satisfy Kaido's desires, he won't be able to help but kill, and all of this stems from the Chinese Empire. Kaido wants to experience the taste of death. He craves the feeling of pain and wants to commit suicide. But since the Beast Pirates can't satisfy him, he will lose control and attack indiscriminately. And many people have already died. If the Beast Pirates don't want to perish, they have to deal with this Chinese Empire. Jack hates the Chinese Empire deeply and indignantly said that if it weren't for the Chinese Empire, the Beast Pirates wouldn't be in crisis. Kaido has killed so many people without any pattern, and he is provoked by the Chinese Empire, which frustrates Jack greatly. Therefore, Jack decided to eliminate the Chinese Empire. As long as he takes down the Chinese Empire, the invincible myth of the Chinese Empire will collapse without a fight, and Kaido won't go insane. Are they in the New World or the Four Seas? At this moment, Jack was caught in a dilemma, but he was already at sea. The Chinese Empire had emerged across the Four Seas, and Jack wanted to eliminate the Chinese Empire. Should he go to the New World or the Four Seas? However, Jack didn't expect that Lin Fan was already heading towards Kaido, who wanted to challenge the Chinese Empire, and Lin Fan also wanted to suppress Kaido. 3 days later, Jack encountered a strange man at sea. This man wielded a cold weapon that possessed terrifying power. An eerie chill constantly shimmered, sending shivers down people's spines. The sword was incredibly cold, chilling to the bone, causing Jack's hair to stand on end. Within the sword, it seemed as if an ancient ice dragon lay in slumber, instilling great dread in Jack. Before long, the great red lotus ice wheel began to emit a chilling aura, freezing the sea's surface into ice, leaving Jack stunned and frozen in place. This guy in front of him was very difficult to deal with. Since Lin Fan completed the mission to save Bai Xing, he had begun using the great red lotus ice wheel, wanting to familiarize himself with this new power. To that end, Lin Fan started to recite the initial release incantation of the great red lotus ice wheel. Sit upright in the frost sky, ice wheel. After saying this, the space began to tremble, and the wind over the sea came to a halt. A terrifying pressure descended like a giant mountain, pressing down on the ocean. Boom! This power, the terrifying spiritual pressure, descended from the sky, pressing down on Jack's spine. In an instant, Jack felt a heavy weight beneath his feet, and his body involuntarily wanted to kneel. Under Lin Fan's overwhelming spiritual pressure, even Jack found it hard to stand firm. Jack's heart surged with tumultuous waves. Apart from Kaido, this man before him brought him an extreme sense of panic. Gradually, Jack's face began to turn pale. Lin Fan's spiritual pressure caused him to feel a sense of suffocation. He had never encountered such powerful oppressive force, a power even more domineering than Conqueror's Haki. Why you? Who are you? The next moment, Jack struggled against the pressure and spoke with difficulty. As a high-ranking officer of the Beast Pirates, Jack would not allow himself to kneel. Even if he were to die, he would die standing, just like Whitebeard. Jack had his dignity. I'm looking for Kaido. You're not Kaido. Hearing Jack's words, Lin Fan replied very calmly. Lin Fan was not a meddlesome person. If it weren't for Puka, he wouldn't even bother with that madman Kaido. What a joke. You want to find the captain? Jack was startled by Lin Fan's words. Lin Fan was very dangerous. At least in his perception, Lin Fan was a freak. And a freak wanting to find Kaido could only mean trouble. Yes, I'm looking for Kaido. Please do not block my way, Lin Fan said politely, as he wasn't very keen on fighting Jack. Although Jack seemed just right to test the Great Red Lotus Ice Wheel. Since obtaining the Great Red Lotus Ice Wheel, Lin Fan had not yet drawn his blade. Stop trying to scare me. Do you think I would be afraid of you? I'm very powerful. If you want to find a captain, let's see if you have the ability. Battle intent appeared in Jack's eyes. He would not allow Lin Fan to pass through this sea. Behind Jack was the Beast Pirates. What would happen if Lin Fan entered the Beast Pirates? It would be disastrous if Lin Fan slaughtered the Beast Pirates. Jack looked at Lin Fan's terrifying ice power and felt that if it were Lin Fan, he could indeed accomplish that. Wait a minute. Let's not start fighting yet. Jack was ready to fight Lin Fan, but Lin Fan called out to him. What's wrong? A man like you shouldn't be afraid of battle. Jack squinted his eyes and asked in confusion. He sensed an endless cold aura from Lin Fan. Perhaps Lin Fan's ice power was even stronger than Admiral Kazan's. Jack had the fortune of seeing Kazan once. However, the cold aura around Kazan was not as strong as Lin Fan's. We can fight, but not here. This is the sea. If you fall off the ship, you might die. Lin Fan's eyes flickered as he wanted to change the location for the fight. Jack would not let Lin Fan pass. The power of the Great Red Lotus Ice Wheel was very strong, and if Lin Fan knocked Jack into the sea, it would be easy to kill him. After all, if they fought hard and Jack drowned in just a few moves, it would be no fun. I think you're the one afraid of dying. You're also a devil fruit user, right? Jack looked around at Lin Fan, beginning to speculate about what devil fruit Lin Fan had eaten. Jack remembered that devil fruits had hierarchical relationships. The fruit Kuzan ate should be the strongest of the ice types. But Lin Fan's ice power seemed to be stronger than Kazan's. This is very unreasonable. 20 minutes later, Drought Jack brought Lin Fan to the unnamed island. This island has a very large space for dueling. At that time, Lin Fan's Scarlet Lotus Ice Wheel was exuding a feeling as cold as the depths of hell. This power, Drought Jack couldn't help but change his expression drastically, looking at Lin Fan with immense caution. This man is terrifying. Let's begin. Sitting upright in the frost, the Great Scarlet Lotus Ice Wheel. Once again, Lin Fan initiated the Great Scarlet Lotus Ice Wheel. After the initiation, a tremendous spiritual pressure was instantly released, dominating all around. A bone-chilling cold emanated from the Great Scarlet Lotus Ice Wheel, sweeping outwards and freezing the seawater outside the island into ice. In just an instant, this nameless small island was enveloped by the cold from the Great Scarlet Lotus Ice Wheel, forming an ice wall over 20 meters high on the outside. Even from so far away from the sea, you can still affect that seawater? Drought Jack was startled by the ice wall over 20 meters high. These ice walls trapped Jack. To escape, he had to either defeat Lin Fan or kill him. There was no other way. Crack, crack. At this moment, as the chill emanated, ice crystals began to appear behind Lin Fan. These ice crystals were very beautiful, but undoubtedly, they also possessed great power. In that moment, Drought Jack's pupils tightened suddenly, and he was secretly shocked. Don't engage him in close combat. That power capable of freezing everything is even more domineering than Kazan's. Drought Jack realized that the ice crystals on Lin Fan possessed powerful ice-cold abilities, and if he accidentally touched them, he would be frozen into an ice sculpture. Moreover, Jack had seen Kazan use the ice fruit to freeze the sea. Aren't you going to attack? Then I'll strike first. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed, and he shouted. After speaking, Lin Fan charged forward with the great Scarlet Lotus Ice Wheel. Ice Dragon Whirlwind, Absolute Void. Holding the great Scarlet Lotus Ice Wheel, Lin Fan pointed the tip of the sword, and the temperature at that spot began to drop. The water molecules in the air rapidly formed a gigantic dragon tail. And within just a few seconds, 10 enormous ice dragon tails appeared in the sky. The tails of these ice dragons are extremely magnificent, enveloping the sky and turning it into a world of ice. When Drought Jack witnessed this scene, a look of shock appeared on his face, unable to believe what he was seeing. What kind of power could possibly dominate the sky with 10 tails of ice dragons? At this moment, the great Scarlet Lotus Ice Wheel was freezing the entire sky, and the power of cold ice began to dominate the heavens. The 10 tails of the ice dragons followed Lin Fan, charging towards Jack. So strong, Jack exclaimed with a hint of fear and trepidation. The immense power displayed by Lin Fan was beyond his comprehension. That extreme cold ice power should not belong to this world. But now, there was no time for Jack to think. If he didn't act, he would be turned into ice shavings by the ice dragon's tail. Elephant Fist. The face of the Drought Jack began to contort, his muscles bulging as he unleashed his powerful strength, standing like a war god in the arena. At that moment, Jack's body surged, and in an instant, his aura became as powerful as a golden war god. Then, he swung his fist towards Lin Fan, and the massive fist collided violently with the tail of the ice dragon. Boom! The two powerful forces collided, producing a deafening roar. This punch contained Jack's unmatched immense power, and the 10 tails of the ice dragon were like ancient giants, wildly crushing Jack. In the next moment, Jack and Lin Fan were separated. Jack's powerful body took the hit from Lin Fan's ice dragon tail, and his flesh was frostbitten by the extreme ice power, with hidden injuries beneath the skin, causing a dull pain. The great Scarlet Lotus Ice Wheel was incredibly formidable. After Jack exchanged a punch with Lin Fan, his blood was frozen. If Jack hadn't used his immense strength to shatter the ice, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Does your power come from that knife? Suddenly, Jack seemed to see through Lin Fan and smiled slightly. Although Lin Fan didn't explain it to Jack, he still sensed that every time Lin Fan used his power, he would chant a spell. Although Jack didn't know what the spell represented, he understood that as long as he shattered the great Scarlet Lotus Ice Wheel, this battle would come to an end. For this, Jack was prepared to crush Lin Fan's knife. Although this was shameless, after I use this power, perhaps you will no longer exist. Jack tore apart his shirt, and his body rapidly expanded, transforming into an ancient giant elephant in just a few seconds. This is an ancient species from the animal kingdom, resembling the fruit of the elephant, in the form of a mammoth. After Jack transformed into the mammoth, his height suddenly surged to 34 meters. His body is massive as a mountain, covered in thick curly hair. Within that dense fur lies a defensive power like adamantine, making it impossible for ordinary sharp weapons to penetrate Jack's body. Crack, crack, as the mammoth stomped a few times on the ground. Lin Fan's ice dragon tail shattered under the immense impact. The power of the mammoth is indeed formidable. Lin Fan stood below, watching Jack crush the ice dragon tail, feeling astonished. Suddenly, Lin Fan had a sense that if this mammoth charged into a town, within half an hour, everyone would be trampled to death. Few could stop a mammoth. This guy is also a monster. Charging recklessly, a black armed color of domineering began to appear on Jack, enveloping the entire mammoth in an instant, fully equipping Jack to the teeth. Now, this mammoth is a pure war weapon, and it started charging fiercely towards Lin Fan. Boom! Boom, boom. At that moment, the ground shook, and the weight of the black mammoth was truly terrifying. Being hit by such a creature would undoubtedly be a catastrophic disaster. Unlock Great Red Lotus Ice Wheel Sphere. Lin Fan didn't hold back and directly activated the Great Red Lotus Ice Wheel Sphere. As the activation occurred, the cold air around Lin Fan became even more frigid. Thousand-year ice prison. In this moment of crisis, Lin Fan held nothing back and unleashed the second ultimate move of the Ice Wheel Sphere, the Thousand-Year Ice Prison. At this moment, the moisture in the air began to thin, and a chilling, killing intent suddenly emerged. The water vapor in the air started to condense into ice, and one after another. Massive, bone-chilling ice pillars appeared in an instant. These enormous ice pillars reach up to 50 meters high, numbering in the dozens, and in an instant, they trapped the black mammoth in the center, rendering it immobile. The massive ice pillars exude a bone-chilling coldness, and after being trapped, the black mammoth slowly began to freeze from its feet, spreading throughout its body. Its blood was solidified. This was the ultimate power of cold ice. Even Admiral Akainu did not possess such strength. Who exactly are you, and what do you want with the captain? Jack was trapped in a giant ice prison, his entire body shivering from the cold. Even though Jack was tough and resilient, he could not withstand this icy force. You can call me Lin Fan, the flame ice swordsman of the Chinese Empire. Lin Fan shouted loudly in response to Jack. What? You are from the Chinese Empire? Jack was taken aback upon hearing Lin Fan's words, but as the power of the Millennium Ice Prison radiated, he was sealed in ice in despair. Without a doubt, Jack was frozen to death under the power of the Millennium Ice Prison, the cold power of the Great Scarlet Lotus Ice Wheel. Even without the Ice Heaven 100 Flowers burial, Jack could not endure the freezing power of the Millennium Ice Prison. The mammoth in ancient times had been frozen to death by glaciers. They feared the extreme cold and had no resistance to it. When faced with heavy snowstorms, they would die in droves. Lin Fan's Millennium Ice Prison possessed a chilling power, even colder than a snowstorm. Therefore, Jack died. Lin Fan was to appear as the sixth king of the Chinese Empire. The sixth king of the Chinese Empire, the king of killers. Meanwhile, in the Beast Pirates. In this incredibly boring world, who can kill me? Is it you? Or you? Kaido let out a thunderous roar. No one could harm Kaido, nor could anyone make him feel pain. His flesh was as hard as rock, even harder than steel. Kaido often experienced excruciating pain in his body, which made him wish for death. The Beast King Kaido has long been called the Immortal King. He once jumped from a height of 10,000 meters on Sky Island, completely unharmed. This is actually related to his body. Kaido's body has been modified. He was not born this strong, but rather he is a failed product. When Kaido obtained his immortality, he also received side effects that caused him to endure severe muscle pain frequently. It was rocks who modified Kaido, making him the strongest creature in land, sea, and air. The after effects lead to Kaido experiencing regular muscle cramps, and at certain times, the physical pain makes him feel worse than death. That's why he would attempt suicide. Rox was the overlord during Roger's era, and both Big Mom and Kaido were Rox's crew members. The Rox era was over 40 years ago. At that time, both Kaido and Big Mom were very young. Lord Kaido, please don't be rough with us. We are your crew. Lord Kaido, you killed 15 people this month. If this continues, the Beast Pirates will collapse. Kaido's subordinates said in fear. After Kaido went mad, 2 of the 3 main officers have already distanced themselves, seemingly unwilling to deal with the matter. Where exactly is the Chinese Empire? Why can't I find them? I want them to kill me. Kaido roared, red dragon scales emerging on his back. Whenever this pattern appears on his body, it signifies Kaido's madness. Boom! In the next moment, Kaido began to move. His body was enormous, like a small mountain, shaking the ground as he moved. At this moment, Kaido's muscles bulged like an explosion, and his eyes shone with a red light, charging forward like a crazed wild bull. The pain in his body needed to be released, and to alleviate this pain, Kaido sought more stimulation. Captain Kaido, please stop. No one in the Beast Pirates can withstand your power. The captain's strength is a bit too overwhelming. Everyone, quickly find a place to hide, or else you'll be killed by the captain's attacks. It's terrifying. Captain Kaido is about to erupt. At this moment, the members of the Beast Pirates all tightened their pupils, shocked and horrified. If Kaido went on a rampage, no one could stop him. Perhaps those 2 officers stayed away precisely because they couldn't stop Kaido. Kill, 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 kill. The Chinese Empire has come to pay its respects. Suddenly, a loud male voice emerged. Lin Fan's wooden sword, 8, appeared, and at the same time, a substantial spiritual pressure condensed in an instant, overwhelming the entire scene. The Beast Pirates base felt as if it were being heavily pressed down by something weighty. This immense spiritual pressure is as heavy as the deep sea, weighing down on everyone's bodies, making them suddenly feel a sinking sensation. Yes, is the Chinese Empire coming? What is this? It's as if a great mountain has descended. Damn it, my feet won't obey me, I'm on my knees. Such a powerful force. This strength is even more formidable than Lord Kaido. Lin Fan and the wooden sword Ba are emitting a power that can suppress the heavens, causing the faces of all members of the Beast Pirates to change dramatically. Shocked and speechless, the power strong enough to crush their bodies made them feel uncomfortable. The force of the spiritual pressure was enough to tear apart their bodies. And at this moment, it was revealed. This is the spiritual pressure of Lin Fan's Genmukenba, a pressure that makes one feel as if their body is being torn apart by countless ants. Haha, the Zhonghua Empire. The Zhonghua Empire has finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Come and kill me. At this moment, Kaido began to speak, his voice deafening, echoing across the entire ocean. Who are you? Where is Gilgamesh? Call him out to fight me. I don't want to fight weaklings. Upon seeing Lin Fan's Genmukenba, a fervent look appeared in Kaido's eyes. Kaido knew that the fifth king of the Zhonghua Empire, Gilgamesh, had the power to defeat Akainu in an instant. If he could fight such a monster, Kaido would be able to enjoy himself even more. Fighting someone without much strength would be too boring. He wouldn't even feel pain. Gilgamesh doesn't have time to meet with a weakling like you. I'm the sixth king of the Zhonghua Empire, the king of killers, Genmukenba. You must be Kaido. Let us have a battle. Lin Fan's Genmukenba revealed a ferocious expression and roared. His eyes were filled with unstoppable killing intent and full of battle spirit. Kaido's monstrous physique was very suitable for Lin Fan's slaughter. Lin Fan's spiritual pressure had not yet been fully unleashed. If he encountered Kaido, he should be able to unleash it completely, right? Then Lin Fan could kill to his heart's content. You are the king of killers? Hearing Lin Fan's words, Kaido showed a look of shock. This guy called the king of killers seemed to be no weaker than the fifth king, Gilgamesh. Come on, let us have a battle. My blade can't wait to drink blood. At this moment, Lin Fan's Genmukenba's aura surged, filled with battle intent. He was a battle maniac, and after being titled the king of killers, the killing intent within him surged, becoming incredibly cold. What a terrifying guy. He looks even more like a monster than Kaido. Everyone run. Leave the battlefield to them. This is a battle between monsters. We can't get involved. If we get caught up in it, we will disappear from this world. The chilling power of the monster from the Zhonghua Empire is truly frightening. The crew of the Beast Pirates were shaken by the terrifying killing intent emanating from Lin Fan's Genmukenba. Although they had never fought Lin Fan, the intense killing intent he exuded made them feel alarmed. Very good. This is just perfect, king of killers. Can you hurt me? At this moment, Kaido grinned. Roar. In the next instant, red dragon scales appeared all over his body, and with a loud roar that resembled a fierce beast, his muscles bulged, and the red dragon scales radiated a fiery glow. In just an instant, Kaido erupted. Like an ancient, ferocious beast, he charged toward Lin Fan with tremendous speed, unstoppable. At this moment, a tremendous vibration echoed through the air. Kaido casually ran, causing the very heavens and earth to change color. Come on, let's indulge in this slaughter. Killing and being killed. It's just a game, but I enjoy the fight. Kill, kill, kill. Facing the crazed Kaido, Lin Fan smiled and even burst into laughter. Boom! Kaido appeared before Lin Fan and threw a punch. As he unleashed it, red scales covered his arm, and his thick muscles carried destructive power, striking fiercely at Lin Fan. Clang! Lin Fan drew his sword, blocking the punch with a sharp sword light that was unstoppable. The collision with Kaido's giant fist produced a deep sound like a mountain collapsing. Clang! 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 The battle intensified, with giant fists and long swords clashing violently, sparks flying everywhere. Kaido and Lin Fan fought like two ancient beasts in combat. Crackle! Dust scattered, and the ground began to shatter into countless fragments due to the battle between Kaido and Lin Fan. Ah, like a wild beast, Kaido, you excited me. At this moment, Lin Fan's eyes burst with fervor. Instead of feeling intimidated by fighting a monster like Kaido, he was excited. Lin Fan looked at Kaido as if he were gazing at a rare treasure. This is really terrifying. Oh my, this guy is a killing demon. Will the captain lose to him? The Killing King is too insane, and he actually gets excited fighting the captain. He's a monster. No, we need to back off. These two monsters, especially the Killing King, are simply murderous lunatics. One slash from him would definitely mean death. The members of the Beast Pirates were terrified by Lin Fan's manic state, their souls nearly leaving their bodies, filled with fear. For these people, Lin Fan was a nightmare because he was unnaturally strong, even more so than Kaido. Fighting a monster like Kaido, he actually laughed. Only monsters smile when they encounter other monsters. Ordinary people only think of escaping when faced with Kaido, and this killing king is no less formidable than Kaido. Bang! 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 Kaido continued to fiercely battle Lin Fan, his massive fists colliding violently with the long blade. Lin Fan's eyes revealed a frenzied look as he laughed. What is the matter, Kaido? Is this all you've got? If this is all you can do, it's not enough for me to kill you. Haha, come kill me. Your blade is sharp, but I wonder if it can really kill me. Kaido's flesh palm collided violently with Lin Fan, leaving behind traces of blood, which made Kaido feel immensely satisfied. The pain in his body made Kaido wish for death. However, Lin Fan's powerful attacks dulled this pain a bit, making Kaido feel less agony. Boom! 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 At this moment, a more terrifying spiritual pressure than before descended. Lin Fan's figure as Mu Jianba suddenly grew even taller. How has the power of the King of Killers become stronger again? This power from the King of Killers is pinning me down, making it impossible for me to move. This power has already surpassed the Conqueror's Haki. Even the Conqueror's Haki wouldn't make us feel this suffocating. I'm feeling so uncomfortable. It feels like I'm about to die. In just an instant, after Lin Fan released his spiritual pressure, he became exceptionally brutal. In a moment, the spiritual pressure enveloped the entire island, rendering all the members of the Beast Pirates unable to move. They even found it difficult to breathe. This force, even more violent than the Conqueror's Haki, made the members of the Beast Pirates feel despair. How is this possible? How could your power become so strong? After Lin Fan released the spiritual pressure of his Zanpakuto, Kaido's body suddenly became somewhat stiff, his eyes wide with shock. It's hard to believe that Lin Fan's Zanpakuto could actually grow stronger. Kaido, is this all the power you have? If this is all you can do, then as the King of Killers, I will end your life. Lin Fan raised his broken Zanpakuto and, with a speed that the naked eye could not perceive, slashed fiercely at Kaido. At the moment the Zanpakuto appeared, a golden light flashed, and in an instant, the flesh of the strongest creature was torn open, creating a huge gash. Whoosh! Blood poured out in that moment like a rain of blood, splattering onto the ground. As the blood flowers danced in the wind and fell to the ground, they formed a very conspicuous trail of blood. Kaido, Captain Kaido has actually been injured? Is the myth of the strongest creature coming to an end? What a terrifying guy. Capable of injuring the strongest creature Kaido with a single blow. What incredible power. Even Whitebeard couldn't do this, could he? With one slash, Lin Fan's Zanpakuto caused the strongest creature Kaido to immediately spout blood, eliciting gasps from the crowd. These people felt a chill down their spines. Was the legend of Kaido's invincibility broken? However, after being slashed open, Kaido's wound immediately healed, and his red dragon scales reappeared, aiding his recovery at an astonishing speed. In the next moment, the steam rose from the wound that had been cut, and then it healed. As an immortal, Kaido's recovery ability was terrifying. Even such a wound could heal without a scar. Haha, what a refreshing feeling. King of Killers, you make me feel so good. Kaido laughed heartily, as no one had ever made him so happy by cutting him, with his tough skin and flesh. He wouldn't even leave a scar after falling from a height of 10,000 meters. Yet Lin Fan had drawn blood with a single sword. You can imagine how satisfying that was. The side effects of his bodily modifications brought Kaido immense pain, as if he were being gnawed by thousands of ants and hundreds of centipedes every day. The external stimulation could indeed lessen that pain. That's why Kaido showed excitement towards Lin Fan. Continuing to fight with Lin Fan would bring Kaido great gains. Or perhaps, after defeating Lin Fan, he could imprison him. As an antidote to his healing side effects, imprisoning him could turn Lin Fan into Kaido's pet. The captain is actually fine? Eliminate him, Captain. Kaido's wound healing ignited confidence in the Beast Pirates, and they began to cheer for him. The excitement in their eyes was evident. This level of battle was not something one could encounter casually. Is that so? Then you need to unleash a stronger power. I've been fighting you for so long, and I haven't even used half of my strength, Lin Fan said, his eyes shining with determination. Are you serious? Kaido exclaimed in disbelief, surprised by Lin Fan's words. Kaido didn't believe Lin Fan. He thought Lin Fan was already very strong, and that terrifying aura he exuded was something he had never seen before. To Kaido, even Roger was no match for this. But Lin Fan claimed he hadn't used his full power, and Kaido found that hard to accept. However, What surprised everyone was that Lin Fan's spiritual pressure continued to rise, seemingly without limits. One by one, members of the Beast Pirates fell unconscious. Lying on the ground, there were at least dozens of them. That power is not even your limit? Kaido's gaze became vacant, unable to comprehend the situation. It was too exaggerated. It was only at this moment that Kaido realized just how monstrous Lin Fan truly was. Release. Lin Fan roared, and the color of the heavens and earth changed. Lin Fan's skin began to turn blood red, resembling a ghost. 2 black lines appeared from his forehead down to below his eyes, and 2 horn-like protrusions grew above his forehead, making his face look terrifyingly demonic. The current situation is not much weaker than the hellish Azura demon. Not good. Suddenly, Kaido felt a sinking sensation in his heart and exclaimed. He sensed that in this state, Lin Fan's Muyuk Jinba was like a bloodthirsty beast, incredibly fierce. Whoosh! Suddenly, Lin Fan's Muyuk Jinba flew towards Kaido. Crack, crack, crack! As Lin Fan simply moved, the ground exploded and massive rocks began to shatter into small stones. Lin Fan's terrifying spiritual pressure affected the earth. How could this be? This power is too exaggerated. Kaido's eyes suddenly narrowed, and he felt a thump in his heart. The power Lin Fan was displaying at this moment was far more violent than before, and even Kaido, who was a monster, did not dare to confront it head-on. Bang! At this moment, Lin Fan swung his sword. It was still that broken sword, but this strike carried an indescribable, terrifying power. Crack, crack! The ground beside Kaido was instantly split open. Lin Fan, with one sword, cleaved the continent. Kaido was so frightened that he couldn't speak, although he was quite monstrous himself. Compared to someone like Lin Fan, he seemed too gentle. Faced with Lin Fan's power that could split islands with a single strike, Kaido's regenerative abilities would probably fail. No, they definitely would fail. No matter how strong Kaido was, he couldn't withstand such a monstrous attack. Whoosh! At this moment, Lin Fan was like a puppet that had lost consciousness, holding the broken sword and revealing a sinister smile. The broken sword was raised high by Lin Fan, and he made the slashing motion once again. No, don't! Suddenly, Kaido was stunned, his pupils rapidly dilating, and his inner fear was magnified to the extreme. Even Kaido couldn't withstand Lin Fan's sword strike, a blow capable of splitting continents. Another hit would destroy Kaido's base. Boom! Unfortunately, Lin Fan did not stop. He swung the broken sword, slashing like a madman, one strike after another. The ground was torn apart like tofu by Kaido, and the area, which was as big as 10 football fields, was split into dozens of fragments in an instant under the overwhelming power of Lin Fan's sword. Kaido's island was reduced to ruins by Lin Fan's sword. Crack! Crack! At that moment, the massive island split into several pieces. It could no longer withstand the power of the King of Killers and completely disappeared. Everyone, including Kaido, sank to the bottom of the sea. Glub, glub. After the release of the sword's full power, Lin Fan lost consciousness and had turned into a beast, with only the intent to kill remaining in his red eyes. As he submerged into the sea, his movements became sluggish. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the Sea Overlord mission and receiving a golden lottery draw. However, at that moment, Lin Fan's system notification appeared. Lin Fan in the state of the sword did not revert back. He was still in a frenzy. It might take some time to regain rationality. But now, Lin Fan's body was being continually filled with seawater. The unconscious Lin Fan moved with the seawater, unknowingly disappearing from Kaido's island. Kaido's island was destroyed by Lin Fan, and the title of the King of Killers from the Chinese Empire spread across the seas. The Chinese Empire struck again, this time with the King of Killers, who defeated Kaido's Beast Pirates entirely. What? Is the Chinese Empire so fierce that it can defeat the Beast Pirates completely? What is this? The King of Killers not only defeated the Beast Pirates, but also sliced Kaido's island, leaving Kaido wandering aimlessly. Slicing an island with a sword? Across the sea, discussions about the Chinese Empire, Kaido, and the King of Killers were spreading. Where am I? My head is spinning. Ding dong. The host lost consciousness due to the overwhelming power of using the full release of the sword, drifting on the sea, and was later rescued by the Vinsmoke family. In reality, it wasn't a rescue. The Vinsmoke family merely picked up the host by chance. At this moment, the system recounted the events of the past few days involving Lin Fan. Yamamoto Jinryu's Bankai was just too powerful. He shouldn't use it next time. Lin Fan then recalled that when he activated Yamamoto Jinryu's Bankai, his consciousness had already become hazy. In that state, Lin Fan couldn't control his body at all. It was fortunate that he didn't die in the sea. In fact, after using Puka, Lin Fan's body had already inherited part of Puka's power. So even if he sank into the deep sea, he wouldn't drown. Crack! At that moment, the door was opened, and a person walked in from outside. Hey kid, you finally woke up? We're going to trade with the big MOM pirates now, and I'll leave the chores to you. A man with a beard appeared. If looked at closely, he bore a striking resemblance to Sanji. Ding dong. The host triggered the acting like a full mission. The Vinsmoke family is going to have a mysterious transaction with the big MOM pirates, and as the commander of the Chinese Empire, the host must not miss this opportunity and should lie in ambush, then strike at the right moment. Mission hint. The host needs to act like a fool for the next few days. No matter how the Vinsmoke family treats the host cannot explode. Once an explosion occurs, the host will fail the mission and can only explode after the Vinsmoke family arrives at the big MOM pirates. Mission reward. A regular card. Mission failure. The system will initiate self-destruct. The system's prompt sounded, and Lin Fan couldn't help but curse secretly. Damn, what kind of system is this? Last time it got me jailed, now it wants me to act like a fool. What are you going to make me do next? Jump off a building. This task is too bizarre, making Lin Fan unable to help but complain. Ding dong. If the conditions are right, the system might consider letting the host jump off a building. System, you think I didn't say that? The system's response left Lin Fan speechless. It really wanted him to jump off a building. The Vinsmoke family has a history of about 300 years, and their most powerful weapon is the genetic factor. This time, the deal between the Vinsmoke family and the big MOM pirates is likely a conspiracy. Hey kid, why are you just standing there? Hurry up and sweep the floor, wipe the table. Do you think I saved you for no reason? If it weren't for the fact that I needed a lackey, I wouldn't have saved you. I would have let you drown. Vinsmoke Yanji said with a bad temper. The room of Vinsmoke Yanji was too dirty, and no one was cleaning it. If it weren't for that, he wouldn't have saved Lin Fan. Lin Fan's fists were clenched tightly. Hey kid, what do you want to do? I advise you not to act impulsively. I am very strong. Vinsmoke Yanji looked at Lin Fan with a mocking expression. In this sea, strength represents everything. If Vinsmoke Yanji didn't have enough strength, how would he dare to save Lin Fan? It was precisely because Vinsmoke Yanji was confident enough in himself that he saved Lin Fan. He felt he had Lin Fan under control. Vinsmoke Yanji was a completely emotionless guy. After being modified by the genetic factor, he wouldn't feel fear even in the face of death. Out of helplessness, Lin Fan could only work. Playing the fool. This task is really a pain in the neck. After completing the task, Lin Fan must beat this Vinsmoke Yanji so badly that even his mother wouldn't recognize him. After a while, a woman walked in. Yanji, are you still bossing that unfortunate guy around? You really are boring. Let him go. Dad wants us to organize the serum. Vinsmoke Reiju said with some disgust. Her brother's behavior made her feel quite repulsed. Sister Reiju, cleaning is really hard work. Anyway, this person is of no use. Why not let him be my servant? Vinsmoke Yanji said with a faint smile, showing no regard for Lin Fan. Vinsmoke Reiju frowned and said coldly, you really are a heartless and thoroughly bad guy. Seriously, if you're going to save someone, at least do it properly. Why capture him? After saying that, Vinsmoke Reiju left the room. She initially wanted to persuade Yanji to let Lin Fan go, but it seemed that Yanji didn't want to release him and was rather enjoying it. Vinsmoke Yanji had servants, but he seemed to prefer bossing Lin Fan around. Reiju didn't understand what her brother was thinking, but she felt it was very twisted. Perhaps Yanji felt a sense of pleasure in saving Lin Fan and making him do menial work, which was why he saved him. Hey kid, what are you looking at? After sweeping the floor, you still need to wipe the table. Yanji saw Lin Fan finish sweeping, but wanted to cause trouble again. Lin Fan didn't speak and suppressed his anger. Thus, Lin Fan worked tirelessly for a day, and Yanji was very good at making him work, always finding things for him to do. At night, he could finally rest. Lin Fan slept in the kitchen. Yanji didn't give him an extra room and even chained him up with iron chains to prevent him from running away. Bang, bang, bang. Just then, a clattering sound suddenly came from outside the door. I'm really sorry. That guy Yanji is inconsiderate and has done so many excessive things to you. Now I'm letting you go, but after you go out, don't come back. Vinsmoke Reiju found the key and wanted to unlock the iron chain from Lin Fan and let him out. This is not the first time she has done this. Long ago, Reiju had let Sanji go like this. However, Lin Fan shook his head. No need, I don't want to go out for now. Do you want to continue being tortured by Yanji? Hearing Lin Fan's words, Reiju was somewhat surprised. Even she couldn't stand what Yanji was doing to Lin Fan. That's why she secretly came over to let Lin Fan go. Shaking his head, Lin Fan calmly said, Thank you, I don't have much ability. At least I can have a meal here. But outside, I would have to face those vicious pirates. Being their slave is almost no different from being Yanji's slave. In fact, Lin Fan was in pain inside. If it weren't for this troublesome system forcing him to act submissively, he would have long since beaten Yanji to the point where even his mother wouldn't recognize him. But Lin Fan couldn't possibly tell Reiju, right? That he was in this hellish place to complete the act submissively mission? That's really tragic. I'll try to talk to Yanji and see if he can treat you better. Hearing Lin Fan's words, Reiju felt a bit emotional and said softly. It seemed that Lin Fan was indeed quite pitiful. Someone as weak as him would likely be destined to be a slave no matter where he went. So it was better to stay close to Yanji. At least Yanji didn't whip him. Thank you, Lin Fan said helplessly, feeling that this thank you was quite meaningless. But he still had to say it, otherwise, Reiju would become suspicious. Don't thank me yet. I'll find a way to get you a job. In a few days, I'll come back to let you go. However, Reiju was persistent. No, Lin Fan was speechless. If Reiju found him a job, he wouldn't be able to act submissively anymore. At least before meeting the Vinsmoke family and the big MOM pirates, Lin Fan couldn't leave this place. All right, it's decided. Reiju shook her head, not listening to Lin Fan's explanation. Being Yanji's slave wasn't a long-term solution. Only by leaving Yanji and working outside could Lin Fan have a way out. Reiju was doing this for Lin Fan's own good. After saying that, Reiju left. Looking at Reiju as she departed, Lin Fan couldn't help but feel amused. Is it really that hard to act submissively? Although a regular card isn't worth much, if the mission to act submissively fails, the system will self-destruct. What would Lin Fan have left to survive in this world then? On the other side, the big MOM pirates. Manga. The activities of the Chinese Empire have been rampant lately. Kaido's place was even destroyed. Should we prepare for something? Katakuri, this suggestion of yours is worth pondering. Mama, you know Kaido's strength. If even he can't stop the Chinese Empire, then we. Katakuri realized that the Chinese Empire possessed extremely terrifying power, which was not weaker than the four emperors. In fact, the power of the Chinese Empire was even steadily above that of the four emperors' pirate crews. Not to mention this, the Vinsmoke family wants to form an alliance with us. What do you think, Katakuri? The Vinsmoke family probably has some conspiracy. Based on their character, they shouldn't genuinely want to ally with us. Vinsmoke Judge's dream is to conquer the North Sea again under the name Germa. But to conquer the North Sea, they need the strength of the big MOM pirates. So their alliance is fake. They actually want to borrow the power of the big MOM pirates to conquer the North Sea. Unless Sanji appears. Vinsmoke Judge wouldn't let this useless son marry Big Mom's daughter. Otherwise, he wouldn't be willing to let his son marry Big Mom's daughter. Katakuri, I'll leave this matter to you to handle. Mondor introduced me to a place last time. It has delicious sweets. I want to go to this island. Charlotte Lean's plump body was already drooling. Facing the temptation of sweets, she had no resistance. Plus, since the Vinsmoke family showed no sincerity in the alliance, she didn't want to care anymore. Leave this matter to Katakuri. It's more important to enjoy delicious cake. Mom, you go ahead, Kuri and I will handle this. Katakuri nodded to Charlotte Lin. Charlotte Lin nodded and left with Mondor. At this moment, only Katakuri remained on Cake Island. 5 days later, the Vinsmoke family will come to Cake Island. Kuri, go greet them and give them a little trouble. After Charlotte Lin left, Katakuri ordered Kuri among the big mom pirates. Except for Katakuri, Kuri has the highest combat power, and Katakuri clearly did not want to meet the Vinsmoke family. Brother Katakuri, you really know how to slack off. What did you say? Nothing. Kuri was startled by Katakuri. When Katakuri gets angry, it's very scary. 5 days later, Kuri came to the sea and boarded Vinsmoke Judge's ship. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the acting like a fool task and successfully obtaining the card. Please check the card. Ulquiorra Cipher. Ulquiorra Cipher, 4th Espada. Possesses both first and second release forms. After the first release, his hair will grow longer and the tear marks will deepen and thicken. In this state, Ulquiorra's speed, defense, and attack power will greatly increase. After the second release, Ulquiorra's upper body clothing disappears, black liquid flows from his eyes, and he grows huge black wings. Ulquiorra. When Lin Fan saw the Ulquiorra Cipher card, he couldn't help but exclaim, Ulquiorra's strength is incredibly strong. You could say he is a freak. If it weren't for the fact that his final opponent was Ichigo Kurosaki, he definitely wouldn't have died so early. Kuri's deal with the Vinsmoke family is interesting. Let's see how it goes. Lin Fan thought to himself as he saw Kuri running onto the ship. Vinsmoke Judge, where's your son? Kuri shouted at Vinsmoke Judge as he boldly sat down in chair. Why is it you? Judge said, somewhat dissatisfied upon seeing Corey. Corey shook his head impatiently and said, Judge, do you think you're so great that you can talk to me like that? Shut up. Hurry up and hand over the man for the marriage alliance. Don't waste my time. Then, Corey said fiercely, his voice full of disdain. Dad. Mariejois clenched her fists. Corey's disrespect towards Judge made her very angry. Well, I think we should first discuss the bloodline factor. Here is the list of enhancement serums, a total of 500. Judge tried to change the subject, not wanting to discuss the marriage alliance with Corey. He didn't want to hand over Aokiji, Niji, and Yanji. Judge only wanted to use the Big Mom pirates to conquer the North Sea. Katakuri had already seen through this, which is why he called Corey over to test them. As for whether Corey succeeded or failed, Katakuri didn't care. Hand over the enhancement serums. Corey's tone suddenly became fierce. The enhancement serums are very precious treasures. They can create powerful warriors. Even if the opponent hasn't eaten a devil fruit, they can still possess the powers of a devil fruit. If the Big Mom pirates get their hands on 500 enhancement serums, their strength will double. Corey wouldn't let this opportunity slip away. Even if he had to rob them, he would take these enhancement serums. Corey, I can give you these things, but you have to promise me something. We need the Big Mom pirates' assistance in the North Sea. Judge stated his position. If the Big Mom pirates agreed to help the Vinsmoke family conquer the North Sea, they would hand over the enhancement serums. If not, they wouldn't be given. Stop talking nonsense, hand over the things. You have no room for negotiation. If you don't hand them over, I'll kill you. As he spoke, Corey revealed a murderous intent, his eyes exceptionally cold. Bastard, you think you can just kill me? Yanji, don't be impulsive, he asked from the Big Mom pirates. If we fight him, we'll be opposing an Emperor-level pirate crew, and our lives will be very difficult afterward. Mariejois saw Yanji getting a bit impulsive and pulled him back, not wanting him to rush in a fight. The Big Mom pirates control multiple pirate crews. If something really happened to Corey, Charlotte Linlin would send her pirates to attack the Vinsmoke family, and Mariejois brothers would be finished. The Big Mom pirates rule over 34 islands, and their strength is not to be underestimated. Will you hand them over or not? My patience is limited. Corey's tone became increasingly cold. Let's consider, Corey. I'll give you an answer in 3 days. Yanji, see him off. At this moment, Katakuri issued an eviction order, not wanting to continue negotiations with Germa. The big Amoan pirates seemed uninterested in cooperating with them, so there was no point in continuing the talks. Vinsmoke family, you really underestimate our big Amoan pirates, thinking that you could just talk about a marriage alliance and leave whenever you want. Let me tell you, that's impossible. If you don't hand over the enhancement serum, I will lock you up. You won't gain your freedom until you surrender the serum. Suddenly, Cracker erupted with an astonishing aura, using his haki to reinforce his hands, forming a long spear that pointed directly at Katakuri's neck. Blood flowed down from Katakuri's neck, dripping to the ground, making a plopping sound. At that moment, Lin Fan suddenly stood up and said to Kelly Jia, I don't care how you deal with them, but you can't hurt this woman. If you hurt her, you'll regret coming to this world. The words spoken by Lei Jio made Lin Fan have a bit of affection for her, so he would not allow Kelly Jia to act against her. I remember you should be a slave captured by the Vinsmoke family, still wearing shackles. Someone like you dares to talk to me about regret? Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Kelly Jia's eyes slightly widened in surprise. This guy's a slave. How dare he say these things? Are you not awake? That's why you're talking to me like this? Have you never died, being a lowly person chained up? Kreeja's expression became serious, and his tone gradually turned cold. Stop talking. You are not a match for this man. I don't need you to save me. Get out of here, as far away as possible. At this moment, Legio's expression darkened as she reprimanded Lin Fan, wanted to protect him from being caught up in this turmoil. Kreeja was causing trouble for the Vinsmoke family, not for Lin Fan. How could someone like him even be worthy? However, Lin Fan revealed a slight cold smile, his face filled with the confidence of a strong person. Boom! Suddenly, l'infanis aura surgi. Crack! Suddenly, the iron chains that were originally shackled to Lin Fan's hands snapped into 2 pieces. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying spiritual pressure descended, and everyone felt a heaviness beneath their feet, their bodies becoming even heavier, as if they were carrying dozens of pounds of weight. And Lin Fan successfully released Ulquiorra's spiritual pressure, though not all of it. What kind of power is this? Kreeja was taken aback. This terrifying spiritual pressure made his heart tremble, suffocating him. Only the Conqueror's haki would cause such a situation. But in Kreeja's eyes, Lin Fan was merely a slave. Could a Vinsmoke family's slave possess such overwhelming power? How could he be so strong? Mariejois' face was filled with shock as she looked at Lin Fan in disbelief. Could this guy really be the one that Yongji called to do the cleaning? How is this possible? You're clearly my slave. How could it be? Even Yongji couldn't help but be astonished. This was too shocking. He had only casually saved a slave from the sea. How could he possess such terrifying power? I don't care who you are. In any case, you've crossed me, and I will make you pay the price. Mariejois was furious. Although Lin Fan displayed astonishing power, he would never yield because Mariejois represented the big MOM pirates. If he retreated here, it would be the same as the big MOM pirates compromising to the Vinsmoke family. This point, Jia absolutely cannot allow. Roll. Pretzel. In the next moment, Jia used the power of the devil fruit. The cookie armor emitted a piercing strike, producing a spiral sword energy that mixed with a fierce wind. As soon as it appeared, Jia and the others changed color. So strong. Yongji felt it. Jia was powerful. And this strike was something he couldn't handle at all. Whoosh. The spiral sword energy rushed towards Lin Fan. In the face of Jia's overwhelming spiral sword energy, Lin Fan simply raised his hand slowly, not even looking. Boom! The spiral sword energy collided with Lin Fan's hand, producing a loud noise. And then it was crushed by Lin Fan's hand, turning into dust and disappearing into the air. Catching my pretzel with bare hands? Jia's pupils tightened, unable to help but exclaim. His pretzel was a very strong attack, and Lin Fan caught it barehanded. What does this indicate? Is this guy's body a monster? It's just a little trick. I told you, you can't touch this woman. If you do, you'll regret it. At this moment, Lin Fan repeated the words he had just spoken. However, when he said them, there was a sense of a king descending. Ulquiorra's true form was not revealed, and Lin Fan's real power was not displayed either. Kureha, Yongji, and Reiju were all present. Therefore, Lin Fan only used a fraction of Ulquiorra's power. But this power was enough to contend with Kureha. Vinsmoke family, remember this. I will not let you go, Kureha said after witnessing Lin Fan's terrifying ability, leaving behind a harsh remark. Whoosh! After saying this, a powerful aura radiated from Kureha, creating a strong wind in the cabin. Then, he leaped to the opposite deck. Kureha was preparing to return and discuss this matter with Karakuri. The Vinsmoke family's conspiracy was enough to provoke a war with the big MOM pirates. Wait for me. Don't run, I'll be back soon. Kureha shouted at the Vinsmoke family while standing on the deck. Why run? Is the big MOM pirates a bunch of cowards? Yongji yelled loudly at this moment. He would not be intimidated by Kureha's provocation. Moreover, there was no need to be afraid. It was just a matter of shouting a few words. Thank you, Reiju said, her face flushed and shy. The power Lin Fan had just displayed made her heart race, as if thousands of little deer were running around in her chest. The stronger the man, the more a woman can be devoted to him. Lin Fan's earlier display had already conquered Reiju from the bottom of her heart. At this moment, as long as Lin Fan put in a little effort, he could win Reiju over. But unfortunately, Lin Fan was not interested in Reiju. Yongji, can you explain this? Who exactly is he? Vinsmoke Aji stepped forward confused. Lin Fan was shackled with chains. He should have been Yongji's servant. But why could he suddenly unleash such terrifying power? Dad, he was rescued from the bottom of the sea by Yongji. He might have encountered some danger. You fool! How could you do such a thing to this gentleman? Vinsmoke Gaji scolded Yongji upon hearing Reiju's words. Fortunately, Lin Fan saved them today. If it weren't for Lin Fan, the Vinsmoke family would likely have been captured by Kureha. Even if Kureha didn't capture them, a bitter battle would still be unavoidable. Sir, may I ask you at this moment? Vinsmoke Gaji asked very respectfully. Lin Fan shook his head and calmly said, I am just a passerby. I saved you just because Kureha threatened me. Please do not misunderstand. Yes, what you said is correct, sir. Please, can you stay? I would like to prepare a rich dinner for you as a thank you. At that moment, Vinsmoke Judge was extremely enthusiastic and wanted to keep Lin Fan. At the same time, Vinsmoke Judge had other thoughts. If he could marry Reiju to Lin Fan, then his Vinsmoke family would gain a powerful ally. Although Lin Fan looked very young, in the vast ocean, age was never as important as power. As long as Lin Fan nodded, Vinsmoke Judge would immediately arrange for Reiju to marry him. Of course, these matters would have to wait until after dinner. All right, once I finish eating, I'll leave. Lin Fan nodded in agreement. Taking the opportunity to rest in the guest room, Lin Fan wanted to use the gold lottery. During the last encounter with Kaido, he had passed out. If he hadn't fainted, he would have used the gold lottery long ago. Lin Fan turned his gaze towards Yongji. Wanted to say something. I was wrong. Please spare me. Yanji, that guy, was already so frightened that his face turned pale. He never expected Lin Fan to be so formidable that even Kizaru dared not make a move against him. Seeing Yanji's ashen face, Lin Fan had already lost interest in him. Soon, Lin Fan arrived at the guest room, ready to use the gold lottery. At this moment, Lin Fan summoned the system. System, hurry up and let me draw a prize. Ding dong. The host has successfully drawn a prize and has obtained Shattered Jade. Please check the Shattered Jade. Shattered Jade. Shattered Jade possesses self-awareness and can absorb and materialize things that exist within itself. It can also protect the host's body from death and destruction. When the host's abilities reach their limits or their life is threatened, Shattered Jade can allow the host to endlessly evolve to the next realm. Note, the true power of Shattered Jade is to manifest what the person's inner hopes and thoughts desire, according to their own wishes. This is Shattered Jade. After drawing Shattered Jade from the golden lottery, even Lin Fan couldn't help but be startled. This thing is a treasure that can evolve infinitely, belonging to the category of priceless treasures. Ding dong. The host has triggered the task. Build a powerful army for the Chinese Empire. Task prompt. The Chinese Empire has begun to make a name for itself in the pirate world, gaining some fame, but lacks subordinate groups. Please use the collapsed jade to establish a large hollow belonging to the Chinese Empire and intimidate the world. Task reward. A regular card. However, at this moment, the system's prompt sounded. Hollows are divided into 3 levels. The first level is the lowest, known as Jillian, which is the most common and lowest tier of hollow. The second level is Ajuchas. Ajuchas can evolve in 2 directions. One is an Ajuchas that has reached a bottleneck in power and cannot increase further. The other is a Vasto lore that has broken through the bottleneck and raised its power to a new height. The last type is Vasto Lord, which is formed by the fusion of hundreds of hollows. This type of hollow has no individual consciousness. When these hundreds of hollows consume to a certain extent, they will evolve into Ajuchas. For an Ajuchas to evolve into a Vasto Lord, it requires the power of Collapsed Jade. Unless the Ajuchas wishes to evolve on its own, it will not evolve into a Vasto Lord. This task requires me to create hollows? Upon seeing this task, Lin Fan licked his lips. Hollows are ultimately composed of deceased souls, and to create true hollows in this world, perhaps a massacre is needed. Killing is certainly a last resort. Mass slaughter of humans would bring Lin Fan a lot of trouble, so it would be better to slaughter sea kings instead. Just right, Kureha is a hothead. When he returns, I will give him a big gift. Lin Fan excitedly said that since he needs to create hollows, he will create Vasto Lords. Kureha went back. I wonder if you want to find Charlotte? If he brings Charlotte over, that would be interesting. The birth of a Vasto Lord truly requires someone like Charlotte to witness it. Brother Katakuri, the Vinsmoke family has betrayed us. They found a very powerful guy and planned to attack whole Cake Island. Meanwhile, after Kureha returned, he found Katakuri and shouted at him. Although Kureha's words had some exaggeration, he wasn't lying. Lin Fan was indeed very strong. What did you say? The Vinsmoke family is going to attack whole Cake Island? Although Kureha repeated it, Katakuri still didn't believe it. The Vinsmoke family's attack on whole Cake Island would be tantamount to seeking death. Even if they found help, how strong could it be? The big MOM pirates are a Yonko crew, not some third-rate pirate crew. It's true, Brother Katakuri. The Vinsmoke family really wants to attack whole Cake Island. I had a fight with that guy, and he caught my attack barehanded. Kureha said with a worried expression. Although it was somewhat embarrassing, if he didn't say it, Katakuri wouldn't believe him. Katakuri was taken aback, surprised. He knew very well how strong Kureha was. Although this guy was afraid of injections and pain, he was the strongest among his siblings. The fact that the person the Vinsmoke family hired could catch Kureha's attack barehanded already said a lot. Who was that person? I don't know. It was my first time seeing that guy. He caught my attack barehanded and even tried to kill me. If I hadn't run fast, I wouldn't have come back. You don't know his name? It seems like a mysterious powerhouse of this sea. All right, let's take the pirate crew to test him. Katakuri had an idea. If this group of pirates could eliminate the Vinsmoke family, then he would have to intervene. If not, there would be no need for Katakuri to take action. Brother Katakuri, the pirate crew can't defeat that guy. He's tough, and without Haki, it's impossible to get close. Kureha wanted Katakuri to call the siblings to fight Lin Fan together for a better chance of winning. No need. If even I can't defeat him, bringing more people would be useless. Katakuri shook his head seriously. Katakuri's strength was top tier in the big MOM pirates. If he couldn't handle the guy, then no one else could, no matter how many people he brought. 2 hours later, Katakuri led the pirate crew towards the Vinsmoke direction. Kureha told people to go back and fight the Vinsmoke family and mentioned that the Vinsmoke ship might be heading elsewhere, so finding it could be difficult. He hoped everyone would search carefully. Meanwhile, on Vinsmoke Judge's ship, top, boom. At this moment, Reiju, wearing high heels, hurriedly ran and pushed open the big door. It's bad, Dad. The Bigman pirates have arrived, and we are surrounded. They have 20 pirate ships. If they fire simultaneously, our ship will sink in an instant. How could the Bigman pirates be so fast? I've already left that place. Vinsmoke Judge panicked and asked in confusion. How could the Bigman pirates be so fast? He had already left that place. How did they catch up so quickly? What Vinsmoke Judge didn't know was that the Bigman pirates had a skilled navigator who could determine the direction of ships based on the wind. Coincidentally, Vinsmoke Judge's direction was guessed correctly, and they caught up with him. Don't worry, I've already notified the Chinese Empire. They will send someone to resolve this matter. I will guide them to the Chinese Empire now. As he spoke, Lin Fan's figure shot out like a meteor and disappeared. The Chinese Empire? Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, everyone was shocked. The Chinese Empire is not simple. It is the existence that defeated Kaido. Quick, look. What is that? A strange guy in white clothes. His hands are gathering power. The space is distorting because of him. A hollow look appeared on Ulquiorra Lin Fan's face as he expressionlessly gazed down at the Bigman pirates, showing no fluctuations. In this world, there is nothing that can affect Ulquiorra Cypher anymore. The Bigman pirate crew shouted in panic as Ulquiorra Cypher gathered his Siro with one hand. Siro is a technique that can only be used by the Espada, and it possesses great power, capable of distorting space and time. At this moment, a huge green light appeared in the azure sky, emanating a terrifying power. A chilling feeling radiating from Wang Shushan. Wow, so big. The sky cracked open. What kind of monster is that? The Bigman pirates were shocked, staring at the scene in fear, gasping. Goodness, if that falls down, it won't be a joke. Lin Fan Ulquiorra? Cypher held Wang Shushan, tearing apart space, in that moment. He seemed like a deity. I forgot to tell you, I am the inspector of the Chinese Empire, a lowly ant. I heard you want to make a move against the friends of the Chinese Empire? This is disrespect to the Chinese Empire. And now I am prepared to send you a grand gift. Lin Fan Ulquiorra? Cypher stood in the void above, looking down at the many pirates, speaking loudly. Oh my God, he is from the Chinese Empire. No wonder he is so powerful. Katakuri, let's retreat. The other side is the Chinese Empire. I heard the Chinese Empire shattered Kaido's island. If we provoke such a madman, the Bigman pirates will be destroyed. How could we possibly fight against such a monster? As soon as Lin Fan Ulquiorra, Cypher's words came out, the entire Bigman pirates were shocked. The power of the Chinese Empire had already penetrated their hearts. In a short period, there was no one in the sea who wanted to be their enemy. Brother Katakuri, it's the Chinese Empire. What should I do? Cracker never expected that the Vinsmoke family would have relations with the Chinese Empire. If he knew this, he would never have dragged Katakuri over to seek trouble. How terrifying. This unsettling aura. What does the Chinese Empire want to do? The Wang Shushan grew larger, and some people were already feeling a sense of suffocation. Cracker, this is an opportunity. Do you think if we don't seek out the Chinese Empire, they will let us go? Everyone, fire at the Chinese Empire. I want to see if the Chinese Empire is as powerful as the legends say. Katakuri said coldly, and from his eyes, it could be seen that he took this matter very seriously, as sweat beads were constantly falling from his forehead. In fact, Katakuri was very nervous facing the Chinese Empire. Open fire, attack the Chinese Empire fiercely. Since Katakuri gave the order, we will follow it. The Bigman pirates were quite united. Although the reputation of the Chinese Empire was far-reaching, they still did not defy Katakuri's command and opened fire at Lin Fan. Boom! Boom! More than 20 cannons fired simultaneously. At the moment of firing, it felt like an earthquake. The entire sea shook along with it. Massive shells densely blocked the sky, rushing towards Lin Fan Ulquiorra. Cypher. Although these shells were meant to test the waters, due to their fear of the Chinese Empire, the firepower of the Bigman pirates was very fierce. And the gunners on the ship were more enthusiastic and serious than anyone else, because they knew the Chinese Empire had the power to crush them. Ant-like power. Facing the cannon fire from the Bigman pirates, Lin Fan Ulquiorra, Cypher casually blocked it, instantly turning all the shells into scraps, sinking to the bottom of the sea. What a terrifying monster. He blocked those shells with bare hands. Cracker, is that the person you saw? Brother Katakuri, no. The person I saw had the same power as him, but I feel this guy is even stronger. Cracker, get ready to attack. Take him down with all your might. Everyone was shocked their scalps tingling, as Katakuri realized that Lin Fan Ulquiorra Cypher would be their biggest enemy. So he ordered Cracker to attack with full force. Roll. Salted pretzel. Double. Roll. Salted pretzel. Grilled rice cake. Slicing. Cutting rice cake. At that moment, Katakuri and Cracker attacked simultaneously, with the sword strikes formed by the biscuit armor and the powerful impact created by the machi mixing together to launch a fierce assault on Lin Fan. It must be said that the combined attack of Katakuri and Cracker was extremely ferocious and powerful. The sky was already shining with a dazzling light, emanating from Katakuri and Cracker. Fearless offense. Let you witness the power of the... However, a male voice appeared in the sky. With a loud bang, a massive descended. The enormous green, like a spirit bomb, rushed downward and, in an instant, devoured the combined attack of Katakuri and Cracker. Not only that, after consuming their attack, the green did not weaken its power and continued to strike down towards the Bigman pirates. A force capable of shaking souls instantly enveloped the entire sea area. Quick, everyone! Use Haki to defend. Katakuri's heart tightened as he nervously shouted. The power of the king far exceeded Katakuri's capacity to withstand. Even he did not expect that Lin Fan Ulquiorra Cypher's casual strike could possess such power. What kind of power is this? How could he be so abnormal? I can't believe it. Is the Chinese Empire just a group of monsters? Are we all going to die here? At this moment, all members of the Bigman pirates were shouting in despair. Faced with Lin Fan and Ulquiorra Cypher's powerful king's hollow flash, they were struggling. Katakuri's expression was grave as he shouted to everyone. You bunch of fools, this is not the time to daze. Hurry up and find a way to block this attack. Otherwise, no one can save you. The Bigman pirates were thrown into chaos due to Lin Fan and Ulquiorra Cypher's terrifying assault, becoming disorganized. If this continued, everyone would be wiped out. Hearing Katakuri's words, the others reacted and immediately began to counterattack. They started to reinforce their defensive capabilities to withstand Lin Fan and Ulquiorra Cypher's king's hollow flash. Boom! Double! Roll! Pretzel! Cut! Rice cake! After the massive green hollow flash fell, Katakuri and Cracker took action again, disregarding their own safety, fiercely attacking the hollow flash to protect the pirate crew behind them. The two forces merged, erupting in dazzling brilliance. Minutes later, the green hollow flash shattered, dispersing into a current, instantly creating a tsunami several dozen meters high. Everyone watched this scene in silence. If the power of the broken jade is to materialize the deepest thoughts in one's heart according to what one desires, then I hope that a large number of sea kings will appear here. Lin Fan held the broken jade and began to wish like a wishing star. The blue crystal broken jade began to faintly glow, as if responding to Lin Fan. Thanks to Katakuri and Cracker's efforts, the Bigman pirates did not suffer total annihilation. Most of them survived. However, a few weaker individuals became corpses under the green hollow flash. The surface of the sea was stained with red blood, carrying a strong metallic smell, turning the sea a deep crimson. That glaring red was quite unsettling. Boom! Suddenly, the sea surface began to churn. Not good. The blood in the water has attracted the sea kings. Cracker noticed the significant waves on the surface, and beneath the deep sea, it seemed like enormous creatures were lurking. Once these creatures surfaced, they would definitely be behemoths. Sea kings are creatures that live in the doldrums and the Grand Line. It is said that the most powerful sea kings can even exceed 10,000 meters in length. Lin Fan gazed at the undulating sea surface, inwardly thinking, are the sea kings coming? Just in time, I can use this to build a Vastad. Gurgle, gurgle. Bubbles began to rise from the seabed in circles. The sea surface was disturbed, and beneath the deep sea, massive silhouettes stirred in the undercurrents. Whoosh! At this moment, a gigantic sea serpent appeared, towering at a height of 6,000 meters. Its massive body, as soon as it emerged, churned the sea and stirred up monstrous waves. With the appearance of the sea serpent, a second sea king also emerged, a deep-sea octopus measuring 7,000 meters. Its tentacles fully extended, reaching even 10,000 meters. Then, a third sea king appeared, an unknown monstrous fish that looked quite ugly. But when it opened its mouth, it could swallow the Bigman pirates whole. After the first, second, and third sea kings surfaced, it didn't tee in there. Those deep-sea giants continued to surge out of the ocean. Sea kings? Such enormous bodies. How can these sea kings be so large? The Bigman pirates stared at this group of colossal sea kings, their mouths agape. In the New World, the Bigman pirates had dealt with sea kings before, but those were all under 4,000 meters, They had never encountered ones like these at 7,000 and 6,000 meters. The Sea King Poseidon is referred to as one of the ancient three weapons because it can summon such super Sea Kings. It is said that the most powerful Sea Kings can even rival the four emperors. Katakuri. These Sea Kings are not something we can handle. Perhaps Mama can deal with Cracker. He can handle Sea Kings up to 4,000 meters, but anything beyond that is beyond Cracker's capability. Arrange for them to retreat. Wait, what is that guy doing? Katakuri initially wanted Cracker to arrange a retreat, but Lin Fan Ulquiorra Cipher in the sky was doing something terrifying. Lin Fan Ulquiorra Cipher was currently slaughtering Sea Kings, one in each hand. As long as he charged in and squeezed, whether it was a 6,000 meter or 7,000 meter Sea King, he would crush them instantly, turning them into a rain of blood that poured down into the sea. How brutal. Katakuri, we need to get out of here. Cracker looked up at Katakuri, his face showing fear. It was hard to believe that Lin Fan Ulquiorra Cipher was still slaughtering Sea Kings and was already drenched in blood. He looked like a blood-soaked monster, extremely terrifying. The Chinese Empire's execution officer was killing Sea Kings. This method was too brutal. The members of the Big Mom Pirates were dumbfounded. This was too intense, slaughtering 7,000-meter-tall Sea Kings. Come on, I grant you power, resent, and rage against me. Remember this hatred. And then turn your grief and anger into strength. Lin Fan Ulquiorra Cipher said, while killing. The blue crystal-like collapse jade continued to glow faintly, exhibiting its power. With every Sea King that died, the collapsed jade emitted a soft light. After these Sea Kings died, their souls would fly to the underworld. But they were intercepted by the collapsed jade. The collapsed jade possesses self-awareness and can materialize the wishes of others. Of course, the wishes that need to be manifested must be particularly strong. Sea Kings only experience a strong desire to survive when facing death. And that desire is precisely what the collapsed jade can absorb. The bodies of these Sea Kings, which have been crushed, began to change, forming huge black figures that were quickly becoming the lowest level Kaido. It must be said that the power of the crumbling jade is very strong. Ordinary hollows need to devour many of their kind to transform into Kaido. However, with Lin Fan, it seems there is no such trouble. The power of the crumbling jade allows them to grow even faster. What is this thing? It's something similar to the Conqueror's Haki. What kind of monster is the Chinese Empire creating? Does the Chinese Empire want to conquer the world? The members of the Big Mom Pirates broke out in a cold sweat. They killed the Sea Kings and then created terrifying monsters, which is truly horrifying. Roar. Then, terrifying roars shook the heavens and the earth as the Kaido began to roar. The iconic white bony snout of Kaido emerged, and then a white bony mask, as large as a mountain, appeared on Kaido's face. A wave of soul-shaking aura immediately enveloped the entire sea. Roar. As a large number of Kaido appeared, they started to become restless, beginning to devour their kind. One after another, the huge Kaido opened their massive mouths and viciously bit into the nearby Kaido. To evolve into an Aaron car, Kaido needs to devour their kind. Only by consuming more of their own can they better evolve into Aaron cars. What are these monsters doing? They're devouring their kind. What exactly does the Chinese Empire want? At this moment, the members of the Big Mom Pirates gasped in shock. The scene of the Gillian devouring their own kind was too shocking. Just seeing a glimpse of it made their legs weaken. Good. They've already started to devour their own kind. I just killed dozens of Sea Kings. I hope these Sea Kings can give birth to a Vastad. Such weak hollows are not worthy of bearing the name of the Chinese Empire. Only powerful hollows can become the hollows of the Chinese Empire. Cracker, I think we might not escape. Let us watch the changes. With such a commotion, perhaps we still have a little chance. Katakuri, seeing countless hollows devouring each other, frowned and said cautiously, Brother Katakuri, what do you mean? Cracker was slightly taken aback, speechless. Kaido may not have lost. Katakuri stood on the deck, hands behind his back, his face slightly serious. Hearing Katakuri's words, Cracker came to his senses and murmured to himself, Yes, Kaido hasn't he lost. Why did I think Kaido lost? The being known as the strongest creature in the world across land, sea, and air, Kaido has not lost to the Chinese Empire. Although his island was destroyed by the Chinese Empire, it does not mean Kaido would fear the Chinese Empire. That monster has survived dozens of suicides. Only Kaido would never submit to the Chinese Empire because he wants to be killed by the Chinese Empire. As long as the Chinese Empire continues to stir up chaos on the sea, Kaido will have a chance to be drawn over. Cracker kept praying in his heart. Suddenly, the light of the broken jade shone brightly and then suddenly grew larger. Lin Fan's eyes widened slightly as he sighed. Did the broken jade sense the desires in my heart? With a roar that shook the heavens, a gigantic black hole appeared in the sky. The black cavity was opened. The hole in the sky torn by hollows or Aaron cars is called a black cavity. It is a passage linking hollows to other worlds. Countless Gillian Grandes were released, roaring like primal beasts, rushing violently into this world. They then joined the action of devouring their own kind. In the eyes of Gillian, fragile humans were not as tasty as the large-bodied Gillian. However, this scene attracted certain individuals. Captain Shanks, can I kill these things? Wait, don't act rashly. Have you notified Whitebeard? Captain Shanks, we have already informed the Whitebeard pirates, but they seem to have encountered trouble and might be late. Tell them to hurry. The Chinese Empire has already threatened this world. Damn it, why don't those guys from the Five Elders call him out? Captain Shanks, perhaps the Chinese Empire doesn't seem to pose a challenge to him. He is in Mariejois, but no one dares to disturb him. Otherwise, it would have already acted against the Chinese Empire. Is him, the master of the Void Throne, really that lazy? At this moment, the red-haired pirates had arrived in this sea area, and the chaos caused by Gillian made them feel panicked. Him is the leader of the Celestial Dragons, the master of the Void Throne, the demon-slaying order, and all of that were actually issued by him. Moreover, Im's true identity is even more terrifying. He is one of the 20 kings from 800 years ago who gained the ability of immortality directly from the previous user of the surgery fruit. Living from 800 years ago until now, an absolute immortal monster. When the Chinese Empire appeared, Shanks had already contacted him. Unfortunately, Im was not interested in the Chinese Empire, considering it merely a pest, not worth mentioning. In Im's eyes, the Chinese Empire is just a clown. After all, compared to Im, who has lived for 800 years, the Chinese Empire may have appeared too many times. The Five Elders stated that Im is not interested in the Chinese Empire and ordered the Navy to eliminate it as soon as possible. If they can't eliminate it, then Im will eliminate the Navy. Huh. Beckman bit down on a cigarette and said solemnly. These words were told to Beckman by the Five Elders. When the red-haired pirates contacted the Five Elders, they happened to encounter Beckman, and thus conveyed these words to him. As the captain, Shanks naturally went to seek an audience with him, but unfortunately, did not meet with the red-haired. Damn him, still as arrogant as before. Shanks harbors deep hatred for him. The Celestial Dragon's arrogant and proud nature is passed down from him. Like father, like son. The reason the Celestial Dragons have become this way is largely due to Im's teachings. To the scum of the Celestial Empire, I'm coming for you. I haven't forgotten the grudge from last time, so clean your necks and wait for me to take my revenge. At that moment, a voice echoed across the sea, and an extremely imposing figure emerged. Kaido of the Beast Pirates had arrived, towering like a small mountain on the deck, looking exceptionally fierce. Shanks saw the Beast Pirates and shouted to Kaido, Kaido, don't rush in alone. The Zhonghua Empire is not as simple as you think. Red-haired, let's join forces and drive these guys from the Zhonghua Empire out of this world. After witnessing the insane and violent power of the killing maniac, Kaido realized that his strength alone was not enough to defeat the Zhonghua Empire, and for that, he needed an alliance. This time, the Chinese Empire appeared in the territory of the big MOM pirates, and Kaido came with the idea of an alliance. Kaido, you've changed a lot. With your old personality, you wouldn't have cooperated with me, right? Red-haired was slightly taken aback upon hearing Kaido's words. This man is not the kind of low-key man. A lot of bugs have come, but do you think having many people means it can be used? The power of the Broken Jade is just beginning to reveal itself. Broken Jade materialize according to my thoughts. Lin Fan's eyes widened as he held the Broken Jade and said in a deep voice. At this moment, the crumbling jade seemed to sense Lin Fan's desire and began to emit a powerful light. The blue crystal-colored crumbling jade shone with a meteor-like brilliance. Roar, roar, roar. Countless Gillian became frenzied at this time. Their speed in devouring their kind increased, and the power of their bites grew stronger. The entire sky was shrouded in a blood-red glow as Gillian turned on each other, creating a rain of blood, with bright red liquid pouring down onto the sea. In the air, a pungent smell emerged, making one feel nauseous. This bloody and brutal scene was unbearable for both Red-Haired and Kaido. This scene is definitely not something humanity wants to see. Damn it, did the Chinese Empire come from hell? How could they commit such brutal and inhumane acts? Red-haired Shanks felt a sense of dread as he watched the scene of the Gillian devouring each other. Kaido's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed in surprise. Is this how the perversion of the Chinese Empire is born? At this moment, Kaido finally understood why the Chinese Empire was so powerful. This method of devouring their own kind was indeed more tyrannical than modifying their bodies. A gentle breeze blew through, carrying the scent of blood mixed with the sea air in all directions. By now, everyone standing here felt nauseous. Even the most ruthless pirates couldn't help but feel sick. After dozens of minutes of fighting, hundreds of Gillian finally produced a king. The one standing at the top had evolved into a Yachukas and showed signs of developing into a Vastad. Very well, you are the strongest. Let me help you achieve your final evolution. At this moment, Lin Fan's voice echoed through the sky. The green light of the crumbling jade illuminated the great hollow, draping it in a new exterior. The crumbling jade was helping to manifest what the hollow deeply desired. The Yachukas, which had devoured countless hollows, began to shrink its body. Slowly, it became smaller and smaller until it was the size of a human. Within it, a power emerged, spiritual pressure. The Gillian evolved to the third stage, gaining astonishing spiritual pressure. That monster shrank? Red-haired Shanks widened his eyes in amazement as he watched this scene. This is too absurd. The methods of the Chinese Empire are almost akin to those of the Creator. Isn't this a power akin to that of God? Boom! In the next moment, a powerful spiritual pressure materialized and descended, causing everyone to feel a heavy weight on their shoulders. The spiritual pressure from the Great Hollow was like Mount Tai, pressing down on everyone. Vastad appeared, wearing a white mask on his face. Not all hollows become stronger with size. The hollow with a physique similar to that of a human possesses great power, and the body of Vastad, the ruler of the hollow circle, is actually quite human-like. Very perfect, you are very cooperative. Now we have reached the final step. As long as you get through this barrier, you will gain miraculous power. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed at this moment. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and he began to feel nervous. The number of hollows that Killian needs to consume to evolve into Akiyukas exceeds tens of thousands. Calculating it, Lin Fan's hollow has consumed far too little. On the other side, Kaido, do you think the bastards of the Chinese Empire were born this way? Red-haired Shanks' eyes tightened as he asked. The Chinese Empire is too mysterious. The Navy headquarters knows nothing about them. No one knows how the Chinese Empire came into existence. It appeared out of nowhere, with no reason, suddenly manifesting on the sea, causing panic. But now, after seeing Lin Fan create hollows, red-haired Shanks had a bold guess. Members of the Chinese Empire are all birthed through such brutal methods. Their people are summoned through blood sacrifices. It is highly likely that even my beast pirates are not as strong as they are. We cannot allow such monsters to live. They must be killed. Kaido, sweating behind his back, said with caution. He had never spoken to anyone about the matter of being modified. Rocks only modified Kaido. However, even though Kaido's body had been modified, it was not as perverse as that of the Chinese Empire. Just looking at the scene of hundreds of great hollows devouring each other sent a chill down Kaido's back. They are not human. They are monsters, real monsters. Although Kaido is also called a monster, compared to the Chinese Empire, what is this? Kaido couldn't even injure anyone from the Chinese Empire, not even a battle scout. Allowing the Chinese Empire to expand its membership is definitely not a wise move. Then, let's take action. A cold glint flashed in red-haired Shanks' eyes as he prepared to take down Lin Fan and Ulquiorra, although he couldn't take them all down at once. Now is an opportunity. While Lin Fan and Ulquiorra are busy, it's time for a sneak attack. I will help you block that monster. Only these monsters from the Chinese Empire can hurt me. You deliver the final blow. A fiery glint appeared in Kaido's eyes. His old habit resurfaced, and his skin began to itch, needing the Chinese Empire to scratch it for him. Red-haired Shanks nodded, agreeing with Kaido's strategy. Roar! At this moment, the burly Kaido let out a thunderous roar, his long black hair spilling over his shoulders, and the dragon scales on his body began to multiply, his eyes revealing a frenzied look. You scraps of the Chinese Empire, come and fight me. Last time you guys cut off my island. This time I'm here to settle the score. Kaido roared, his eyes turning blood red. Moonwalk. Top, top, top. In the next moment, Kaido's massive body actually flew up using the moonwalk technique, and his speed was astonishing. It's hard to imagine that someone as large as Kaido could fly so fast. After all, his weight is not light. Is this the strongest creature of land, sea, and air? Lin Fan narrowed his eyes and said calmly, Kaido is known as the strongest creature of land, sea, and air, and if he couldn't even fly, that would be ridiculous. Looking at Kaido's comical flying mode, Lin Fan remarked, don't come and disturb the Chinese Empire's business. Guys like you who are stubborn and unyielding will be better off staying on the ground, Blackwing Demon. In an instant, Lin Fan drew his Zanpakuto, and after drawing it, his spiritual pressure became pitch black. His body seemed to be enveloped in a sphere of dark light. The air became restless due to this violent spiritual pressure. Kaido, come back quickly. This guy is very dangerous now. Red-haired Shanks sensed something was wrong. He felt fear emanating from Lin Fan, exclaiming in shock. But unfortunately, Kaido was already too late. He flew high into the sky, directly facing Lin Fan. With a thud, a pair of pitch-black wings suddenly appeared, and as these wings appeared, the sky began to rain down black droplets, each carrying immense power. Damn it! Why is this water so heavy? Captain Shanks, the situation is very unfavorable for us. If this rain continues, we will lose our combat ability. The crew on red-haired Shanks' ship felt the terrifying power of the black rain, which contained soul power. Just a slight touch felt like being crushed by something, making it hard to breathe. Not to mention fighting, even breathing was difficult. In the next moment, Lin Fan's hair grew longer, and the tear marks on his face deepened. A green thunder sword appeared in his hand, composed of spiritual particles, exceptionally extraordinary. Kaido, you really want to disrupt my actions, don't you? At this moment, Lin Fan's eyes turned cold, filled with the wrath of a king as he stared at Kaido. How could this be? It's completely different from just now. He's even stronger than before. Kaido, being a modified human, was more sensitive than ordinary people, and when Lin Fan unleashed his Bankai, his expression immediately changed dramatically. At this moment, Lin Fan's power was more than double what it was before. It seems you understand now. So just lie on the ground and don't come to disturb me. As he said this, Lin Fan's figure flickered. What incredible speed. The moonwalk can't keep up with this tempo. With a whoosh, Lin Fan appeared right next to Kaido. Kaido's pupils tightened in shock. Kaido, think of a way to escape. You're no match for him. That guy can crush you with speed. Damn it. Even if I tell you to run, you won't outrun his speed. How troublesome. Red-haired Shanks shouted anxiously, extremely worried about Kaido's safety. In terms of speed, no one could surpass Lin Fan now. Everyone present shared this thought, making Kaido extremely dangerous. Kaido, stay on the ground, Lin Fan said coldly, then made his move. Thunder Spear. Thunder rumbled in the sky, and the blue crystal-long spear shimmered with lightning, containing immense power. With a thunderous crash, the Thunder Spear pierced through Kaido's body, and upon being struck, Kaido let out a loud roar. In an instant, the sky was splashed with ripples of lightning. The void formed a shockwave that spread in all directions. The shockwave from the Thunder Spear had an extensive range. Even those flying seabirds were affected, plummeting into the sea. With a boom, Kaido was directly sent crashing to the seabed by the Thunder Spear, creating massive waves that were over 100 meters high. The waves rocked the ships below, and the people on board were terrified. Kaido lay on the seabed, his body surrounded by lightning, and even the air was filled with a pungent, burnt smell. Oh my god, Kaido has been incapacitated. Who can withstand such an attack? The red-haired pirates were shaken to their core by this terrifying power. Their eyes were filled with fear. Is this the true power of the Chinese Empire? This power, can my haki affect him? By now, even Shanks began to doubt himself. Lin Fan's casual strike could produce such power. It seemed the Chinese Empire possessed strength that surpassed this world. Even if red-haired Shanks had Conqueror's haki, it was still not enough compared to this power. Alright, now I can continue. With Kaido being struck down to the seabed, he could no longer affect Lin Fan, who could now continue to shape Vastad. Just at that moment, the Vastad began to transform, its mask shattering to reveal an extraordinarily handsome face. He was a man with a face that could mesmerize women. And then, this man knelt before Lin Fan. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the Chinese Empire's military construction mission, successfully obtaining a Pooh card. Please check the Pooh card. King Arthur. King Arthur, the legendary King Arthur of Great Britain, wearing a golden crown as a ruler, possessing the glory and pride of the Night King. King Arthur has a very high sense of self-esteem, a strong and competitive personality, often neglecting surrounding matters. Overall, she is a delicate person. King Arthur, huh? As far as I know, this should be a woman. I just don't know if I'll turn into a woman after using it. If I become a woman, this Pooh card would be useless. Lin Fan's mouth twitched at the new Pooh card. As a man, especially a strong man, who would want to turn into a woman? Lin Fan isn't a cross-dresser. Ding dong. The system will not give the host useless cards. King Arthur's Pooh card has already been optimized by the system, and the host can use it with confidence. My noble master, please grant me a name. This Vastad had transformed, but he lost his previous memories. He didn't know whether he became a Vastod from a Sea King or from the Black Cavity. Hearing the Vastod's words, Lin Fan hesitated for a moment, then asked, "What abilities do you have?" The transformed Vastod possessed a Zanpakuto, which had powerful abilities. Submission. After returning the Zanpakuto to its sheath, it would cover a large area. In this area, anyone with lower spiritual pressure than mine would unconditionally submit. This is my ability after returning the blade, but I have never used it, my master. The Vastod answered honestly. Submission, huh? Not bad, not bad. Then I will grant you the name of the Chinese Empire. From now on, you shall be the apprentice king of the Chinese Empire, Jira. Your future title will be the King of Authority. Lin Fan pursed his lips and granted this Vastod a name. King of Authority Jira, I have met the master. Jira knelt on one foot and said respectfully that he was very happy. From today on, he was no longer Vastod. He had been reborn and had a new name. The next moment, Lin Fan glanced at the pirate crew below and said to Jira, "Apprentice King, it's time for you to show your strength. Let me see if you truly deserve the title of the Chinese Empire." Lin Fan was not aware of Jira's abilities, so he wanted to witness them firsthand. "Great master, Jira is willing to serve you." Jira knelt in the void, standing on one foot, and said seriously, "Whoosh." The next moment, Jira flew down. His speed was very fast, and in an instant, he reached the seabed. Like Lin Fan, Jira also had the ability to stand in the void. Apprentice King Jira of the Chinese Empire comes to pay his respects. After descending to the seabed, Jira said expressionlessly, as Vastod, he had no emotions. He had forgotten all memories of both the Sea Kings and humans. Now, the only thing Jira could do was obey Lin Fan's orders. This is the meaning of his existence. Without it, Jira will lose himself. The trainee king? Is this how the monsters of the Chinese Empire are truly born? Red-haired Shanks's expression suddenly changed, and he exclaimed. He finally understood the intelligence of the Chinese Empire, but now is not the time to fight against the Chinese Empire. He should report this information to the Navy or let more people know. In this way, everyone can know how to deal with them. The Whitebeard pirates somehow haven't arrived yet. Perhaps they are too afraid to come after realizing the strength of the Chinese Empire? Shanks is feeling quite confused and starts to overthink. I cannot disobey my lord's command. Weak humans, please accept my baptism. Submit, divine beings. Just as Shanks is lost in thought, Jira speaks up. Buzz. A vast spiritual pressure suddenly descends upon everyone's heads. Jira's Zanpakuto transforms into a white ripple, spreading out like a thin mist. Those who come into contact with this mist feel as if they are being invaded by some mysterious force. Great Chinese Empire. Great King Jira, please forgive our recklessness. We are willing to become your most loyal servants, to serve you and the Chinese Empire. Please accept our worship. All those who oppose the Chinese Empire are enemies. Let's take up our axes and go kill them. In the next moment, everyone kneels and bows to Jira. This sudden change startled Shanks. His scalp tingled, and his voice trembled as he asked, "What is wrong with you? Why are you kneeling to the Chinese Empire? Have you gone mad?" At this moment, at least half of the people on Shank's ship were kneeling to the Chinese Empire, and they were doing so willingly, which embarrassed Shanks to death. Had these guys lost their minds? These people had been implanted with the celestial seed, which would sprout in their bodies and brainwash them. It seemed that my celestial seed does not work on those with great strength, Gila said softly, revealing a hint of sadness. Would the failure of the celestial seed cause him to lose his status as the apprentice king of the Chinese Empire? Great king, do I have the qualifications to become the king of the Chinese Empire? Gila asked very seriously, eager to know if he possessed the potential to be a king. For someone like Gila, Lin Fan meant everything. Gaining Lin Fan's recognition was more important than anything else. You are qualified to carry the name of the Chinese Empire, Lin Fan said, standing in the void and nodding in approval of Gila. In fact, regardless of whether Gila had strength or not, Lin Fan would recognize it. Because Gila was created by the collapsed jade, destroying Gila would be like destroying his own child, wouldn't it? Although Gila had no mother, Lin Fan could be considered its father. My lord, thank you. Gila's mouth moved expressionlessly, speaking in a flat tone. Perhaps it was because Gila was inexperienced that he appeared so emotionally detached. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for triggering the historical truth mission. Since the host has completed the Chinese Empire's great military build-up task, it is time to continue exploring world history. On Giant Island, there are historical documents. These documents link to the blank history, and the host needs to obtain them from the Giant Clan. Mission prompt. Go to the Giant Clan and find the lost historical documents. Mission reward, Hawkeye. Just as Lin Fan was about to take action against red-haired Shanks, the system prompt sounded. Seeking the historical truth, is the missing 100 years related to the giant clan? Upon hearing this mission, Lin Fan was puzzled. It seemed that Charlotte Lingling was from the giant clan. When she was young, she was exiled for killing someone. If Charlotte Lingling hadn't been exiled, perhaps she wouldn't be one of the 4 emperors now. According to official intelligence, Charlotte Lingling has great confidence in the giant clan. She once said that if she received the giant clan's help, even the red-haired pirates couldn't act arrogantly in front of her, which shows the strength of the giant clan. Chinese Empire, what is your relationship with the D clan? At this moment, red-haired Shanks suddenly asked, looking shocked. Red-haired's expression was very serious. Although others didn't know what was in Laugh-Tale, red-haired did. He had acted with Roger back then, and he should be very clear about what Laugh-Tale held. Moreover, through his observations of the Chinese Empire, red-haired seemed to have discovered something. The D clan? Red-haired. Why do you ask that? Lin Fan narrowed his eyes, feeling puzzled. Red-haired's expression was strange. Can't you forget that hatred? Why? Isn't world peace great? The next moment, red-haired Shanks became very extreme, shouting at Lin Fan in a hysterical manner. Lin Fan shook his head and instructed Gila, protect the name of the Chinese Empire well. I need to take care of something. Before I return, collect devil fruits for me. Who? After Lin Fan finished speaking, he transformed into a shadow and disappeared into the sky. In his black-winged demon state, Lin Fan was incredibly fast. Almost no one could catch him. As you command. My lord. Gila knelt on one foot and said solemnly, is the purpose of the Chinese Empire really the devil fruits? Red-haired Shanks muttered to himself, speaking softly. He seemed to know something, but red-haired didn't say it out loud. Indeed, a lot had happened during that missing 100 years. Bang, bang, bang. On the other side, in the Elbaf warrior village, a famous giant warrior village, there are many giants. These giants can live up to 350 years, 3 times longer than humans, and they possess strong physiques. The divine tree has borne fruit. Little Amy, don't be greedy. Eating too many fruits from the divine tree will make your stomach burst. Mom, I won't burst my stomach. I'm very strong. The large and small giants are laughing and talking, and the giant clan is peaceful, much more tranquil than the outside world. These giants are not as ferocious as humans. They are very gentle to each clan member. The giant clan seems to be a kind-hearted race. In Elbaf, there grows a colossal tree, which is very large and has a strong life force. The leaves of the tree are huge, and it bears one giant fruit after another. If you pay close attention, you'll find that these fruits are very similar to devil fruits. However, the difference is that these fruits are enormous. Little Amy, once you enter the sacred place, do not desecrate the tree of life, and do not be greedy by secretly taking the fruits out. As each young giant matures, the giant warriors guarding the divine tree slowly explain the rules to little Amy, while her mother seems reluctant to go inside. This counts as a trial. The tree of life grows very tall. If one wants to obtain the fruit of the tree of life, they must climb to the top of the tree, which is 10,000 meters high. Little Amy wants to eat the fruit of the tree of life, and he needs to train his strong physique. Otherwise, he won't be able to reach those fruits. Little Amy nodded. As a soon-to-be adult giant, obtaining the fruit of the tree of life is an honor for him and a testament to his own strength. Go in. The warrior guarding the tree of life patted little Amy's head and said lightly. They silently wished for little Amy's success in obtaining the fruit of the tree of life. Although the giants had picked many, it was far less satisfying than obtaining them through their own efforts. A few minutes later, little Amy entered, and seeing his frail figure, Amy's mother worriedly said, will little Amy bleed? The vines of the tree of life are very sharp. Years ago, Amy's mother had also climbed the tree of life and had been cut by those thorny vines. Haha, little Amy is a boy. Although our giant race is very friendly, we cannot lose our fighting spirit. Letting little Amy obtain the fruit of the tree of life is to temper his bravery. A giant warrior holding a spear laughed heartily, knowing that without such trials, the giant race would become very weak. Although the giants are friendly, they do not want weak descendants. Phew! At this moment, a gust of wind appeared, and Lin Fan donned his new armor. The King Arthur armor shone brightly, making Lin Fan look impressive and formidable. Unlike that woman, Lin Fan's King Arthur set was more combat-oriented, lacking the graceful curves of the female King Arthur's chest. Giant Island seemed to exude a massive life force. As soon as Lin Fan landed on the island, he noticed that Elbaf was different from other islands. The air was very clear, and the vegetation was lush. The animals on the island were larger than anywhere else. Looking at these animals and plants, Lin Fan saw a towering tree, its top reaching into the clouds. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Lin Fan would never have believed it to be real. The historical documents of Giant Island should be at that great tree. It seems I need to pay a visit there, Lin Fan said with a serious expression and brightened eyes, as Lin Fan stepped on the soft soil of Elbaf's outer seashore. Feeling the softness of the giant's soil and the fragrant scent of the distant plants, he slowly approached the ancient tree of life. Gradually, Lin Fan's figure grew larger. The two giants guarding the ancient tree of life noticed Lin Fan's approaching figure. A weak human? No, this aura is very strong. Halt, traveler. The two giant warriors tightened their pupils, looking at Lin Fan with caution, their hearts suddenly sinking. A dangerous aura permeated from Lin Fan. It was like an unawakened treasure sword, revealing its sharp edge at all times. Giants, you may call me the Night King, or the Arthur of the Chinese Empire. Lin Fan stretched his shoulders and said slowly, Night King? No matter what kind of king you are, this is the sacred ground of the giants, so please leave immediately. The giant warriors guarding the ancient tree stood their ground, refusing to let Lin Fan pass. The Tree of Life had always been a heritage of the giants, and no one could easily gaze upon it. Moreover, the giants had cut off contact with the outside world and had no idea what the Chinese Empire meant. If they knew, they would never speak to Lin Fan this way. Is that so? I'm very sorry, but I must break through here, Lin Fan said firmly. He had to obtain the fragments of the historical text. Wind King Barrier activate. In the next moment, Lin Fan swung his hand, and a sword flowing with powerful winds formed a current. It was as massive as a tornado, and when the airflow dissipated, a golden giant sword appeared in the eyes of the giants. This golden giant sword emits a faint blue flame, looking incredibly eerie. What kind of flame is this? The giant race's guardian soldiers were shocked upon seeing the mysterious flame. From there, they sensed a dangerous aura. This is not fire, this is magic. Coming from a Night King's last warning, get out of my way. Lin Fan's voice grew increasingly cold. He had to reach the top of the Tree of Life. Armament hockey. Waves of black energy surged around Lucas and Blom, enhancing their bodies with black armament hockey. Unlike the Lost Giants, they had undergone systematic training and possessed strength that was not even inferior to the members of the Four Emperors' pirate crew. Lucas, the guardian warrior of the giant race, would never abandon his people. Blom, the guardian of the giant race, would never abandon his people. Little Amy's mother, hurry and notify the chief. Let the giant warriors come. Lucas and Blom said cautiously. This aggressive man seemed very dangerous. Little Amy's mother nodded and immediately ran off. Lin Fan did not stop little Amy's mother. To him, there is little difference between a single giant and a group of giants. Since you are so stubborn, don't blame me. Shaking his head, Lin Fan said coldly. Giant spear, giant warhammer. Lucas and Blom charged forward, their black armament hockey wrapping around their weapons. After channeling their power into the weapons, the enormous spear and warhammer floated above Lin Fan's head. Striking down would turn Lin Fan into minced meat. Whoosh! In the next moment, they struck down. The ground suddenly trembled violently, the earth splashing with ripples, and a strong wind swept across the grass. A layer of faint blue shield appeared around Lin Fan. The giant spear and warhammer struck heavily against the shield, but could not advance further. That small faint blue shield concealed a power stronger than that of the giant spear and warhammer. Such a formidable defensive power. Blom, and I have more than 5 times the destructive power. Yet you blocked it with that shield. What on earth? Lucas stared at Lin Fan in terror and confusion. That small shield left him utterly perplexed. How can this be stopped? You must know that the destructive power of the Spear of Giants can kill Sea Kings over 4,000 meters tall. Isn't it strange that under my magic release state, any attack from you is futile? As long as my magic is not exhausted, you will never be able to hurt me. Lin Fan said calmly, pursing his lips. Magic release is a magic that strengthens weapons and the body with magic. It requires a high amount of magic. The original Night King did not have such a powerful magic release. But Lin Fan is different. The cards he obtained are ridiculously strong. It seems that the system enhances these cards to reach an average level. What a joke. You think that with such an ethereal power, you can block our attacks? Lucas, unable to hide his shock, thought to himself that his hockey could rank among the best in the giant village. How could it be blocked by such a strange power? Bloom, let's not be deceived by him. This weak turtle shell could be smashed with a little more effort. Lucas shouted loudly. Hoo-hoo! Hearing Lucas's words, a glint of brilliance flashed in Bloom's eyes. He took a deep breath and lifted the giant warhammer with even more effort. I no longer want to waste time with you. Let's end this battle now, Lin Fan said coldly, narrowing his eyes. The Sword of Oath and Victory. As the ultimate divine weapon of the strongest fantasy, La, managed by the Star Spirits, after being handed to the Night King, he did not unleash its true power. But after being transferred by the system, the Sword of Oath and Victory broke through its previously insurmountable limits. The magic on Lin Fan transformed into light as the Sword of Oath and Victory accelerated to increase its power, compressing this magic, and at that moment, it shot out like a laser beam. The Sword of Oath and Victory unleashed a devastating power, and holy light appeared, causing Lucas and Bloom to involuntarily tighten their pupils. This terrifying power, they cannot stop it. Are we going to die? It's too strong, simply irresistible. At that moment, Lucas and Blom felt a sudden heaviness in their hearts, their bodies trembling. With a loud boom, the light emitted by the Sword of Oath Victory erupted, striking down and instantly turning both Lucas and Blom's massive bodies into dust, vanishing without a trace. The magical power of the Sword of Oath Victory was unleashed, amplifying its strength by at least double, tearing a gigantic gash in the earth, with dust swirling everywhere. When the dust that filled the ground dissipated, scalding white smoke rose. The earth was scorched, emitting a foul, burnt odor. This scene is extremely shocking. A 100-meter-wide passage has been cut open on the road to the Tree of Life, wide enough for the gigantic giants to walk through. Originally, the Night King did not possess such immense power, but after undergoing the system, he has become incredibly strong. I hope that Tree isn't harmed, otherwise, the task of historical truth will be difficult. Lin Fan looked at the ravaged land he had caused and smiled wryly. Before long, Lin Fan walked towards the ancient Tree of Life of the giant race. There seemed to be a child there. After a while, Lin Fan discovered little Amy, who was climbing the big tree. Little Amy moved slowly, her hands weak, and after climbing a few times, she stopped to rest. It seemed that she would never be able to climb up in this lifetime. As a member of the giant race, little Amy was an unqualified warrior. She found it exhausting just to climb the ancient Tree of Life, and Lin Fan had no interest in interacting with someone like her. Whoosh! The next moment, Lin Fan soared upward like a gust of wind, moving as quickly as lightning. For Lin Fan, who possessed magical power, climbing such a tree was effortless. What? It feels like there's someone in this strong wind. Little Amy rested under the tree, and suddenly a strong wind blew up. She exclaimed in surprise, feeling like something was in the wind. However, by the time little Amy came to her senses, she saw nothing. She shook her head and said lightly, I must have been seeing things. How could someone fly up? Whoosh! At that moment, Lin Fan had already reached the top of the ancient Tree of Life. When Lin Fan appeared at the top of the ancient tree, he saw the fruits, which looked just like the devil fruits, but were several times larger. Is this the original form of the devil fruit? Lin Fan squinted his eyes, feeling puzzled. Ding dong. Historical documents detected. Would the host like to analyze? At this moment, Lin Fan heard the system's prompt. After the analysis was complete, Lin Fan could obtain a common card. So without thinking, he replied, Analyze. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, you have obtained ancient literature and the remaining footage of the Life Ancient Tree. Remaining footage? Hearing the system's words, Lin Fan was confused. What is the remaining footage of the Life Ancient Tree? At this moment, Lin Fan's eyes suddenly changed, as if he had entered the ancient pirate world, filled with a primitive atmosphere. At that time, in this world, there was a kingdom of D. The walls of the kingdom of D were as high as 50 meters, and the people living in the kingdom of D each possessed 3 types of hockey, which could be used in combination. The power of the 3-in-1 of Conqueror's hockey, armament hockey, and observation hockey was so formidable that even Lin Fan couldn't help but feel a tremor in his heart. In the ancient kingdom of D, even the weakest individuals had the strength of the 7 warlords. The Tree of Life was planted by the kingdom of D, and the giant race was kept as servants by the kingdom of D. Suddenly, Lin Fan saw the people of the kingdom of D coming out, and all the giants knelt before him, as if he were the god of the giant race, holding an unparalleled status. What a powerful nation. During that time, I did not see any devil fruits or the Navy. The world Lin Fan saw was composed of countless countries, among which the kingdom of D was the most prosperous. The kingdom of D kept the giant race, and the giants were also powerful, so no country dared to invade the kingdom of D. As time passed, the Tree of Life began to grow, and the people of the kingdom of D started to pick the fruits of the Tree of Life. Those who had eaten the fruits of the Tree of Life found their original armament haki had become even stronger. The solidified armament haki could cover their entire body. The Conqueror's haki could tear through space, terrifyingly comparable to Shank's Conqueror's haki, while the observation haki seemed to allow everyone to foresee the future. This fruit increases haki? Lin Fan was shocked to see this. Wow, is the Tree of Life so terrifying that eating it can enhance haki? Besides this Tree of Life, the Kingdom of D had other trees of life. Here, Lin Fan concluded that there was more than one Tree of Life in the Kingdom of D. The remnants he saw were just memories of this Tree of Life, not those of other trees of life. It seems that the Kingdom of D is excessively strong. As time passed, enemies appeared in the Kingdom of D, and those enemies possessed various abilities. Some could breathe fire, some had bodies of lightning, some could transform into giant lions, some could fly, and some could turn their bodies into wax. The Kingdom of D was invaded, and the giants took the opportunity to steal the ancient trees and then abandon the Kingdom of D. Lin Fan saw the giants fleeing amidst the chaos of war. They seemed to dislike being kept by the Kingdom of D. The giants stole the ancient Tree of Life. At this moment, the remaining film cut off. It seems the giants grafted this ancient Tree of Life here. Although the film disappeared, Lin Fan speculated about what happened later. The giants were unwilling to be slaves in the Kingdom of D and took the opportunity to escape when those devil fruit users appeared, abandoning the Kingdom of D. Were the devil fruit users invaders? Lin Fan was a bit confused. The devil fruit users from ancient times were even stronger than those now. Those using the fruits seemed to have the light fruit of Kizaru, but their light fruit could fire massive laser cannons, incomparable to Kizaru's small lasers. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for completing the historical truth mission and obtaining a card. Please check the card for Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara, the leader of the Uchiha clan, the reincarnation of Indra, the son of the sage of six paths, the strongest man in the Uchiha clan, skilled in using Susanoo and complete Susanoo, known as the legendary ninja. With a very cunning personality, a typical tyrant. It turned out to be Uchiha Madara. Hearing the system prompt, Lin Fan was stunned. This card was quite powerful, as all of Uchiha Madara's ninjutsu was basically the strongest, especially in fire release. He could even create the effect of a meteor falling. On the other side, a group of 10-meter-tall giants was rushing towards the ancient Tree of Life. The value of the ancient Tree of Life was too high, and this was also the reason why the giants could withstand the Four Emperors' pirate crew. Charlotte Linlin killed someone when she was very young and was considered an unstable factor by the giants, who drove her out of the island. So she didn't know the giant's secret. She only knew that the giants had a very large tree, similar to the Yarkaman Red Tree on Sabaody Archipelago. Lucas and Blom were missing. What is this pit? How could it be so huge? Chief, could Lucas and Blom have been killed? When the giants arrived at the location where Lucas and Blom had disappeared, they suddenly saw a huge pit that had appeared on the ground, plunging them into deep fear. The deep pit that led into the earth sent shivers down their spines. The enormous pit made them tremble. That was the weapon of Lucas and Blom, still stained with blood. Suddenly, the chieftain saw the spear and the war hammer in the distance, and his eyes narrowed at that moment. Lucas and Blom had been killed. Chieftain Paka was shocked to see the bloody spear and warhammer. The giant warriors only abandoned their weapons when they are killed. Lucas and Blom were warriors guarding the Tree of Life, and they would never allow any outsiders to approach the tree, nor would they abandon their posts. Yet they had now disappeared, not appearing beside the Tree of Life. The only explanation could be that they had been killed. The Elbaf warrior village had been invaded. Lucas and Blom were great warriors. They sacrificed themselves for the giant race, and now we must take revenge for them. Hawkeye declared passionately that the giants value loyalty above all. Aside from those who left the Elbaf warrior village, Hawkeye would not allow anyone to harm them. Fight for the giant race. Fight for Lucas and Blom. We will take revenge. With Hawkeye's loud shout, the remaining giants became exhilarated, raising their weapons and taking an oath. In that moment, the entire Elbaf warrior village was filled with the roars of the giant tribe, their voices echoing in all directions. Patriarch Paka, someone is coming? A keen-eyed giant warrior spotted Lin Fan and Uchiha Madara coming down from the ancient life tree. That man, is he the one who killed Lucas and Blom? A gasp escaped from Paka's mouth. Paka looked at Lin Fan and Uchiha Madara, feeling deeply shocked. It was as if he could hear the cries of Lucas and Blom before their deaths. This Lin Fan and Uchiha Madara looked like a brutal person. From a distance, Paka could sense the aura of brutality emanating from Lin Fan and Uchiha Madara. There is no mistake. That man is the one who killed Lucas and Blom. You killed Lucas and Blom. Who are you and why did you kill them? At this moment, Paka stepped forward and shouted, questioning Lin Fan and Uchiha Madara. At the same time, Paka was speculating about Lin Fan's motives. What could a man like him want from the giant tribe? I am Uchiha Madara, the god of ninjutsu of the Chinese Empire. You should retreat quickly. I do not wish to waste time with you. Lin Fan shook his head and said disinterestedly, with Madara in hand, I have the world. Fighting these giants is too dull. What is the god of ninjutsu? Uchiha Madara, no matter your purpose, you cannot kill Lucas and Blom. They are great warriors of the giant tribe, and for that, you will have to pay with your life. When Paka heard the words god of ninjutsu, his mouth twitched. He felt that those 4 words represented some kind of mysterious power, but he could not back down. As the leader of the giant tribe, he had a duty to protect them. Anyone who blocks my path must die. Do you want to follow in their footsteps? At that moment, Lin Fan's tone became serious. In an instant, Lin Fan's murderous intent surged. Though these giant tribe warriors were merely ants, sometimes ants become too reckless, and Lin Fan wouldn't mind stepping on them. It's a pity this might get my hands a bit dirty. I will avenge them. Paka shouted, releasing his anger. Armament Haki. At this moment, Paka used Armament Haki to enhance his fists, covering his hands with a layer of black hardshell, and swiftly punched towards Lin Fan. Paka's fists were incredibly fierce, and, as he attacked Lin Fan, the ground crumbled under his weight, with countless small stones shattering beneath his feet. Paka himself was clad in a black battle suit, forming a very sturdy shield. At this moment, Paka resembled a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex. A mere trick. I will let you witness the power of ninjutsu. Lin Fan looked down at Paka and said softly, complete body Susanoo. Lin Fan's Uchiha clan Sharingan appeared, and the 3 Tomo began to spin. Then, an enormous giant appeared, holding 2 gigantic swords in its hands. What is this? The giant warrior Paka, who was advancing continuously, gasped in shock upon seeing the complete body Susanoo. The giant in the sky was even larger than him, its body more than twice Paka's size, making Paka seem small in comparison. So big, this guy is bigger than the giant clan. So terrifying, the armor is even burning with strange blue flames. Is this ninjutsu? The giant clan warriors were all shocked upon seeing the complete body Susanoo. The giants have always been known for their size, but when they saw something even larger than themselves, they panicked. Whoosh! In the next moment, the complete Susanoo flapped its massive wings like a giant rock spreading its wings and flew towards Paka. This monster is coming. Not good. I need to strengthen my armament Haki defense. Paka gasped as he felt a chill when he saw the complete Susanoo approaching. His heart sank. Although he was a giant, he was no match for Susanoo. The complete Susanoo flew in front of Paka and swung its enormous blade down at him. Boom! A tremendous shockwave swept through, dispersing Paka's armament Haki. The power of the complete Susanoo far exceeded his capacity to withstand it, causing his armament Haki to shatter inch by inch. If this continued, Paka would lose the protection of his armament Haki. This immense power. Paka watched as his armament Haki slowly crumbled, a look of horror spreading across his face. Unable to believe that under absolute power, armament Haki seemed futile. How could Uchiha Band be this strong? Let me give you a little encore. Seeing Paka being suppressed by the complete Susanoo, Lin Fan smirked wickedly. Shaku JG. Suddenly, several blue Magatama appeared around the complete Susanoo, and these Magatama were incredibly massive. Whoosh! In almost an instant, the gigantic Magatama surged towards Paka in dense waves. Boom! The enormous blue Magatama created ripples, resulting in an unending barrage of attacks. One explosion after another was heard, and the clan leader Paka was left battered and bruised by these blue Magatama. At this moment, dust is flying, smoke is rising, and a strong smell of blood permeates the air. The smell of blood comes from the blood of the Paka. The blood of the giant race is inherently more intense than that of other races. Therefore, when they have huge wounds, it can be smelled from afar. That rich smell of blood, just a whiff of it feels like running into a pool of blood. Chief Paka. Even the giant race cannot withstand a battle of this level. Chief Paka is in danger. Uchiha Bido is so terrifying. Will we be exterminated? Under the powerful onslaught of the Yasukani no Magatama, the giant race began to waver, and Lin Fan left them with a psychological shadow with his absolute power. The giants began to believe that this man, known as the god of ninjutsu, was invincible. Cough cough. Paka coughed a few times. Having survived the attack from the Yada no Kagami, as the leader of the giants, he still had a few trump cards up his sleeve. At the very least, Hawkeye was wearing the divine armor of the giants, the war god armor. The war god armor is a divine artifact passed down from the ancestors of the giants, which can crown Hawkeye's body, granting him immense defensive power. It was because Hawkeye was wearing the war god armor that he escaped death. Even so, Hawkeye was severely injured. The attack from the Yada no Kagami was incredibly powerful. Even if he survived, Hawkeye could not withstand Lin Fan's attack. If Lin Fan struck again, Hawkeye would die, even with the war god armor. In the next moment, as the dust settled, Hawkeye's disheveled face appeared. I must commend you. You were the first to survive under my Yada no Kagami. Lin Fan of the Uchiha clan praised Hawkeye, who was gasping for breath. The giants still had their trump cards. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so highly regarded by Charlotte. Lingling, everyone leave quickly. This guy is too strong. You cannot stop him. Hawkeye shouted, hoping that the giant warriors would leave quickly, preparing to sacrifice himself. Hawkeye was about to activate another artifact of the giants, the War God Hammer. The War God Hammer is imbued with the power of lightning and is known for its ferocious strength, capable of immense destruction. If Hawkeye had the War God Hammer, he would have a chance to defeat Lin Fan of the Uchiha clan. I cherish talent. As the king of the giants, do you want to become part of my domain? Lin Fan, upon seeing that Hawkeye had not been killed by the Yada no Kagami, felt a sense of admiration and did not wish to kill him. Shut up. I will never betray the giants. As a guardian warrior of the giants, Hawkeye will never abandon them. Hawkeye was furious upon hearing Lin Fan's words. Every giant warrior has a heart for protection, which is also the greatest strength of the giants. They were born to protect and will forever guard the warrior village of Elbath. Never betray? That's utterly ridiculous. Under absolute power, you only have the fate of submission. You have only one choice, to choose death or to choose life. Lin Fan of the Uchiha clan roared, his tone indifferent. As a legendary ninja, he was exceedingly domineering. Life and death. Hawkeye was taken aback by Lin Fan's words. He felt what true power was from Lin Fan of the Uchiha clan. The strong can decide the fate of the weak. Since you do not understand what power is, let me show you, Lin Fan said solemnly. Then, he quickly began to hand seal. Lin Fan's speed of forming seals was almost instantaneous, taking barely a few seconds. Fire release, Dragon Flame Song Technique. The Dragon Flame Song Technique is a combination of the Great Dragon Fire Technique and Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. When Lin Fan unleashed it, 4 fire dragons appeared, locking on a Hawkeye from 4 directions, leaving him no chance to escape. The accuracy of the Dragon Flame Song Technique was 100%. Aside from taking the hit head-on, Hawkeye had no other choice. Those fire dragons. Hawkeye was secretly alarmed. The 4 fire dragons from the Dragon Flame Song Technique were ferocious enough to devour him entirely. Moreover, Lin Fan of the Uchiha clan's Dragon Flame Song Technique was too fast. Hawkeye had no way to dodge it. With a thunderous roar, the 4 fire dragons struck Hawkeye accurately, producing a foul burnt smell from his body. The Dragon Flame Song Technique made Hawkeye let out a wretched scream. The pain from the 4 fire dragons was unbearable. Lord Chief, behind him, the giant warriors gasped in worry upon witnessing this scene. Don't come over. Only this man. You will never be able to defeat him. He is too strong. If you fight him, you will be killed in an instant. If I weren't wearing the war god armor, I would have died hundreds of times already. Hawkeye said seriously, feeling that Lin Fan of the Uchiha clan was extremely terrifying. How can this be? Even with the artifact, Lord Chief can't defeat him? The giant warriors were shocked by this revelation. They were well aware of the defensive power of the war god armor. If even that couldn't withstand Lin Fan of the Uchiha clan, then just how strong was he? So you're wearing an artifact. No wonder you could take hits so well. Hearing Hawkeye's words, Lin Fan nodded, deep in thought. What a terrifying man. Hawkeye stood below, looking up at Lin Fan with an expression of shock. This man is terrifyingly strong. Not only that, but his temperament, aura, and presence are also extraordinary, giving off a feeling of being a formidable opponent. In short, Lin Fan Yu from the Uchiha clan is a man that Hawkeye cannot deal with. Bang! In the next moment, Hawkeye threw away the weapon in his hand, and his armed color hockey dissipated. I am not your match. You should have taken what you wanted, so please leave. The giant race is a peace-loving tribe and does not like fighting. Hawkeye spoke candidly. He did not want to fight Lin Fan Yu. And even if he used the war god hammer of the giant race, he might not be able to defeat Lin. It would be better to put down the weapon and have a good talk. I do not need your surrender, but your submission. Hearing Hawkeye's words, Lin shook his head. The overall strength of the giant race is quite good, even stronger than the 4 Emperor's pirate crews. especially this man in front of me named Paka, who stands out the most. This race has long consumed the fruit of life, becoming incredibly powerful. If it weren't for Lin Fan, the Four Emperors pirate crew might not have been able to conquer this place. Impossible, the giant race will not submit to anyone. When Paka heard Lin Fan's words, he showed a look of disgust. Many years ago, the giant race once submitted to a kingdom that treated them like livestock, keeping them as war slaves, letting them out only when needed for battle, and locking them up otherwise. This was a humiliation for Paka. Now that Paka heard Lin Fan say this, he was naturally very angry. So, can you submit to the kingdom of D? How do you know? The history of the giant race has never been told to anyone. Could you be from the kingdom of D? Shock appeared in Paka's eyes. The secret of the giant race is known only to those from the kingdom of D, and most of those people have already been killed, with very few survivors left who have any strength. I am not from the kingdom of D, but I want you to submit, and all it takes is power. Giant race chief, I will ask you once more, will you submit, or will you die? Lin Fan increasingly liked Paka, the chief of the giant race, who had great potential. With some cultivation, he might even be stronger than Gila. The blue crystal-like collapse jade was in Lin Fan's hand, ready to materialize his thoughts at any moment. The giant race never breaks their promises. Paka let out a roar, screaming in hysteria. For some reason, Paka suddenly recalled the moment he became the chief of the giant race. He had sworn under the giant statue to defend the giant race to the death, never breaking his promise, even if it cost him his life. At that time, Paka swore with a determination to die. Now, at the moment to test that promise, how could Paka go back on his word? He must give his life to fulfill that promise. Giant race wore God's hammer. In the next moment, Paka opened his mouth and let out a roar. Boom! As Paka's roar echoed, the war god armor and war god's hammer resonated. At that moment, Paka's physical body expanded, with thick lightning snakes several meters wide coursing through his body. Paka's body was stimulated by the lightning snakes, crazily expanding until it reached the size of a complete Susanoo before stopping. Crackle! The lightning flickered like countless thin bolts of lightning, wrapping around Paka. His muscle cells continuously expanding under the stimulation, becoming extraordinarily huge. In the Elbaf giant village, Paka resembled a god of thunder, exuding an extraordinary majesty. Countless bolts of lightning enveloped him, and the air was filled with the sound of thunder crackling. Long live the giant race! This is the power of a divine artifact. Chief Paka is now in an invincible stance. The war god armor and war god's hammer can only unleash their true power in the hands of the first-generation giants. The current chief is unbeatable. Seeing Paka in this state, all the warriors of the Elbaf giant village were extremely excited. The resonance of the war god armor and war god's hammer can only be used by the most powerful giants. Since ancient times, every generation of chiefs of the giant race has tried to make them resonate but failed. The giant race has studied the war god armor and war god's hammer, finding that they can only be activated during times of war. In peacetime, no matter how hard the giant race tries, they cannot activate the war god armor and war god's hammer. It seems that Lin Fan's arrival helped Paka one last time. Indeed, the war god armor and war god's hammer can only be activated in war. How powerful the force is! I am completely unafraid of you now. Uchiha-ban, you cannot defeat me. Let me use this giant power to eliminate you. The resonance of the war god armor and war god's hammer filled Paka with confidence. He now dared to challenge Uchiha-ban and Lin Fan. What foolish words! Who gave you the confidence to think that with this meager power, you can provoke me? Utterly foolish. The gap between us is like heaven and earth. Hearing Paka's words, Lin Fan thought he had become arrogant. Therefore, Lin Fan didn't want to play with Paka anymore and prepared to withdraw. God? The tree world descends. The Elbaf giant village trembled as one towering tree after another emerged from the ground, transforming the Elbaf giant village into a sea of forests with greenery everywhere. This is a world of the ocean of plants, where many giant warriors of the tribe are bound by thick tree trunks, unable to move. It's incredible. The strength of these trunks is so great that even with all my might, I cannot break them. Has the ancient tree of life gone mad? How could it be? How could the ancient tree of life help him? Have we been abandoned by the gods? The warriors showed a look of despair, terrified as they spoke of the experience brought by the divine tree, feeling as if they were defying the will of the gods and facing divine punishment. Something was wrong. These trees did not possess the power of the ancient tree of life, but rather the power of that man. Upon seeing the ancient tree of life emerging from the ground, Paka recognized it immediately, while the other giant clan warriors were unfamiliar with the ancient Tree of Life. But as the chief who often dealt with the ancient Tree of Life, he was very clear that this was not the ancient Tree of Life, but something created by Lin Fan and Uchiha Ban. Who are you, and how do you possess such power? At this moment, Paka's pupils constricted in surprise. God? The power descending from the tree realm is too unimaginable. It makes Paka feel uneasy. If he is not careful, Lin Fan could take him down. Just this little bit of power, and he can't handle it? Next, you might feel even more fear. Seeing Paka's expression, Lin Fan smirked, quickly forming hand seals to perform another ninjutsu. Wood dragon technique. Boom! A towering tree suddenly expanded from beneath, launching an assault towards Paka. This speed was much faster than those sluggish guys before. Paka reacted quickly, dodging as the giant tree emerged. Otherwise, he would have to endure a violent blow from the towering tree. However, Lin Fan grinned and said, "You think that's all there is to it? What do you mean?" Hearing Lin Fan's words, Paka was startled, as if something terrifying was about to happen. In the next moment, the towering tree transformed into a giant dragon, which opened its massive mouth. The lightning power within Paka began to vanish at a terrifying speed, and as the lightning power disappeared, Paka shrank down, eventually returning to an ordinary giant size. What is happening? My power has completely vanished. Paka shouted in despair, crying out. The feeling of losing power left him hopeless. How could Lin Fan from the Uchiha clan be so strong? Even the giant clan artifacts became ineffective. This man is terrifying. Behind him, the giant clan warriors watched this scene, their eyes filled with horror. The giant clan artifacts, the war god armor and the war god hammer, were the strongest symbols in every giant's heart. Holding these two items, if they could resonate, they might become invincible. But here, in less than 3 seconds, Paka was reduced to his original form. This huge disparity left these giants feeling deeply disappointed. Has the strength of Lin Fan from the Uchiha clan reached a level where they can only look on in silence? Excited? Happy? From the very beginning, you had no power to bargain with me. Given that you still have some use, I will help you take that step. At this moment, Lin Fan took out the blue crystal Benjiu. After the blue crystal Benjiu appeared, a faint blue glow formed around Paka, slowly enveloping him and wrapping his body inside. Would he become a Shinigami or a Hollow? The Benjiu could materialize Lin Fan's thoughts, but what kind of being would Paka, the leader of the giant clan, ultimately transform into? Some things could become Shinigami, while others would turn into Hollows. In Lin Fan's mind, he did not define Paka as either. He simply wanted to turn him into a powerful being. Boom! In the next moment, Paka's strong muscles suddenly disappeared, transforming into a massive skeleton. War Chief. At that moment, the giant clan warriors let out heart-wrenching cries. Paka's sudden transformation was devastating for them. Paka's flesh began to fall away, layer after layer, revealing his stark white bones. This scene was extremely shocking. The giants behind Paka all took a step back, revealing their fear. As if shedding wax, when Paka's muscles finished transforming, he became like a work of art. A huge skeleton, pure white and shimmering with a bright light, stood upright on the ground with an inexplicable majesty. It's very dangerous. Don't get close to the chieftain. He is no longer human. The chieftain is now a monster. We shouldn't approach him. The faces of the giant warriors changed drastically. The Paka in this form was no longer the original Paka. Come on, show me your power. Seeing the ethereal Paka, Lin Fan smiled and moved his lips. Like Gila, Paka's body rapidly shrank, and the giant warriors, seeing this, all ran away. On the scene, only Lin Fan and Paka remained. But this was fine, with fewer people around. The ethereal transformation would become very enjoyable. Minutes later, dark substances began to appear around Paka. He was enveloped by the dark material, starting to change. At the critical moment of Paka's ethereal transformation, success would allow him to break free and become the king of the Chinese Empire. Failure might lead to his complete destruction. The Crystal of Collapse was actually very dangerous. When it transformed living beings into ethereal or death, there was a failure rate. In the next moment, Paka's spiritual pressure erupted, which, in Lin Fan's view, was impressive and indicated successful ethereal transformation. The dark cocoon shattered, revealing Paka's strong body. Following that, Paka broke out of the cocoon. Soon after, the mask on Paka's face broke, revealing a rugged face, still resembling the original Paka. This power seemed much weaker than Gila's. Did he not absorb any souls? Seeing Paka in his transformed state, Lin Fan shook his head, feeling somewhat disappointed. Hawkeye's spiritual pressure was much weaker than Gila's. Perhaps spiritual pressure was related to the soul. The strength of the soul determined the intensity of the spiritual pressure, and what Hawkeye lacked most compared to Gila was the soul. Hawkeye had never absorbed any souls, so he was far behind Gila in terms of spiritual pressure. Your soul is too weak. There are many factors that determine soul strength, but you still cannot become the king of the Chinese Empire. Shaking his head, Lin Fan sighed deeply. Yes, master. Hawkeye nodded, showing no sign of disappointment in his eyes. He still remembered his previous memories, but could not harbor resentment towards Lin Fan. Now that he had become this way, he had no choice but to follow Lin Fan. To be honest, Hawkeye felt sad inside. Who wouldn't feel upset about turning from the chieftain of the giants into such a monster? Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have triggered the Crimson Stone mission. The host has successfully accepted the second person of the Chinese Empire, and Hawkeye, as the heir to the throne, has potential equal to Gila's, but Hawkeye has not absorbed souls. So he is a bit weaker, but as long as Hawkeye absorbs souls, he will surely become the second apprentice king of the Chinese Empire. Now the host should go get the Crimson Stone, which is in the hands of Flower Sword Bista from the Whitebeard Pirates. Mission hint. Flower Sword Bista is guarding the Crimson Stone, and nobody knows. The host has a rare opportunity to seize the Crimson Stone now. Mission reward, Puka. At this moment, the system's prompt sounded. Flower Sword Vista. That guy is in possession of the Crimson Stone. It seems I have to get busy again. Hearing the system's prompt, Lin Fan frowned. Ever since obtaining the God card system, Lin Fan had been busy every day. It seems he was born to toil. Go find the apprentice King Jira to collect the demon fruits, and also, get me some life fruit from this island. I have things to take care of, Lin Fan casually said to the task of devouring souls to enhance his strength, then vanished from Hawkeye's sight. Watching Lin Fan's disappearing back, Hawkeye muttered to himself, You wanted to take the life fruits from the giant clan? You despicable guy. Why did you turn me into this? Wouldn't it be better to just kill me with one stroke? Hawkeye said despairingly, filled with pain. Although he felt full of power, if he were to resist Lin Fan, he would be killed in an instant. Previously, Hawkeye couldn't sense Lin Fan's strength, but after becoming void, Lin Fan's soul-shaking power made Hawkeye feel suffocated. On the other side, the Whitebeard Pirates, 5th Division Flower Sword Vista. Vista thought that dark fruit was obtained by that guy. Sachi is dead, and Dad has gone out. Firefist Ace sat on the ship, drinking alone and chatting with Vista. Marshal D. Teach killed Sachi, and to snatch that dark fruit. He didn't hesitate to strike at his own people, which made Ace extremely furious. You see, Ace had just boarded the ship and had known Sachi for a long time. Sachi was Ace's close friend. Ace, don't be impulsive. Be cautious in everything you do, learn from Dad. Like Dad, he didn't participate in the last matter, otherwise. Vista's expression turned serious as he spoke in a low voice. The last time, Shanks had sent an invitation, hoping the Whitebeard Pirates would help eliminate the Chinese Empire. But Whitebeard didn't go. It wasn't that he didn't want to give Shanks face, but that it was impossible to eliminate them. The power displayed by the Chinese Empire was mysterious and strong. Every time they acted, they would take advantage and had never suffered losses. Such an enemy shouldn't be recklessly provoked. Whitebeard didn't want to wade into murky waters, so he naturally didn't ambush the Chinese Empire with Shanks. The result of Shanks' attempt to eliminate the Chinese Empire was, of course, disappointment. It was said that Kaido was beaten to the ground by the Chinese Empire again. Whitebeard knew Kaido very well. If even Kaido was like this, then if the Whitebeard Pirates went up, wouldn't that ruin Edward Newgate's reputation? Edward Newgate's fame still remained. At least he had never been bullied by the Chinese Empire. If he were to act now, perhaps his reputation would be tarnished, and he would lose face. As long as the Chinese Empire didn't provoke the Whitebeard Pirates, Whitebeard wouldn't care how they caused trouble. The Chinese Empire is truly mysterious. I wonder what would happen if they encountered Marshal D. Teach? A curious look appeared in Ace's eyes. The dark fruit is a legendary fruit, and the Chinese Empire is a legendary, mysterious organization. I really don't know what kind of sparks would fly when these two meet. Ace, don't think too much. I know you're unhappy. Come, let's drink. Vista comforted Ace, raising his glass and downing it in one go. The taste of rum was very sweet, and after Vista took a sip, a happy smile appeared on his face. Thank you, Vista. Hearing Vista's words, Ace's mood improved a little. Elsewhere, on the Whitebeard Pirate ship, the immortal bird Marco was lying on the ship, drinking alone out of boredom. Marco was the ship's doctor of the Whitebeard Pirates, skilled in medicine. An animal-type mythical Zoan user, possessing super regeneration abilities, and he could even fly. A light blue flame appeared in Marco's hand. He could even turn these flames into fiery wings to soar through the sky. He gazed aimlessly at the night sky, looking quite sad. The news of Sachi's death spread throughout the Whitebeard pirates. As the captain of the 1st Division, Marco boarded the ship early and had known Sachi longer than Ace. His pain was deeper than Ace's. "Sachi, you bastard, how could you leave without a word? I miss you so much." Marco's lips twitched as his voice choked. Sachi was his good brother for many years, and being killed by Whitebeard like this made Marco very sad. Not only did Ace want to kill Blackbeard, but Marco also wanted to kill Blackbeard. Suddenly, the wind changed direction. A fierce wind appeared, stirring up the flowing air and disturbing Marco. "What is that?" Marco's expression changed drastically as a giant appeared in the sky, with massive wings on its back, and a live person standing on the giant's shoulder. "How strong?" Marco's face turned pale, feeling a sense of suffocation. Facing the complete body of Susanoo, Marco felt a sense of powerlessness. The complete body of Susanoo looked like a mountain. Being hit by such a thing would be unbearable for his body. Can Marco defeat this monster? Marco has never encountered something so powerful. Challenging the complete Susanoo is like seeking death, isn't it? No, I can't back down because my family is behind me. The next moment, Marco shook his head and said firmly, "No way." Whoosh. Deep blue flames ignited around Marco, enveloping his body, and he soared into the sky due to the blue flames. Looking at the complete Susanoo, which resembled a giant of the heavens, Marco trembled and said, "Who are you?" "This is the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. Outsiders are not allowed to enter." The complete Susanoo overshadowed Marco, presenting him with a shocking sight. Beneath the complete Susanoo, Marco looked like an ant, yet he dared to provoke it. "I am here to find Flower Sword Vista. Go call him out." Looking at Marco in midair, Lin Fan moved his lips. "This seat? Your appearance is strange. What is your relation to the Chinese Empire?" Hearing Lin Fan's words, Marco was taken aback and, realizing something, asked in surprise, "The Chinese Empire? I am the 4th king of the Chinese Empire, the king of ninjutsu. If possible, you can call Flower Sword Vista out." Shaking his head, Lin Fan replied forcefully. Knowing that the redstone is in Flower Sword Vista's hands, Lin Fan didn't need to hold back. He would just take it. Even if Whitebeard is present, so what? As long as he obtains the redstone, he can complete the mission. Lin Fan currently doesn't care about someone like Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. Whether fighting Kaido or Whitebeard, it's all the same. "What? You are the king of ninjutsu from the Chinese Empire?" Hearing Lin Fan's words, Marco was startled. Although he had mentally prepared himself, he was still shocked to hear in person. The Chinese Empire is difficult to deal with and hard to fight against. In this sea, those who oppose the Chinese Empire generally do not have a good outcome. Whitebeard Edward Newgate warned everyone to avoid the Chinese Empire and not to provoke them. Otherwise, the Whitebeard pirates would face the most terrifying enemy. Even the Navy headquarters has suffered a significant loss at the hands of the Chinese Empire. Can the Whitebeard pirates escape unscathed? No. They not only cannot escape, but will also suffer huge losses. I will not let you succeed. I just lost a brother, and I will not allow a second one to die. Take this, king of ninjutsu from the Chinese Empire. At this moment, the immortal bird Marco's expression became resolute. His fighting spirit ignited. The death of Sachi had a significant impact on him, causing him to hold back a lot of anger. Now, Marco was ready to unleash that anger on Lin Fan. Coincidentally, Marco also wanted to find someone to fight, and Lin Fan was just the right person, which greatly fueled Marco's battle intent. In the next moment, Marco flipped his hand, and a blue flame spear materialized from his palm. At the same time, the black-armed Hawkeye covered the spear, adding an outer layer to it, making the spear appear in a black and blue color. After being enhanced by the armed Hawkeye, Marco's blue spear's power surged dramatically. In almost an instant, Marco charged out with the blue spear. The blue spear, with its massive tail, rushed towards Lin Fan and the Uchiha team, leaving a long trail in the air like a shooting star. How is that possible? However, what Marco did not expect was that his blue spear couldn't even get close to Lin Fan and the Uchiha team. The complete body, Susanoo, had an abnormal defensive capability. Marco could not break through that layer of defense and found himself stuck outside, unable to advance or retreat. Lin Fan and the Uchiha team didn't even glance at Marco, seemingly feeling that he was not worthy of fight. As Marco charged in, Lin Fan directly showed a look of disappointment, shaking his head repeatedly. Such a level of attack could not harm him. "You shouldn't block my path. Disperse him, Susanoo." Lin Fan lazily looked at Marco and casually said. In the next moment, the complete body, Susanoo raised its giant blade and swung it fiercely at Marco. A gust of wind erupted due to the movement of the complete body Susanoo, and after being struck by the giant blade, Marco's body was sent flying backward like a kite with a broken string, creating massive waves on the surface of the sea. The power of the complete body Susanoo was simply too immense for Marco to withstand. At this moment, the blue flames on Marco were rapidly consuming and burning. As a Zoan-type mythical beast user, Marco possessed a fruit that could even rival the powers of a Logia-type devil fruit. When Marco used this mythical beast devil fruit, he was essentially simulating a part of his body with the powers of a Logia-type devil fruit. Although this simulation was not as powerful as a true Logia-type devil fruit, it was sufficient for Marco. Otherwise, that complete body Susanoo's attack could have directly taken him down. With a loud crash, Marco fell into the water, creating splashes of waves, and finally came to rest on Ace's ship. "Marco, what happened to you?" Ace exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Marco, who was covered in injuries. Marco was the captain of the 1st Division, and his strength was unquestionable. How could he be hurt like this? Ace noticed that Marco was drenched in blood. Even the blue flames had become faint, no longer burning with the fierce fire typical of a phoenix. "Ace, run. It's the Chinese Empire. They're coming. You need to take everyone away from here. Their target is the Whitebeard pirates," Marco said with a face full of dread and fear. Although he was seriously injured, he did not dare to be careless for a moment. The Chinese Empire? Ace and Vista felt a tightening in their hearts upon hearing Marco's words. The Chinese Empire was formidable. Recently, there had been countless legends about them, such as the Hero King, the Maniac, and the Combat Command Instructor. These Hero Kings, murderers, and Battle Command Instructors are not weaker than Navy Admirals, and some even surpass them. Borisolino has been injured by the Chinese Empire, and Sakazuki has been killed by the Chinese Empire. Such a powerful Chinese Empire has finally come to the Whitebeard pirates. I do not wish to kill Flower Sword Vista. I command you to hand over the redstone. Otherwise, your pirate crew will fall with you. In the air, Lin Fan's chilling voice echoed. "The redstone. This is something old man gave me. I will never hand it over even if I die." Anger showed on Flower Sword Vista's face as he said resentfully. At this moment, Ace shook his head and sighed. "It's a pity Dad went to treat his illness and won't be back until tomorrow. Edward Newgate has long-term injuries from using the Tremor fruit. It can hurt the user during use, which is also the reason why Edward Newgate has been on 4 drips for a long time. Thus, the redstone can only be guarded by Ace and the others. Has the information leaked? We have only had the redstone for a few days, and the Chinese Empire has already come knocking," Marco said dejectedly. "The Whitebeard crew only discovered the redstone a few days ago, and the Chinese Empire came right away. This speed is a bit too fast. Is that so? I respect your courage, but the redstone is something I value greatly. I will not leave without obtaining it." Lin Fan's expression grew serious. He didn't have any deep hatred for the Whitebeard pirates or for Bista, the Flower Sword. He simply wanted to obtain the redstone. If possible, he preferred to resolve the matter without resorting to violence. "Forget about that," Bista firmly rejected, showing a determined look in his eyes, unwilling to hand over the redstone. "What kind of joke is this? The redstone is a treasure of the sea. Collecting 4 pieces of the redstone will reveal the location of Raftel. Even the big MOM pirates wouldn't easily hand it over to others, right? How could Bista just casually give it to the Chinese Empire? That's impossible. Raftel, the final island, is at the end of the Grand Line and is also where One Piece is located. That place is the dream destination for pirates worldwide. How could Bista easily hand over the redstone to the Chinese Empire?" At this moment, Lin Fan calmly said, "It seems that you are too confident. Whatever I desire, there is nothing I cannot obtain. Come forth, my most loyal servant." The 9-tailed beast of spirit communication. With a roar, a massive tailed beast appeared. Behind it, 9 gigantic tails grew. At this moment, its tail began to thrash about frequently, carrying fiery red flames, and it gazed at Bista and the others with an incredibly evil stare. Lin Fan used his ocular power to forcefully control the 9 tails, making it obey him. "What is that?" When the 9-tailed fox appeared, Ace widened his eyes in shock. The red flames on the 9-tailed fox and its frenzied, evil power sent chills down people's spines. "Is it a sea king?" Marco, lying on the ship, gasped at the sight of a 9-tailed fox, surprised by its massive body, which looked very similar to a sea king. "No, sea kings don't have such evil power. It is not a sea king." Bista, with a serious expression, sensed the evil power emanating from the 9-tailed fox, which carried a strong will for destruction, wanting to obliterate this world. Bista felt the will of the 9 tails and was very frightened by its toothy grin. The 9 tails did not wish to be controlled by humans. It hated humans, especially Ban. Ninetales, fire the tailed beast bomb. At this moment, Lin Fan said coldly, using his Sharingan to firmly control the Ninetales. Suddenly, the sky turned dark. The Ninetales' huge mouth was gathering a massive tailed beast bomb, and a red-tailed beast bomb suddenly appeared, coalescing red light in the sky. This is bad. It must not be allowed to release that evil power. Vista was very sensitive. He sensed that once the Ninetales released the tailed beast bomb, the Whitebeard pirates would be finished, reduced to ruins. Especially, the 5th Division and the 2nd Division would be the most severely affected, as these two divisions were closest to the Ninetales. Stop! At this moment, the saber-wielding Vista shouted in a hysterical voice, QB, stop! At this moment, Lin Fan smiled. The Ninetales disappeared at Lin Fan's instruction. The goal had been achieved. Flower Sword Vista was not foolish enough to know that if he didn't hand over the Crimson Stone, the Whitebeard pirates would be annihilated. I am willing to give you the Crimson Stone, but you must not harm the Whitebeard crew. If you swear to never take action against the Whitebeard pirates, I will give it to you. Flower Sword Vista was extremely nervous, beads of sweat covering his forehead. The world can no longer prevent the rise of the Chinese Empire. Their power has reached an unmatched level. Vista only hopes that this nightmare organization can spare the Whitebeard pirates. If Lin Fan makes a vow, what does it matter if Vista becomes a sinner of the Whitebeard pirates? This is impossible. Flower Sword Vista, you do not have the qualification to make me swear. The fate of the Whitebeard pirates depends on whether it will provoke the Chinese Empire. If it does not provoke, it will not perish. Lin Fan firmly denied and refused to speak. He would not make a vow. Flower Sword Vista did not have the ability to make Lin Fan vow. The Whitebeard pirates exist at the whim of Lin Fan. It is indeed very foolish to make a promise to Flower Sword Vista. Damn Chinese Empire. Why is each of you so arrogant? Flower Sword Vista frowned deeply, feeling lost. If Lin Fan agreed, then what difficulty would there be in handing over the redstone? But Lin Fan was unwilling to vow, which made it difficult. Moreover, Flower Sword Vista saw that Lin Fan seemed to completely disregard the Whitebeard pirates. In his eyes, he could destroy the Whitebeard pirates at any time, which is why he spoke to Flower Sword Vista in such a manner. Time is up. I have no time to waste with you. This is the last chance. Will you hand over the redstone or not? The Chinese Empire. Flower Sword Vista tightened his grip, his fists creaking. He now bore the fate of the Whitebeard pirates, and every action he took would affect their future. If he made a mistake, it would bring huge losses to the Whitebeard pirates. Vista, I believe in you. Do what you think is right. Dad won't blame you. Marco and Ace comforted Vista. They could see that the Chinese Empire was not easy to deal with. Even if Vista handed over the redstone, it wouldn't be considered betrayal of the Whitebeard pirates. Rather, Ace and Marco hoped he would hand it over. In this situation, Flower Sword Vista chose to let go. The Chinese Empire was unbeatable. The redstone was, after all, just a stone, not a crew member of the Whitebeard pirates. This is the redstone. Take it and leave here. Vista took out the redstone and threw it to Lin Fan. In the original story, a piece of the redstone went missing, but unexpectedly, this piece was obtained by the Whitebeard pirates. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the steal the redstone task and successfully obtaining the card of Eren Yeager. Please check the card. Eren Yeager. Eren Yeager, a member of the Survey Corps, possessing the powers of the Attack Titan, Founding Titan, and Warhammer Titan, originally just an ordinary human. But he can transform into a gigantic Titan by biting his finger. Note, Eren Yeager's enhancement has a limit and cannot be enhanced too much. After the redstone fell into Lin Fan's hands, the system's mechanical voice sounded. Edanye, transforming into a Titan. Wouldn't that weaken his combat power? Hearing the system's voice, Lin Fan frowned. Eren Yeager's power, if placed in this world, would probably not be too strong. However, the Warhammer Titan and the Attack Titan were still viable. But the Founding Titan is somewhat useless. Since there are no Titans in this world, how could Lin Fan control those Titans? You can leave now. After Vista threw the redstone, he reminded him, I have always kept my promises. After saying that, Lin Fan stood on the complete Susanoo and flew away. Ace looked at the gradually receding complete Susanoo and said with lingering fear, Vista, you did nothing wrong in this matter. If Dad blames you, I will share the burden with you. The complete Susanoo was not something the Whitebeard pirates could deal with. It was too large, and if a fight broke out, the Whitebeard pirates would definitely suffer heavy casualties. Let's hope so. I hope Dad won't blame me. Vista shook his head helplessly inside. Whitebeard handed the redstone to Vista because he trusted him. But is it really okay for Vista to give the redstone to the Chinese Empire? On the other side, Lin Fan obtained the redstone and began to study the text on it. The text on the redstone was all ancient script. and unless one found someone to translate it, it was generally unreadable. Ding dong. Detected a mysterious object, the redstone. Does the host wish to translate the text? While Lin Fan was puzzled, the system's voice rang out. It's great to have a system. Now I don't need to find Nico Robin. System, please translate. Lin Fan smiled happily. If only Nico Robin could translate the redstone, then Lin Fan would have to go find her. Ding. The system is translating the redstone. Ding. Analysis successful. Please check the redstone. When the system's voice appeared again, Lin Fan found that he could read the text when he held the redstone. This is the historical text of a landmark recording a certain island. If I find that island, I will be one step closer to Laughtail. Holding the redstone, Lin Fan squinted his eyes and said slowly, "The island recorded on the redstone is in the latter half of the Grand Line. To get there, I must find at least 3 more redstones to locate Laughtail. 4 redstones combined can determine the location of Laughtail. The magnetic field, celestial phenomena, ocean currents, and air currents in the latter half of the Grand Line are chaotic, and the compass loses its function. So alternative methods must be used to determine the location. Since I have obtained 1 redstone, should I go and get the rest of the redstones?" Lin Fan tightened his grip on the redstone, his expression serious. Ding dong. Alert, alert. Gila is being besieged by the Navy government and the 4 Emperor's pirate groups and is in a life-and-death situation. Please proceed to rescue. At that moment, the system prompt appeared. Gila, something happened. Where is Paka? Lin Fan said in surprise. He was well aware of Gila's strength. As a Vastod-level hollow, his body was indestructible, and he possessed a powerful Zanpakuto. Together with Paka, they should not be besieged, right? Ding dong. Paka did not act according to the host's instructions, staying on Giant Island for a long time without leaving or meeting up with Gila. Damn guy, it seems I have to punish him. Lin Fan felt angry after hearing the system's response. Paka, now a hollow, dared not to follow Lin Fan's instructions. Was he planning a rebellion? On the other side, in the New World Sea, Gila was being besieged with Akainu, Kizaru, Aokiji, Fujitora, and Sengoku all making their moves. After witnessing the threat that the Chinese Empire posed to the world, Fujitora felt it was his duty to join the Navy. He immediately became a Vice Admiral, and although Fujitora was a Vice Admiral, he possessed the strength of an Admiral. The 4 Emperors, Kaido, the Disaster King, an ancient species with the ability of the Devil Fruit, controlling disasters. The Water Disaster, Queen, who has the ability to control water, could attack enemies with water, but would still become a land duck after falling into water, also joined in the siege against Gila. The Big Mom Pirates, Katakuri and Cracker. The Red-Haired Pirates, Ben Beckman, Jesus Burgess, and Lucky Roo. The road is surrounded by a siege against Gila. Although Gila is at the Vasto Lord level, he cannot withstand the attack from so many strong opponents alone, and with no assistance, he suffers a crushing defeat. King of the Chinese Empire. You have no way out now. Reveal the secrets of the Chinese Empire. It would be best to disclose their weaknesses as well. Akainu stepped forward coldly. His magma grew increasingly intense. Ever since he was defeated by Gilgamesh last time, Akainu has harbored resentment toward the Chinese Empire and has long sought revenge. However, he had no opportunity until now, so he acted very proactively. When he attacked Gila earlier, he used all his strength. Cough cough. I don't know what you are talking about. The Chinese Empire has no secrets, and the king of the Chinese Empire is the strongest, with no weaknesses. Gila shook his head weakly. He had sustained many injuries, some from being struck by Fujitora's meteorites, and others for being attacked by that madman Kaido. But the heaviest injury was inflicted by Sengoku with the Buddha. Nonsense, no weaknesses? Then how did you get injured? No one is without weaknesses. You better speak up quickly and tell us everything you know. How many kings does the Chinese Empire have, and what are their abilities? Akainu shouted fiercely, shaking his head. Gila continued to deny it. I don't know. You don't need to pressure me like this. Even if I knew, I wouldn't betray that lord. Akainu, don't take action. He is already at the end of his rope. Just capture him and interrogate him slowly. Seeing Gila's attitude, Akainu became furious and wanted to teach Gila a lesson, but was stopped by Sengoku. Now is not the time to kill Gila. If they wanted to kill him, Sengoku would have done so earlier. Gila was captured by the Navy and locked up in a secret base. The deep-sea prison had been destroyed by Lin Fan and was no longer safe. The interrogation was arranged by Sengoku, and the place where Gila was held was pitch black, a place prepared by the Navy for the Chinese Empire. That place was undetectable. The Navy hadn't disclosed it, and Sengoku had not told anyone, ensuring absolute confidentiality. 5 days later, has the interrogation yielded results? Sengoku asked seriously. Sengoku, we have tried our best, But that guy won't say anything. Take your time. We have plenty of it, and he is not limited to just intelligence. Sengoku. What do you mean? All right, don't think too much. Go take a break. Sengoku shook his head, not revealing his thoughts to others. Gila's greatest role was actually as a hostage. As long as the Navy held this card, they wouldn't have to fear the Chinese Empire. Gila was not strong, which is why Sengoku targeted him. If it were the hero king Gilgamesh, even if Sengoku had 100 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to act. Looking at the prison, Sengoku shook his head and sighed. The Chinese Empire, can't we get anything out of it? Meanwhile, Fujitora smiled with a sword. Guarding a certain area, with short black hair and a circle of beard by his mouth, he looked a bit comical, but his strength could not be denied. The gravity fruit user, Fujitora, was definitely not as simple as he appeared. I will protect justice. I will crush the filthy scum of the Chinese Empire. Fujitora took a deep breath and said solemnly. The headquarters calculated the area where the Chinese Empire was most likely to appear, and upon learning this, Fujitora volunteered to fight the Chinese Empire. Initially, the Navy disagreed, but Fujitora was very persistent, and out of helplessness, the Navy had to agree to let him guard that place. Just then, a gust of wind blew, and the direction changed. Beneath the flowing wind hid Lin Fan's figure. Ding dong. The host has triggered the Mission Ultimate Battle. Mission prompt. Fujitora is one of the strongest in the pirate world, with strength not weaker than Akainu. The host must defeat Fujitora in an absolutely powerful manner to gain prestige for the Chinese Empire. Mission prompt. The host must suppress Fujitora with the identity of the hero king of the Chinese Empire. Mission time limit. 3 hours. Mission reward. A universal card. When Lin Fan appeared in front of Fujitora, the system prompt sounded. Universal card. Don't need to quickly resolve, Fujitora. Seeing Fujitora ahead, Lin Fan smiled wryly. In the next moment, Lin Fan transformed, becoming radiant with golden light. Gilgamesh's aerial fortress appeared, extremely spectacular in the sky. Zazu, you have quite a nerve to imprison the apprentice king of the Chinese Empire. From the sky came Gilgamesh's angry voice. This is the hero king? Hearing Lin Fan's voice, Fujitora looked up at the sky, surprised to see Gilgamesh. Chinese Empire, I will not let you pass here. All the evildoers in this world will be ended by me. Fujitora's white eyes showed the first sign of emotion. He felt a bit nervous. The hero king of the Chinese Empire seemed very strong, far stronger than the apprentice king, and was not as easy to deal with as a few days ago. Zazu, don't block the way. Die under my treasure. Lin Fan shouted angrily. In that moment, the sky behind Fujitora seemed to be eroded. A golden light illuminated the entire sky. Countless swords, countless spears, countless axes appeared at that moment, their sharpness aimed directly at Fujitora below. In that instant, the space seemed to freeze. If all these weapons were to strike me, something terrifying might happen. At this moment, Fujitora Ichigo felt a chill run down his back and thought to himself. Fujitora Ichigo had no confidence in withstanding Lin Fan's attack. The Hero King's noble phantasm looked incredibly powerful. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by earth-shattering explosions, the noble phantasms in the sky all descended, launching fierce assaults in all directions. For a moment, the sounds of swords and blades echoed through the heavens. The sea splashed with ripples, and a large ship that Fujitora Ichigo was on was tossed about by the waves. Minutes later, Fujitora Ichigo's ship was riddled with holes, as Gilgamesh's treasury unleashed a frenzied dance of blades. The dance of blades formed overwhelming attacks that the Navy simply could not resist. Even Fujitora Ichigo was unable to help anyone, too preoccupied with defending himself. Ichigo, this attack is too strong. We can't hold it back. Ichigo, the damage to the ship is too severe. We request to retreat. What to do? The Hero King is too powerful. If this continues, the Navy will be completely annihilated. The Navy soldiers stationed on Fujitora Ichigo's ship gasped, watching Gilgamesh's fierce onslaught, and many began to feel like retreating. Now, these men were waiting for Fujitora Ichigo's command. As soon as he gave the order, they would quickly evacuate. Damn it! Fujitora Ichigo wielded his sword, struggling to resist Gilgamesh's attack with gravity, finding it very difficult. Gilgamesh focused his attacks on Fujitora Ichigo, leaving him no opportunity to assist others. Lin Fan's and Gilgamesh's attacks were too strong. Fujitora Ichigo could not hold out much longer before being defeated. Suddenly, the speed of the king's noble phantasm increased, and the Navy soldiers on the ship could no longer hold on, losing one life after another at that moment. How is this possible? Damn it, retreat. Seeing this scene, Fujitora Ichigo was horrified. Lin Fan and Gilgamesh's power was too strong. Fujitora Ichigo's thinking was too naive, leading to this outcome. He was simply no match for Lin Fan and Gilgamesh. Even Sengoku could not withstand the Hero King. Relying on Fujitora Ichigo's limited strength to try to defeat Lin Fan was truly a delusion. Run. If we don't run now, we will be completely wiped out. The members of the Chinese Empire were all monsters. Ichigo was too careless. This battle should never have happened. There was no one in this world who could defeat the Chinese Empire. The retreating soldiers began to complain about Fujitora Ichigo, believing that all these casualties were caused by him. If it weren't for Fujitora Ichigo, this battle would never have occurred. Retreat. Fujitora Ichigo heard these voices and did not refute. Indeed, many had died, and his naivety had cost a lot of Navy lives. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the strongest battle mission and successfully obtaining the card. Please check the card, the Sun God Apollo. The Sun God Apollo. In ancient Greek mythology, he is the god of light, prophecy, and the sun, one of the 12 Olympian gods, and the most handsome among all male gods. At the moment Fujitora Ichigo retreated, the system prompt sounded. Is this the Sun God Apollo? Hearing the system's prompt, Lin Fan's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed in surprise. The power of the Sun God Apollo is not weak. He is an ancient Greek god. Apollo is the son of the king of gods, Zeus, and holds a very high status as one of the 12 Olympian gods. Fujitora Ichigo had already retreated. Taking his wounded troops out of the battle, he dared not fight Lin Fan anymore. His sense of justice had been obliterated by Lin Fan's overwhelming power. Then, let me use Apollo's power to trample these Navy men. Lin Fan grinned. The Sun God Apollo was extremely powerful, completely not weaker than Gilgamesh. Meanwhile, in a certain strait of the Navy, former Marine Admiral Zephyr, now commander of the world government, Steelbone Kong, arrived at the location where Gilra was being held to assist Sengoku in guarding it. Not only that, the Navy also dispatched 100,000 elite soldiers to strengthen the defense. On the sea, 120 large warships surrounded the island, not allowing anyone to step a foot closer. Having learned from the previous failure, the Navy became smarter and reinforced their defense system. It would be harder than ascending to heaven for the Chinese Empire to break through. Kapu, are you still thinking about the Chinese Empire? Steelbone Kong asked when he saw Kapu looking gloomy, as if he had something on his mind. What a pity. My good prospect turned out to be a spy for the Chinese Empire. Kapu said with a face full of melancholy. Even now, he had not forgotten Lin Fan. Lin Fan was the most monstrous genius Kapu had ever seen. If trained well, he would definitely become a legendary figure. Kapu, with you like this, it will be hard for you to participate in this operation, Steelbone Kong said with a serious expression, preparing to say something but hesitating. Admiral, it's bad. A war chariot has appeared in the sky, coming to attack the Navy. It's the Sun Chariot. Admiral, that chariot shines like the sun. It's terrifying. Just as Steelbone Kong was about to speak, a group of terrified Navy soldiers rushed over, shouting loudly. What? My God, this really is the Sun Chariot. Steelbone Kong was stunned, his eyes widening as he looked up at the sky. Then, Kapu also looked up, and upon seeing it, chills ran down his spine. It was the sun, the real sun. This thing had scorched the sky dry. Kapu yelled. The temperature of the Sun Chariot turned the sky yellow and changed its color. The Sun Chariot had a huge impact on Kapu's mind. This thing is truly shocking, like a mythological legend. The sun is something comparable to a deity. If there is a god in this world, there must be a sun god. Does the current Chinese Empire even have a sun god? Dirty Navy. Hand over the apprentice, king, immediately. Otherwise, I, the sun god Apollo, will make you face the punishment of the sun. At this moment, the voice of the sun god Lin Fan echoed from the sky, incredibly heavy. The sun god Apollo. Gasps of surprise emerged from the crowd, and everyone's breathing became rapid. Many people's legs began to tremble. Lin Fan is the sun god Apollo. How terrifying it is to be against a god. Is the Chinese Empire a land of deities? Can mere mortals like them have a good ending opposing a god? Pretending to be divine, Chinese Empire, you might as well not come. If you do, fall here. Steelbone Kong disdainfully said. He is an atheist and never believe in gods or ghosts. At this moment, Zephyr also stood up, shouting, The righteous Navy will never allow evil to exist. Since you destroyed Eni's lobby, you have already committed an unforgivable crime. Now is the time for you to atone. Next to Zephyr, Admiral Kizaru, Admiral Akainu, and Admiral Aokiji were all on high alert, waiting for the Chinese Empire to come to them so they could capture them all at once. Steelbone Kong, Lordum wants us to capture the Chinese Empire alive. Don't kill them, or it will be hard to explain later, Zephyr quietly reminded Steelbone Kong, who had been standing beside him. Upon hearing Zephyr's words, Steelbone Kong's eyes narrowed, and he said solemnly, "Does Lordum still have no interest in the Chinese Empire? I think the threat of the Chinese Empire to this world is already significant. Im is the leader of the Celestial Dragons and the highest authority of the world government, possessing immense power. Im's strength far exceeds that of the 4 emperors, towering above them, while Steelbone Kong and the others are all under Im's command. It would be more accurate to say that Steelbone Kong is the supreme commander of the world government's army, rather than just a subordinate of Im, and all the Navy are Im's subordinates. The power of Lord Im is beyond doubt. The Chinese Empire does not catch his eye, as he has more important matters to attend to." Zephyr shook his head and said lightly, "Damn it, the most important thing right now is to eliminate the Chinese Empire. These people are as strong as monsters." Steelbone Kong angrily replied, his fury reaching its peak. Steelbone Kong's dissatisfaction with him was growing, feeling that Im's actions were thoughtless. At this moment, even after everything, he still ignored the Chinese Empire. Was he deceiving himself? Not good. Heavenly fire is falling from the sky. Is this the wrath of the gods? So many fireballs. At this moment, the sea began to rain down huge fireballs, each over 10 meters in size, with temperatures hot enough to burn a person to death. The sun god Lin Fan commanded the sun chariot behind him to scatter heavenly fire, starting to punish mortals. "Foolish humans, accept the punishment of the gods," said the sun god Lin Fan disdainfully. "Block them, we must block these fireballs. The Navy cannot suffer any losses, otherwise Lordum will blame us. Ice Age. See Floorstone bullets. Laze. Great fire breath." At that moment, everyone launched an attack, and countless explosions echoed in the sky. The fireballs descending from above were all shot down. The Admiral was exhausted. Those weak Navy soldiers and the 120 large warships were easily targeted by the fireballs. Lin Fan enjoyed placing the fireballs there to increase their difficulty. To protect those large warships, the Admiral went all out, using every ounce of strength to resist, managing to save all 120 large warships. 10 minutes later, the Admiral collapsed from exhaustion. They had all been injured while defending against the fireballs, each bearing scorch marks from the flames. "Humans, is this all you can do? I haven't even unleashed my true power, and you're already worn out like dead dogs?" Lin Fan, sitting in the solar chariot, said with a grin. The fireballs released earlier were all the power of the solar chariot, and Lin Fan hadn't used any of Apollo's strength at all. "Do you know about the Golden Crow?" Lin Fan suddenly said. "Golden Crow?" Steelbone Kong's eyes widened in surprise, feeling that the Golden Crow Lin Fan mentioned was not a good thing. "The Golden Crow is the power of this god. Appear now, 10 suns burning the heavens." With a long cry, a gigantic Golden Crow appeared. The Golden Crow flapped its wings, and crimson flames erupted from its back, the brilliance dazzling like the sun. As this Golden Crow appeared, 9 others emerged behind Lin Fan, creating a terrifying scene with their raging flames. The intense light from the 10 Golden Crows turned the sky into a sea of red flames, even changing its color to crimson. 10 suns. How could this be? How could there be 10 suns? This scene left the entire Navy stunned, their faces showing terror. 10 suns appeared in the sky. To them, it seemed utterly ridiculous, but this absurdity was happening for real, making it hard to believe. Have you ever felt the scorching heat of the sun? Wait, what is this madman trying to do? 10 suns. Everyone retreat quickly. The Chinese Empire is not human strong anymore. The faces of a Navy changed drastically, a chill suddenly running down their backs. If the 10 suns were to descend, it would definitely not be a joke. Everyone would be instantly evaporated into water vapor, and no one in the Navy could withstand 10 suns. Even Aokiji with his ice fruit couldn't stop it. The ice fruit cannot compare to the sun's heat. It's too hot. Descend, my lovely Golden Crows. Bring the divine will to these mortals. Lin Fan sat on the sun chariot, indifferent. With 10 long cries, the 10 Golden Crows made their sound. The 10 gigantic Golden Crows flew downwards, shining like 10 suns, radiating intense heat. The surface temperature of the sun is 6,000 C, and each of these 10 Golden Crows exceeds 6,000 C. When the 10 Golden Crows descended together, it was like the apocalypse. The air became thin at that moment, and the scorching sea made it difficult for everyone in the Navy to breathe. Turn to ash. At that moment, Sengoku saw the Navy soldiers turn to ash in an instant. Sengoku exclaimed in shock, "This temperature is a bit too terrifying. The sun is so hot. I can't bear it. Just let me die, it's so hot. It's like hell." More and more Navy soldiers were tortured by Kinjuro, letting out painful screams. The temperature of 6,000 was something no one could withstand. Even with Busashoka Haki for defense, it was still difficult to resist Kinjuro. Stop, cease. Sengoku had to shout loudly. Seeing this scene that resembled the destruction of the world, his face turned pale. This is a tragic situation the Navy has never faced. If it is not stopped, it won't be long before the Navy is completely wiped out. Steelbone Kong, Zifa, and others did not stop Sengoku, and given the current state, it is right to make the sun god Lin Fan cease his attacks. Everyone is exhausted. Merely maintaining this state while holding off the sun god Lin Fan is very difficult. Moreover, Steelbone Kong, Zifa, and the other Navy members cannot hold on much longer. The 10 Golden Crows have drained a significant amount of their stamina, and in at most 10 minutes, everyone will fall. My lovely Golden Crows, come back. Upon hearing Sengoku's call to stop, Lin Fan lightly shouted. The Golden Crows, upon hearing this, emitted a clear cry and then flew up into the sky, hovering aloft, becoming the 10 suns, continuing to scorch the sea. Sun God, I want to negotiate with you. The Chinese Empire has invaded this world for a long time, and we should have a serious discussion. Sengoku's expression was grave as he said solemnly, allowing the Chinese Empire to continue like this is detrimental to the Navy. And Sengoku was preparing to make a choice. Perhaps the Chinese Empire would make excessive demands, but for the sake of preserving the Navy, Sengoku had no choice but to negotiate. In a situation where their military strength is not as strong as the Chinese Empire, Sengoku must use wisdom to secure benefits for the Navy. Sengoku could only do so much. It's so tragic. Out of 100,000 Navy members, less than 20,000 survived. After Lin Fan recalled the Golden Crows, Akainu counted the numbers and couldn't help but be astonished. It's terrifying. The 10 Golden Crows descended in full force, directly taking away 80,000 lives. If these 10 Golden Crows are allowed to remain beneath the sea, it won't be long before Steelbone Kong, Zifa, Akainu, and Kizaru are all turned to ashes. Is this the power of the sun, God Apollo? I never expected that the Chinese Empire would have such a figure. Is he a god or a man? He claims to be the sun god, and the remaining Navy feels a chill run down their spines. Seeing such a fierce Chinese Empire, everyone feels a sense of dread. Zifa, don't worry about it. This matter is not for us to handle. Let Sengoku deal with it. Steelbone Kong said. Zifa is old. His combat power is slightly weaker than Akainu's, and he is here just to boost the Navy's morale. In a real fight, they actually lack combat power. After saying that, Steelbone Kong and Zifa exited the scene. With 80,000 of the 100,000 Navy dead, they have no face to stay any longer. Tonight is another sorrowful night, as the Chinese Empire has suffered over 100,000 casualties in the Navy. 10 minutes later, Sengoku invited Lin Fan to a secret room, accompanied by Karp, Aokiji, Kizaru, and Akainu. Facing Lin Fan alone felt inappropriate to Sengoku. Only with Karp, Aokiji, Kizaru, and Akainu by his side did he feel confident to negotiate with the Chinese Empire. Sun God, what will it take for you to let us go? Sengoku got straight to the point. He didn't want to beat around the bush with Lin Fan. He spoke plainly. Forgive you? You foolish mortals have captured the apprentice king of the Chinese Empire, and still expect me to forgive you? Do you have any shame? Lin Fan looked at Sengoku and said without reservation, Forgiveness? Why should Lin Fan forgive the Navy? If forgiveness were useful, what do we need the Navy for? Those pirates kill the common people, and then the common people should forgive the pirates, right? Ahem. I came with sincerity, Sun God. This matter was indeed a mistake by the Navy. We will immediately release the apprentice king of the Chinese Empire, and from now on, the Navy and the Chinese Empire will not interfere with each other. What do you think? Sengoku said tiredly. He initially wanted to extract some information from Gila, but now it seems he has brought trouble upon himself. Fortunately, he didn't kill Gila. Otherwise, the Navy would definitely be slaughtered by Lin Fan. No, am I the kind of person who can be easily fooled? This matter is the Navy's fault. Unless you hand over 100 devil fruits, you can forget about resolving this. Lin Fan said coldly. Sans des fruits? Sengoku was taken aback. The Chinese Empire is asking for a huge price, a very high one at that. 100 devil fruits are worth several billion berries. Even a Navy can't produce that much all at once, unless they ask the Celestial Dragons to take them from their warehouse. But would the Celestial Dragons hand over the devil fruits? Hearing Sengoku's words, Lin Fan shook his head and slowly said, It seems you don't want to hand over the devil fruits. In that case, let's destroy this place. 10 Golden Crows are enough to destroy the entire world. Not to mention destroying the Navy, They could even boil the sea dry. Wait, 100 devil fruits. We can negotiate. Don't be too impulsive, sun god. Sengoku panicked. The heavenly fire from 10 golden crows is enough to boil the sea dry. By now, Sengoku feels like he's in a steam sauna, sweating profusely. If Lin Fan released the 10 golden crows, Sengoku would probably be cooked alive. Is that so? Then please first produce 50 devil fruits. Lin Fan said with a calm smile. 50 devil fruits represent the Navy's sincerity. If Sengoku strongly refuses, then there's nothing more to say. 50 devil fruits is too much. I don't have that many right now. Then how many do you have? 5 devil fruits. 5 devil fruits is already a lot. The Navy usually doesn't take those things on expeditions. Sengoku said nervously, sweating on his forehead. These 5 devil fruits are private goods that Sengoku prepared to cultivate excellent Navy officers. However, unexpectedly, they are to be offered to the Chinese Empire here. But if Sengoku doesn't do this, the Navy might perish at Lin Fan's hands. 5 fruits are just 5 fruits. Take them. I will give you time to gather the devil fruits. Lin Fan said softly, pursing his lips. Although 5 devil fruits are a bit few, they can still provide some source power, and collecting them will increase the chances of breaking through and leaving the pirate world. I have them here. I will give them to you now. At this moment, Sengoku said solemnly, pulling out a box. After opening it, there were exactly 5 devil fruits inside, which seemed to be Logia-type fruits based on their appearance. Lin Fan was very satisfied upon seeing this. Logia-type devil fruits should be rare items among rare items. After obtaining the 5 devil fruits, Lin Fan smiled sideways. Navy, don't waste too much of my time, otherwise you will face the wrath of the Chinese Empire. By the way, I forgot to tell you, the Chinese Empire also has the sea god Poseidon, the volcano god Hephaestus, and the wine god Dionysus. Is the Chinese Empire a country of gods? Sengoku felt a chill down his spine and said in shock. If the Chinese Empire has so many gods, isn't fighting against the Navy like fighting against gods? You can think of it that way. The creator god of the Chinese Empire has been sleeping all this time. When he awakens, the world will undergo great changes. At that time, everyone will be illuminated by the light and love of the creator god. Lin Fan began to deceive Sengoku. Obtaining the sun god Apollo was already difficult enough. The creator god was just nonsense. At this point, Lin Fan no longer needed to prove whether the creator god existed. He just needed to tell Sengoku that the Chinese Empire had a creator god. And this creator god would become the Damocles sword hanging over the Navy's head. Not long after, Lin Fan left the conference room. I am leaving. You should take care of yourselves and quickly release Gila. The next moment, Lin Fan, sitting on the solar chariot, snapped his fingers. The 10 golden crows beside the solar chariot emitted crisp cries, and then the golden crows, shining with golden light, acted as horses pulling Lin Fan into the distance. The brilliance of the golden crows was incredibly dazzling, causing Sengoku and others to feel a sharp pain in their eyes. And on this day, the name of the sun god Apollo resounded across the sea. Everyone on the ocean knew that the Chinese Empire was a country of gods. The Chinese Empire has gods, and their god is the sun god Apollo. Am I mistaken? The Chinese Empire is becoming increasingly monstrous. The previous hero King Gilgamesh was already enough to frighten everyone. And now there is another sun god Apollo. How can we survive? In the future, we cannot have conflicts with the Chinese Empire. They are gods. And opposing gods might mean we don't want to live anymore. I said, why is the Chinese Empire so prosperous? It turns out there are so many gods backing them. After the deeds of the sun god Apollo spread, it immediately stirred the sea, and basically everyone was discussing the Chinese Empire. This discussion eventually reached Im's ears. In the deepest part of Mariejois, under the ground, Im sat high on the throne, supporting his chin, facing the 5 elder stars. The 5 elder stars came to pay their respects to Master Im. The 5 old men knelt before Im. As the king of the celestial dragons, Im enjoyed this treatment. Have you made a decision regarding the Chinese Empire? Master Im, the Chinese Empire needs to be eradicated. They have developed too rapidly and have already posed a threat to the Navy. Below, the 5 elder stars looked at him on the steps and spoke respectfully. Im revealed half of his face and said lightly, "You cannot let me be influenced by the Chinese Empire. It's been 800 years. Since receiving the gift from the previous user of the surgery fruit ability, I have studied this power for 800 years. However, if we let the Chinese Empire go unchecked, they will eventually affect the entire world. At that time, the Navy's ruling position will be greatly threatened." One of the 5 elder stars changed his expression and said seriously, he hoped that I would consider it, if Im took action personally. The Chinese Empire might not be so terrifying. After all, Im had lived for 800 years, and his experience and abilities were far beyond what the 5 Elder Stars could compare to. Don't worry about it. The most important thing now is that I cannot be disturbed. The Navy has never had a ruling position. Everything they have is given by the Celestial Dragons. If they lose the Celestial Dragons, does the Navy still have any value? Im snorted coldly, disdainfully saying, as one of the surviving 20 kings, he held too much information that the Navy was unaware of. Rather than saying the Navy rules this world, it would be more accurate to say the Navy is the minion of the Celestial Dragons, purely serving as hunting dogs for the Celestial Dragons. Damn it. One of the 5 Elder Stars muttered under his breath, but Im, sitting on the 100-meter-high platform, did not hear his voice. However, the 5 Elder Stars' grievances towards him were growing. Withdraw and do not disturb me. In the future, do not come to me until the world is destroyed. Im sat on the high platform, exuding immense authority, having lived for 800 years and seen through many people. For Im, who possessed immortality, the Chinese Empire would always be a mere clown. Yes, the 5 Elder Stars answered in unison, their voices loud. Soon, they exited Im's palace. Seeing such an arrogant Im, the 5 Elder Stars were very angry. No more expecting anything from him. He simply did not want to care about the Chinese Empire. Indeed, what value of existence is there? If it weren't for our Navy, would the Celestial Dragons have their current status? Let us say less. In the future, the Navy should not have major conflicts with the Chinese Empire. The current Navy does not have the strength to oppose them. The 5 Elder Stars were shocked by the strength of the Chinese Empire. Sengoku sent a report of the Chinese Empire's achievements to the 5 Elder Stars. And after seeing it, they trembled all over. Gila was released by Sengoku. Sengoku no longer dared to touch the people of the Chinese Empire. Even if he had 100 times more courage, he would not dare to act. The sun god Apollo left a huge shadow over Sengoku. 10 suns, 10 golden crows, nearly caused the Navy to be annihilated. That kind of pain Sengoku did not want to remember anymore. After Gila was released by Sengoku, he immediately went to find Lin Fan. The vast I-class void could sense Lin Fan's soul aura and followed the soul aura to find Lin Fan. King, I have brought shame to the Chinese Empire. Please punish me. After finding Lin Fan, Gila knelt before him, begging for punishment. At this moment, Lin Fan appeared in the form of Ulquiorra, giving life to Jira. Lin Fan appeared in front of him, having a close relationship with Jira. No need for that. How many devil fruits have you collected? Lin Fan had previously asked Jira to collect devil fruits before leaving, and by now, there should be some stock. Upon hearing this, Jira replied seriously, I have only collected 20 devil fruits so far. 20? Lin Fan was slightly taken aback. 20 is quite a lot. Sengoku only has 5 in stock. Compared to Jira, Sengoku is actually embarrassing. Lin Fan moistened his dry lips and said in a deep voice, give me the devil fruits. With 20 devil fruits, it would add another source of power to his account. Together with the previous devil fruits, Lin Fan had collected around 30 to 40 devil fruits. But he didn't know how much source power those 30 to 40 devil fruits contained. Thinking of this, Lin Fan asked the system, how much source power do I have now? The host's current source power has just reached 15% and cannot yet shatter the void to enter other worlds. The system coldly replied, giving Lin Fan a headache. Only 15%? How long will it take to collect enough to shatter the void? Very well. You stay and continue collecting devil fruits. After receiving the 20 devil fruits from Jira, Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. Although his source power is only 15% right now, as long as Jira continues to collect devil fruits for him, it will eventually reach 100%. Jira nodded, his eyes filled with gratitude. Receiving Lin Fan's affirmation was more meaningful than anything else. Paka is approaching the host. Does the host need to punish Paka? At this moment, the system's notification sounded again. Hearing the system's voice, Lin Fan squinted slightly, somewhat confused, and said, punish Paka? Please open the system panel. The system no longer explained and prompted Lin Fan to open the system panel. Host, Lin Fan. On normal cards, Great Red Lotus Ice Wheel, Flowing Blade of Fire, Rabbit Talisman, Middle Heaven Divine Sword, Fire Scale Sword, Kaniki Ken, Accelerator. Attached subordinates, Jira, Vasto Lord Level Hollow, Paka, Vasto Lord Level Hollow. Owned elite cards, 0. Owned purple cards, 0. Owned red cards, 0. All 0 for elite cards, purple cards, and red cards? Upon seeing the system panel, Lin Fan frowned. Why are elite cards, purple cards, and red cards all 0? Elite cards, purple cards, and red cards are high-level cards. The host's current world is a low-level world, so only normal cards can be obtained. Once the host enters a high-level world, Normal cards will upgrade to elite cards, purple cards, and red cards. Upgrading normal cards requires paying source power. Please obtain more source power to upgrade normal cards. At this moment, the system's prompt sound came out. So that's how it is. It seems that the source power is very important. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes and nodded, not expecting the source power could also upgrade the common cards. It seems he needs to work harder to collect source power. In the pirate world, besides the devil fruits, there seem to be rare items like the Supreme Great Knife. Supreme Great Knife 12 crafts, Great Knife 21 crafts, and Good Knife 50 crafts. For example, Hawkeye's Black Sword Knight is one of the Supreme Great Knives. The blade of the Black Sword Knight is a chaotic blade, heavily adorned with a T-shaped design, and is known as the world's strongest black sword. The host's subordinate, Hawkeye, did not act according to the host's instructions, and the host can impose a soul punishment on Hawkeye. Soul punishment? Hearing the system's words, Lin Fan's expression changed. What does this soul punishment mean? At the same time, Hawkeye was approaching Gila, being a Vastad-level hollow. They could sense each other. It would be great if the Chinese Empire was destroyed. If the Navy eliminated the Chinese Empire, I could protect the giant race. Hawkeye murmured to himself while moving closer to Lin Fan. He still couldn't forget the memories of the giant race. Although Hawkeye had transformed into a Vastad, he wanted to become a guardian of the giant race. As a Vastad hollow, Hawkeye had eternal life. But he did not want to become Lin Fan's slave and longed for freedom. 1,000 years were just a brief moment for him, and he did not want to dedicate that time to Lin Fan. Boom! Just then, Hawkeye's soul felt as if it had been struck by lightning. His face turned pale instantly, and his breath weakened. What is happening to me? The hair on the back of Hawkeye's neck suddenly stood on end. The lightning that appeared earlier made him feel as if his life was being stripped away. Suddenly, a crushing force from the soul emerged, and Hawkeye heard a thunderclap in his mind. The deafening sound of rolling thunder filled him with fear. I grant you life, and you dare to play tricks with me? Do you wish for me to cast your soul down to the underworld for punishment? At this moment, a deep voice echoed in Hawkeye's ears. No, I dare not. Lin Fan's voice was like a great mountain, pressing down on Hawkeye's back, causing him immense torment. Suddenly, Hawkeye's forehead was dripping with sweat, and he said with a racing heart, the previous lightning strike had already weakened Hawkeye, and such a terrifying strike was enough to say that it had cast Hawkeye down to the depths of the underworld. Since you dare not, then you shall follow Gila and do your job well from now on. If I find out that you are being deceitful, I will not spare you. At this moment, a voice of immense authority echoed in Hawkeye's mind. Upon hearing it, Hawkeye trembled. He was very certain that even if Lin Fan was not in the same place as him, he could still kill him in an instant. Hawkeye now felt anxious and fearful. The sensation of being controlled by someone else made him uneasy. Yes, Hawkeye said with a bitter smile, no longer daring to play tricks on Lin Fan. Shaking his head, a hint of sadness appeared in Hawkeye's eyes. Could I only become a memory with the giant tribe? If Hawkeye continued to entangle with the giant tribe, he would truly be annihilated by Lin Fan. That terrifying lightning strike, if it came a few more times, would lead to his soul's extinction and complete disappearance. This time, Hawkeye genuinely acknowledged his defeat and dared not think about anything else. This soul punishment was quite effective. After punishing Hawkeye, a look of joy appeared on Lin Fan's face. Ding dong! The host has triggered the second redstone mission. Just then, the system's prompt suddenly resonated in Lin Fan's mind. The mission had arrived. Mission prompt. Since the host has already collected the first redstone, it is now time to collect the second redstone. To quickly find Laughtail, the host should aim to collect 4 redstones as soon as possible. Mission prompt. The second redstone is hidden in the Fur Tribe, in the country of the giant elephants. The redstone is guarded by Duke Inu Ranch and the Viper, and the host must seize the redstone from them. Mission prompt. In the country of the giant elephants within the Zhao Whale Forest, there are fragments of historical documents inside the whale tree. If the host finds the Zhao Whale Forest, they can see remnants of historical images. Mission reward. Puka. Mission deadline. 10 days. Failure punishment. The system will initiate self-destruction. The red stone is in the Fur Tribe's hands. Lin Fan was somewhat moved upon hearing the system's prompt. The red stone was integral to the entire pirate world. Only by obtaining the red stone could one find Laughtail and acquire the One Piece treasure. Roger had been to Laughtail, but he seemed not to have taken the One Piece. Therefore, Lin Fan still had a chance to obtain the One Piece treasure. If I acquire the rare items from Laughtail, I wonder how much source power I could gain. Thinking of this, Lin Fan felt a bit happy. The source power needed to shatter the void was quite substantial. If those devil fruits were insufficient for Lin Fan to shatter the void, then he could only place his hopes on the One Piece. Zo country, Lin Fan murmured, his eyes gleaming. It is said that Zou country stands on the back of a 1,000-year-old giant elephant. Since that giant elephant moves continuously, relying on a record pointer cannot locate Zou country. One can only rely on luck to see if they can find Zou country. The giant elephant is said to have lived for 1,000 years and is known as the Lord of Elephants. In the country of Zou, there are many fur tribes that depend on the giant elephant for their survival, among which the most powerful are Duke Camlon and Manager Viper. Duke Camlon, as the King of Daylight, is responsible for the hours from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., after which he falls into a deep sleep, while Manager Viper operates in the opposite manner. Together, they govern the country of Zou and are its rulers. If Lin Fan wants to obtain the redstone of Zou, he must overcome the obstacles posed by Duke Camlon and Manager Viper. Meanwhile, in the country of Zou, the giant elephant has started bathing again, and a rain of fire is pouring down. Fish, shrimp, crabs, and even sharks are all being sucked up by the giant elephant, and a rain of blessings is falling upon Zou. Recently, the giant elephant has been eating a lot, basically 3 to 4 times a day. Is it sick for eating so much? Probably not. It might be that the giant elephant is preparing for hibernation, hence the excessive eating to store energy. Does the giant elephant need to hibernate? The rain of blessings has been a bit excessive, and all the fur tribes find it strange. In reality, the giant elephant has sensed a decrease in marine life in the nearby waters, so it is eating voraciously in preparation for migrating to other areas. These fur tribes, spending their days on the back of the giant elephant, are completely unaware of the issues beneath the sea. During this period, many sea kings have come from the depths of the ocean, and they have taken away a lot of food. Although the giant elephants are not afraid of the sea kings, the reduction in food has indeed troubled them. What can be said? At this moment, Duke Inu Lan stepped forward. Looking at these fur tribes, he felt that they were a bit overly worried. Is it Duke Inu Lan? Has Duke Inu Lan come? A group of fur tribes changed color upon hearing Duke Inu Lan's voice and scattered in all directions. Chatting idly is not something the fur tribes should be doing. They are a fierce warrior nation. In this country, even newborn babies possess great strength. So at this time, they should be training, not chatting idly. What has that guy Viper been up to lately? At this moment, Duke Inu Lan caught a fur tribesman and began to ask. The fur tribe has a good relationship with the Viper. Therefore, when Duke Inland questions him, he can extract information. Duke Inland, I don't know. Don't know? Do you think I would ask you for no reason? Has the Viper been frequently messing with natural disasters and floods lately? Duke Inland, don't tell the Viper boss, okay? The Viper boss said you don't care about the kingdom of Zou at all, ignoring the threats of natural disasters and floods. The kingdom of Zou will eventually be destroyed by you. That one, still haunted by fears, said this and then ran away. The Viper has been frequently ambushing the natural disasters and floods. At night, the natural disasters and floods will be attacked by the Viper. But during the day, the natural disasters and floods will cause trouble for Duke Inland. These ambushes have caused great trouble for Duke Inland, while the Viper is making others furious at night. During the day, he has to bear the revenge of the natural disasters and floods. It's really infuriating. Wait a minute. Go tell that bastard that if he has the ability, he shouldn't ambush. He should fight openly and leave the mess for me to deal with. That one was about to sneak away, but was stopped by Duke Inland. Duke Inland was very angry. The Viper's ambushes had no effect at all and did not cause any harm to the natural disasters and floods. Instead, it made Duke Inland be scolded by the natural disasters and floods to the point of being utterly humiliated. What kind of kingdom of Zou is this? They are all despicable beings who only know how to ambush and lack the courage to fight openly. These words reached Duke Inland's ears, making him feel very displeased. The ambushes were not his doing. It was that bastard Viper who was responsible. It seemed that Yaziko was indeed very bad. And upon hearing the terms like natural disasters and floods, Duke Inland's prejudice against Viper grew even stronger. Yes, I will inform Boss Viper, the one said after a brief pause. Both Duke Inulan and Viper were kings of the kingdom of Zou, holding significant power. Therefore, whether it was Duke Inulan or Viper, this one had to obey without question, otherwise, it would be disrespectful to the kings. However, this situation was exhausting, as Duke Inulan and Viper were at odds, causing great strain on everyone involved. At that moment, Duke Inland waved his hand at the creature, signaling that it could go back. Go on, tell that guy early. With that, the creature immediately ran off, disappearing like a gust of wind. Duke Inland watched the departing figure and sighed deeply. That rascal Viper is the real culprit behind the destruction of the kingdom of Zou. He has ruined its reputation. Although the Disaster King, Flood Queen, and Drought Jack have lost one Jack, the remaining king and queen are still formidable enemies. If the Kingdom of Zao wants to evade the threats of Disaster King and Flood Queen, it will still be very difficult. A loud roar from the elephant shook the entire sea. The elephant master raised its long trunk and sucked the seawater into its mouth. After the long journey, the elephant master was hungry, and now it began to feed. In fact, the elephant master migrates periodically to replenish its food supply in areas where it is abundant. At this moment, Lin Fan had just found the elephant lord. To find this running elephant lord, Lin Fan spent a whole day and night and finally located him. Roar! The elephant lord was still moving. Even when he reached a place with abundant food, his steps did not stop, as if cursed, unable to ever halt. The second piece of the redstone was right above, but how could he get it? Lin Fan approached the elephant lord and began to think. Just then, the clumsy giant elephant seemed to have noticed Lin Fan, raising its long trunk and swinging it towards him. Fool! How dare you treat me as food? No. If I were food, I should have one more transformation. Lin Fan saw the giant elephant attacking him and suddenly remembered a certain card, Eren Yeager. If he could transform into a giant, it shouldn't take long to climb onto the giant elephant's body, right? Thinking of this, Lin Fan bit his finger hard. In an instant, red lightning flickered all over Lin Fan's body. Crackling sounds of lightning surrounded his ears. At that moment, a giant roar echoed in the Kingdom of Zao. Boom, boom, boom. A giant appeared in the Kingdom of Zao, rushing towards it. The ground trembled violently because of the giant. What is that roar? Why is it so terrifying? The ground is shaking. Something is coming. What is that? A gigantic human. A giant, a running giant. Oh my. How could a giant appear in the Kingdom of Zao? With the appearance of the giant, the ground in the Kingdom of Zao began to shake violently. And the feeling of the earth, trembling, shocked the Fur Tribe. Lin Fan, transformed into a giant, became the Attack Titan, possessing the powers of Eren Yeager's founding Titan, Warhammer Titan, and Attack Titan. Now, Lin Fan was advancing in the form of the Attack Titan, preparing to head to the Zao Whale Forest, as there were historical document fragments in that place. As for the redstone, he would deal with it after rushing into the Zao Whale Forest. As the Attack Titan, Lin Fan didn't need to worry about the Fur Tribe anymore. The power of the Titan he possessed was completely different from that of the native giants. The native giants tended to rely on weapon attacks, while the Attack Titan was about enhancing Titan power. The giant's body was the most powerful weapon. Quick, stop him. This giant is heading to the Zao Whale Forest. We can't let him enter. That's right. That place is within the territory of the Kingdom of Zao. Even we cannot enter casually, so how can we allow this giant to go in? The Fur Tribe looked at the crazily advancing Lin Fan, Eren Yeager, their pupils constricted, nervously saying, "The Whale Forest of the Kingdom of Zao hides the history of Zao. Once it is destroyed, Duke Inland and the Viper will not spare anyone." At this moment, a group of Fur Tribe warriors appeared, standing in a line with weapons, ready to block Lin Fan, Eren Yeager, and force him to stay. The fur-clad warriors trembled as they looked at Lin Fan, who charged at them with a terrifying grin, resembling Eren Yeager. Suddenly, Lin Fan let out a giant's roar and rushed towards the group of fur-clad warriors, lunging forward fiercely. In an instant, all the fur-clad warriors were sent flying. Compared to the brutal giant, the fur-clad warriors were like docile little sheep, unable to withstand the impact. Lin Fan's strength shook the mountains and forests, and the fur-clad warriors flew backwards for dozens of meters before coming to a stop. What incredible physique! Our Fur Tribe simply cannot withstand him. What does this terrifying giant want? Someone go call Duke Kanlan over. This is bad. There are too many injured. No one expected this giant to be so powerful. With that one charge, all my bones felt like they were shattered. The fur-covered warriors were struck by Lin Fan Allen Yeager, their faces turning pale as they gasped in fear. Lin Fan Allen Yeager's strength was astonishing, terrifyingly powerful, and the fur-covered warriors could not stop him. On the other side, in the Zao Whale Forest, somewhere on the back of a giant elephant, the guards here have already been taken down by Lin Fan. Under the activation of the giant's power, they became vulnerable. System, why do I feel like this giant seems a bit different? Maybe a bit too strong? At this moment, Lin Fan suddenly asked the system, "Ding dong. In order to balance the power of the Puka, the system will distribute the Puka attributes evenly. Pukas with high attributes will have their attributes lowered by those with lower attributes. Does the host want to check the Puka attributes? This is automatically assigned by the system." And the system did not inform Lin Fan. Yamamoto Genre Sai, Apollo, and Uchiha Bito belong to high attribute normal cards. These normal cards could have been stronger, but their attributes were lowered by cards like Eren Yeager and Ken Kaniki. Lin Fan shook his head and calmly said, "No need, this is fine. With your allocation, there won't be any useless cards. Balancing each normal card can allow the cards to reach a balance value, and once the balance value is achieved, almost all of Lin Fan's normal cards become elite cards. If he enters the next world, even if he brings out Eren Yeager, who is not very strong, he can still fight against enemies. They're about to enter the Zao Wu Whale Forest, and Lin Fan feels something strange about this place. At this moment, Lin Fan has not fully entered the Zao Wu Whale Forest. He has only arrived at the outskirts, where he has eliminated the warriors guarding the forest. However, he has not yet entered the internal area of the Zao Wu Whale Forest and is unfamiliar with its structure. 5 minutes later, Lin Fan finally enters the Zao Wu Whale Forest. The Zao Wu Whale Forest is supported by a whale holding up the dense forest, looking very peculiar. Ding dong. Historical documents detected. Would the host like to analyze? At this moment, Lin Fan's mind coincidentally echoed with the voice of the system. After hearing the system's voice, Lin Fan asked in confusion, what exactly are the historical documents of the Zao Wu Whale Forest? This place not only has the redstone, but also historical documents, which is quite special. In that lost 100 years of history, what role did the Zao Wu Whale Forest play? Let's analyze it, Lin Fan said calmly. Ding dong. Congratulations. Host, you have obtained a fragment of the history of the Zao Wu Whale Forest. At this moment, a system prompt suddenly appeared. The scene before Lin Fan changed. In an instant, Lin Fan felt as if he had traveled back to ancient times, when the ocean was filled with a primal atmosphere. Everything was in a budding state. Very primitive. The sea back then was larger, broader, and wilder than it is now. The seawater wasn't as blue as it is today. That is the Kazuki clan and the Fur tribe. Soon, Lin Fan saw the Kazuki clan and the Fur tribe. At that time, the Kazuki clan and the Fur tribe were people of the same nation, and Wano country had not yet emerged. The Fur tribe and the Kazuki clan lived together in harmony. The Zao Whale Forest also did not exist. Peace reigned everywhere, and the elephant deity was still a small elephant, not very large. The Kazuki clan and the Fur tribe had many famous swords in their hands, and each of those swords was no weaker than the supreme Great Blade 12 Works. Those were Muramasa and Murasame. As the scene shifted, Lin Fan saw the Kazuki clan and the Fur tribe building their nation when they discovered 2 demon swords. The demon sword Muramasa and the demon sword Murasame. The demon sword Muramasa has a dragon engraved on the blade, with the part inserted into the sheath inscribed with the words Lotus Sutra. It is said that each master of Muramasa would be unable to suppress the demon within the sword, becoming devoured by it and turning into a sword demon, subsequently killing indiscriminately. The demon sword Murasame, also known as Murasame Maru, is filled with killing intent. After slaying enemies, the blade, infused with killing intent, will have dew on it. After killing, the blade will automatically wash away bloodstains like Murasame washing leaves, hence it is called Murasame. The reason Murasame is called a demon sword is that when it shows droplets of water, the sounds of dead people crying can be heard. Those bloodstains are wiped dry with the tears of the dead, which is why Murasame is referred to as a demon sword. The demon sword Muramasa. The demon sword Murasame, the black sword of Kushui, and the Dao Ichimonji, the black sword Yuru. In the next moment, Lin Fan saw the Kazuki clan and the Fur tribe taking these swords out one by one and handing them to their warriors. The Kazuki clan had a unique talent for swords. Almost everyone was a master with a blade, while the Fur tribe were masters in sword forging, with most of the supreme great blades being forged by the Fur tribe. Especially, the demon sword Muramasa and the demon sword Murasame were extremely sinister. Is this guy Kazuki Odin? During this time, Lin Fan saw a man, referred to as Kazuki Odin, who held a high position within the Kazuki clan. That elephant deity seemed to be his pet. Similar to the D Kingdom, Kazuki Odin fed many giant elephants, which were very common in ancient times, growing very tall and living long lives. Are Muramasa and Murasame now in Wano country? The demon sword Muramasa and the demon sword Murasame are truly famous swords. Just one glance was enough for Lin Fan to know they were rare items, even more precious than devil fruits. But where exactly are these 2 swords? If they're not in Wano country, then they must have been obtained by Duke Inuarashi and the Viper. However, these 2 guys should not be able to use demon swords. Muramasa and Murasame are similar to the black sword of Kushui, and their power even surpasses that of the black sword of Kushui. The Fur tribe would find it difficult to unleash the full power of Muramasa and Murasame. Only humans, only the strongest humans, can wield Muramasa and Murasame. As time went on, enemies appeared in this nation, just like the D Kingdom. Those enemies had various abilities. Some breathed fire, some spewed poison. The dark fruit user appeared, and next to him was a light fruit user. Lin Fan saw the dark fruit user and the light fruit user. The light fruit could give living beings hope, seal, amplify. And when the light fruit user and the dark fruit user worked together, it was simply invincible. The light fruit user sealed dozens of warriors from the Kazuki clan, while the dark fruit user stripped those warriors of their powers. In just an instant, they broke through the Kazuki clan and occupied this nation. Kazuki Odin led the Kazuki clan to fight against these users. But they could not withstand the combination of the light fruit user and the dark fruit user at all. Together, they severely defeated the Kazuki clan, leaving them without the power to fight back. In just a few days, the Kazuki clan was annihilated, and very few of the giant elephants they had raised were left. In a moment of crisis, Kazuki Odin took the fur tribe to the back gate of the castle, cursing the elephant deity to walk endlessly. Kazuki Odin wanted the elephant deity to walk endlessly to protect the fur tribe. But the fur tribe wanted to fight alongside Kazuki Odin against the users and did not want to leave, leading to a fierce argument between the two sides. Crack! At this moment, the remaining footage cut off, and Lin Fan did not know what happened next. But he knew that the demon swords Muramasa and Murasame existed in this world. Wait, that thing. Suddenly, Lin Fan saw two shining treasure swords, which were very similar to Murasame and Muramasa in his memory. It seems that Murasame and Muramasa were handed over to the fur tribe for management. Perhaps the reason the fur tribe became vassals of the Kazuki clan was to continue the connection from 100 years ago. As he thought of this, Lin Fan released the Titan form of Eren Yeager and walked towards Muramasa and Murasame. The rarity of these two knives is undoubtedly unquestionable, and Lin Fan had to take them. An hour later, Duke Dog and Viper arrived. This is their first joint operation. Although Duke Dog and Viper will fall asleep at some point, they will not show mercy if someone invades the Zhao Whale Forest. Viper will not rest until Lin Fan is dead. Duke Dog will not sleep until Lin Fan is killed. Damn Viper, you're in my way. Move aside quickly. Dead Dog, why are you crowding me? One of me is enough for the Zhao Whale Forest. You can go back and rest. Viper, can't you see everyone is injured? This enemy is different from the past. He is strong, and you can't defeat him alone. Duke Dog and Viper started arguing again. Even in the face of the invasion of the kingdom of Zhao, they still had this attitude. Wait, Dead Dog, look over there. At this moment, the Viper suddenly pointed in a direction, looking astonished. It seemed that something had happened in that place, and the Viper's expression was a bit strange. Viper, why are you so startled? What could be worth your alarm? Duke Inu said dismissively. However, when Duke Inu turned his head, his eyes widened in shock at that moment. A huge cloud of black gas appeared over the Zhao Whale Forest, enveloping the entire forest and looking very eerie. The Zhao Whale Forest was completely shrouded in this black gas, becoming sinister and terrifying. What on earth happened here? The Viper exclaimed, feeling shocked by everything. This black gas is the aura of a cursed blade. Duke Inu said in astonishment, nervously recalling something upon seeing the sudden emergence of the black gas. The aura of a blade. Are you saying it is the aura of a cursed blade? The Viper's expression gradually became serious, her eyes widening. Muramasa, Murasame. The Viper realized that only Muramasa and Murasame could emit such black gas. That was the aura of the cursed blades, the evil aura of Muramasa and Murasame, which was black. Only those blades could emit such a terrifying presence. Duke Inu, Viper, quickly hand over the redstone. This thing has caught the attention of the Chinese Empire. After obtaining the two cursed blades, Murasame and Muramasa released their evil black gas, which surrounded Lin Fan in a rather eerie manner. Subsequently, Lin Fan emerged from the Zhao Whale Forest, holding Murasame in his left hand and Muramasa in his right hand, looking like a hellish Azura. The blade's aura was sharp, continuously surging with evil energy, sending chills down people's spines. How can he hold Muramasa and not go insane? At this moment, the Viper stared at Lin Fan with narrowed eyes and exclaimed in shock. The village was indeed the blade of evil, and no matter who wielded it, they would be devoured by malevolent spirits and become a blade slave. However, the Viper observed that Lin Fan was completely unaffected, which was extremely unusual. Not only that, but the Muramasa and the village reign in Lin Fan's hands unexpectedly unleashed powerful forces, which was truly bizarre. This is a cursed sword. Has anyone ever seen a cursed sword that doesn't devour its master? Mad? Such a fine sword. How could it drive someone insane? Muramasa and Murasame require a person of great capacity to wield them. Without enough capacity, how can one unleash the sword's power? Holding two cursed swords, Lin Fan said leisurely. He swung Muramasa and Murasame in the air, and with a whoosh, a cloud of black mist erupted, which then enveloped a massive stone. With a crack, the stone was instantly ground to dust by the black mist. Stay away from him. The aura of Muramasa and Murasame feels off. For hundreds of years, no one has ever been able to use Muramasa or Murasame, let alone wield both cursed swords. What kind of monster is he? The Viper and Duke Dog quickly retreated, looking at Lin Fan with great apprehension. Both Murasame and Muramasa are swords that devour their masters. Although Murasame is not as famous as Muramasa, it can still bring misfortune to its wielder. Yet Lin Fan wields Murasame and Muramasa so effortlessly. It's as if these swords exist solely for Lin Fan. This is terrifying. These are cursed swords, swords that kill and devour their masters. For decades, centuries, even thousands of years, these cursed swords could not be subdued. How is it that in Lin Fan's hands, they become so docile? You better hand over the Crimson Stone. My patience is running thin. Holding the two cursed swords, Lin Fan grew somewhat impatient. Don't go too far. The Crimson Stone is the treasure of the Kingdom of Zou. Do you think you can just take it? Duke Dog shouted, beads of sweat dripping from his forehead. Murasame and Muramasa are not easy to deal with, making him very tense. The Fur Tribe fears no threats. I will bite you to death. The Viper was furious at this moment. The Zawa Whale Forest is a forbidden area for the Fur Tribe. Anyone who enters the Zawa Whale Forest will be bitten to death by the Viper. You dogs think you can defeat me? You overestimate yourselves. How arrogant. If we don't suppress you, wouldn't that be laughingstock? In front of the Chinese Empire, all your words and actions are utterly ridiculous. Holding Muramasa and Murasame, Lin Fan disdainfully said that the Viper and Duke Dog couldn't possibly compare to his cursed swords, yet they dared to provoke him. Are you from the Chinese Empire? At this moment, Duke Chuanchuan's mouth twitched in shock. The reputation of the Chinese Empire had spread across the entire ocean, and almost no one was unaware of it. Now that the Chinese Empire had invaded the kingdom of Zou Wu to demand the redstone, it was a major crisis for the kingdom of Zou Wu. The combined might of the Disaster King and the Flood Queen could not compare to even a little finger of the Chinese Empire. If the Chinese Empire were to seize the redstone, it would be difficult for Duke Quan Quan and the Viper to protect it. Even the Chinese Empire could not invade my country. In the next moment, Duke Quan Quan shook his head, gritted his teeth, and unleashed a fierce slash with his long knife. One sword style, slash of the wind. Swish, swish, swish. Duke Quan Quan slashed several times, the blade energy overwhelming and attacking Lin Fan from all angles, sealing off all his blind spots. It must be said that Duke Chuanchuan's swordsmanship was very strong, worthy of the loyal retainers of the Getsu clan. The strength was impressive, but such an attack would only be swallowed by the demon blade Muramasa. Lin Fan said calmly as he drew the demon blade Muramasa. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, sparks flew. The demon blade Muramasa, enveloped in black energy, unleashed slashes mixed with demonic aura, and as it clashed with Duke Chuanchuan's attacks, Duke Chuanchuan's flesh was continuously cut open, as if he were being struck by a knife. Each time Duke Quan Quan struck, he would be cut open by Muramasa. In just a few minutes, Duke Quan Quan was riddled with wounds, his body wrapped in black energy, oozing dark blood. What a strange demon blade. I can barely hold on after just a minute. Duke Quan Quan was profoundly shocked. He was the king of the kingdom of Zou Wu, and his swordsmanship was top-notch, honed through countless trials. Yet, when facing Lin Fan wielding the demon blade, he seemed utterly powerless, unable to retaliate. This guy is so strong. Even more difficult to deal with than the Disaster King and the Flood Queen. The Viper did not intervene, but watching Duke Quan Quan fight Lin Fan stirred a storm of emotions within him. The demon blade Muramasa was simply too powerful, and Lin Fan wielding was even more incredibly strong. Duke Quan Quan and the Viper seemed to be on a different level from Lin Fan. The Viper also wanted to join the battle to help Duke Quan Quan, but his strength lay in ambushes. In a direct confrontation, the Viper was not as strong as Duke Quan Quan. If even Duke Quan Quan couldn't handle Lin Fan, then the Viper joining the fray wouldn't make much difference. The Chinese Empire is indeed formidable, but I can't just hand over the redstone, so I'm prepared to fight you. Duke Quan Quan suppressed the shock deep in his heart and said with great caution. He knew Lin Fan was strong, and the demon blade Muramasa was even more domineering. But Duke Quan Quan could not simply surrender the redstone. Even if he lost, he wanted to lose with dignity. One sword style Ox Demon. Duke Chuanchuan's blade began to be covered with black arm color, and as the arm color enveloped the blade, Duke Chuanchuan's momentum grew stronger, his arms becoming more robust, and his strength increasing. Whoosh! A breeze brushed past Duke Quan Quan, and a red glow appeared in his eyes. Good. You can attack me just like that. It's just right for me to test my Muramasa. Seeing Duke Quan Quan grow stronger, Lin Fan smiled. After using Muramasa a few times, he found it very good. However, he was unsure about the effectiveness of Murakumo, and now that Duke Quan Quan was preparing to attack him, Lin Fan felt pleased. Muramasa and Murakumo, in some ways, actually did not have much of a difference. This guy is actually excited. Does he want me to please him? What a terrifying madman. I absolutely cannot be careless, no. I have to use that move to deal with him. Seeing Lin Fan smile, Duke Quan Quan was instantly petrified and felt a chill in his heart. One sword style? Ox Demon? Divine Demon Slash. Duke Quan Quan shouted lightly, and as he spoke, he transformed, with blood-red eyes like a demon, going mad as he slashed fiercely at Lin Fan. The strike was swift, as quick as lightning. Duke Dog transformed into a massive, savage bull, barbarically swinging a giant blade down towards Lin Fan. Clang! A crisp, vibrating sound echoed in the air. Muramasa collided with Duke Dog's blade, sending sparks flying. I have already unleashed my strongest blow. How can you so easily withstand it? Duke Dog's eyes widened in shock, gasping for breath, feeling a sense of unease. Lin Fan, with just one hand, had blocked the Bull Demon Slash, leaving Duke Dog in astonishment. It was unbelievable. The Bull Demon Slash was Duke Dog's most powerful attack. Even the Disaster King and Flood Queen couldn't easily withstand it. So how was Lin Fan able to do it so effortlessly? Has Lin Fan become infinitely strong? Duke Dog felt a chill run down his back, and at this moment he actually had the idea of retreating and wanted to escape. How powerful! Duke Dog's frontal attack is the strongest. Even I can't block it, yet he managed to receive it with just one hand. Viper looked at this scene in disbelief, unable to believe it was real. As Viper watched, the more he saw, the more shocked he became, feeling that Lin Fan was incredibly strange. Demon Blade, Murakumo. Show your power. At this moment, Lin Fan drew his sword, and Murakumo was brought out. Quickly dodge, Duke Dog, if that Demon Blade Murakumo comes out. You will be in danger. At this moment, Viper shouted, his heart racing. He had heard the legends of Murakumo, and seemed to be well aware of the blade's evil power. When Lin Fan took out Murakumo, Viper felt a deadly crisis. There was no mistake if Murakumo came out. Duke Dog would face a tremendous danger. Danger? What kind of danger is that? Duke Dog's eyes widened in shock as he gasped. Without Viper saying it, he also sensed something unusual. However, facing the attack of the Demon Blade, Murakumo, Duke Dog could not evade. Murakumo is named the Demon Blade. It is cleansed with the tears of the dead. But this is actually incorrect because those cries and tears are drawn from the enemy while they are still alive. Huh. Lin Fan held Murakumo and gently swung it towards Duke Dog. At this moment, Muramasa seemed to transform into raindrops, losing its blade form, piercing through Duke Inu's body in the form of rain. Splash! In an instant, Duke Inu was drenched in blood. His scorching hot blood scattered on the ground like a rain of blood. How is it possible? My eyes can't even see the trajectory of the blade. Just now, I had a strange feeling that Duke Inu's pupils enlarged at this moment, and he exclaimed in disbelief. How did Muramasa injure Duke Inu? Duke Inu didn't know. Under such circumstances, he was unexpectedly wounded. Cough, he is too strong. I probably won't last much longer. After being injured, Duke Inu spoke weakly. His breath began to weaken. Muramasa and Murasame are truly demonic blades, making it impossible for Duke Inu to resist. So that's why Muramasa is called Muramasa, because it can blind your eyes. When you are pierced by Muramasa, you will shed tears of sorrow. Lin Fan, holding Muramasa, pondered. With just one strike, without any technique, he injured Duke Inu. It was as if he directly slashed Duke Inu with a knife, and Duke Inu didn't see it. The reason Muramasa is called a demon sword is that its blade sticks to blood, and water flows to automatically wash away the bloodstains. When it fills with blood, clear water will wash the blade clean. However, that clear water should be the soul. Lin Fan, holding Muramasa, felt the power of the soul. If it weren't for holding the card of Ulquira, Lin Fan's soul power might be very weak, and he could have been controlled by Muramasa. Murasame, likewise, is a blade endowed with a soul. It seems that Muramasa and Murasame can control the souls of warriors. Perhaps, when the Fur tribe forged Muramasa and Murasame, an accident occurred, resulting in the creation of these two demon blades. The next moment, Lin Fan pondered, murmuring to himself. Huh. At this moment, Lin Fan held the Muramasa, pointing his sword at Duke Inu, and shouted, Hand over the Crimson Stone. Don't let him scare you, dead dog. I'm coming to help you. Viper could no longer hold back and rushed over, attempting a sneak attack on Lin Fan. Beast, claw that tears the earth apart. Viper transformed into a shadow and charged straight at Lin Fan, possessing the characteristic of high attack speed. However, he was not suited for prolonged battles. Unlike Duke Inu, his energy would be severely consumed during attacks, making it unsustainable for long. But the difference was that his sneak attack had incredibly strong explosive power. In a short time, he could even suppress Duke Inu. At this moment, the giant beast claw of the Viper struck out, a massive claw that seemed almost tangible, glowing red and attacking Lin Fan at high speed. Lin Fan's expression showed no sign of change. By the time Lin Fan wielded Muramasa and Muriki, the battle was already over. The power of these two blades was invincible. Dual wielding, he executed a double sword slash. Holding Murayuki and Muramasa, Lin Fan effortlessly danced with the two demon blades. He looked like a dark demon god, with Muramasa and Murayuki emanating a vast black aura capable of injuring others. The injuries previously suffered by Duke Inu were inflicted by this black energy. Now, Lin Fan picked up the dual swords and struck down with no technique. Slash! Two massive black sword lights appeared, cutting through the sky and even affecting the void. The Viper and Duke Inu were defeated in an instant. They lay on the ground, racked with unbearable pain. Damn, he's too strong. If I'm not mistaken, I have at least 300 sword wounds on me right now. This guy wielding Muramasa and Murayuki is simply absurdly strong. In that moment, Duke Inu lay on the ground, incredulously saying that every hit from Muramasa and Murayuki felt like it was happening to him, adding up to over 300 strikes, which was truly chilling. Murayuki and Muramasa are sacred artifacts of the Fur tribe. Please return the Fur tribe's sacred artifacts to us. The Viper also lay on the ground, solemnly realizing that Murayuki and Muramasa were sacred artifacts of the Fur tribe, and that Lin Fan using them was essentially theft. How ridiculous! Do you think you are in a position to demand the demon blades from me in your current state? How absurd! Do you really think you can still ask me for the demon blades? Looking at the Viper and Duke Inu lying on the ground, Lin Fan smirked coldly and teased. The Viper and Duke Inu had been defeated, losing to Lin Fan. It was laughable that the Viper, as a loser, wanted to take Muramasa and Murayuki from Lin Fan. Lin Fan owed nothing to the Viper. Muramasa and Murayuki were unclaimed objects, and the strong deserved them. They were not the Viper's possessions. Is there really no other option? A hint of disappointment flashed in the Viper's eyes, his face stern. He was unwilling, but had no way out. He's too strong. We're not on the same level and cannot defeat him. Duke Inu lay on the ground in a sorry state, very surprised. Muramasa and Murayuki were too demonic. It was unwise to fight Lin Fan while he wielded them. Muramasa and Murayuki were several times stronger than the first and third generations of Onigiri. And even if Duke Inu teamed up with the Viper, they were no match for Lin Fan. The Chinese Empire, I am willing to hand over the redstone. But you cannot make a move against the kingdom of Zhao Wu. The Chinese Empire has no interest in such a small place as the kingdom of Zhao Wu. Bastard. The arrogant Chinese Empire. Hearing Lin Fan say this, Duke Inu's mouth twitched, nearly unable to resist attacking Lin Fan. Dead dog. But at that moment, the Viper shot a glare at Duke Inu. After being glared at by the Viper, Duke Inu seemed to understand something and stopped arguing with Lin Fan. Here, this is the redstone. Duke Inu took out a stone from his pocket and threw it over. The redstone arced through the air and landed safely in Lin Fan's hand. Is this the second redstone? When the redstone thudded into Lin Fan's hand, his pupils suddenly contracted, revealing a look of astonishment. In the Grand Line, there are a total of 4 redstones. As far as he knew, 2 were in the hands of Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. Now, Lin Fan had gathered 2. The remaining 2 could only be taken from Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. The redstone was inscribed with many complex characters, and Lin Fan seemed to understand a bit. This redstone recorded a coordinate position, and Raftel required 4 coordinate positions to determine its location. Lin Fan still needed 2 more coordinates to go to Raftel. Dead dog. Will the Chinese Empire let us go? Should be. He should have no interest in us. If the Chinese Empire had intentions towards the kingdom of Zhao Wu, then the kingdom of Zhao Wu would be doomed. Duke Inu said with a deep expression, feeling despair at the power of the Chinese Empire. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the second redstone task and successfully obtaining a puka. Please check the puka. Just then, the system's notification sounded. Heavenly Path Pain. The leader of the 6 Paths of Pain, one of the leaders of the Akatsuki organization. His strength is comparable to that of the tailed beast-turned 6 Tails Naruto, able to use the Rinnegan, create repulsive and attractive gravitational fields, Shinra Tensei, Bansho Tenin, and can repel or attract all objects centered on himself. This time it's Pain? Seeing Heavenly Path Pain, Lin Fan wasn't particularly excited. After all, he already had powerful Pukas like Uchiha Obito and Ulquiorra. Meanwhile, Disaster King and Flood Queen were making plans. They wanted to take the redstone from the kingdom of Zhao Wu. This was a task assigned to them by Kaido, which was previously Jack's. But Jack was dead, and this task fell to King, and Queen. King's muscles bulged. His bare upper body and 8-pack abs made him look very strong. King had 2 ears on his head and a mane of brown lion-like hair, resembling an orange. King, the Duke of Inu and the Viper of the kingdom of Zhao Wu are strong. We might not be able to take them down in a short time. Flood Queen, with her long blue hair and alluring fiery lips, looked very tempting as she spoke to King. Queen was a woman and one of the few women in the Beast Pirates. The Beast Pirates were a gathering of beasts, all wild creatures, with Queen standing out as a unique presence. However, her powerful combat ability would not be rejected by any of the Yonko pirate crews. Yes, that giant elephant from the kingdom of Zhao Wu is a problem. Every time we fight that mad dog, the giant elephant always assists. King said warily. In recent days, he had fought Duke Inu several times, and each time he was affected by the giant elephant. If it weren't for that, they would have already taken down the kingdom of Zhao Wu. The giant elephant of the kingdom of Zhao Wu actually had combat power, and its strength was not weak, which increased the difficulty for Disaster King and Flood Queen to seize the redstone. What should we do? If we don't handle this well, Kaido will punish us. Flood Queen frowned with concern. That madman Kaido seems very eager to obtain the redstone, practicing like a madman day and night. Seeing Kaido like that, even Flood Queen began to feel scared. Brew. Just then, King's transponder snail rang. Who is it? Could it be Kaido? Hearing the sound of the transponder snail, King frowned, suddenly breaking out in a cold sweat. If it was Kaido, then King estimated he would be scolded. So many days had passed, and the redstone from the kingdom of Zhao Wu still hadn't been obtained, which would surely displease Kaido. Shaking his head, King still answered the call and asked, "Hello, who are you?" "King, can't you even recognize my voice?" "It's you, Caesar." "Ah, you finally recognized me. I'm here to tell you some good news. The toxic gas weapon Koro has been developed by me. This highly toxic gas is very useful against the Mink tribe." Caesar Clown began to repeat seriously. "That's great. With this, I can complete Kaido's task." Upon hearing Caesar's words, King showed a look of joy on his face. The toxic gas weapon Koro is a type of poisonous gas that Caesar Clown added many substances to, which are very effective against the Mink tribe. So Koro is extremely valuable. "So, sir, how much are you willing to pay for this batch of gas?" King and Queen seemed interested, and Caesar revealed his price. Ready to sell it to them. Originally, Caesar Clown intended to sell this to Drought Jack, but now that Jack has disappeared, he had to redirect his sale to King and Queen, trying to get some money from them. "Money? Caesar, aren't you providing this for free?" King said with a deep voice, frowning. "Great scientists also need money. King, can't you give me some?" "Well, send over that toxic gas, and if it's useful, Disaster King will never owe you money." King said boldly. He was not short of berries. If this toxic gas can really solve the Mink tribe problem, he would definitely not hesitate. Even if it's 100 million berries, King can afford it. The three disasters manage a vast fortune of the Beast Pirates. And that guy Kaido has always acted as a hands-off boss, not very interested in money. "King, I've already sent someone to deliver it to you. So rest assured, I've tested this batch of gas many times, and I guarantee it works well," Caesar said with a smirk. King would not owe money. If this batch of toxic gas is very useful, Caesar could sell it for a good price next time. The day after Caesar hung up the phone, King received the batch of toxic gas. The gas looked good, and when King slightly opened a hole and sniffed it, he nearly passed out from the choking sensation. It seemed that Caesar's batch of toxic gas was very potent. He did not deceive King. It was indeed a good product. King had been keeping an eye on the movement of the giant elephant in Zou, with continuous surveillance for 24 hours. 3 hours later, King and Queen arrived at the foot of the giant elephant. "Queen, let's go up while that giant elephant hasn't noticed us. Don't disturb it," King said seriously, exposing his solid muscles. Queen nodded and held on to King from behind. With a strong push from his feet, King shot out like an arrow, flying into the air. Disaster King, with the sensitivity, speed, and jumping ability granted by the ancient Zoan fruit, jumped powerfully, usually leaping dozens or even hundreds of meters. "King, look over there. There's a person." Queen, who was lying on King's back, spotted someone casually strolling in Zou. looking relaxed. Queen was terrified at this sight. The Ming tribe has always despised humans. How could they allow a human to wander on their land? Queen couldn't understand. This is somewhat illogical, causing Quinn to be startled. There really is someone. King followed the direction Quinn pointed and indeed found a man on the island. The man was leisurely wandering in the kingdom of Zou, making King's heart tremble and his gaze go blank. Huh. In the next moment, King directly landed on the ground, even without Lin Fan's appearance. He would have landed at this moment. When Quinn appeared on the ground and saw Lin Fan, at first glance, he began to ask, "Who are you, and why are you in the kingdom of Zou?" Lin Fan put Muramasa and Murasame into the space warehouse and did not take them out. He hadn't left the kingdom of Zou because he wanted to investigate its history. The Zou forest left behind many ancient texts, and through the system's translation, Lin Fan saw that fragment of history. However, that history was fragmented and not very detailed. So Lin Fan stayed behind to organize the fragments, but unexpectedly encountered King and Quinn while doing so. Of course, upon obtaining a new puka, Lin Fan immediately equipped it. Therefore, Lin Fan's current identity is Lin Fan, the pain of the heavenly path. Are you talking to me? I am the pain of the heavenly path. Do you want to feel the pain of the world? Lin Fan, the pain of the heavenly path, casually said upon hearing Quinn's words. The pain of the heavenly path. An unfamiliar name. Who exactly are you? Quinn was taken aback. She had never heard of the term pain of the heavenly path. Hearing Quinn's words, Lin Fan calmly replied, "Perhaps you can understand me as the reformer of the Chinese Empire." "What? You are the reformer of the Chinese Empire?" King was shocked by Lin Fan's words. The Chinese Empire treated Kaido like a dead dog. Now that King encountered the Chinese Empire, should he escape or fight against them? At this moment, Quinn was also taken aback and exclaimed in surprise, "Reformer, are you the king?" "King? The reformer is not a king. I am here to make you feel the pain of the world, to feel suffering, to experience suffering, and to accept suffering." At this moment, Lin Fan's tone was icy, and his eyes held a chill as he prepared to strike. Universal Attraction. After speaking, Lin Fan formed a seal and unleashed the universal attraction. Once the universal attraction was activated, Quinn and King's bodies flew toward Lin Fan. Quinn and King were unable to resist, allowing the universal attraction to pull them in. In the face of this immense force, Quinn and King appeared very small. How is this possible? My body won't listen to me. What kind of power is this? How could he possess such power? How could we be drawn to him? Damn it, this is going to be troublesome. After being pulled in by Lin Fan, terror filled their faces. This scene was unforgettable for them. The power of the universal attraction left Quinn and King in disbelief, feeling it was incredible. Crack, crack, crack. When Quinn and King were pulled over by Lin Fan, several black long nails were taken out and inserted into their bodies. The black long nails were originally used to control chakra, but Lin Fan used them to seal King and Quinn's ability to move. Although the two worlds were different, with flexible application, it could still achieve a special effect. What do you want to do? King's face turned pale, his heart racing as he spoke, feeling a hint of fear after being drawn in by Lin Fan. Under the effect of the universal attraction, King felt like a piece of meat at Lin Fan's mercy. Natural disaster King, water disaster Quinn. You are Kaido's 3 disasters, worth quite a bit. What do you think I want to do? Lin Fan looked up and down at natural disaster King and water disaster Quinn, beginning to calculate how much they were truly worth. Not how many devil fruits they are worth. Last time, Lin Fan killed Drought Jack and regretted it immensely. If he hadn't killed Jack, perhaps he could have exchanged him for many devil fruits. But unfortunately, Jack had already become a corpse. Once he became a corpse, Jack could no longer be exchanged for devil fruits, and Lin Fan needed many devil fruits. You want to ask Kaido for devil fruits? Hearing Lin Fan's words, King looked at him in disbelief, unable to comprehend how he could have such a crazy idea. Would someone like Kaido be willing to redeem them? King didn't believe it. After being captured, he and Quinn lost their meaning of existence. With Kaido's brutal nature, how could he allow King and Quinn to fail? Not obtaining the redstone would instead cause Kaido to lose several devil fruits. King thought it was too much of a loss, and he felt Kaido would never agree. What, is it not possible? Lin Fan retorted, looking at the two with suspicion. It's not that it's not possible, but Kaido won't give you devil fruits. He is a tyrant and would never offer devil fruits to redeem us, Quinn said sadly, fully aware of Kaido's character and feeling utterly hopeless about him. Kaido is a tyrant who only cares for himself. In the past, Kaido went mad due to the Chinese Empire's ravaging, and he would never go mad for others. Kaido didn't even get angry when Jack died. How could he redeem Quinn and King with devil fruits? In Quinn and King's view, this was impossible. Kaido is a complete battle maniac. How could he understand caring for his subordinates? At this moment, Lin Fan's eyes moved slightly, and he said softly, "Use the phone bug to call Kaido." Call? Kaido wouldn't he care about our lives or deaths? Hearing Lin Fan's words, Quinn and King showed disappointed expressions as defeated opponents. They had probably already become discarded pawns in Kaido's eyes. Seeing the expressions of Quinn and King, Lin Fan said irritably, "I told you to make the call. Just do it. Why are you hesitating? Do you want to die?" Regardless of whether Kaido cares about Quinn and King's lives, the fact that Kaido provoked the Chinese Empire is enough for him to hand over several devil fruits. Before, Lin Fan didn't have time to bicker with Kaido. But now it's hard to say, "I'll do it." Seeing that Lin Fan was very persistent, King agreed. The three disasters, Jack, King, and Quinn, all had Kaido's private phone bug, which was set up for Kaido's convenience in issuing orders. On the other side, on an uninhabited island, Kaido shook his long black hair, and the pair of long horns looked even more imposing in the sunlight. The dragon scale tattoos on his body seemed to have increased in number. Modified by rocks, Kaido had the potential for infinite evolution. Although he was a failed experiment, there still existed infinite possibilities. Kaido was called the strongest creature in the world across land, sea, and air because his body could evolve. Of course, these were Kaido's secrets. By constantly provoking strong opponents, Kaido's power would become stronger. After being defeated by Lin Fan a few times, Kaido's strength became even more terrifying. Suddenly, Kaido's blue phone bug rang. "Who is disturbing me?" Kaido glared at the blue phone bug, wanting to crush it. However, very few people knew about Kaido's phone bug. They were mostly his trusted subordinates. If it was a subordinate, then they must be in trouble. Reluctantly, Kaido picked up the phone bug and shouted loudly, "This is Kaido. What do you want?" "Boss Kaido. Quinn and I have been captured. Now the other side wants me to call you and demands a devil fruit for our ransom," King said, his voice very low, as if he was afraid of something. "You've been captured? What kind of joke is this? Who in the sea can capture you?" Kaido was surprised and incredulous upon hearing this. Although King and Quinn were not as strong as Kaido, King was an ancient Zoan fruit user, and the ancient Zoan is a species even stronger than the ancient mammoth. Moreover, as the strongest among the disasters, how many in this sea could defeat King? "It's the Chinese Empire. I've been captured by the Chinese Empire." King had no choice but to tell Kaido the truth when he heard what Kaido said. "You've been captured by the Chinese Empire?" This time, it was Kaido who was dumbfounded. If it were the Chinese Empire, then they indeed had the ability to capture King. The Chinese Empire could defeat even Kaido, so capturing a king would be a piece of cake. "Boss Kaido, we've been captured. Can you use some devil fruits to redeem us?" King felt very wronged. Although it was embarrassing to say this, he still wanted to be rescued. Is the Chinese Empire really that bold to dare to kidnap someone like me? Upon hearing this, Kaido's face showed a look of astonishment. How bold? Kaido is one of the 4 emperors. Who in this sea would dare to extort a 4 emperor? At this moment, Lin Fan saw King with a bittermelon face, shook his head, snatched the phone bug, and said to Kaido, "Kaido, I advise you to be smart. The Chinese Empire is not to be trifled with. If you don't hand over the devil fruits, you will face sanctions from the Chinese Empire. Kidnapping King and Queen is just an excuse for me. In reality, I want to openly rob the beast pirates. You have some nerve. I'm one of the 4 emperors. How dare you extort a 4 emperor?" Kaido exclaimed, his lips twitching with anger. "I don't care who you are. As long as you refuse to obey the Chinese Empire, you will face its sanctions." Facing Kaido, Lin Fan was very aggressive and did not back down. How arrogant. Hearing Lin Fan's words, Kaido wondered if he had misheard. How could there be such an arrogant person? After all, Kaido was known as the strongest creature in the world across land, sea, and air, and Lin Fan completely disregarded Kaido's authority. Did he think Kaido was easy to bully? "This is how it is. I have captured King and Queen. You should know that I can turn them into people of the Chinese Empire. If you don't want to lose your subordinates, it's best to hand over 50 devil fruits. I will be waiting for you in Wano in 5 days." After saying a few words to Kaido, Lin Fan hung up the phone. "Bastard, you dare hang up on me." At this moment, Kaido was under great psychological pressure. King and Queen were the strongest members of the Beast Pirates. If they were captured and transformed by the Chinese Empire, how could Kaido survive? If the Beast Pirates lost King and Queen, it would be finished. Kaido hardly managed the Beast Pirates. He only held a nominal position, while the affairs of the crew were managed by the 3 disasters. Having already lost Jack, the Beast Pirates were beginning to decline. If they lost King and Queen as well, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, King and Queen must not be handed over to the Chinese Empire. I've gotten stronger again. Should I go fight the Chinese Empire or hand over 50 devil fruits? At this moment, Kaido was somewhat troubled. 50 devil fruits were still affordable for the beast pirates. Although it hurt, King and Queen were worth more than 50 devil fruits. However, Kaido could seek help in Wano. Wano is located in the latter half of the Grand Line's New World, is closed off to the outside world, and does not receive outsiders nor join the world government. Navy ships cannot enter. This country values martial power and refers to skilled swordsmen as samurai, with the highest leader called shogun. Wano is ruled by the shogun, Kazuki Oden, and his relationship with Kaido is extraordinary. Sanada Yukimura is the first warrior of Wano. Honda Tadakatsu is the god of swords in Wano. They are the candidate shoguns. Overall, Wano possesses significant strength. If I want to meet in Wano, I can't just hand over the devil fruits. Kazuki Oden, Sanada Yukimura, and Honda Tadakatsu are all generals of Wano, and their strength could rival Kaido. With their help, how could Kaido fear the Chinese Empire? When he forced Kazuki Oden to his death, Kaido had helped Sanada Yukimura and Honda Tadakatsu. Without Kaido's assistance, it would have been quite difficult for them to kill Kazuki Oden. As time passed, the 5 days quickly arrived. Wano, known as the Land of Samurai, is a country famous for its martial prowess. And today, the 3 generals of Wano appeared. Kazuki Oden, the Great General of Wano. Sanada Yukimura, candidate Great General. Honda Tadakatsu, candidate Great General. When the 3 generals appeared, Kaido also showed up. Kaido, you called us out? You're not trying to mess with us, are you? Asked Sasaki Kojiro, holding the supreme greatsword, Murakumo. Sasaki Kojiro had been waiting for a long time and was starting to get impatient since he hadn't seen Lin Fan. The Murakumo is a sword that can extend, reaching up to 100 meters in length, and like Muramasa and Murasame, it is also a cursed sword. Kaido rolled his eyes at Sasaki Kojiro and impatiently said, How could I joke about the Chinese Empire? The Chinese Empire is indeed famous. I've heard they've made a mess of their navy, and the navy can't do anything about it. Haha, Sanada Yukimura, why don't we go stir up some trouble at the navy headquarters? Honda Tadakatsu joked, not thinking much of the Chinese Empire. He valued martial prowess above all. Being a general in Wano, he was very strong, thus he didn't regard the Chinese Empire highly. But don't underestimate the Chinese Empire. Those guys are not weaker than you. Seeing Honda Tadakatsu being so flippant, Kaido frowned. The Chinese Empire is not weak, otherwise, why would Kaido ask for their help? What nonsense about the Chinese Empire? You let him come out, and I'll take him down with one strike. Honda Tadakatsu shouted, gripping his sword tightly. As a general of Wano, he regarded himself as the strongest in the world and would not fear the Chinese Empire. Just then, a small boat appeared on the coast of Wano, and a person stepped down from it, holding 2 swords and walking slowly towards them. The person with the swords was, of course, Lin Fan, and the 2 swords were Muramasa and Murasame. No way. Is he really holding that thing? That is a treasured heirloom of Wano, the cursed swords Muramasa and Murasame. How could they be in his hands? Seeing Lin Fan holding Muramasa and Murasame, the 3 generals showed expressions of surprise. It was hard to believe. Those swords were the treasured heirlooms of Wano, the very swords that Sasaki Kojiro had been desperately seeking. And how could they mysteriously appear in Lin Fan's hands? This is outrageous, isn't it? Muramasa and Murasame have always been legendary items, their preciousness surpassing that of many swords. Even the black sword Chioshui, which slayed the dragon warrior Ryoma, is not as formidable as Muramasa and Murasame. These items are national treasures of Wano. How could Lin Fan possess them? This item is an invaluable treasure lost by Wano country, and now it has appeared before the 3 generals, stirring their hearts. Kaido, step back. I will retrieve the treasure for Wano country. Sasaki Kojiro is very excited at this moment, full of fighting spirit. After seeing Muramasa and Murasame, he decides to kill Lin Fan. Only by taking back Muramasa and Murasame can it have meaning, because those are the swords of Wano country. Sanada Yukimura is moved. Stepping forward and shouting at Lin Fan, Chinese Empire, hand over Muramasa and Murasame, and Wano country will spare your life. Indeed, those are items of Wano country. This is theft. If you do not hand over Muramasa and Murasame, I have the right to imprison you. Honda Tadakatsu nodded in agreement, looking at Muramasa and Murasame with a fervent expression. No samurai would be uninterested in Muramasa and Murasame, unless he is a fake samurai. Otherwise, he would be captivated by Muramasa and Murasame. Lin Fan, holding Muramasa and Murasame, pointed at the 3 generals and disdainfully said, Get lost. Before I get angry, you better not provoke me. I don't want to kill anyone right now. It's a joke. Muramasa and Murasame were taken by Lin Fan through his own abilities, so why should he hand them over? Sasaki Kojiro demands that Lin Fan hand over Muramasa and Murasame. But does that mean Lin Fan will just give them up? Sanada Yukimura, Honda Tadakatsu, don't interfere. Let me take him down. Sasaki Kojiro's eyes narrowed, speaking in a deep voice. Sasaki Kojiro's eyes squinted, gripping his weapon tightly. The next moment, Sasaki Kojiro made his move. One sword style, swallow return. The technique of swallow return is indeed the highest realm of drawing sword techniques. And the weapon is long. As a very long demon sword, its most powerful aspect is its guaranteed fatal strike. When the swallow, known for its flying speed, flies in the air, only a guaranteed fatal strike can bring it down. Sasaki Kojiro's swallow return is essentially a guaranteed fatal strike technique. In just an instant, Sasaki Kojiro completed the swallow return. The technique of guaranteed fatal strikes is extremely powerful. Hundreds have died under Sasaki Kojiro's swallow return. How could this be? He was completely unharmed. How could he not be injured after being hit by Sasaki Kojiro's swallow return? At this moment, Sanada Yukimura and Honda Tadakatsu exclaimed in shock, staring blankly at Lin Fan, who was completely unharmed. They were utterly perplexed. Sasaki Kojiro's swallow return had killed Koyuki Yoden. So why did it have no effect on Lin Fan? No, it's impossible. How can my swallow return be ineffective against you? Sasaki Kojiro's face changed dramatically, unable to believe the reality before him. His swallow return is the strongest sword technique of Wano country, already recognized as such. How could it be so powerless? Not even able to harm a hair on Lin Fan? Ineffective? Of course it will be ineffective. Your weapon, the Muramasa, fears Muramasa and Murasame. So how could it dare to harm me? Seeing Sasaki Kojiro's strange expression, Lin Fan explained. Muramasa and Murasame are superior demon swords, far above the rank of your Muramasa. When the Muramasa faces superior demon swords, it will produce a sense of fear, and its lethality will naturally decrease, which is why it cannot inflict any harm on Lin Fan. Hearing this, Sasaki Kojiro showed a surprised expression. This is impossible. The Muramasa cannot fear Muramasa. It is an unfearing demon sword. Can't understand? As long as I hold Muramasa and Murasame, I will be invincible before you. No matter how you attack me, you will not harm me. What a joke. Are you trying to fool me? Sasaki Kojiro roared, ignited with anger by Lin Fan. He wanted to make a move again. Muramasa, extend for me. I want to cut him down like tofu. Sasaki Kojiro commanded the Muramasa. In the past, when the Muramasa extended to 20 meters, it became a slaughter weapon. Unfortunately, after waiting for a long time, the Muramasa showed no response. Could it be that the Muramasa truly fears Muramasa? Seeing this scene, Sasaki Kojiro's expression changed dramatically, a chill running down his back. In the beast race, superior beasts can intimidate inferior beasts with their pressure. This is a law unique to demons. The pressure from higher-level demons can instill fear, dread, and even cause lower-level demons to abandon their territory. Avoiding battle is an extremely terrifying feeling for lower-level demons in the presence of higher-level demon gods. That feeling is spine-chilling. Similarly, there is a relationship between the weapons Bukanzuo, Muramasa, and Murasame. It is foolish for Bukanzuo to defy authority, as it will be dealt with by Muramasa and Murasame. Any demon blade, under the supreme great knife's 12 works, will submit to Muramasa and Murasame. As long as I wield Muramasa and Murasame, you cannot defeat me. This is an ironclad rule. I have no interest in wasting time with you. I want to end all of this. Lin Fan said calmly, as the Muramasa and Murasame in his hands began to emit a terrifying aura. At that moment, Muramasa and Murasame released a monstrous demonic energy. In an instant, the demonic energy from the demon blades had filled the sky. The entire sky was shrouded in black, demonic blade energy. At this moment, the aura of the demon sword surged with a black glow, exuding an astonishing power. Lin Fan executed a slash without any technique. The strike made by Muramasa transformed into a ferocious tiger, letting out a roar. Among the great swordsmen, there are several levels. The first level is iron cutting. The second level is breaking the overbearing aura. The third level is breaking famous blades, such as the Good Blade 50 Gong Snowwalk, Good Blade 50 Gong 3rd Generation Ghost Cut, and the fourth level is breaking diamonds. At the fourth level, even Hawkeye Mihawk cannot cut through. During the Marineford War, no matter how he struck, he couldn't break Josu's diamond. But Muramasa and Murasame are different, not to mention breaking diamonds. Even breaking a 1,000-year diamond is a piece of cake. Wait, we can negotiate. Chinese Empire. Sasaki Kojiro felt a chill as he saw Lin Fan's tiger slash coming towards him. At the same time, Sanada Yukimura and Honda Tadakatsu also sensed the crisis, breaking out in a cold sweat for Sasaki Kojiro. Boom! Sasaki Kojiro forcefully took Lin Fan's Tiger Slash, and that tiger instantly engulfed Sasaki Kojiro. At that moment, the weapon Hongan emitted a faint golden light, beginning to protect its master. Yet, the tiger continued to roar, carrying a massive iron-cutting sword aura. Is this the rumored power of the Chinese Empire? His understanding of the sword and the power of those two blades. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed such a powerful swordsman existed in this world. This scene shocked everyone. The intensity of the shock for Sanada Yukimura and Honda Tadakatsu was particularly strong, as they tightly gripped their supreme swords. Even Hawkeye might not be as strong as Lin Fan, right? Sanada Yukimura and Honda Tadakatsu had fought against Hawkeye before, with no clear winner. However, if they were to face Lin Fan, it would likely be decided in just a few exchanges. The people of the Chinese Empire are indeed all monsters. Kaido's heart trembled in horror. Since encountering the Chinese Empire, he had found himself increasingly useless. Every time he faced the Chinese Empire, he felt powerless, and it seemed that everyone from the Chinese Empire was abnormal, making Kaido feel that the Chinese Empire was on the verge of becoming an invincible myth. The Chinese Empire is a legend. How could Kaido respond to a legend? By now, Kaido began to regret getting involved with Sasaki Kojiro and the others. If he had obediently handed over 50 devil fruits, there wouldn't be such a situation. The sword energy emitted by Muramasa continuously strangled Sasaki Kojiro, who was struggling to hold on, relying on his weapon and the fierce tiger to confront it. However, Sasaki Kojiro's clothes had already been shredded, becoming tattered. In fact, there were many sword wounds on Sasaki Kojiro's body. How could such a sword strike be so fierce that it injured Sasaki Kojiro like this? So terrifying. The Muramasa demon sword is a treasure. Sanada Yukimura and Honda Tadakatsu watched Sasaki Kojiro, who was constantly battling against the sword energy, their scalps going numb. If it were them fighting Lin Fan, they might fare even worse than Sasaki Kojiro, whose armament haki and Conqueror's haki were both very strong. Yet even so, when facing the sword energy of Muramasa, he was still in a very awkward position. They had little chance of winning like this. After 10 minutes, Muramasa's sword energy finally dissipated, and Sasaki Kojiro stood on the ground, gasping for breath. His entire body was covered in injuries, with not a single part unscathed. Is this your true strength? Sasaki Kojiro gripped his weapon tightly, speaking with great caution. The power of Muramasa's slash completely exceeded Sasaki Kojiro's expectations. He initially thought that black sword energy would be easy to handle, but who would have known that after taking it on, Sasaki Kojiro almost lost his life. This is just a single strike. If another one comes, I'm afraid Sasaki Kojiro will fall. Indeed, I've had Muramasa for a few days, and I only figured out how to use it today. Should I go for another round? Lin Fan held Muramasa in one hand, caressing it lovingly with a slight smile. You've only had it for a few days? Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Sasaki Kojiro was speechless. Lin Fan had only had Muramasa for a few days and was already unleashing such power. If he continued to wield it for a few more days, wouldn't he just slaughter this world? Sanada Yukimura tightened his grip on Kaido's neck and said fiercely, Kaido, you bastard, are you trying to trap us? Is Lin Fan an enemy we can defeat in Wano? This is not an opponent that Wano can contend with. A single move from the other side can annihilate Wano. What does Wano have to compete with Lin Fan? Their lives? Sanada Yukimura, listen to me, I never expected this outcome. If I had known it would turn out this way, I wouldn't have. Kaido said helplessly, regretting it immensely. He initially thought that calling the 3 great generals of Wano could handle Lin Fan. Now it seems this was a completely foolish action. Challenging Lin Fan. Does Kaido want to live forever? I don't care how you resolve this, but you must make him leave Wano. If something happens in Wano, I'll take it out on your beast pirates. Sanada Yukimura let go of Kaido and left a harsh remark. Honda Tadakatsu looked at Kaido and cursed loudly. Kaido, do you dare to set me up? You want to die, don't you? It's all my fault. I brought 50 devil fruits. Can you all treat this as a joke? Kaido bitterly said, being scolded by the 2 generals of Wano. Behind Kaido, there were 50 devil fruits. These devil fruits were all given to Lin Fan by Kaido. Chinese Empire, I'll give you these 50 devil fruits. Can we just let this go? Kaido said helplessly in the face of the powerful Lin Fan. Give me the devil fruits. Lin Fan nodded, his gaze fixed on the box behind Kaido. Inside the box, there were 50 devil fruits. Acquiring these 50 devil fruits would solidify Lin Fan's source of power even further. Thump, thump. Kaido's heart raced as he held the huge box and slowly approached Lin Fan. Disaster King and Flood Queen were captured by Lin Fan. Only the 50 devil fruits could be used to redeem them. Soon, Kaido opened the box. Inside, 50 devil fruits were displayed, all of them high-quality goods. Although there were a few Zoan-type devil fruits, there were many Logia-type as well. Not bad. I'm very satisfied with these 50 devil fruits. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction at the 50 devil fruits on the ground. Then hurry up and release Disaster King and Flood Queen. They're the officers of the Beast Pirates. Without them, my Beast Pirates won't be able to develop. Kaido seemed very excited. The various developments of the Beast Pirates relied on Disaster King and Flood Queen. Losing King and Queen was equivalent to Kaido losing the Beast Pirates. Of course, the Chinese Empire always keeps its promises. Lin Fan nodded, then pointed into the void. Suddenly, a blue portal appeared in the air of Wano, and within that blue portal, two bound individuals appeared. How could this happen? The void was opened. Is this power still human power? Kaido was stunned. Did Lin Fan open the void? Kaido was shocked. Can the Chinese Empire control the void now? In fact, Lin Fan did not open the void, but rather threw King and Queen into a space warehouse. After all, they were bound with sea prism stone, so there wouldn't be any incidents. Lin Fan kept them locked in the space warehouse. After a period of practice, Lin Fan could make others misunderstand that he was using void power without them noticing the space warehouse. Inside the warehouse, it was dark. King and Queen had no idea where they were locked up and could not discover the secret of the space warehouse. After King and Queen appeared, Lin Fan left. Watching Lin Fan's departing figure, Sasaki Kojiro approached Kaido and shouted, "Kaido, from now on, as long as it concerns the Chinese Empire, you don't need to come to Wano anymore. Our agreement needs to change." Sasaki Kojiro had an agreement with Kaido established many years ago. Kaido helped Sasaki Kojiro and his group defeat Kazuki Oden, which allowed him to have shared control over Wano. Moreover, when Kaido encountered difficulties, Sasaki Kojiro was supposed to help unconditionally. But now, Sasaki Kojiro wanted to modify the agreement. If Kaido allowed Wano to contend with the Chinese Empire, Wano would disappear. Wano does not have the power to defeat the Chinese Empire. Sasaki Kojiro felt that Kaido was using them as pawns. "Change. You want to cancel my control over Wano?" Kaido said helplessly. If Sasaki Kojiro really cancels Kaido's control, Kaido would have no way out. "No, your control is still there, but we will no longer assist you unconditionally." Is it because of the Chinese Empire? After obtaining the 50 devil fruits, Lin Fan also gave Muramasa and Murasame to the system. Then, Lin Fan asked the system, "How much source power do I have now?" 50 devil fruits is quite a number. Lin Fan estimated that his source power should reach 50%. Ding dong. The current source power of the host has not reached 50%. It is only 30%. 50 devil fruits only give 30%? Lin Fan was surprised to hear the system's response. It seems that source power in the pirate world is quite hard to collect. Lin Fan had also invested Muramasa and Murasame, and it was still only 30%. Ding dong. The host has triggered the Historical Truth mission. The system detected that there is a fragment of historical document hidden in Water City. Please head to Water City and search for it. Mission prompt. Go to Water City and explore Water City. Mission reward. Common card. At this moment, the system suddenly spoke. Does the City of Water also have fragments of historical documents? Hearing the system's voice, Lin Fan became suspicious. According to Lin Fan's memory, the locations where fragments of historical documents appeared were the Alabasta Mausoleum, the Golden Country of Gaia Island, O'Hara in the West Sea, the Sea Forest of Fishman Island, and the Whale Forest of Zoe. However, none of these locations included the City of Water. The system would not issue incorrect tasks to the host. So the host can rest assured that there are indeed fragments of historical documents in the City of Water. At this moment, the system began to explain. "All right, then I will go to the Water City," Lin Fan said with a gradually serious expression. The waterways of the Water City are quite complex, with not only surface transport, but also channels extending from high to low. The local residents like to raise a creature called Blue as a means of water transportation. It is a place full of legends, with beautiful scenery. Meanwhile, in the Water City, at Tom's workshop, the shipyard boss Tom was discussing issues with Frankie. "Frankie, remember this. The sea train can save the Water City. Every year, the Water City faces a tsunami, and during that time, everyone runs to higher ground to avoid the tsunami. But once the tsunami passes, the water level rises and the waterways in the Water City will be damaged. Only by building tracks and sea trains that are not affected by tsunamis can we save the Water City," Tom said meaningfully. "If the waterways are damaged by the tsunami, the economy of the Water City will be affected. At that time, goods from the Water City will not sell, and everyone will have a hard time. So, only by creating sea trains that are not affected by tsunamis can we save the Water City. Everyone is struggling because of the tsunami. Longhorned Raccoon. What is the point of all this? Look at where you're living now, Frankie said impatiently, pointing at the environment around Tom. 20 years ago, Tom built a ship for Roger, and now he's been sent to the junkyard. The environment here is terrible, with flies and mosquitoes everywhere. How can anyone feel like serving the residents of the Water City here? Doing such good deeds, I think it's not worth it for you, Tom. Frankie, even though you don't understand me now, when you grow a bit older, you will understand why I want to build a sea train. Tom sighed deeply. Whatever. I'm not going to build a sea train for that bunch of bastards in the Water City. Their business has nothing to do with me. Frankie turned his head away, annoyed. Frankie knew that Tom was the world's best shipwright. Yet he had been driven to live in a junkyard by the Navy and the residents of the Water City. Witnessing all this, Frankie became very angry and gradually developed resentment toward the residents of the Water City, growing to dislike them. Longhorned Raccoon, I'm leaving. If there is nothing else. I don't want to stay here, Frankie said, fed up with Tom's living conditions. Wait, Frankie, take this back home, Tom said as he handed Frankie the design blueprints of the ancient weapon Pluto. What is this? Frankie turned his head, his eyes showing a look of confusion. Tom pulled out a piece of parchment, which was filled with many writings. Moreover, there were ancient characters on the parchment. Even Frankie couldn't decipher this parchment. This is the design blueprint for the ancient weapon Pluto. Below is the structural diagram of Pluto. Once you can decipher the ancient characters, you can rebuild Pluto, Tom said earnestly. Pluto. This is the design blueprint for Pluto. Frankie exclaimed, startled and extremely excited. Pluto is an ancient weapon that could destroy the world in ancient times. Known as the weapon of the gods. Pluto, Hades, Neptune, Poseidon, Uranus. These three weapons are all referred to as the god weapons. Tom handed this item to Frankie. How could Frankie not be excited? Ha! You actually got scared. I thought you were unafraid of anything. Tom teased as he saw Frankie's expression. Bastard, this is the ancient weapon Pluton, Frankie exclaimed, competing with Tom in excitement. For an excellent shipwright, Pluton is a sacred object that cannot be desecrated. Obtaining the blueprints for Pluton or personally crafting Pluton is a lifelong dream for any shipwright. Now, Tom has given Frankie the dream of shipwright, and Frankie is overjoyed. All right, keep the Pluton blueprints safe. In a few days, when Tom sees Frankie looking happy, he feels something but hesitates to speak. Who are they? Don't ask. Just remember, do not give the Pluton blueprints to anyone. When Frankie heard Tom's words, he felt that the matter was a bit serious. But Tom seemed unwilling to tell Frankie the truth and simply handed the Pluton blueprints to him. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the CP organization, Spandam was resting in the Navy office, drowsy. At this moment, someone suddenly barged into the lounge. Not good, Admiral Spandam. The Revolutionary Army has intercepted our intelligence. They know about the Pluton blueprints. Kaku rushed in to report the situation to Spandam. CP9 members were attacked by the Revolutionary Army while on a mission, and the information was leaked. Kaku was anxious once the Revolutionary Army found out. They would not let the Navy succeed. You idiots, how could you mess up such a simple task? This is bad. If the Revolutionary Army comes in, we're in trouble. Spandam was startled awake by Kaku's words, his gaze blank. The Revolutionary Army was disrupting the order of the seas, and in a way, they were similar to the Celestial Empire. The difference was that the Revolutionary Army would sabotage the Navy, while the Celestial Empire would only instill fear in them. The Revolutionary Army would ambush, while the Celestial Empire had the audacity to confront the Navy openly. If even Impel Down was toppled by the Celestial Empire, what was there that they wouldn't dare to do? We need to act quickly, move faster, and get the Pluton blueprints from Tom. Spandam said to Kaku in a deep voice. Time waits for no one. If we delay, the Revolutionary Army will be upon us. They love to disrupt the Navy's plans. At this time, Lin Fan had already arrived in Water City. However, Lin Fan had not completed his mission upon reaching Water City. Therefore, Lin Fan once again asked the system, what's going on? I've been in Water City for 3 days now and haven't found any fragments of ancient literature. I never took more than a day before. The Forest of Sea, the Giant Race, and Zoe Forest never took more than a day, but here in Water City, it's exceeded 3 days. In these 3 days, aside from eating and drinking, I've done nothing. I can't find any fragments of ancient literature at all. There's no need to panic, host. The fragments of ancient literature require a triggering object to activate the remaining footage, and that object is currently in Water City. Right now, in Water City, Lin Fan was taken aback by the system's words. What is the triggering object that can activate the remnants of ancient literature? Could be that. After the system's reminder, Lin Fan suddenly thought of something and realized. It must be it. Only the Pluton blueprints can connect to the history of Water City. Lin Fan's eyes lit up as he said seriously. In the giant race, I found the Tree of Life and saw the remnants of footage in Zo Whale Forest. It was probably Muramesa or Murasame. For Water City, it must be the Pluton blueprints. Wait, I remember the Pluton blueprints should be with Tom. Has he been captured? Tom's final fate was to be executed at Judicial Island for building ships for the Pirate King. But Lin Fan knew very well that was just an excuse. The real reason was that Tom refused to hand over the Pluton blueprints. The Navy government was brutal and merciless. To obtain the Pluton blueprints, they killed Tom, completely disregarding his achievements in building the sea train. Taking a deep breath, Lin Fan licked his dry lips and calmly said, "Looks like I need to find Tom." Tom's workshop was in an inconspicuous place in Water City. As the world's #1 shipwright, Tom's workshop, even if pushed to the junkyard, still had a lot of business. Many people came to request Tom to build ships. But today, a group of imposing people arrived at Tom's workshop. "Mr. Tom, please come with us to the Navy. We suspect you are involved in a pirate case." Kaku, dressed in a Navy uniform, said with a grim expression. Accompanying him were Spandam, Lucci, Kaku, Gabra, and Bruno. Spandam, as the CP9 commander, came to obtain the Pluton blueprints, while Lucci, Khalifa, Kaku, and Bruno infiltrated Tom's workshop. Although they hadn't been there long, the Navy identity made Tom very disheartened. "Kaku, how could you repay Mr. Tom like this after he treated you so well?" An employee of Tom's workshop pointed at Kaku and scolded him angrily, very displeased. Just a few days ago, they were colleagues, and now Kaku wanted to arrest Tom. Weaklings have no right to speak. If you don't want to be taken away by the Navy, keep your mouth shut. Lucci then grabbed the shipwright and threw him out, disdainfully saying, as the strongest member of the CP9 organization in 800 years, Lucci was not to be trifled with. He had killed 500 soldiers, claiming that weakness was a crime. Bastards. Do you have no feelings for Mr. Tom at all? All right. I'll go with them. Lucci, don't make things difficult for my people. They still need to build ships. Tom then stepped out with a smile, looking very happy. After giving the Pluton blueprints to Frankie, Tom had no more concerns. Even if the Navy took his life, Tom wouldn't feel sad. Stop, put Tom down. At that moment, Frankie suddenly rushed out, shouting loudly. Frankie wouldn't abandon Tom. When he was homeless, it was Tom who took him in. Now that Tom was being bullied by the Navy, Frankie couldn't just stand by and watch as Tom was taken away. The Navy was a den of thieves with no good people inside. If Tom was captured by the Navy, he would be in grave danger. Frankie stood in front of CP9, resolute and prepared to die. The day Tom handed the Pluton blueprints to Frankie, Frankie felt something was amiss. So he had been observing secretly, not knowing that Tom intended to entrust the Pluton blueprints to him to protect it. Now, Frankie would not allow Tom to be taken. He had to save Tom. Arrest him and lock him up with Tom. Spandam said expressionlessly, thinking that a mere Frankie couldn't change the situation. He didn't even know how many small fry like Frankie he had killed. Frankie, you idiot, go back. What are you doing here? Tom shouted excitedly, extremely agitated. The Pluton blueprints were the shipwright's dream. When Tom obtained the Pluton blueprints, he knew this day would come, which is why he entrusted the Pluton blueprints to Frankie. Tom wanted Frankie to inherit the Pluton blueprints, and Frankie coming to save him was just wasting Tom's efforts. Once the Pluton blueprints fell into the Navy's hands, everything would be lost. At this moment, Frankie shouted, "Longhorn Raccoon, just wait for me to save you." 6 dials? Finger pistol. Cough, cough. Suddenly, Lucci rushed over and used finger pistol on Frankie. Under the strongest CP9 attack, Frankie spat out a mouthful of pus and blood. Cough, cough. How could this happen? After being hit by the finger pistol, Frankie was violently knocked backward, losing his combat ability in an instant. The strength of Lucci's finger pistol is at least over 2,000 Dariki. Under such immense power, it's a miracle that Frankie didn't die. This is the consequence of opposing the Navy. You weak little bugs think you can resist the Navy? Ha ha, that's hilarious. Spandam sneered as he saw Frankie lying on the ground, clearly pleased to see Frankie being trampled by Lucci. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on Frankie or Tom today, I guarantee they won't see tomorrow's sun. Just then, a cold and bone-chilling male voice appeared. Who is it? The sudden sound caused Spandam's expression to change dramatically. He then issued an order, his face heavy. Rob, Kaku, Gabra, Bruno, stay alert. We cannot let anyone take Tom away. Tom is the person the Navy wants to capture. That's the order from above. If I don't bring Tom back, I fear I won't be able to escape blame. Originally, Spandam didn't want to capture Tom so quickly, but since the Revolutionary Army learned about the Pluton blueprint information, he had to speed up his actions. The Celestial Empire has never failed to save those they want to save. If you want to feel the world's pain, then I will fulfill your wish. At this moment, Lin Fan made his appearance. Of course, Lin Fan appeared in the identity of Tiandao Pain. It is the Chinese Empire. Why does the Chinese Empire want to save Tom? Could it be? Lin Fan's emergence startled everyone. Spandam and the others all turned serious. This is a big problem. If it were just the Revolutionary Army, CP9 could still delay them. But what if it's the Chinese Empire? How should CP9 deal with that? The Chinese Empire poses a challenge for Akainu, and with just CP9, they cannot stop the advance of the Chinese Empire. Lucci was not intimidated by the Chinese Empire. He calmly said, "The Chinese Empire is not your concern. Tom is a wanted criminal by the Navy." At the same time, Lucci signaled Kaku and Khalifa to start moving. Tom must not be taken by the Chinese Empire, and the Pluton blueprint must not fall into their hands. Lucci is not a coward, even against the Chinese Empire. He wants to uphold his principles. It's none of my business, but I will intervene. Lin Van Tendo Pain stepped forward, and his hands began to form seals. Planetary devastation. Boom! Lin Van Tendo Pain's chakra formed a highly concentrated black sphere, pulling Lucci, Kaku, Khalifa, Bruno, and Spandam towards it. The black sphere, centered on Lucci and the others, released a powerful gravitational force, sealing them inside in an instant. What happened? How do we get caught? What an amazing sight. This black sphere has locked us up. We can't get out from inside. The black sphere has strong defenses, and we can't break through. Lucci and the others were incredibly shocked to be trapped by Lin Van in the planetary devastation. They did not know what the black sphere was made of. Its defenses were incredibly strong. No matter how they attacked from the inside, they could not inflict even a slight damage on the black sphere. Crack, crack. In the next moment, the ground's rocks loosened, and the black sphere attracted many rocks, which flew over and pressed tightly against the black sphere, surrounding it completely. What kind of power is this? Tom looked at the planetary devastation in midair, his pupils constricting. The planetary devastation completely sealed these Navy members inside, seemingly not allowing even air to escape, and they feared it might suffocate them. Lying on the ground, Frankie looked at the massive rock sphere, filled with awe, and couldn't help but exclaim, "So impressive." If Frankie could master this power, he wouldn't have to fear the Navy anymore. Lin Van Tendo Pain solved this group of Navy members with a single move, making Frankie admire him greatly. It was simply divine power. "Tom, Frankie, do you want to kill these guys?" At this moment, Lin walked toward Tom and Frankie, pointing at the planetary devastation. Gulp. Tom and Frankie swallowed hard, their expressions blank. They did not dare to kill the Navy. Spandam and these Navy members were part of the world government, and Tom and Frankie were just small citizens of Water City. If they killed someone from the world government, wouldn't they be inviting disaster? However, the man standing in front of Tom and Frankie indeed had great courage, having defeated the Navy without them being able to fight back. "No, we don't want to kill them. Sir, could you please let them go? If the Navy blames this on us, Water City might have to bear their wrath." At this moment, Tom said nervously, "Water City is just a small place and cannot compete with the Navy. It doesn't have powerful samurai like Wano. Once the Navy mobilizes its forces, Water City would be instantly paralyzed. The Navy relies on people like Spandam to enforce their will and control the world. But ordinary citizens like Tom have to endure the Navy's tyranny. Therefore, Tom did not dare to kill Spandam and the others. Is that so? To be safe, I'll throw them onto another island." Upon hearing this, Lin Van pursed his lips, quickly formed seals with his hands, and said easily, "Boom." As he spoke, the massive sphere formed by the planetary devastation shot through the sky like a meteor and disappeared from sight. Tom and Frankie were stunned at this sight, unable to suppress their shock. This gesture is truly grand. "Thank you, sir, for saving Water City." Tom bowed in gratitude, filled with admiration for Lin Fan. Given Lin Fan's recent display, there was no need to fear the Navy. If it weren't for Water City, why would Lin Fan have thrown Spandam so far? Upon realizing that Lin Fan was from the Chinese Empire, Tom became quite nervous, as the Chinese Empire could stand against the Navy. "No need. I saved you for one thing, which you should be quite clear about." Shaking his head, Lin Fan said calmly. He couldn't and didn't want to learn the Navy's grandiose ways. He simply wanted the Pluton design. "Ha! If it were for a man like you, I would gladly offer the Pluton design." The fisherman Tom smiled slightly, genuinely convinced. Tom saw a shadow of Roger in Lin Fan. If it were a man like Roger asking Tom for the Pluton design, he wouldn't refuse. "Frankie, give that thing to this gentleman." The next moment, Tom ordered Frankie. Here you go. This is the Pluton design. Frankie said nervously as he approached and handed the Pluton design to Lin Fan. After seeing Lin Fan defeat Spandam and the others with a single move, Lin Fan established a high status in Frankie's eyes, equivalent to Roger's. In Frankie's view, Lin Fan was now the pirate King Roger. Is this the Pluton design? The moment he obtained the Pluton design, Lin Fan's eyes seemed to see a vision. In an instant, he witnessed a scene of brutal battle. On the vast ocean, corpses floated everywhere, and blood was everywhere, painting the sky red. A magnificent, giant warship suddenly appeared on the sea. This warship seemed to be Pluton. Pluton looked incredibly grand, enormous and majestic, with the Navy warships behind it built in accordance with Pluton. However, those Navy warships were vastly inferior compared to Pluton. Is this ship almost as big as a mountain? Lin Fan gazed at the massive Pluton warship sailing on the sea, letting out a long sigh. Pluton sailed on the ocean like a moving fortress, equipped with many giant cannons, which looked very advanced and were different from the current Navy warships. The equipment on Pluton was exceptionally refined. At this moment, Lin Fan clearly saw the cannons on the Pluto ship. Their caliber was very large, 2 or 3 times bigger than the cannons of current naval warships. What is that? As the scene shifted, Lin Fan saw the enemy, a pitch-black monster. The image began to blur, but Lin Fan could vaguely make out the enormous black creature. It looks like a snake. Suddenly, Lin Fan saw the monster open its massive mouth, revealing its body, which resembled that of a giant python. Just then, the Pluto began its attack. The Pluto emitted a blinding light. Unlike ordinary naval warships, its cannon fire was accompanied by intense brightness. At that moment, the sea breeze roared across the surface of the ocean, and the shells fired by the Pluto caused huge ripples in the water. The shells flew across the sea surface, creating a massive depression in the water. In the next moment, the shells collided with the giant beast, instantly stirring up tremendous waves. What a powerful attack! Truly worthy of being one of the 3 great ancient weapons. Seeing such a formidable Pluto warship, even Lin Fan was moved. This thing can strike casually and is stronger than a general. Even if Akainu takes a hit from the King of Hell, it wouldn't feel good, right? Is someone coming? Just then, reinforcements arrived for the monster. A man covered in smoke, a man engulfed in flames, and a man controlling lightning. These men stood on that monster, kneeling before it, and the monster's status among this group of abilities seemed very prestigious. What is that? Lin Fan's pupils constricted, his heart filled with terror. Did such a terrifying monster exist in this world during ancient times? What exactly was that thing? If it was still alive, wouldn't it be a disaster? Just the fact that it could withstand a strike from the king of the underworld was enough to demonstrate its threat to humanity. Not long after, these reinforcements began to counterattack. The king of the underworld's firepower could not concentrate enough to break through these abilities. The king of the underworld was dismantled amid the powerful reinforcements of abilities. It wasn't that the king of the underworld lacked power, but that these abilities were too tricky. When the king of the underworld shells hit the abilities, they used elementalization to evade the attacks, and then went on to destroy the king of the underworld. At this point, the remaining images of the king of the underworld's design came to an end. The king of the underworld was ultimately destroyed by the abilities. Even if it wasn't destroyed, the humans piloting the king of the underworld should have been killed by those abilities. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the historical truth mission and successfully obtaining a puka. Please check the puka Akonorokia. Akonorokia, king of dragons, black feather of the end. Source of evil. Over 400 years ago, he was originally a dragon slayer mage. After participating in a banquet called the Dragon King Festival and winning, he transformed from a human into a dragon, becoming the Dragon King. Note, Akonorokia's true form has a strong evil attribute, extremely despises and looks down on humanity, and possesses a strong desire for destruction, wanting to destroy everything. At this moment, the system's prompt sound appeared. Evil attribute Acnologia? Lin Fan was a bit surprised when he saw this regular card of Acnologia. Acnologia is a violent character, somewhat similar to Genmu Kenpachi, but even more insane. If Lin Fan were to use this regular card, he wasn't sure if he would be influenced by Acnologia. It seems that when using regular cards, Lin Fan still needs to strengthen his cultivation. Otherwise, he could easily be affected by the card. Like last time, Lin Fan was influenced by Genmu Kenpachi. Ding dong. The design blueprint of the Underworld King is a rare item in the pirate world. Does the host wish to convert the design blueprint of the Underworld King into original power? At this moment, the system's prompt sound appeared again. Can the Pluton blueprint still convert the source power? Hearing the system's voice, Lin Fan was taken aback. The Pluton blueprint is indeed a rare item. There is only one blueprint in the entire pirate world, which is even rarer than the devil fruits. I'll talk about it after I leave Water City. Lin Fan replied to the system. The disappearance of the Pluton blueprint in front of Tom would cause panic for both Tom and Frankie. Although the Chinese Empire is very strong, being excessively strong is not good either. In fact, Lin Fan didn't want Tom and Frankie to see the system. I'm ready to leave. After obtaining the Pluton blueprint, Lin Fan said calmly. Tom showed a slight smile and said, "Are you leaving, sir?" Lin Fan nodded and stepped outside. Water City is just a stop for Lin Fan. He won't stay there long. Just then, Frankie ran over to Lin Fan. "I will definitely create something more powerful than Pluton," Frankie said as he bid farewell to Lin Fan, giving a thumbs up as if to signify something. Lin Fan nodded without speaking. Frankie can create very powerful things. He can create the Sunny, and he hasn't encountered Luffy yet. If he meets Luffy, Frankie's talent will be showcased. However, in the darkness, a pair of eyes was observing Lin Fan. Monkey D. Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, a man who has overthrown several kingdoms with his ideas of freedom, was secretly watching Lin Fan. Dragon had come long before Spandam and others appeared. He didn't make a move because he saw Lin Fan and, as a member of the most mysterious organization in the sea, the Chinese Empire. Dragon was curious about what abilities Lin Fan possessed that could trouble the Navy. When he saw Lin Fan use Meteor Shower, Dragon was dumbfounded. He never expected the Chinese Empire could be this powerful, using a sphere as massive as a mountain to seal strong opponents. Dragon's fruit is quite special. A Zoan type, mythical beast type, heavenly dragon fruit. The heavenly dragon fruit allows Dragon to hide in rain and fog, summon winds and rain, and even gives him some control over lightning. As Lin Fan prepared to leave, Dragon decided to follow him. He wanted to see where the headquarters of the Chinese Empire was. 15 minutes later, the system's alarm sounded. Warning, warning, the system has detected that the host is being followed. The system has detected that the host is being followed. Lin Fan was stunned. Being followed? But when Lin Fan turned his head, he saw nothing. Am I really being followed? The alarm from the system made Lin Fan anxious. He saw no shadow of anyone. How could he be followed? Wait, if I can't see them, then there's only one possibility. At this moment, Lin Fan reached a conclusion. A devil fruit user. Only a devil fruit user could hide so well. Lin Fan remembered that Bruno from CP9 was a door fruit user. He could turn anything that came into contact with his body into a door, including people and air. So, did the CP9 organization catch up? Sneaking behind others is not the act of a righteous person. I've noticed you for a long time, yet you still won't come out. Lin Fan looked around, but saw nothing. Without detecting a follower, Lin Fan tried to force the other party out with words. Have I really been discovered? I hid so well, how did you find me? At this moment, Dragon was drenched and looked at Lin Fan in shock, unable to believe it. He was a Sky Dragon fruit user. The Sky Dragon fruit allowed him to hide in rain and mist, merging with it. In simple terms, he became a weather phenomenon. Sky Dragon fruit was very terrifying. Unlike Akainu turning into magma, Smoker into smoke, or Kizaru into light, which could all be detected by others, Dragon turned into clouds, hiding within the mist, making it difficult for people to notice him. Yet, despite this, Dragon was still discovered by Lin Fan. This surprised Dragon greatly. The concealment ability of the Celestial Dragon Fruit is the best in the world. How could it be so easily discovered by Lin Fan? Hidden well? With your crude hiding methods, you call that hiding well? Seeing Dragon appear from the mist, Lin Fan pretended to be calm. My hiding methods are crude? Hearing Lin Fan's words, Dragon felt a bit uncomfortable. Dragon's bounty is 5 billion berries, and most of that was earned through the Celestial Dragon Fruit, whose greatest strength is its concealment ability. How dare Lin Fan say that Dragon's concealment ability is too crude, ISNT that a blow to Dragon. Of course, if your hiding methods weren't very crude, how could I have discovered you? Lin Fan countered. In fact, Lin Fan was being modest. He hadn't discovered Dragon at all, but had completely relied on the system's deductions. However, these things couldn't be known to Dragon. A sea pirate with a bounty of 5 billion berries is indeed somewhat extraordinary. If Dragon suddenly launched an attack, very few could withstand it. Besides his concealment methods, Dragon's offensive capabilities are also strong. The Chinese Empire is indeed as formidable as rumored. To witness your keen perception is a privilege for me. Dragon lowered his guard and descended from sky. Previously, Dragon had indeed wanted to spy on the secrets of the Chinese Empire, but now, that seemed impossible. What fruit did you eat? At this point, Lin Fan asked without hesitation. Fruit? I ate the celestial dragon fruit, which allows me to possess the legendary power of a divine dragon, one that can ride the clouds and summon the wind and rain. So my attributes are quite diverse. I can probably control wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. Dragon directly answered, since he had already been seen by Lin Fan. Go to hell. Hearing Dragon's words, Lin Fan's mind was filled with curses. This is a goddamn 4-type natural fruit. Others can gain at most 1 type of natural ability from eating a fruit, but the dragon can gain 4 from 1. It's simply infuriating. So it's the heavenly dragon fruit. But I'm curious, what are you doing following someone like him? At this moment, Lin Fan's tone gradually turned cold. Dragon is the leader of the revolutionary army, with a bounty of 5 billion berries. Being followed by such a man is certainly not a good thing. The Navy's desire for the Pluton blueprint has been intercepted by the revolutionary army. I originally wanted to save Tom, but unexpectedly found you. Dragon slowly spoke, his eyes serious. The development of the Chinese Empire is no longer weaker than the revolutionary army. Although the Chinese Empire has not overthrown the kingdom, it has the strength and prestige of the revolutionary army. For Dragon, the Chinese Empire is a competitor of the revolutionary army, and a particularly tricky one at that. Lin Fan's eyes flashed, and he said solemnly, so, you want to take the Pluton blueprint from me? The Pluton blueprint is indeed very powerful, but that thing is just a design drawing. Without shipwrights, it cannot be built. Moreover, it is recorded in ancient characters, making it very difficult to fully replicate Pluton. Dragon shook his head gently and said, feeling a strong hostility from Lin Fan, he dared not be too aggressive, fearing to provoke conflict. Although the allure of Pluton is great, it is not absolute. Dragon obtained the Pluton blueprint merely to stop the Navy from continuing to develop. The Revolutionary Army and the Navy are irreconcilable enemies. If the Navy's power can be reduced, Dragon would certainly be pleased. But if the Pluton blueprint falls into the hands of the Chinese Empire, it would no longer be necessary to take it. The Chinese Empire is not easy to deal with, and even Monkey D, Dragon does not dare to underestimate them. If the Revolutionary Army encounters the Chinese Empire, the first choice is definitely not to fight. Even Monkey D, Dragon is no exception. I don't want to fight with you. Let's talk about cooperation. Monkey D. Dragon stepped forward, wearing a dark green coat with a red square tattoo on his left cheek, his eyes shining with intensity as he said seriously, cooperation? Dragon's personality is stable and domineering, filled with ambition. Cooperating with such a person is definitely not wise. Moreover, Dragon wants to establish a harmonious, free, equal, and dream-filled world. How could he sincerely cooperate with Lin Fan? Knowing all this, Lin Fan understood that Dragon had ulterior motives. Chinese Empire, let's join forces. Although you are very powerful, you do not know the true strength of the Navy. The celestial dragons are far from as simple as they appear. In Mariejois, there exists a celestial dragon who has lived for 800 years. He is the extreme representative of the celestial dragons. Dragon's expression turned serious, his demeanor grave. The existence of him will not be publicly disclosed. If the world knew that the celestial dragons could live for 800 years, it would cause panic. Dragon, using the celestial dragon fruit, infiltrated Mariejois to investigate him. When he learned of him's true identity, he began to panic. How could such a terrifying entity exist in this world? Thus, Dragon established the Revolutionary Army. He claims to fight for freedom, but in reality, it is Dragon who wants to save the world. An 800-year-old celestial dragon? Upon hearing Dragon's words, even Lin Fan couldn't help but be slightly stunned. An 800-year-old immortal is a terrifying thing for ordinary people. If it is the celestial dragon who established the world government 800 years ago, that would be even more terrifying. Yes, you cannot even imagine what the Navy's foundation is. It is more powerful than the 3 ancient weapons. Dragon's face was grave as he spoke in a deep voice, seemingly recalling the terrifying scenes he witnessed in Mariejois. Just then, Lin Fan shook his head and coldly said, the Chinese Empire does not accept cooperation with the Revolutionary Army. Why? Dragon was taken aback upon hearing this. How could the Chinese Empire not want to cooperate with the Revolutionary Army? Because you are too weak. Lin Fan paused for a moment before slowly speaking. Although this might be a blow to Dragon, it is indeed the truth. What? The Revolutionary Army is too weak? Hearing Lin Fan's words, Dragon's eyes widened in disbelief. His mouth agape. If the Revolutionary Army is too weak, does the Chinese Empire consider itself too strong? After a moment, Dragon laughed loudly. Huh? The Chinese Empire is indeed bold to think that the Revolutionary Army is weak. Only you would dare to think so in this world. Lin Fan remained silent. Although Dragon possesses the celestial dragon fruit, he cannot kill Lin Fan, and moreover, Dragon is an ambitious man, which makes him likely to betray. For someone who enjoys betrayal, Lin Fan could create Vastod using crushed jade. The 4 attributes of the celestial dragon fruit can transform into each other, making it not easy for Lin Fan to completely eliminate dragon. Furthermore, having learned from the example of Hawkeye, Lin Fan does not want to turn dragon into a void. So what? The Chinese Empire does not accept any cooperation. Even with the Navy, if they provoke the Chinese Empire, they will be crushed just the same. At this moment, Lin Fan took a step forward and said coldly. This sentence represents Lin Fan's determination. The Zhonghua Empire is never afraid of any power because the Zhonghua Empire is the strongest. It seems I chose the wrong target. Our cooperation should have failed. Naturally, the Zhonghua Empire does not need assistance from others because we are the strongest. The strongest? Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Long suddenly shivered. The Zhonghua Empire is so aggressive. If Long continues to negotiate with them, there may be a fierce battle. With the methods of hiding the celestial dragon fruit exposed, Long no longer wants to clash with the Zhonghua Empire. Although cooperation has failed, when you want to deal with the Navy, you can call upon the Revolutionary Army. The Navy captures so many slaves, ostensibly to please the celestial dragons, but in reality, it is a conspiracy. At this moment, Long said meaningfully. Lin Fan's lips twitched, and he curiously asked, "Conspiracy? What do you know?" "You will find out sooner or later, even if I don't tell you. You will realize that the Navy's voice is becoming increasingly vague and then disappears." The 4 attributes of the celestial dragon fruit allow Long to transform into wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. At this moment, Long turned into a white cloud and disappeared from Lin Fan's sight. The Navy's secrets? Lin Fan stared at Long's disappearing figure, lost in thought. It seems Long indeed saw something during his visit to Mariejois. However, when Lin Fan passed by Mariejois, he found nothing. The celestial dragon's extravagant personalities are indeed problematic, as if they were deliberately cultivated. If this is a conspiracy, that guy who has lived for 800 years must be the mastermind behind it. Forget it. Regardless of all that, I should go collect devil fruits. Shaking his head, Lin Fan smiled bitterly. Things have become complicated, not knowing the truth. How will Lin Fan face the Navy? Meanwhile, the CP9 organization, which had failed its mission, arrived at Mariejois. Spandam and the others looked ashen. The design of the Pluto must have fallen into the hands of the Zhonghua Empire. Even if they go to Water 7 and kill Tom, they won't be able to obtain the Pluto design. The mission failed, and Spandam and the CP9 members were waiting for the reprimand from the 5 elders. 2 hours later, the 5 elders finally appeared. Upon seeing the worried faces of the CP9 members, one of the elders with a sword suddenly said, "Where's the Pluto design? Didn't you go to complete that mission?" The mission to seize the Pluto design was issued by the 5 elders, and it was planned to take a long time. However, they returned too early, attracting the attention of the 5 elders. The mission failed. The Zhonghua Empire intervened, and we were defeated by the Zhonghua Empire and the Pluto design. Lucci, as the captain of CP9, spoke for the entire team. Again, the Zhonghua Empire, how come they're everywhere? The elder with the sword raised his head in shock. The Navy shouldn't have leaked information about the Pluto design. How did the Zhonghua Empire get involved? This is a confidential mission. Could it be? Another elder stammered, lost in thought. The Pluto battleship is from 800 years ago. Aside from those people from back then, very few have paid attention to Pluto. The Zhonghua Empire has always intervened. Do they know something? The Pluto design is a Navy secret mission, and the Sea King and Sky King are also secretly executing it. Did the Zhonghua Empire catch on? Forget it. You can all go now. Upon hearing that CP9's mission had failed, the 5 elders did not blame them. Imu is not concerned about the Zhonghua Empire, and the 5 elders are too lazy to meddle. Just go down. Lucci and the others were a bit confused. Why weren't they punished? Do you want to stay? Just as Lucci and the others were puzzled, the 5 elders glared at them, and they immediately ran away. Since the 5 elders did not blame them, why should they seek trouble? Imu is too arrogant. He will pay the price for his arrogance. The elder with the sword watched Lucci and the others run out, letting out a long sigh. Forget about Imu. He doesn't regard us at all. In Imu's eyes, we are just his minions and tools. The 5 elders were angry. They were already tired of Imu's arrogant personality and didn't want to pay too much for him. On the other side, Lin Fan transformed the Pluto design into source power. Reaching 50%, he only needed another 50% to shatter the void, and Jira and Paka were summoned by Lin Fan. Upon arriving in front of Lin Fan, they handed over the devil fruits. Since being punished by Lin Fan's soul, Paka had learned his lesson and dared not be reckless, honestly collecting devil fruits. "My lord, How many more devil fruits do you need? Jira knelt on the ground, respectfully asking. Jira and Paka contributed about 40 to 50 devil fruits, but it was still a drop in the bucket and wouldn't make much of a difference. Lin Fan needed to collect many rare items to shatter the void. Probably a lot. After thinking for a moment, Lin Fan wasn't sure how many more devil fruits were needed, so he answered casually. My lord, the 4 emperors of the New World have many devil fruits, if they pay tribute to you, Jira cautiously said while kneeling. Tribute? Upon hearing Jira's words, Lin Fan's eyes narrowed. Tribute, also known as offering, means one party gives wealth to another in some form, indicating submission or alliance. If the 4 emperors' pirate crews were to pay tribute to the Zhonghua Empire, then the Zhonghua Empire could establish itself. Indeed, the speed of collecting devil fruits is currently slow. It is time for the Zhonghua Empire to establish itself. Lin Fan nodded in agreement. If the empire were established, even the 4 emperors' pirate crews would have to pay tribute in devil fruits to the Zhonghua Empire. If they didn't, Lin Fan would have reason to deal with the 4 emperors. However, if the empire is established and the strength is insufficient, the 4 emperors would not submit. To make the 4 emperors obediently hand over devil fruits, Lin Fan would need a fight. Only by launching a battle that instills fear in the 4 emperors can the Zhonghua Empire make them willingly pay tribute in devil fruits. Otherwise, they would not comply just because of a word. Your Majesty, I am willing to announce the establishment of the Zhonghua Empire to the world. Please grant my request. Jira volunteered, wanting to achieve merit and gain Lin Fan's recognition. You want to help the Zhonghua Empire establish itself? Upon hearing Jira's words, Lin Fan's face twitched. This is not a joke. Are we really going to do this? Ding dong. The system prompts. The host has triggered the task Suspicious Sky Island. Task reminder. The Zhonghua Empire is about to establish itself, but the host knows nothing about this world. In order for the host to better understand this world, please go to Sky Island for investigation. Task deadline, 10 days. Task penalty. If the host does not complete the task within 10 days, the system will initiate self-destruct sequence. Task reward, Hawkeye. Just as Lin Fan was about to discuss the establishment of the empire with Jira, the system's prompt suddenly appeared. Why is the task coming at this time? Lin Fan was stunned, feeling a heavy weight in his heart. The Sky Island task had a deadline of 10 days. If it can't be completed, the system will self-destruct, which made Lin Fan very anxious. Shaking his head, Lin Fan helplessly said to Jila and Paka, You guys focus on building the nation for now. I have something to do. When I come back, I'll help you. Lin Fan was in a hurry. From the New World to Sky Island, he had to pass Fishman Island, and that cursed place would take a lot of time. Although Lin Fan could fly, the New World Sea area would affect his sense of direction, possibly delaying his journey. It was better to go directly through Fishman Island to Sky Island. Rest assured, I will perfectly accomplish the great task of nation building, Jila said, his eyes shining with excitement. It was time for him to show his abilities. If Jila built the nation before Lin Fan returned, his status in Lin Fan's eyes would rise significantly. Lin Fan nodded, looked at Jila and Paka, and softly said, Well, you guys go ahead and get busy. After that, Lin Fan turned into a gust of wind and disappeared in front of Jila and Paka. Watching Lin Fan's departing figure, Jila said sternly to Paka, Paka, we absolutely cannot let the king down. We must perfectly complete the task of establishing the Chinese Empire. Are you crazy? Nation building? Are you planning to ask the 4 emperors' pirate crew for devil fruits? Paka spoke frankly to Jila after Lin Fan left, without any worries. The 4 emperors' pirate crew had a high status in the New World. If they were to offer devil fruits to the Chinese Empire, it would provoke war. So what? The king's orders are absolute. If you don't want to work with me, then I can only kill you on behalf of the king. Saying this, Jila's eyes revealed a coldness. If Paka wanted to rebel against Lin Fan, Jila would clean up the mess on Lin Fan's behalf. Submit, you celestial being. Jila drew his Zanpakuto and began to unleash its power. No, I'll do it. If something goes wrong, don't drag me down with you, Paka quickly advised. Fearing that Jila would attack him. Seeing Paka become obedient, Jila put down his sword. 3 days later, Jila and Paka began to take action, and news of the establishment of the Chinese Empire spread throughout the entire sea in an instant. The Navy headquarters. Big MOM pirate crew, Beast pirate crew, red-haired pirate crew, white-beard pirate crew. All receive the news. Hey, did you hear? The Chinese Empire is about to be established. I've already heard. The Chinese Empire is really bold, actually announcing to the world that they want the 4 emperors' pirate crew to tribute devil fruits. You don't understand. The Chinese Empire is trying to establish its authority over the 4 emperors' pirate crew. If the 4 emperors don't tribute devil fruits, The Chinese Empire will take action against them. Oh my, the world is in chaos. I can't understand it. As soon as the news of the establishment of the Chinese Empire spread, it caused a sensation, shaking the entire sea. At the same time, the Navy headquarters held a meeting and issued a summons to the 7 warlords. The matter of the establishment of the Chinese Empire had caused a sensation worldwide and was already affecting the ruling status of the world government. As the authoritative representative of the world government, how could the Navy headquarters sit idly by? Right now, the Navy needed a lot of combat power. The Chinese Empire was not easy to deal with, and the strength of the 7 warlords could not be ignored. You must have already received the news. Sengoku sat in his chair, looking seriously at the 7 warlords present. Dracula Mihawk, Don Quixote Doflamingo, Bartholomew Kuma, Boa Hancock, Gecko Moria, Crocodile. Only 6 of the 7 warlords were present. The 7th, Jinbe, was absent for some reason. Gathering 6 of the 7 warlords was already quite impressive. And now these 6 were listening to Sengoku's words. The purpose of the Chinese Empire is nation building. We have been blinded by them. Their attacks on the beast pirate crew and provocations against the Navy are all for leverage, and their ultimate goal is actually nation building. However, if the Chinese Empire successfully establishes itself, the ruling status of the world government will plummet. Ladies and gentlemen of the 7 warlords, if the Chinese Empire successfully establishes itself, it will inevitably affect the entire world and may even lead to war. I hope you are prepared. Sengoku put his hands on the table and spoke with righteous indignation. Although the people of the Chinese Empire are few, the remarkable figures emerging from it are quite powerful. The hero King Gilgamesh, the combat scout Kaniki Ken, the killing madman Kuratsuchi Yoruchi, and the god of ninjutsu Uchiha Bito all make the Navy tremble. In addition to these, there are also the apprentice kings Jila and Paka. Even as apprentice kings, they give Sengoku a significant headache. Sengoku's expression was serious, and his loud voice echoed in every corner. The 7 warlords listened attentively. Has the Chinese Empire developed to the point where it can influence the stability of the sea? This news has shocked the 7 warlords. Since when has the Chinese Empire become such a behemoth, strong enough that even the Navy cannot handle it? This is really terrifying. Fufufu. Sengoku, the Marine. And the situation with the Chinese Empire shouldn't have anything to do with us 7 warlords, right? At this moment, Don Quixote Doflamingo spoke up. Sengoku called on the 7 warlords to oppose the Chinese Empire, and Doflamingo felt a chill run down his spine. Those guys are a bunch of freaks. Letting the 7 warlords deal with the Chinese Empire is undoubtedly a death sentence. Doflamingo didn't want to be a pawn for Sengoku. Doflamingo, you're exactly wrong. If the Chinese Empire were to dominate the world, wouldn't you parasites be eliminated by them? Sengoku said sternly. The 7 warlords are meant to restrain the 4 emperors and maintain balance with the Marines. If the rapidly developing 4 emperor pirate crews in the New World are disturbed by the 7 warlords, things might not go so smoothly. Once you become a 7 warlord, the Marines have the right to assign tasks to you. If you can't complete them, then sorry. Bang! Sengoku, you're threatening us. Moonlight? Moria slammed the table heavily, angrily saying, the power of the Chinese Empire instilled fear in Moonlight. Moria, who dared not confront the Chinese Empire because he knew he was no match for them. Moria is right. The Chinese Empire is indeed terrifying. Even an inconspicuous child has the power to defeat me. At this moment, Dracula Mihawk confirmed Moonlight. Moria's words. After being defeated by Lin Fan, Mihawk was submerged in sorrow and frustration. But after hearing the name of the Chinese Empire, Mihawk felt relieved. Only an organization as freakish as the Chinese Empire could produce a swordsman as abnormal as Lin Fan. What? You were defeated. Upon hearing Mihawk's words, all the 7 warlords changed their expressions drastically. Who is Dracula Mihawk? He is the world's greatest swordsman, possessing swordsmanship so powerful that even the world government cannot ignore it. But now he was actually defeated? If even Mihawk was defeated, who among the 7 warlords present could possibly challenge the Chinese Empire? Is the opponent just a child? Boa Hancock was dumbfounded, stunned. As the only Empress of Amazon Lily, Boa Hancock did not believe that a child could defeat Mihawk. But now the words came directly from Mihawk's mouth. She had to believe it. The Chinese Empire is truly terrifying. Sengoku, do you want us to go to our deaths? Moonlight? Moria said gravely, filled with dread. After hearing Mihawk's words, Moria already understood the strength of the Chinese Empire. Moonlight? Moria, you are too impulsive. Do you 7 warlords think that hiding will make the Chinese Empire let you go? You can hide, but Boa Hancock, as the Empress of Amazon Lily, Crocodile running Baroque works in Alabasta, and Doflamingo's Dressrosa Kingdom, do you think they will just give up? In a word, as long as the Marines are standing. The 7 warlords will always be legitimate. But if they lose the Marines, then it's up to them to figure it out. The wise Sengoku is indeed wise. He didn't provoke the 7 warlords, but made them weigh the pros and cons and make a choice. The Chinese Empire is strong, but if the 7 warlords lose those things, they will also feel pain. If you are willing to assist the Marines against the Chinese Empire, the Marines will also consider supporting you. At this point, Sengoku began to paint a bright future for the 7 warlords. Really? Doflamingo was taken aback, somewhat excited. If the world government formulates policies to support the 7 warlords, then Doflamingo's Dressrosa Kingdom can gain more resources and grow stronger. Doflamingo's ambition is not just to be a 7 warlord. If he obtains those resources, he could very well develop the Don Quixote family into a 4 emperor pirate crew. It's naturally true. That's also the purpose of calling you here. In extraordinary times, the Marines don't mind cooperating with pirates. Nor do they mind cooperating with the 4 emperors. Sengoku nodded seriously. Has the Chinese Empire already become the world's public enemy? Hearing Sengoku's words, Crocodile couldn't help but exclaim in shock. The term world public enemy carries too much weight. In this world, no one has ever been this strong. Even the world he, Jim, and rocked from decades ago wasn't this powerful. It's true. The Chinese Empire has become that strong. Sengoku nodded helplessly and said seriously. The Marines absolutely cannot allow the Chinese Empire to establish a nation. Although the 5 elders have not expressed their opinions, Sengoku cannot ignore it. This time it directly relates to the Navy's dominance over the seas. If the warlords continue to endure, they might end up becoming Ninja Turtles. In any case, we need to unite the whole world against the Chinese Empire. Whether it's the Navy or pirates, no one wants the Chinese Empire to succeed in establishing a nation. Sengoku's expression tightened as he said solemnly, Fu. If the Navy means this, then I'm no longer afraid of the Chinese Empire. Don Quixote, Doflamingo, smiled darkly, his eyes shifting, not revealing what he was thinking. Crocodile, hearing Sengoku's words, couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Uniting the world is a grand move. Even the Chinese Empire doesn't have the capability to contend with the whole world, right? The Chinese Empire wants to break the world order, but the Navy will not allow it. Sengoku desires a stable environment, so he needs the 4 emperors, the 7 warlords of the sea, and the Navy to balance the world. The sudden emergence of the Chinese Empire disrupted the balance, and the warring states disagreed. Once the balance is broken, the position of a navy in the sea will plummet. If the Chinese Empire successfully establishes itself, it will inevitably surpass the Navy, becoming a new nation and abolishing the world government. Such things are absolutely not allowed to happen in the Warring States period. At the same time, in the New World Sea, on Elihu Island, this was originally a deserted island, but it has been occupied by the red-haired pirates as a stronghold. Ela Island is neither too big nor too small, just right for the red-haired pirates to settle down. Wow, the barbecue is really delicious. Is the captain still looking at the things brought by the Navy? Lucky, Lou asked, taking big bites of the barbecue. Just now, the Navy's 3 admirals Kizaru came with a letter and handed it to Shanks. Lucky? Lou was curious about the content of the letter. Just eat your barbecue. Jesus Burgess replied impatiently, as Lucky. Lou had asked this question many times. Is the Navy trying to get us to join forces against the Chinese Empire? Shanks opened the letter and began to read it carefully, deep in thought. On the other side, the Beast Pirates. Have those bastards in the Navy finally lost their patience? I also want to take down the Chinese Empire. Kaido expressed his excitement after receiving Akainu's letter. He could never forget the grudge against Jack, King, and Queen. At this moment, on Cake Island, Charlotte Linlin was enjoying a delicious cake. Mama, the Navy wants to team up with us to deal with the Chinese Empire. Charlotte Cracker walked up to Charlotte Linlin with a letter and read it out loud. Upon hearing this, Charlotte Linlin shouted, Cracker, no talking during meals. I understand. Charlotte Cracker replied softly, startled by Charlotte Linlin's angry expression. Chinese Empire. At this moment, Charlotte Lingling raised her head high to look at the sky, murmuring to herself. Meanwhile, on the Moby Dick, Whitebeard sat bare-chested, drinking delicious red wine. His expression was somewhat grim, as the loss of the redstone made him very upset. However, he did not blame Vista. After all, the redstone was taken by the Chinese Empire. Old man, just now Karp sent us a letter. Do you want to take a look? Just then, the immortal bird Marco walked over and handed Whitebeard a letter. Cool la la. Karp would send me a letter? Whitebeard smiled lightly upon hearing Marco's words. He then picked up the letter. Old man, what's wrong? After receiving the letter, Whitebeard's expression suddenly became serious. And Marco asked in surprise when he saw this. Is the Navy starting to feel afraid? Whitebeard did not answer Marco and muttered to himself. In the sky, island 7,000 meters above the White Sea, there was a sea of white clouds. The White Sea was approximately 10,000 meters above ground. This means that the Sky Island was a 10,000 meter high island. The Sky Island is rich in shells, such as sound shells, lamp shells, water shells, flame shells, and heat shells. The residents of the island have two small wings on their backs, looking similar to angels. Lin Fan's purpose for this trip was to reach the Sky Island at an altitude of 10,000 meters for exploration. We're almost at Fishman Island. Through Fishman Island, I can get to the Sabaody archipelago. I should get a boat. Lin Fan thought as he quickly moved across the sea. Passing through Fishman Island leads to the Holy Land, Mariejois, but to go through Fishman Island, the ship still needs to be coated, which is safer. Boom! Just then, a thunderous lightning strike caught Lin Fan's attention. The sea was turbulent, with strong winds and thunder, and the dark thunderclouds made Lin Fan feel uneasy. Is that Raijin Island? Seeing this scene, Lin Fan remembered that there was indeed a Raijin Island near Fishman Island. Raijin Island. In the original work, Raijin Island was where Smoker temporarily rested while pursuing the Straw Hat Pirates. Every night on Raijin Island, there would be thunder and lightning, with countless bolts of lightning falling from the sky and striking the ground, leaving behind noticeable pockmarks all over the island. In the center of the island, there was a towering tree that was pitch black, having been struck by lightning for many years, forming a dark surface. The leaves of this tree are black, adorned with black lightning marks. The trees on Thunder God Island are thunder trees, which have the ability to absorb lightning. Any lightning that falls from the sky will be absorbed into the thunder trees, thus ensuring the safety of the nearby residents. Ding dong. The host triggers a side quest. I just want to be struck by lightning. What's wrong with that? Thunder God Island is a magical island with many residents who are very afraid of lightning. In order to establish a great and powerful image for these residents, the host needs to be struck by lightning for a day. Task prompt. If the host accepts this task, the duration of the suspicious floating island will be extended by 2 days. Task reward, Golden Lottery. Just as Lin Fan was observing Thunder God Island for a few seconds, the system issued a side quest to him. System, go to hell. You're messing with me. Seeing this task, Lin Fan couldn't help but curse. Who likes to be struck by lightning? Unless it's someone trying to show off. But Lin Fan isn't like that. Being struck by lightning is no joke. The high voltage of lightning can reach between 100 million to 1 billion volts, and being hit by it could leave one stunned. Ding dong, this is a side quest, and the host can choose to ignore it. At this moment, the system forcibly explained that the side quest would not affect Lin Fan's completion of the suspicious Sky Island. But if he missed this opportunity, he would miss a chance for a golden lottery draw. Forget it. Who told me I was unlucky if I get struck by lightning? So be it. One golden lottery draw and an additional 2 days of time piqued Lin Fan's interest. However, what Lin Fan did not know was that on Thunder God Island, there was also a warlord, the legendary Sea Knight Jinbei. Jinbei did not participate in the Navy's forced conscription because he discovered that something was wrong with Thunder God Island. The Thunder Tree seemed to be gradually declining. Suddenly, the wind direction on Thunder God Island changed, and the sky became dark. Boom! In the sky, black lightning covered the heavens, intertwining with flashes of lightning, accompanied by a series of deafening thunderclaps. Suddenly, several lightning snakes appeared in the sky, striking down at high speed. The thunder was loud, and the lightning snakes disappeared in an instant, rushing towards the thunder tree at an incredible speed. The thunder tree endured a fierce blow from the lightning snakes, swaying precariously. And under the onslaught of the lightning snakes, it began to show signs of damage. Cracks appeared in its branches and trunk, spreading from the trunk to the roots. My goodness, this lightning is stronger than ever. We can't stay on Thunder God Island any longer. This thunder is terrifying. It makes my head spin. The lightning is getting increasingly ferocious. We might have to relocate to Fishman Island for shelter. A group of residents from Thunder God Island stood together, watching the lightning snakes in the sky, discussing in horror. The lightning on Thunder God Island was becoming more and more violent and difficult to control. In this situation, the residents of Thunder God Island requested assistance from Fishman Island, hoping to leverage Fishman Island's power to resolve the Thunder Tree's issues. Unfortunately, even if Thunder God Island was willing to belong to Fishman Island, it would be difficult for Jinbei to control the situation. Master Jinbei, please take us to Fishman Island. We are willing to become slaves of Fishman Island, one of the residents of Thunder God Island said, with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, Jinbei shook his head and said calmly, I checked the Thunder Tree and found that it is too old. It may not last much longer before withering. Unless a new Thunder Tree is found, Thunder God Island may not be able to survive. The Thunder Tree had existed on Thunder God Island for many years, enduring through many seasons. But now, it was old and at the point of withering. Although the residents of Thunder God Island were reluctant, they had no choice but to leave. Without the protection of the Thunder Tree, the living conditions on Thunder God Island were too harsh. Let's take one last look at our hometown before we follow Master Jinbei. One of the residents of Thunder God Island said softly, showing a reluctant expression. Oh, just then, a giant roar suddenly echoed from Thunder God Island. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of a giant running at high speed resonated through Thunder God Island. What is that? The residents of Thunder God Island exclaimed in disbelief. A massive giant was rushing towards Thunder God Island, recklessly heading towards the area with the most intense lightning. Upon seeing this, Jinbei's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed in shock, "Is he crazy?" The violent lightning on Thunder God Island was unbearable even for the Thunder Tree, and such ferocious lightning could not be handled even by the warlord Jinbei. How could anyone dare to charge in? Lightning reaching 100 million volts can electrocute a person. Attracting lightning with Eren Yeager was, of course, a directive from the system. It informed Lin Fan that the giant's thick skin and sturdy physique had been enhanced, and that Lin Fan could safely hide within the attack on Titan Giant's body to withstand the lightning strikes. A whole day of thunder and lightning was perfect for the attack on Titan. Quick, look, that giant is fighting against the lightning. The residents of Thunder God Island exclaimed in awe, their mouths agape and stuttering in disbelief. The attack on Titan stood 15 meters tall, and after climbing to the highest point of Thunder God Island, it began to provoke the black thunderclouds with taunting gestures. It is well known that lightning is composed of thunderclouds, and areas with an abundance of thunderclouds are usually caused by special geographical conditions. The lightning accumulated within thunderclouds is often the most violent, and Lin Fan dared to provoke the thunderclouds. This courage truly startled everyone. Thunder rumbled, dark clouds rolled, and several thicker lightning bolts struck towards Lin Fan, Alan, Yeager. The continuous bolts of lightning struck down, and over time, they formed even thicker pillars of lightning that hit Lin Fan. At this moment, arcs of electricity began to shimmer on Lin Fan, Alan Yeager. Those thick pillars of lightning mercilessly tortured Lin Fan's body, appearing extremely terrifying. Oh! Lin Fan, Alan Yeager, roared like a lightning giant, challenging the thunderclouds of Thunder God Island. Rumble! In the next moment, lightning became even denser around Lin Fan, striking him relentlessly. Countless extremely dense lightning snakes coiled around Lin Fan, Alan Yeager, creating a horrifying scene. Was he attracting the lightning? Jinbei was completely baffled. He had never seen anyone use such extreme methods to counter lightning. The thunderclouds formed over Thunder God Island had at least 1 billion volts of electricity, and even Jinbei wouldn't dare to withstand it head-on. He knew that under 1 billion volts, he would be like a weak mouse, easily crushed. Then, the sky flashed with giant lightning serpents, a manifestation of the extreme density of lightning. After being provoked by Lin Fan, the thunderclouds began to unleash even more lightning power. Time passed quickly, and soon 5 minutes had gone by. Incredible. He had already endured 5 minutes and was still unscathed. Unbelievable. How could this giant hold on for so long? He looked as if he felt nothing. Look, those lightning strikes on him didn't even leave a charred mark. Everyone watching the scene couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Lin Fan, Alan Yeager, enduring the lightning was truly astounding. Soon, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, and 30 minutes passed. The thunderclouds of Thunder God Island released a lot of lightning. The clouds thinned, yet Lin Fan still stood firm, like an unyielding giant. At this moment, Jinbei couldn't help but feel weak in his legs and exclaimed in surprise, "How long is he going to hold on?" It's already been 30 minutes. For these 30 minutes, Jinbei stood here like a fool, watching Lin Fan being struck by lightning, and the residents of Thunder God Island were just as foolish as Jinbei. Mainly, the scene was too shocking. Otherwise, the residents of Thunder God Island wouldn't have stood there with Jinbei for so long. Look, the thunderclouds are weakening, and the lightning on Thunder God Island is becoming less violent. It's true. If this continues, we might not have to relocate after all. At this moment, someone pointed at the thunderclouds in the sky and exclaimed in shock. It was observed that the thunderclouds hovering over Thunder God Island had diminished significantly, seemingly depleted by Lin Fan, Alan, Yeager. If this continues, there will be a turning point for Thunder God Island, and the residents of Thunder God Island will find a way to transplant a thunder tree back to the island. However, Lin Fan has been at odds with the dark clouds over Thunder God Island. Although the lightning cannot kill him, he finds it boring to confront the lightning continuously, which makes him very angry. For a whole day and night, the lightning of Thunder God Island struck Lin Fan relentlessly. Lin Fan, as Eren Yeager, exhausted all the lightning from Thunder God Island. The originally dark sky, because of Lin Fan, became clear and sunny. When the residents of Thunder God Island saw the clear sky, they were suddenly taken aback and speechless. The lightning of Thunder God Island is known for its ferocity, and even the 7 warlords would not dare to face it directly. But Lin Fan, as Eren Yeager, managed to drain all the lightning from Thunder God Island, turning it into a docile little lamb. This is too abnormal. At this moment, the expression of the 7 warlords, Jinbei, changed as he looked at Lin Fan, filled with admiration in his eyes. The lightning of Thunder God Island, without a few years of experience, probably wouldn't have been exhausted, right? Jinbei said in disbelief, his mouth agape. Now, Thunder God Island no longer resembles a fierce island. It has become harmless. Hero. That person is the hero of Thunder God Island. So brave. I will never forget the figure of that hero who withstood the magical lightning of Thunder God Island. Great benefactor, please allow us to bow to you. At this moment, the residents of Thunder God Island couldn't help but bow to Lin Fan, Eren Yeager. Of course, Lin Fan did not let them bow. This was from their hearts. And upon seeing Lin Fan's abnormal ability to clear the magical lightning, they instinctively knelt down. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have completed the I just want to be struck by lightning. What's wrong? Task and successfully obtained a golden lottery draw. Would the host like to proceed with the golden lottery draw? When the last dark cloud over Thunder God Island disappeared, the system's prompt sound appeared. Hurry and draw to see what good things you can get. It has been a long time since a golden lottery draw appeared. So Lin Fan was very interested in this one. Ding dong. The host successfully drew a prize and obtained the Thunder Battle Armor. Please check the Thunder Battle Armor. The host successfully drew a prize and obtained the Kusanagi Sword. Please check the Kusanagi Sword. Thunder Battle Armor. The strongest armor with thunder attributes, crafted from the blood, claws, and bones of the Thunder Kirin. The Thunder Battle Armor has lightning resistance and can increase the host's lightning resistance by 50%. Kusanagi Sword. A thunder attribute divine weapon. A divine artifact favored by the Thunder God. It is said that the Kusanagi Sword was originally the sword of the Thunder God. However, due to the Thunder God drinking too much and making a mistake, it accidentally fell to the human world. It was due to the Thunder God's blunder that the human world obtained this strongest divine artifact with thunder attributes. Note, later, the Thunder God crafted another identical Kusanagi Sword. 2 items from the Golden Lottery Draw. The Golden Lottery Draw yielded 2 divine artifacts, which made Lin Fan extremely happy. Previously, it was only 1 item, but now 2 items made Lin Fan feel favored by the Goddess of Luck. Ding dong. The host completed the I just want to be struck by lightning. What's wrong? Task and extended the time limit for the Suspicious Sky Island task by 2 days. With a few extra days, can I take a break now? Lin Fan withstood the lightning of Thunder God Island for a whole day. Although Eren Yeager received the system support, his muscles were still sore. Those lightning strikes left Lin Fan's body aching and in pain. Sir. At this moment, several residents of Thunder God Island appeared beside Lin Fan and spoke to him. Unfortunately, Lin Fan was not interested in them and let out a giant's roar to express his anger. Is the sir unhappy? Everyone, hurry and leave. Don't upset the sir. The faces of the Thunder God Island residents changed drastically, and they hurriedly left. Lin Fan, as Eren Yeager, was capable of playing with the magical lightning of Thunder God Island for a day. If he got angry, even if the residents had 9 lives, it wouldn't be enough for Lin Fan to play with. It seems that he is not doing this for the residents of Thunder God Island. Jinbei shook his head and murmured. Although Jinbei did not know why Lin Fan, as Eren Yeager, wanted to resist the magical lightning, it was evident that he did not do it for the residents of Thunder God Island. Meanwhile, 5 days later, Lin Fan arrived at Sky Island. Standing below Sky Island and looking up, Lin Fan realized that he couldn't see Sky Island at all. Sky Island was above 10,000 meters in the air, and it was invisible from below. How do I get up there? The question arose, and Lin Fan began to think about how to ascend. Should I fly up? After thinking for a while, Lin Fan suddenly remembered that he still had a universal card for Acnologia that he hadn't used. Acnologia is the Dragon King. 10,000 meters in the air should be no problem for it. Then I'll use Acnologia. Lin Fan used the universal card for Acnologia. Instantly, he transformed into a massive black dragon. The black dragon spread its wings, which could cover half a town, and its strong limbs looked very robust. Lin Fan, as Acnologia, felt the powerful dragon power within him and let out a roar. In an instant, the dragon's roar echoed across the land, dominating the surroundings. Acnologia is a very large black dragon, adorned with light blue markings, exuding immense majesty and strength to fly above 10,000 meters. Now is the time. I should ascend. Lin Fan, as Acnologia, blinked his eyes and flapped his wings, soaring upward at high speed. Whoosh! Suddenly, a howling wind rushed past Lin Fan's ears. The sound of the rapidly ascending airflow made Lin Fan's ears whistle. Lin Fan's speed was fast. Acnologia, as the strongest black dragon, flew up to 10,000 meters effortlessly. 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 5,000 meters. When Lin Fan reached a height of 5,000 meters, clouds appeared in the sky. These clouds were different, floating like seawater in the air, slowly flowing. Lin Fan reached out to touch the clouds and felt a mesmerizing sensation. These clouds were not illusory. Instead, they were substantial, giving a feeling like seawater. The higher he flew, the more icy and soft the sensation made Lin Fan feel incredibly comfortable. These clouds were the unique stratocumulus clouds of 7,000 meters. It's truly amazing. The sky above is like the ocean below. This deep sea in the sky allows ships to sail freely. The refreshing feeling brought by the stratocumulus clouds made Lin Fan sigh deeply. This ocean is just like the one below. It is truly miraculous. Whoosh! At this moment, Lin Fan continued to fly upward. 5,000 meters, 5,500 meters, 6,000 meters, 6,600 meters. Upon reaching 6,600 meters, Lin Fan saw a white ocean. He was almost at Sky Island. Sea clouds contain water. Each sea cloud stores a large amount of moisture. Thus, it formed a white cloud sea that allows ships to sail. The white cloud sea at 6,600 meters has more water than the white sea below, denser and more comfortable, broadening Lin Fan's horizons as he excitedly flew towards the Sky Island above the White Sea. At this moment, Gaia Island, Sky Rancherom, Celestial Knight Shura, Forest Great Sage Sadili, Sky Guard Captain Gades. The four individuals are priests under Enel, who, as Enel's minions, are very eager to follow his orders, believing it to be the will of the gods, and thus execute them. Enel is a man wearing a white headscarf. After destroying his homeland, Burka, he descended to Skypiea and became its ruler. At this moment, the four are standing at the entrance of Skypiea, the White Sea, conducting a patrol. Under Lord Enel's leadership, we have ruled Skypiea and life has been truly good, says the Sky Rancherom, gazing at the vast expanse of the White Sea, feeling inspired. Just then, a loud noise suddenly emanates from below the White Sea. What is that sound? Ohm's expression changes slightly as he looks down with a serious gaze. Roar! Suddenly, a massive black dragon bursts through the White Sea, appearing before the four priests. The black dragon spreads its wings, and in an instant, it covers half the sky, enveloping Enel's four priests in darkness. So big, is this the legendary dragon? A dragon? Oh my, this is really a dragon. When Enel's four priests finally see the true form of the black dragon Acnologia, they all gasp in astonishment. They find it hard to believe that a dragon could appear out of nowhere in Skypiea. The enormous body of the black dragon Acnologia stimulates their nerves, making them feel anxious and uneasy. This dragon is not simple. It seems very strong and a bit difficult to deal with. No matter what you are, as long as you step into the realm of the gods, you must accept punishment. The Celestial Knight, Azura, stepped forward and said sternly, Enel's heart network is constantly monitoring them. If they don't show a bit more enthusiasm, they might upset Enel. Humans, insignificant bugs. Is this your attitude towards a dragon? Lin Fan, as Acnologia, unfurled his dark wings and said with a grim expression. Inside, Acnologia's desire to destroy everything controlled Lin Fan's emotions like DNA. A dragon that can speak? What on earth is happening? As soon as Lin Fan spoke, all four of Enel's priests tightened their eyes and exclaimed, a dragon that can talk and has strong combat power is truly terrifying, because no one knows whether this dragon might swallow them whole, and Lin Fan, as Acnologia, with his massive body, really seems capable of fitting the four priests in his mouth. Boom! A rumble of thunder echoed through the previously clear sky, clearly indicating that Enel was angry. We need to take down this dragon quickly. Enel is angry. Don't just stand there. If we don't take this guy down, Enel won't let us off the hook. The four priests felt a chill in their hearts. If Enel got angry, they would face punishment upon returning. Given Enel's volatile temper, they would likely endure a severe reprimand. The four priests were preparing to take action while Enel was monitoring everything. Roar! At this moment, Lin Fan let out another roar filled with anger. An overwhelming dragon might instantly descended upon the four priests, causing their bodies to feel suddenly heavy, as if a massive mountain were pressing down on them. This power. The expressions of the four priests changed dramatically as they felt a strong sense of crisis under Acnologia's dragon might. The dragon might released by Lin Fan, Acnologia, was something they had never encountered before, the roar of the black dragon, facing the disrespectful four priests. Lin Fan no longer spoke but directly unleashed a massive black energy beam from his mouth. Boom! After the roar of the black dragon was fired, the ground formed gigantic black waves, sweeping everything away like a storm, destroying the beliefs of the four priests at a devastating speed, leading them into despair. Upon witnessing this scene, the four priests' legs went weak. This is comparable to Enel's divine power. In the next moment, the four priests let out a tragic cry. In just an instant, the four priests were devoured by the roar of the black dragon, turning into dust and debris. The auras of Gadatz, Sadali, Azura, and Om disappeared. At this moment, Enel, who was monitoring from a distance with his mind network, suddenly trembled violently, his expression changing drastically. Gadatz, Sadali, Azura, and Om were Enel's strongest subordinates. And on this Sky Island, almost no one could defeat them. But as soon as Lin Fan arrived, he wiped them out with a single move, as if he were squashing a few ants, which made Enel very uncomfortable. Are his subordinates all trash? They can't even withstand a single move from Lin Fan? No, I must take action myself. Gadatz and those bastards are too lazy. That's why they're so weak. The death of Gadatz and the others made Enel angry. He would personally set out to deal with Lin Fan. On the other side, after the roar of the black dragon appeared, it spread from the White Sea to the nearby islands, darkening the entire sky. The roar of the black dragon possesses immense energy that is difficult to dissipate in a short time. That energy spreads out in all directions. Of course, this energy no longer has any offensive capability. What's happening? Why has the sky turned dark? The four priests just went out to patrol. Could something have happened? Oh my god, that's a dragon. Such a large black dragon. It's coming. It doesn't want to eat us, does it? At this moment, Lin Fan and Kinorokia flew towards the Sky Island, and the residents on the island were terrified, fearing that Lin Fan would eat them. However, Lin Fan was not interested in these people. He came to the Sky Island to investigate. On the island, there was a huge golden bell, and beneath the bell was the historical text, which was extremely important for Lin Fan to complete his mission. The sound of the golden bell was very pleasant, said to be the voice of a god. In the next moment, Lin Fan and Kinorokia went to search for the golden bell and flew far away, completely ignoring the people trembling on the ground. The dragon didn't eat us. That was close. I thought I was going to die. No, look over there in that direction. After Lin Fan and Kinorokia flew away, those people finally got up, still trembling all over. What a huge black hole. Is it a dragon? Did a dragon make such a big gap in the White Sea? As everyone looked in that direction, their pupils constricted and they gasped in shock. At this moment, the residents of the Sky Island felt a chill run down their spines. The White Sea is the entrance to the Sky Island, and those clouds are nearly indestructible in the minds of the residents. There's basically no power that can destroy the White Sea. However, after Lin Fan and Kinorokia arrived, a large portion of those clouds in the White Sea disappeared. How terrifying must it be to reduce the white clouds of White Sea so drastically? Suddenly, the fear brought by Lin Fan and Acnologia enveloped the entire Sky Island. The Golden Bell is the greatest treasure of Gaia Island, previously placed in the center of the city. However, it was lost after Enel's invasion. Its sound is deep and beautiful, like a light in the night, referred to as the Lantern of Sandora. Beneath the Golden Bell lies the stone tablet of the blank 100 years. Fragments of the historical text are hidden under the Golden Bell, and Lin Fan's purpose for this journey is to find the historical text beneath the Golden Bell. Ding dong. A historical document fragment was discovered 500 meters high in front. After flying for a while, Lin Fan and Acnologia suddenly heard the system's prompt. 500 meters ahead is the Golden Bell. The system's voice brightened Lin Fan's eyes. According to the system's guidance, the Golden Bell seems to be at the highest point of the Sky Island. Fly up. Lin Fan and Acnologia gritted their teeth and said fiercely. In the next moment, Acnologia spread his massive wings and swiftly flew upwards. At this moment, a current of air surrounded Acnologia, and his ascent speed was so fast that a spiral airflow was formed, helping Acnologia to increase his speed. Is that the Golden Bell? Finally, when Lin Fan and Acnologia reached a height of 500 meters, something glittering with golden light appeared in the clouds. The Golden Bell stood majestically in the mist. a sight unseen for nearly 400 years. Ding dong. Historical document fragments detected. Would the host like to analyze? At this moment, the system's prompt sound rang out again. Analysis. Lin Fan agreed without a second thought. In the next moment, a magnificent scene appeared. Where's this place? What appeared before Lin Fan was not the world of pirates, but an entirely unfamiliar world. In that world, there was a highly developed civilization, with all kinds of high-tech products that could easily crush the pirate world. The world was vast, rich in resources, filled with countless aircraft, spaceships, and flying saucers. Here, there were two types of people, those with wings and those with superpowers. The winged individuals possessed extraordinary scientific research abilities. The non-winged individuals gained superpowers through cultivating divine trees. Is that the tree of the devil fruit? Here, Lin Fan saw the tree of the devil fruit. The tree was covered with devil fruits, numbering in the hundreds or thousands. Lin Fan noticed that there was not just one tree of the devil fruit. There were many trees, all packed into gigantic spaceships, waiting to be transplanted. The tree of the devil fruit would absorb the nutrients of the earth until it drained the entire planet of its resources before stopping. As Lin Fan continued to observe, he discovered the secret of the tree of the devil fruit. Although it could grant people incredible powers, it simultaneously absorbed the planet's nutrients until everything was depleted. Rather than saying the tree of the devil fruit gave people immense power, it was more accurate to say it was a leech sucking the nutrients from the planet. After draining the planet's nutrients, the tree of the devil fruit would bear a massive fruit, and that fruit would possess powers surpassing all other devil fruits. As Lin Fan continued to look, he became increasingly alarmed. This group of people clearly stated that the devil fruit tree can bear powerful fruits. Although it continuously blooms and bears fruit, those fruits are not the strongest. The strongest devil fruits require the nutrients of an entire planet to be born. As time passed, the humans of this planet began to take action. They boarded spaceships and traveled to various places. Coincidentally, one spaceship landed in the pirate world. Looking around, the pirate world of this era had no end in sight for the continents, with land everywhere. The ocean was minimal, and the number of countries on the land was astonishing. Lin Fan took a quick glance and found dozens of countries. However, not long after, the devil fruit tree was planted and it began to bear fruit. The devil fruits were indeed prepared for them, and after consuming them, their combat power became incredibly strong. Lin Fan saw this group of people eat the devil fruits and gain extraordinary powers. Regardless of the type of fruit, they performed better than the current users of abilities. Then, this group of people began to frantically plunder resources and cultivate wasteland. Those with wings provided support from the rear, while those who had consumed the devil fruits charged into this world like immortal warriors. The flames of war were ignited, and smoke filled the air, causing the originally intact world to become fragmented. Among these people, there was also a very powerful ability user who wielded the Tremor fruit. Whenever this guy made a move, the ground would shake violently at its peak power. The ancient oceans were created by this person using the Tremor fruit. At this point, the scene suddenly disappeared. Is this the truth of this world? As the scene vanished, Lin Fan couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. It was truly shocking. He never imagined that the oceans of the pirate world were actually created by a user of the Tremor fruit. It seems that Whitebeard's development of the Tremor fruit has not yet reached its full potential. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the Suspicious Sky Island task and gaining more understanding of this world. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Ain's Ulgown. Please check. Just then, the system's prompt sounded. Ain's Ulgown, Ruler of Death, level 100 undead magic caster, with extremely evil attributes, justice value 500, possessing a magic power of 1980, capable of using 718 types of magic, ruling over the Great Tomb of Nazarick, with hundreds of demons at his command. In necessary times, the host can summon demons from the Great Tomb of Nazarick through Ain's Ulgown, but theoretically, no more than one at a time. Note, the demons summoned by Ain's Ulgown will not remain in the host's world for long. Their stay is 24 hours, after which they will disappear and return to their original world. Ain's Ulgown, that Overlord Bone King? Upon seeing this card, Lin Fan's mind conjured the image of the Bone King. Ain's Ulgown is an undead wrapped in bones, commanding many demons from the Great Tomb of Nazarick. The magical attributes are quite good, but will his appearance in this world cause any panic? Lin Fan acknowledged Ain's Ulgown's strength. However, if his appearance were to happen in this world, would it impact the Chinese Empire? Because Ain's Ulgown's skeletal image looks very evil. Nonetheless, even if it is evil, so what? The current strength of the Chinese Empire is no longer afraid of this world. At that moment, Enel came chasing after them. The matter of the four priests made Enel feel embarrassed, and in order to regain his dignity, he prepared to teach Lin Fan a harsh lesson. The ruler of Sky Island, the god Enel, is not someone to be underestimated by anyone. Enel moved swiftly like a gust of wind towards Lin Fan's direction. With his ability to sense the surrounding aura, he enhanced his perception, which is the power of observation hockey. The arcs of electricity crackling around Enel's body continued to jump. When he was angry, he emitted a lot of lightning. Up there, not long after, Enel arrived beneath the golden bell and sensed Lin Fan's presence, turning his gaze upward. Then come down from up there. Enel's expression turned cold as he said in a chilling tone, "Discharge." At this moment, the three-hook J drum behind Enel began to release lightning. The three-hook J drum increased Enel's lightning from 1 million volts to 10 million volts, and then to 20 million volts. Subsequently, the 20 million volts of lightning accurately struck the target. Enel never misses. For him, who possesses the mind network, hitting the target is as easy as closing his eyes. Are you dead? 20 million volts can even kill sea kings thousands of meters high. Dying at my hands is not a loss for you. After all, I am a god. Haha. A trace of mockery flashed across Enel's face as he looked down on Lin Fan. At this moment, Enel was feeling a bit smug. However, what Enel did not expect was that a man's voice suddenly came from the sky. Can such weak lightning really kill someone? What voice? Enel was startled by the voice from above. Just a moment ago, he had unleashed 20 million volts of lightning, enough to kill a giant sea king. So how could it not harm a person? Let me show you what lightning that can harm people looks like. Before Enel could respond, Lin Fan coldly said. At that moment, a piercing sound suddenly rang out above Enel's head, like 1,000 birds chirping. Lightning release, 1,000 birds, sharp spear. In the next moment, a massive, deep blue beam of light pierced through Enel's left shoulder. With just one strike, Enel was punctured in the left shoulder by the deep blue beam, blood spilling out. I was actually hurt. Enel was dumbfounded, his eyes wide with shock. The Rumble fruit was a top-tier fruit that allowed Enel to transform into lightning. But now, he was actually hurt by lightning. This was unbelievable. How could Enel, who had eaten the Rumble fruit, be injured by the lightning attribute of his own fruit? Enel couldn't comprehend the power of the 1,000 birds sharp spear. He only thought it was a lightning attribute attack, not knowing what Lin Fan used to activate it. In the next moment, Lin Fan descended from the sky. It was quite unfortunate for Lin Fan to encounter Enel, who was blocking his way. If he didn't deal with this guy, Lin Fan feared he wouldn't be able to leave quietly. As Lin Fan descended, he was surrounded by lightning. The thunder armor increased Lin Fan's lightning resistance by 50%, and with the Raijin artifact, the Kusanagi sword, in hand, he was even less likely to be harmed by Enel's electrocution. When a lightning attribute artifact appeared, it would weaken the lightning damage to Lin Fan. The Kusanagi sword was an artifact used by the Thunder God and, to some extent, was superior to the Rumble fruit, because the Thunder God was a true deity, while Enel merely claimed to be one. When Enel saw Lin Fan's thunder armor, his pupils constricted sharply, and he exclaimed in surprise, "How do you have such power too?" Enel broke out in a cold sweat. He felt a powerful lightning attribute energy from Lin Fan, and this force made him extremely wary. Don't show that expression. I'm giving you a choice now. Submit or die. Enel was quite powerful, and it would be a shame to kill him. If he stayed, he could add some strength to the Chinese Empire. Lin Fan equipped the Kusanagi sword and thunder armor. Using other cards against Enel wouldn't give much of an advantage, but using the Kusanagi sword and thunder armor was very appropriate. You dare to ask me to submit? Do you know who I am? I am a god. The god who rules Sky Island, the god Enel. You bastard. I will punish you. Enel was very resistant to Lin Fan's words. He was an extremely proud person, and asking him to submit would only enrage him. 200 million volts? Thunder God. In response to Lin Fan's provocation, Enel unleashed all the 200 million volts of lightning from his body, allowing the lightning to wrap around him, constantly crackling. As the lightning on Enel increased, it eventually formed a gigantic lightning giant, the Thunder God. This is Enel's strongest state, with 200 million volts of lightning. Basically anything it touches dies. Stubborn and unyielding, Lin Fan gave Enel a disdainful look, picked up the Kusanagi sword, and charged forward. The lightning resistance of the Thunder battle armor provided Lin Fan with a protective shield. ZZ, Lin Fan charged in alone, colliding with Enel's massive Thunder God body, producing crackling thunder sounds. At this moment, both sides seemed to be at a stalemate. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. Just a minute later, Enel's massive Thunder God form began to rapidly shrink. The 50 lightning resistance of the Thunder Battle Armor, combined with the Kusanagi sword, was quickly consuming the Thunder God's energy. In just a minute, the Thunder God had shrunk down to size. This man, has he just nullified my strongest attack? This bizarre scene left Enel unable to believe it, his eyes wide open in shock as he exclaimed, "What kind of power does Lin Fan possess? How can he so easily trample on Enel, rendering Enel's strongest abilities completely meaningless? It seems you don't have much power left. How boring. I originally thought you could keep me entertained for a bit longer. Now, watch closely. This is what a true lightning attribute attack should look like." At this moment, Enel's Thunder God shrank again, and Lin Fan shook his head, wanting to end the battle. Are you a monster?" After Enel's Thunder God shrank by 1/3, he looked at Lin Fan and couldn't help but exclaim, "Lightning release, Qilin." However, at this moment, Lin Fan had already launched his attack. The Kusanagi sword was gathering a large amount of thunderclouds in midair, and these thunderclouds directly formed a gigantic Qilin. Boom! In an instant, an incredibly dazzling brilliance appeared between heaven and earth. The Kusanagi sword had been modified by the system. No hand seals were needed. Nor was it necessary to use fire release to create thunderclouds. It could unleash the Qilin, and the thunderclouds of the Kusanagi sword were built into the system. Lightning release, Chidori sharp spear, lightning release, Qilin. These techniques could all be instantaneously activated through the Kusanagi sword. Is this the divine punishment of the Thunder God? Enel's expression froze when he saw the Qilin. Boom! A terrifying prehistoric beast appeared before Enel, its fierce gaze terrifyingly fixed on him, sending chills down Enel's spine. Countless blue lightning bolts crackled around the giant beast, forming a brilliant blue light, a light that possessed terrifying power. If Enel's Thunder God had a voltage of 200 million volts, then the Qilin that Lin Fan unleashed with the Kusanagi sword could also reach 200 million volts. The true sword of the Thunder God could not only reach 200 million volts, but could surpass it. Lightning release, Qilin was merely its form. The lightning released by the Kusanagi sword was stronger than the thunder fruit that Enel had consumed. I am a god. How could I lose to a nameless nobody like you? You think you can strike me with lightning? Are you stupid? I am a man who ate the thunder fruit. A mocking glint flashed in Enel's eyes. He had absolute confidence in lightning. He would not lose to Lin Fan. He was the Thunder God. Lin Fan was just an imposter. Crackle. The sound from the Qilin grew louder, and the prehistoric beast became even stronger. Suddenly, an ancient aura descended upon Enel, causing him to shiver and feel a chill down his back. The voltage emitted by the Qilin rose from 100 million volts to 200 million volts to 300 million volts, and then to 1 billion volts, and even now, it continued to climb. The thunderous body that the Qilin transformed into was even more formidable than Enel's Thunder God. What is this situation? Something is wrong. The Qilin shattered Enel's limits. His maximum was 300 million volts. But the lightning released by Lin Fan had already reached 1 billion volts. These violent bolts of lightning made the hair on the back of Enel's neck stand on end, his face pale with horror. It was simply too strong. Enel was a user of the Thunder Fruit, but Lin Fan had surpassed the limits of the Thunder Fruit, releasing 1 billion volts of electricity. This left Enel astonished. Could it be that he was just a false god, and Lin Fan was the true Thunder God? Roar! In the next moment, a primordial Qilin, several dozen times larger than Sasuke, opened its huge mouth and swallowed Enel. The violent sound of thunder echoed in Enel's ears, and the billion-volt voltage made him realize what true despair felt like. Under the crushing force of 1 billion volts, even Enel, who had eaten the rumble fruit, couldn't bear it. His body began to emit a burnt smell. It wasn't that the rumble fruit was ineffective, but the gap between Lin Fan and Enel had transformed into a qualitative difference. Enel's limit was 200 million volts, while Lin Fan had no limit. With the Kusanagi sword in hand, he could even release 1 trillion volts of electricity. Enel let out a scream as he couldn't withstand Lin Fan's lightning attack. His eyes wide with horror as he looked at Lin Fan. This lightning makes me feel despair. Could he be the real Thunder God? Enel's heart surged with waves of shock and fear. Lin Fan's lightning was far stronger than Enel's. Even among devil fruit users, depending on the development level of their fruit, they could be divided into several stages. After reaching the strongest state, they could also awaken their devil fruit. However, Enel's rumble fruit had not awakened. No, I don't want to die. Under Lin Fan's invincible presence, Enel felt despair and shouted hysterically, "Surrender. I choose to obey." In the next moment, Enel shouted loudly, full of sincerity, and directly knelt down before Lin Fan. Under Lin Fan's terrifying power, Enel's proud heart had already shattered. At this point, surrender was the only way out. Only by obeying Lin Fan could Enel survive. Is that so? Upon hearing Enel's words, Lin Fan stopped his attack. Although the rumble fruit was powerful, Lin Fan felt it would be unwise to make Enel give it up and become a wastelander. Therefore, Lin Fan furrowed his brows and began to think. At this moment, Enel said solemnly, "I will not betray you. Please do not kill me." In a situation of unequal power, preserving one's life is the top priority. Do you know who I am? In the next moment, Lin Fan's eyes narrowed, and he asked in a deep voice. Since Enel wanted to join the Chinese Empire, Lin Fan had to inform him of the rules, and he did not want to deceive someone like him. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Enel's pupils tightened, and he exclaimed with wide eyes, "You are?" "I am a Chinese Empire," Lin Fan replied. "If you're the Chinese Empire, then I am a subordinate of the Chinese Empire." Enel showed no emotional fluctuations upon hearing the Chinese Empire. He was from the Sky Island and knew nothing about the sea or the reputation of the Chinese Empire and how great it was. However, Enel felt his insignificance. Before Lin Fan, he was utterly vulnerable. "Then you are a member of the Chinese Empire. Go into the sea and collect devil fruits. If you dare to play tricks on me, I will destroy your soul and let you taste the flavor of hell. Have you ever been to the 9 underworlds?" At this moment, Lin Fan exuded a kingly aura and said loudly, "The 9 underworlds, you've even been there?" Enel's breathing became heavier. The soul and the 9 underworlds were divine beings. Enel was just a pseudo-god. How could he go to such a place? The Chinese Empire is truly terrifying. On the other side, the warring states contacted Whitebeard, Red-Haired, Charlotte Linlin, and Kaido. These people have gathered together to form a powerful force alongside the 7 warlords. At this moment, they are discussing how to deal with the Chinese Empire. According to my intelligence, the Chinese Empire might attack the saber-toothed tiger pirates tomorrow. The saber-toothed tiger pirates are a well-established pirate crew with at least 5 devil fruits. The saber-toothed tiger pirates? I know them. They often hover around Cake Island. If they hadn't run away quickly, I would have taken care of them long ago. Charlotte Linlin, have you ever fought the saber-toothed tiger pirates? At this moment, Red-Haired's expression became serious as he asked. The strength of the saber-toothed tiger pirates will have some impact on everyone's plans. If the saber-toothed tiger pirates are too weak, Red-Haired and the others will have to act early. Upon hearing this, Charlotte Linlin furrowed her brows and thought for a moment. The saber-toothed tiger pirates are quite strong. Even when facing the Big Mom pirates, they can retreat unscathed. Several times I tried to capture them, but they managed to escape. They are very cunning. Charlotte Linlin gave a very high evaluation of the saber-toothed tiger pirates. After all, this pirate crew managed to escape right under the nose of the Big Mom pirates. Although it is still a bug to Charlotte Linlin, this bug is somewhat special. In that case, we will observe secretly tomorrow. Everyone should not act rashly. Find suitable ambush locations to capture the trainee king of the Chinese Empire. Fufufu. Sengoku, if you want to establish your authority, you better kill the trainee king of the Chinese Empire. Fufufu. Sengoku, if you want to establish your authority, you better kill the trainee king of the Chinese Empire. Doflamingo's sinister laughter reached everyone's ears. Killing the trainee king of the Chinese Empire would definitely establish authority if the Navy really did that. The Chinese Empire is currently on a roll, and their undefeated status is the source of their power. If the Navy breaks the undefeated myth of the Chinese Empire and kills their king, who would dare to defy the Navy in this sea? The one who breaks the myth can become a legend, and what Doflamingo wants to do is make the Navy a legend. Doflamingo, are you crazy? The Chinese Empire is known for its tyranny. If we kill someone from the Chinese Empire, the consequences will be unimaginable. Red-Haired said in shock, his scalp tingling. Doflamingo is too bold to dare to kill someone from the Chinese Empire, which is very likely a member of the D-Clan. The D-Clan won't get angry easily. But once they do, even the Navy government won't be able to withstand their wrath. Having been to the final island, Laugh-Tail, Red-Haired knows this well and is even more aware of the depth of the D-Clan. Sengoku nodded and said to Red-Haired, "Red-Haired, Doflamingo's proposal is not bad. You don't need to say any more. The final decision on this matter will be made by the Navy, and you don't need to argue. Killing the trainee king of the Chinese Empire is of great significance to the Navy. Even if it carries risks, Sengoku is willing to take that risk. To be honest, every day the Chinese Empire exists is a significant threat to the Navy. If they are not eliminated in time, they will become an incurable tumor. Sengoku is not reckless. But on this matter, the Navy has no room for negotiation. Meanwhile, the saber-toothed tiger pirates set sail. They are preparing to plunder countries. And there are stolen devil fruits on the saber-toothed tiger ship, along with their stock, totaling around 6 or 7 devil fruits. Unlike the 4 Emperor's pirate crews, these scattered pirate crews become stronger by plundering devil fruits. Devil fruits are treasures of the sea. Obtaining them grants one the power of a devil. In the New World, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, becoming stronger through devil fruits is indeed a good path. The saber-toothed tiger pirates have a total of 7 users, including the swift attack fruit, split fruit, and ash carbon fruit, along with several Logia types, making them a considerable fighting force. Captain, in 20 minutes, we will arrive at Santorini Island. The national defense of this island is not very strong, the navigator of the saber-toothed tiger pirates said seriously to the captain. Good job. If we find a devil fruit on Santorini Island, I will let you all eat it. The captain of the saber-toothed tiger pirates licked his dry lips and smiled slightly. During this time, the ordinary members of the saber-toothed tiger pirate crew are working hard to continuously improve themselves, hoping to catch the captain's eye and obtain a devil fruit. So far, the captain of the saber-toothed tiger pirate crew has already shortlisted a few candidates in his mind. The captain has the answer to whom these devil fruits should be entrusted to in order to maximize their potential. Great. I'm just waiting to become a devil fruit user. I must become a devil fruit user and make a name for myself. The crew members of the saber-toothed tiger pirate crew are very excited and spirited. Although the taste of the devil fruits is terrible, it cannot dampen their determination to become strong. Just then, a domineering voice echoed in the air. The devil fruits of the saber-toothed tiger pirate crew have been claimed by the Chinese Empire. Hand over the devil fruits, or we will kill you. After Gila transformed into Vastad, he became emotionless and would only execute Lin Fan's orders. Therefore, the voice heard by the saber-toothed tiger pirate crew is extremely cold and piercing. That cold voice carries authority. Failure to comply means death. Yes, it is the Chinese Empire. The bodies of the saber-toothed tiger pirate crew members became rigid, and shocked expressions appeared on their faces. They stared wide-eyed at the sky, looking utterly incredulous. How did the Chinese Empire find them? They didn't oppose the Chinese Empire, did they? The saber-toothed tiger pirate crew doesn't have the guts to confront the Chinese Empire either. Hand over the devil fruit, and we will spare your lives. A powerful voice echoed. The sky suddenly darkened, becoming oppressive. The immense spiritual pressure from Vastad overwhelmed the saber-toothed tiger pirate crew members, forcing them all to the ground, unable to move. At this moment, Gila and Paka slowly descended onto the ship. That's the king of the Chinese Empire. Prince in training. I have seen him on the Navy's wanted poster. He is Gila, the first prince in training of the Chinese Empire. The members of the saber-toothed tiger pirate crew's pupils constricted sharply as a heavy sense of oppression descended upon them, sending chills down their spines. The immense spiritual pressure exuded by Gila and Paka was terrifyingly powerful, deeply impacting these pirates and striking fear into their hearts. The overwhelming pressure, like a torrent, permeated their hearts, lingering for a long time and forming fear. The Chinese Empire is indeed an existence that cannot be provoked. In front of Gila and Paka, the saber-toothed tiger pirate crew only had the option to flee, completely unable to contend with the Chinese Empire. Is this the apprentice king of the Chinese Empire? The moonlight hiding behind and peeking? Moria's eyes widened upon seeing Gila's vast spiritual pressure. Just now, Moria felt a force that was even more domineering than the conqueror's haki, and that power came from the Chinese Empire? Moria realized. No wonder the Chinese Empire could sweep across the seas. It turned out they possessed such immense power. So strong, Crocodile said with a grim expression, astonished. The feeling he got from Gila and Paka was no less than that from Sengoku or Akainu, and perhaps even stronger. In the shadows, Doflamingo was secretly shocked and said in surprise, "Is this level merely that of an apprentice king? Why do I feel he is not inferior to the hero king?" Doflamingo had fought against the hero king and knew his strength well. For someone of that caliber, Doflamingo was merely a one-hit affair. Yet, Gila and Paka gave off that same feeling. For this reason, Doflamingo found the Chinese Empire to be terrifying. Chinese Empire, we are willing to hand over the devil fruits. Please do not kill us. At this moment, the members of the saber-toothed tiger pirate crew, lying on the ground and howling, trembled. Very well, bring the devil fruit here. I want to offer it to the greatest king of the Chinese Empire. Gila nodded and respectfully said to the sky. At this moment, Gila looked toward another part of the sky, where Lin Fan's figure was. Would the actions Gila was taking now be seen by that esteemed individual? After Gila spoke that sentence, the powerful spiritual pressure around him disappeared. Since the saber-toothed tiger pirate crew had agreed to hand over the devil fruit, there was no need to continue to threaten them with spiritual pressure. After Gila and Paka's spiritual pressure disappeared, the saber-toothed tiger pirate crew felt relaxed. However, they did not dare to let their guard down, as Gila and Paka were watching them closely. If they did not hand over the devil fruit, they would likely face death. Thus, the captain of the saber-toothed tiger pirate crew went to the cabin to retrieve the devil fruit. During the time the saber-toothed tiger pirate crew was getting the devil fruit, Gila and Paka became a bit lax. Now was the time. Sengoku issued orders, commanding everyone to attack. Something feels off. At the moment Sengoku instructed everyone to strike, Gila sensed danger and was secretly alarmed. Gila prepared to defend, but unfortunately, a vast force was already rushing toward Gila and Paka. Meteor Volcano, Violent Rooster Beak, Amatsu Kumi Sword, Night Sword Technique, No Moon Slash, Super Strike Whip, Desert Treasure Blade, Shadow Mage, Buddha's Impact, Blazing Flame Jet, Conqueror's Slash, Super Frequency Shock. At this moment, the 7 warlords collaborated with the 4 emperors to launch a fierce attack on Gila and Paka. Gila and Paka wanted to turn back, but it was already too late. With such powerful forces converging together, Gila and Paka were beyond saving. A loud rumble echoed as several streams of energy converged, forming an overwhelming force that shook the heavens and earth, slashing through mountains and rivers, crashing down on Gila and Paka. With this strike, the heavens and the earth changed color. The sea shook, raising towering waves, and the saber-toothed tiger pirate crew was instantly obliterated, disappearing into the dust. The 7 warlords, along with the navy and the power of the 4 emperors, defeated Gila and Paka with absolute superiority. Even if Gila and Paka survived this attack, they would be severely injured and rendered useless, making Doflamingo's intention to kill a reality. Are they dead? Under such an attack, almost no one could survive. Sengoku's heart sank as he muttered to himself, if this power cannot eliminate the king of the Chinese Empire, how can the Navy fight in the future? The seawater continued to pour over everyone. Their combined attack was so strong that it nearly overturned the sea. When the seawater dissipated, 2 barely breathing figures were seen quietly lying on the surface of the water, motionless. How are they not dead? A monster? Even after receiving such a powerful attack, they still couldn't die? Gila and Paka seemed to have merely lost consciousness, but the strong observation hockey user could still sense their life force. This scene sent chills down their spines, causing them to gasp in shock. F. Is it really possible that they won't die? The vitality of the Chinese Empire is truly terrifying. Doflamingo felt a shiver run down his spine. He understood better than anyone how terrifying that last attack was. If it had hit him, he would have definitely dropped dead instantly. Yet, even such a powerful attack couldn't take Gila and Paka's lives. This is a bit absurd. The level of Vashidid is so unreal, it's infuriatingly tenacious. It's unbelievable that he hasn't died yet. The Chinese Empire really has no one normal. Sengoku was originally looking forward to Gila and Paka's death, but in the end, he never expected this outcome, which left Sengoku horrified. It seems that trying to kill the Chinese Empire is a very difficult task. In the next moment, the 4 emperors, the navy, and the 7 warlords gathered together in front of Gila and Paka for the final decision. Sengoku would not easily let the Chinese Empire off the hook for the sins they committed against the sea. Fufufu. Sengoku, kill him. Only by showing his corpse to the world can the Navy establish its authority. Otherwise, the Navy will not gain the sea's recognition. At this moment, Doflamingo reminded Sengoku. The influence of the Celestial Empire on the sea was too great. Now, anyone who mentioned the words Celestial Empire would be filled with dread. If the Navy didn't take action soon, this sea might be taken over by the Celestial Empire. Gila and Paka were lying on the ground, barely alive. It would be best to kill them now. If they regained their strength, it would be harder to kill them. You will die. Sengoku closed his eyes and threw a punch at Gila. With 4,000 units of power, that punch was enough to kill a person, even with his eyes covered. Sengoku had 7,000 to 8,000 units of power. A punch like that would be instantly fatal to an ordinary person. As Sengoku swung his fist, however, there was a sound of steel. It was as if he had struck metal. When Sengoku's fist hit Gila, it felt unusually hard. How could this be? This sudden and unexpected scene took Sengoku by surprise, leaving him in shock. How could he not be killed? Let me give it a try. Seeing that Sengoku had not killed Gila, Mihawk stepped forward, wanting to take down Gila. In the next moment, the supreme great sword, Blackblade Knight, was raised high in the air. Swish! Immediately, Mihawk swung fiercely at Gila. Clang! The sound of Blackblade Knight rang out like iron, sparks flying. His body was as hard as steel, difficult to break through. How could a body be so hard? Unbelievable. Is the Chinese Empire immortal? Only our combined attacks can injure him. But to unleash such an attack again, it might take a while. I have not yet recovered. The Shichibukai in the arena gasped. They were terrified by Gila's immense defensive power. This defensive power is truly invincible. In fact, every Arrancar's body is protected by armor-like skin that cannot be pierced by swords. The steel skin is said to have high spiritual pressure, hardness defense, and general attacks cannot harm them. Only after the Arrancar enters the Resurrecti end state will the steel skin be removed, resulting in a decrease in defense. Without the enhanced steel skin, Sengoku's surprise attack was a bit sudden. Otherwise, Gila and the others wouldn't have been so easily captured. Can't kill them? This is a headache. Doflamingo showed a look of disappointment and some dejection. If Gila and Paka were to die like this, everyone might still have some confidence in dealing with the Chinese Empire. But if this rookie king is so difficult to kill, challenging the hero king of the Chinese Empire would likely lead to disaster. With our abilities, it should be quite difficult to kill them. For now, let's take them back to Marineford and discuss the rest later. Sengoku looked at the hard-to-kill Gila and Paka with a bitter smile. Right now, dealing with the Chinese Empire is still a bit too much for the Navy. The Chinese Empire is really not that easy to handle. Even if we unite the power of the entire sea, it is still difficult to contend with. Through this incident, Sengoku deeply felt his own weakness compared to these monsters from the Chinese Empire. The so-called Navy justice is just a joke, but the trouble has already been stirred up. Sengoku should be thinking about how to deal with the Hero King's anger. Furthermore, the Navy still owes the Chinese Empire dozens of devil fruits. If the Chinese Empire starts to settle old and new accounts together, it will be a big problem. Ding dong. Alarm, alarm. Rookie King Gila and Rookie King Paka have been defeated by the Navy and are being escorted to the Navy prison. At this moment, far away, Lin Fan was arranging work for Enel, but the system's alarm sounded. Zizizi, the thunder armor, and Kusanagi, sword on Lin Fan, surged with even more violent thunder. And the flashing thunder, thick as a giant python, surrounded Lin Fan, looking like the wrath of a deity. Lord Thunder God, please calm down. Such a violent power of thunder made Enel break out in a cold sweat, standing frozen in place with a look of fear on his face. Enel did not know what mistake he had made to anger Lin Fan, but the only thing he knew was that he must not provoke Lin Fan, as that thunder, thick as a giant python, was not something Enel could withstand. Even though they are both thunder, there is a qualitative difference between Lin Fan's thunder and Enel's. It's okay. I'm not targeting you. Enel, from now on, your task is to collect devil fruits. If we meet next time and I don't see any devil fruits, you can figure out the consequences. Lin Fan left these words and walked away. Gila and Paka have been captured as the leader of the Chinese Empire. How could he not care? Moreover, Lin Fan had warned the Navy, but they acted as if they didn't hear. Then they shouldn't blame Lin Fan for going on a killing spree. I absolutely cannot defy him. Otherwise, I will really go to hell. Enel watched Lin Fan's departing figure, feeling a chill down his spine, and said with a racing heart. Lin Fan's words had already penetrated deep into Enel's bones. If Enel dares to betray Lin Fan, it will definitely not be as simple as being crushed to dust. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. As the main battlefield of the Marineford War, Sengoku and Akainu brought Gila and Paka back here. Marineford has countless heavy artillery and countless Navy warships to resist external enemies, making it quite formidable. Now joining the ranks are the Whitebeard Pirates, Red-Haired Pirates, Beast Pirates, and Big Mom Pirates. Their common goal is to combat the common enemy of the sea, the Chinese Empire. The influence of the Chinese Empire on the sea has reached a terrible level, and it is necessary to unite everyone's strength to combat it together. At the same time, Sengoku also issued the highest alert order, instructing the Navy stationed on the outskirts of Marineford to immediately report to Sengoku if there are any signs of disturbance. This is not Sengoku being overly cautious. The threat of the Chinese Empire is indeed too great. Sengoku, I have a feeling that you can't protect these two. Red-haired Shanks said seriously while sipping red wine. The fear brought by Yamamoto and Shanks' understanding of the D-Clan made Shanks firmly believe that no matter how much strength the Navy sends, they cannot withstand the retaliation of the Chinese Empire. Shanks, the Marine headquarters is now a fortress. No one would be foolish enough to attack such a formation, right? If the Chinese Empire discovers your presence, they might just turn around and leave, right? Although Sengoku firmly believes that the Navy is invincible, he began to lose confidence upon hearing Shanks' doubts. Sengoku, you don't understand. the power possessed by the Chinese Empire may come from ancient times. The Chinese Empire comes from ancient times? At that moment, Sengoku was taken aback and exclaimed in surprise, "Ancient power? What kind of power is that? Could it be related to the lost century? If that's the case, even I, Sengoku, do not have the authority to know about it. Even though I am the highest commander of the Navy headquarters, I have no right to access the history of the lost century. The history of the lost century is the highest secret of the world government, and very few can access it besides the Gorosei. If the Chinese Empire truly possesses that kind of power, then no matter how many formations Sengoku sets up, it would be useless." At this moment, Red-Haired suddenly asked, "Zhonghua, how much do you know about the clan?" "The clan? You mean the relationship between the Zhonghua Empire and the DD clan?" Zhonghua started stammering. The clan is considered taboo, and Zhonghua has no authority to investigate the clan. According to Red-Haired, Zhonghua has indeed stirred up something serious. The clan, no matter what it is extremely terrifying, and Zhonghua cannot and must not ignore the existence of the clan. If the Zhonghua Empire has a connection with this clan, then these two guys certainly cannot be left here. Max, use the hypnosis fruit to keep them from waking up. I will send you some people, and you take them to the Holy Land Mariejois. Zhonghua took a deep breath and said solemnly, "If there is anywhere in this world that is not afraid of the power of the clan, it is only the Holy Land Mariejois." Although the Zhonghua Empire had killed a few celestial dragons in Mariejois last time, in reality, the Zhonghua Empire did not provoke Lord M of Mariejois. If the Zhonghua Empire were to provoke Lord M, they would not be so fortunate. "Yes, Marshal." Max stepped forward and nodded in agreement. The hypnosis fruit can hypnotize those weaker than oneself, and it is also effective on severely injured individuals. Gila and Paka have endured a fierce attack from everyone and have not woken up until now. Therefore, Max's hypnosis is quite useful for them as well. Meanwhile, the soldiers stationed around Marineford are all on high alert, steadfastly holding their positions. Navy Vice Admiral Doberman, Navy Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, Navy Vice Admiral Staloberry, Navy Vice Admiral Dalmesia. At this time, all 16 Navy Vice Admirals are stationed around Marineford, as ranks just below Marshal Zhonghua and the 3 Admirals. The strength of these 16 Vice Admirals is indisputable. This time's lineup has surpassed the Marineford War. In addition to the 16 Vice Admirals, the Big MOM Pirates have the 4 sweet commanders Charlotte Katakuri, Charlotte Smoothie, and Charlotte Cracker also present. Whitebeard has sent out 16 pirate crews, from the Immortal Marco all the way to Buffalo Atmos, who are also standing outside with the 4 sweet commanders. One of the 3 disasters has died. King, the ancient Zoan Devil Fruit user, and Queen, the ancient Zoan Devil Fruit user, are also holding their ground with many members of the Beast Pirates at the perimeter of Marineford. The red-haired pirates have sent their first mate Ben Beckman, Sniper Yassop, and Officer Lucky Roo. This lineup is very luxurious and can be considered the strongest force in the entire sea. I'm really looking forward to it. If the Chinese Empire comes, what will it be like? Lucky excitedly said while eating delicious barbecue. This time, the Navy gathered the power of the 4 emperors to confront the Chinese Empire, and each of them had complex feelings. Who? Suddenly, the wind direction in Marineford changed. Quickly, go report to Admiral Sengoku. The wind direction in Marineford has changed. It seems like something has appeared in the air. Someone has already reported the situation to Sengoku. And how Sengoku arranges it is beyond everyone's control. It seems something is approaching from the front. Could it be the Chinese Empire coming? Alert! Everyone be on guard. We must not let the Chinese Empire pass through here. Everyone raise their vigilance, feeling tense. The reinforcements from the Chinese Empire have arrived, and they cannot let their guard down. King of Heroes, King Arthur, King of Killers, God of Ninjutsu are all formidable opponents, and a hard battle is likely unavoidable. But the Navy cannot let the Chinese Empire rescue their people. This time, not only does the Navy want to establish authority, but the 4 Emperors' pirate crew also wants to assert their power. Who, Lin Fan Ains? Gong was holding his staff, casting flight magic on himself, and heading towards Marineford. The flight magic was very fast, creating a wind that alerted the Navy. Here it comes, just one person, and it's a skeleton. Lucky. Lou's roasted meat fell to the ground, and when he saw the skeleton in the sky, he was genuinely startled. The Chinese Empire is too avant-garde. They can even create something like this? Those who saw Lin Fan Ains. Gong stopped thinking at this moment, their faces showing terror. It is broad daylight now. How can such an undead skeleton appear so boldly? Does it not fear the sunlight? Who are you? What is your relationship with the Chinese Empire? And what do you want in Marineford? This area is off limits. The Phoenix Marco looked horrified and nervously asked, "Is this suddenly appearing skull the king? If it's the king of the Chinese Empire, Marco can't handle it. The king would at least need to call Whitebeard over. But Whitebeard and the 7 warlords are with the Marines, and Marco can't summon them. I am Ains Ulgaun, the Sorcerer King of the Chinese Empire. You may refer to me as Lord Ains Ulgaun." Lin Fan's voice echoed across the sea, amplified by magic so that it could be heard in every corner of Marineford. "You are the Sorcerer King, Ains Ulgaun?" The undead Phoenix Marco was taken aback, realizing it was bad. Indeed, the Chinese Empire had sent a king, but he had no power to confront a king. Even with so many people gathered here, there was still no match for a king. "Dead Skull, this is the sacred Navy Holy Land. Are you here to be purified?" At this moment, a Navy officer suddenly appeared and spoke arrogantly. "Wrong. I'm Lord Ains Ulgaun. Rude person, I believe you have blasphemed the Supreme Sovereign. Do you wish to pay the price in front of the Supreme Sovereign? Human?" Lin Fan, Ains Ulgaun, was angry and shouted loudly. Ains Ulgaun's justice value is 500, and he would not show mercy to humans. He would kill and destroy these humans without hesitation. "Open fire. No matter what it is, shoot it down and don't let it shake the morale of the army." At this moment, Rear Admiral Dauberman ordered the Navy ships to fire on Lin Fan, Ains Ulgaun. On sight, some soldiers showed signs of cowardice, trembling with fear. These people deeply feared Ains Ulgaun. Dauberman could not let this phenomenon continue. If it persisted, it would bring great inconvenience to the Navy. Boom, 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 boom. Without any hesitation, the Navy ships that had been prepared in Marineford opened fire in unison. The sound of cannon fire roared, and shells accurately hit Lin Fan, Ains Ulgaun, creating massive clouds of smoke. Magic barrier. Facing the cannon fire from the Navy ships, Lin Fan, Ains Ulgaun, cast a spell. The magic barrier enveloped Lin Fan, forming a light blue halo that shielded him from the cannon fire. Is he dead? Such a skeleton cannot survive under our powerful firepower. Navy Rear Admiral Bastide laughed, believing the Navy had won. Magic most enhanced, gravity vortex. At that moment, a black lightning of gravity shot from Lin Fan's hand, bursting through the smoke and heading toward the Navy. How is this possible? He is completely unharmed. That was the fire of 200 warships. As the black lightning burst through the smoke, it dispersed the clouds, and Rear Admiral Bastide gasped as he saw Lin Fan unscathed. It is a king. Only the king of the Chinese Empire has this kind of power. The undead Phoenix Marco widened his eyes and nervously shouted. Through the previous battle with Uchiha Madara, the undead Phoenix Marco realized the power of the Chinese Empire, and Lin Fan, Ains Ulgaun, felt no weaker than Uchiha Madara. Everyone be careful. The king of the Chinese Empire has extraordinary power. Ordinary attacks are ineffective against them. All Navy below the rank of colonel, retreat. Colonels and majors follow the Rear Admiral and prepare for battle. Ghost Spider stood ready, having made estimations about Lin Fan, Ains Ulgaun's power. Colonels, lieutenant colonels, majors, and lieutenants fighting against Lin Fan, Ains Ulgaun would definitely be affected and killed. They were too weak for Lin Fan to deal with. Even bringing in colonels and majors wouldn't cause harm to Lin Fan, but at least colonels and majors had the power to protect themselves and could help a little, which is why Ghost Spider allowed them to come up. Otherwise, Ghost Spider wouldn't have let the colonels and majors take the field. Clatter, a large number of colonels, lieutenant colonels, and majors began to retreat, leaving the battlefield to the 4 Emperor's pirates and the majors and rear admirals. Whitebeard pirates, red-haired pirates, beast pirates, and big MOM pirates, get ready. He is about to come down. Rear Admiral Dauberman took a deep breath and shouted loudly. Ains Ulgaun, for some unknown reason, could fly in the air, but he was about to land in Marineford, and, as a soldier defending the front line, Dauberman did not want Ains Ulgaun to break through Marineford. Leave it to us. The Whitebeard pirates are not that weak. This guy doesn't look as strong as the god of ninjutsu. If it were the god of ninjutsu here, we would have run by now. The undead Phoenix Marco encouraged everyone, but it seemed to have little effect upon being heard. Ha! The Whitebeard pirates are a bunch of cowards. What god of ninjutsu and not god of ninjutsu? Our beast pirates have never chosen our opponents. Wasn't that time a hard fight against the Chinese Empire? Yeah, our captain has faced the Chinese Empire head-on twice. Only Captain Kaido dares to do that among the 4 Emperor's pirates. The other pirate crews don't dare at all and don't have the guts. The undead Phoenix Marco's words provoked dissatisfaction from the beast pirates, who began to mock the Whitebeard pirates. The 4 Emperor's pirate crews have a long-standing competitive relationship. Even at such moments, they do not forget to suppress each other. Clang! At this moment, Flower Sword Vista unsheathed his twin swords. Flower Sword Vista creates petals during battle, hence the name. Moreover, Flower Sword Vista has the strongest record of fighting to a standstill with Hawkeye during the Marineford War. Of course, whether Hawkeye used his full strength is unknown. Do you want to provoke a war between the Whitebeard pirates and the Beast pirates? Vista, with both hands holding his swords, said coldly, challenging the Beast pirates. The Whitebeard pirates often clash with the Beast pirates and have a bad relationship. They frequently have friction, so it is normal for such things to happen. Bastard, come on. Who is afraid of who? You Whitebeard pirates, watch me smash your heads. The Beast pirates, provoked, became furious and prepared to fight the Whitebeard pirates. The Beast pirates often fought with the Whitebeard pirates and were not afraid of fighting. Seeing this, Rear Admiral Weasel shouted, "Silence! A great enemy is at hand. How can you make such a ruckus? Wait until we drive back the Chinese Empire before you fight. Is now the time for fighting?" After Rear Admiral Weasel's loud shout, the Whitebeard pirates and the Beast pirates stopped arguing, but still looked uncomfortable with each other. I see. There are significant flaws between you. Lin Fan, Ain's Ul Gown, cast the flight spell on himself, allowing him to float in the air. Ain's Ul Gown is an incredibly powerful magic caster, with such high MP that he can cast very high-level super-tier magic. Since that is the case, it will be Ain's Ul Gown who will dismantle you. Lin Fan, Ain's Ul Gown, declared loudly, preparing to launch an attack. As a magic caster, Ain's Ul Gown spells are instant cast. If we compare Ain's Ul Gown's magic to ninjutsu, in some aspects his magic is even more terrifying than ninjutsu, because almost all of Ain's Ul Gown's magic is instant cast. Magic most enhanced, Ribcage Prison. The Ribcage Cage is a high-level magic that can only be cast by Ain's Ul Gown. Once cast, it will directly trap players below level 50, causing them to exhaust and die. At that moment, the ground suddenly writhed. In the next instant, a skeleton cage over 20 meters high formed, trapping a group of people inside. What kind of trick is this? It's no joke. It has trapped General Jonathan in one move, and General Jonathan is very formidable. Is General Jonathan really stuck and hasn't come out yet? Looking at the skeleton cage displayed by Lin Fan and Ain's Ul Gown, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. This sudden burst of magic caught them off guard. The most powerful spell, Astral Strike. However, just as this group felt a chill run down their spines, Lin Fan launched a second round of attack. The sky suddenly filled with massive blue crystal lasers, which converged together and fell to the ground like a meteor shower. Not good. Everyone, get out of the way. Major General Ghost Spider shouted, his face changing dramatically. Lin Fan's casting speed was too fast, leaving everyone unprepared and struggling to adapt in the moment. The speed of this magic release is comparable to that of a warrior's attack speed, shocking everyone. It seems that the strength of the Magic King should not be underestimated. The sky is filled with countless stars, their cold light shining and rushing down like lightning. In an instant, countless people fell before Lin Fan's Ul Gown's subordinates, letting out cries of despair. What tremendous power! It's hard to imagine that every person in the Chinese Empire is extraordinarily strong. Damn it, with such strength. How can our big MOM pirate crew fight? We simply can't withstand it. Captain Redhaired is right. The Chinese Empire should indeed not be underestimated. The enhanced magic, the power of the Astral Strike, astonished everyone. While they admired Ain's Ul Gown's strength, they also realized that they might not be Lin Fan's Ul Gown's opponents at all. Don't be discouraged. The battle has just begun, and more than half of the Navy's 16 Vice Admirals are still standing. At this moment, Vice Admiral Squirrel stepped forward to rally the troops, calling out loudly. The morale of the Navy has been greatly reduced because of Lin Fan's Ul Gown. If this continues, it will be detrimental to the Navy. Vice Admiral Squirrel cannot allow everyone to feel disheartened, or else Marineford will be breached. With commendable courage, then let me show you even more powerful magic. After seeing the Navy rallying their spirits, Lin Fan's Ul Gown spoke boldly, intending to crush the morale of this group of Navy. Marineford is surrounded by 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. To break through here, they would need to defeat at least tens of thousands. Even using Ain's Ul Gown's MP to cast magic would eventually lead to fatigue. The most enhanced magic, darkness. Lin Fan's Ul Gown extended one hand, waving it outward. A torrent of darkness, like a flood, descended from the sky, forming a dark light. These dark lights shrouded many Navy soldiers, and in an instant, hundreds lost their bodies, turning into empty, white bones. Crack, crack, the Navy soldiers turned into skeletons. Falling to the ground, making sounds that stimulated everyone's brains like demonic whispers. My God, what am I seeing? This demon actually turned living people into fleshless skeletons. This guy is definitely a demon. Only a demon possesses such evil power. It's like arriving in hell. Has the Chinese Empire released the evil spirits of hell? Everyone looked at this scene in disbelief. Turning living people into bones is even more shocking than gaining strength from eating a devil fruit. Attack. Everyone, don't be afraid. It's time for our counterattack. At this moment, General Squirrel regained his spirit and arranged for everyone to launch an attack. Then, General Squirrel charged forward, running towards Lin Fan's gown, intending to launch a fierce attack on him. Advanced Antibody Enhancement. Chaos Cloak. Unyielding. High-level magic shield. At the moment General Squirrel approached, Lin Fan's gown cast 4 spells on himself. Ain's gown's casting speed was very fast. Applying the 4 spells didn't take much time at all. Ding! General Squirrel slashed at Lin Fan. It sounded like hitting solid iron, producing a dull thud. General Squirrel's attack couldn't harm Lin Fan's gown at all. Damn it. Was he a corpse from the beginning? So he doesn't fear being cut by a knife? At this moment, the Weasel General was taken aback and said with a racing heart, "It's useless. With just this, you won't be able to hurt me." Ain's gown spoke in a deep voice. The 4 spells cast by Lin Fan have absolute defense against weapons with too weak magic power or those without magic power. As for physical damage, the Weasel General's knife cannot break through Ain's gown's physical defenses. Ain's gown is a level 100 superboss with very high HP and MP. The damage from the Weasel General cannot even reach 100 points against Ain's gown. You monster! I didn't expect you to be this strong. Is my fast knife, with a craftsmanship of 50, unable to kill you? Hearing Lin Fan's words, the Weasel General was startled and exclaimed, "The fast knife with a craftsmanship of 50, of which there are 50, is second only to the supreme fast knife with a craftsmanship of 12 and the great fast knife with a craftsmanship of 21. Such a sharp knife cannot hurt Lin Fan's Ain's gown even the slightest. I won't let you pass here, Die. If this power can't hurt you, then I will block you even if it means breaking this knife." The Weasel General's breath surged, and with a roar, he swung his knife fiercely at Lin Fan. When the knife appeared, General Squirrel used armed color hockey, and the blade turned pitch black. Then, with a swift momentum, Squirrel slashed at Lin Fan. It must be said that Squirrel had great strength, and the speed with which he attacked Lin Fan, filled with a determination to kill, was incredibly fast. In an instant, the fast knife 50 wrapped in black mist was about to hit Lin Fan. Everyone was sweating nervously for Squirrel at that moment. If Squirrel's strike injured Lin Fan, it would undoubtedly boost everyone's confidence in defeating Lin Fan's gown. Come on, cut him down. General Squirrel, you're doing great. Regardless of whether you can defeat the Sorcerer King, you have made a significant contribution, and the Navy will not forget you. Whether the Emperor of the Chinese Empire fears hockey depends on this knife from Squirrel. The crowd held their breath, quietly watching General Squirrel. At this moment, General Squirrel also became the hero in everyone's hearts, wielding his sword towards the evil dragon. Time and space froze. Lin Fan's gown snapped his fingers, and at that moment, space came to a standstill like 2 landscape paintings. One was a white landscape painting that was frozen, and the other was a colorful landscape painting that was not frozen. Among these landscape paintings, the only one who could move was Lin Fan's gown. That was close. Spatial magic is absolutely essential. At this moment, the knife of General Weasel was poised on Lin Fan's face, almost about to strike. Time was frozen. Time Stop is a high-level magic that Ain's gown can cast, capable of halting time for those with low magical power. Of course, Time Stop cannot last forever. It dissipates after a maximum of 2 hours. However, 2 hours is already enough for Lin Fan to accomplish many things. Delay magic, true death. At this moment, Lin Fan raised his bony hand and cast the death magic towards General Weasel, calmly saying, "Farewell, General Weasel. If you hadn't charged at me, I actually didn't want to kill you." The next moment, General Weasel, along with his sword, fell to the ground with a thud. What happened? When did he defeat General Weasel? I didn't see him make a move at all. General Weasel, how did he fall? When everyone came to their senses, they were astonished to find General Weasel lying on the ground, no longer breathing. Everyone looked bewildered. What on earth was going on? How could General Weasel die right after their first exchange? What a joke. How could Weasel die so easily? He was a man who could hold his own against the Roger pirates. Major Doberman was utterly horrified, incredulously saying, as General Weasel's comrade, They had formed a very deep bond and knew each other well. Although Doberman knew that Weasel could not defeat Lin Fan, he thought that if it came to fleeing, Weasel should still be able to escape. How could he be killed in just one encounter? This is too terrifying. At least when the hero king kills, you can see how he strikes. But when the magic king kills, you can't even see it. Wushu Wushu, stand up. Hiwashishin yelled desperately. Until now, he still couldn't believe that Wushu was dead because he hadn't seen Lin Fan make a move against Wushu. It's useless. He is already dead. Under the effect of my death magic, no one can survive. Don't say such things to the dead. Lin Fan glanced at everyone and said in a deep voice, Wushu is already dead, and the noisy voices nearby made Lin Fan very uncomfortable. He really hated those sounds. Bang! Is he really dead? Hearing Lin Fan's words, Hiwashishin sat down on the ground with a ding, shocked beyond belief. How can there be such a person who kills invisibly? Seeing such a powerful Lin Fan, Hiwashishin's strong fighting spirit was instantly extinguished, becoming listless. Don't panic. Today we are fighting for the future of humanity. All those who sacrifice here will become heroes. Marshal Zhangwa said that the Navy government is researching the weaknesses of the Chinese Empire. Give him a little more time, and he will find the weaknesses of the Chinese Empire. Therefore, we cannot disappoint Marshal Zhangwa. At this moment, Ghost Spider rallied everyone's spirits. Yes, that's right. We cannot let Marshal Zhangwa down. Victory is coming, and we must not let the Chinese Empire rejoice. Ghost Spider's words inspired the Navy soldiers, transforming their collapsing hearts into something stronger. In fact, Zhangwa never said those words. These were just Ghost Spider's comforting words. In Marine Fando, the Chinese Empire cannot run rampant, and Ghost Spider had no choice but to say this. Is that so? If you continue, many people will die. I, Angel Gown, am a merciful ruler and do not wish for too many deaths. If you retreat now, I can consider not killing you. Lin Fan, Angel Gown, stood on Marine Fando and shouted loudly at everyone. His voice was very loud, reaching every Navy soldier's ears, and even the ears of the members of the Four Emperors pirate crew. It must be said that Angel Gown's shock was indeed very great. Some members of the Four Emperors pirate crew began to waver and think about escaping. But seeing their comrades still here, they felt embarrassed to run away. The Navy is the strongest. Don't be deceived by him. The Chinese Empire is a tumor. For the sake of this world, we must eradicate the Chinese Empire. Although Lin Fan, Angel Gown did not want to kill, the performance of these Navy soldiers was indeed somewhat unsatisfactory. Since Dad sent us here to help, we must do something right. If the Chinese Empire wants to pass through here, then we must defeat all 16 captains of the Whitebeard pirates. The Beast pirates have a mortal feud with the Chinese Empire. Jack's death cannot be easily forgiven. If the Whitebeard pirates and the Beast pirates refuse to retreat, then the Big Mom pirates cannot lose face either. The Whitebeard pirates, the Beast pirates, and the Big Mom pirates all exuded strong fighting spirit, unwilling to give Marine Fando to the Chinese Empire. First Mate Beckman, should we retreat? Lucky Lu asked with a smile as he saw their strong fighting spirit. Red-Haired had once told everyone that if the Chinese Empire launched a strong attack, there was no need to hold the line. Retreat if necessary. There is no chance of victory in a battle. Fighting against me, Angel Gown, the tactic of overwhelming numbers has no advantage. Even so, you still want to hold on? Lin Fan, Angel Gown said coldly. As an undead monarch, Angel Gown was never alone in battle. The undead monarch, Angel Gown, commands an army of undead. Beings like Albedo, Shaltir Bloodfallen, and Demiurge can be summoned. Even if only for a day, it is enough. Moreover, Angel Gown's other class, Death Ruler LV5, can also summon a large number of the deceased. Angel Gown, this is the Navy headquarters. How can you be so arrogant? Marine Fando is the place feared most by pirates worldwide, with a navy stronger than Holy Land, Mariejois. And it is the gathering place of all navies. How can you run rampant here? The soldiers of the Navy headquarters, even if they have to fight to the last man, will not retreat. Doberman roared angrily, venting his anger. He was very angry at Angel Gown's provocation. Marine Fando is the last line of defense for the Navy. Once it falls, the Navy is truly finished. Therefore, the 16 Vice Admirals of the Navy headquarters must not let Angel Gown pass through here, even if it costs them their lives. Cough cough. Perhaps the humans, like locusts, should be cleansed once. Indeed, as Doberman said, the large army dispatched by the Navy headquarters is guarding Marine Fando to block Lin Fan, Angel Gown's advance. Under such a multitude of people, even the Four Emperors would find it tricky. Then let us begin. Ultimate magic Skyfall. Lin Fan, Angel Gown, raised his hands and shouted. Suddenly, the sky became scorching hot, and a deep blue light illuminated the entire sky. The next moment, it seemed as if the sky was falling, dropping a massive blue pillar of light. Inside the enormous blue pillar, those within would suffer intense heat damage every second. A damage so great that it could reduce the HP of even the high HP vampire ancestor Shaltir Bloodfall in half. Oh my, what is that attack? The attack range is so large that it can't be avoided. How can this be? Ain's Ul Gown strike took at least 10,000 soldiers' lives. This demon is truly frightening. The Navy soldiers looked on in disbelief, shocked to the core. The attack range of ultimate magic, Skyfall, was too vast at the moment Skyfall landed. At least 10,000 Navy soldiers perished, and Ain's Ul Gown's casual strike was truly terrifying. The captain's judgment was correct. The red-hair pirates are retreating. First Mate Beckman's face changed drastically as he watched the Navy soldiers instantly wiped out, feeling a chill run down his spine. The D-Clan is indeed too terrifying. Beckman suddenly felt that perhaps the Navy should return this world to the D-Clan, because this world originally belonged to the D-Clan. Tot. At this moment, the red-haired pirates retreated quickly, their footsteps echoing in an orderly manner on the ground. The red-haired pirates are retreating. Sweat broke out on Charlotte Cracker's back as he gulped heavily, instinctively taking 2 steps back and looking warily at the undying monarch. Lin Fan, Ains, you are gone. Too damn strong. Even with the devil fruit powers and possessing powerful armament hockey and conqueror's hockey, Charlotte Cracker was still no match for Lin Fan, Ains, you are gone. Katakuri, let's run too. Marineford is the Navy's stronghold. We don't need to fight to the death. Charlotte Cracker, who was very afraid of pain, felt a sense of retreat after seeing so many Navy soldiers die. Katakuri shot Cracker an annoyed glance and said, Cracker, can't you speak a little quieter? Even if the big MOM pirates are fleeing, don't say it so loudly. It would be bad if the Beast Pirates and Whitebeard Pirates heard us. After the casting of the ultimate magic, Skyfall, the Navy's confidence was once again shattered. If they weren't afraid to flee, they would have run away with the red-haired pirates long ago. Fleeing in the face of battle would result in military punishment, and those caught would implicate their families. Dying on the battlefield would leave behind a legacy of honor and a pension. Everyone don't panic. Such a terrifying attack. He definitely can't unleash it multiple times. Regardless, what we need to do now is stop him from advancing. Although the ultimate magic, Skyfall, had killed many Navy officers and soldiers, Daberman's resolve remained unbroken, and he stood firm at his post. Fleeing in the face of battle and shaking the morale of the troops is absolutely unacceptable. Since the day he joined the Navy, Daberman had been prepared to sacrifice himself. Speaking of which, he was the Navy's least fearful of death. Therefore, Daberman would never surrender. On the other side, in Sengoku's office, Max had already taken Gila and Paka away from the Navy headquarters, taking a shortcut to Mariejois. Even though the Navy headquarters Marineford was breached by the Zhonghua Empire, Sengoku did not allow Max to hand over Gila and Paka. In the end, Gila and Paka would become the Navy headquarters get-out-of-jail-free cards, as long as the Navy held these. The Zhonghua Empire would have reservations. Otherwise, the Zhonghua Empire's retaliation would become extremely terrifying. Sengoku, take a good look at the true power of the clan. It is truly terrifying. At this time, Shanks stood in Sengoku's office, observing the battle situation with a telescope, feeling a lingering fear. The clan is the king of the seas. No matter how many years pass, Shanks firmly believes this. The Zhonghua Empire should not be underestimated. He came alone, like an army, or even more terrifying than an army, wiping out so many Navy soldiers in just a few minutes. Sengoku's expression turned serious, his face changing dramatically. He also used a telescope to observe the battle situation. Feeling heartbroken, after witnessing the ultimate magic, Skyfall, Sengoku began to believe Shanks' words. The power possessed by the Zhonghua Empire was indeed very frightening. The 16 vice admirals of the Navy headquarters had already suffered considerable casualties, and if this continued, Marineford was very likely to fall. The last wall of defense for the Navy was guarded by Sengoku, Akainu, Kizaru, Aokiji, and the 7 warlords, along with the 4 emperors. The situation was unfavorable for the Navy. Lin Fan, Ains, you are gone, the Undying, was exceptionally strong, and Sengoku had observed Lin Fan, Ains, you are gone for a long time, without discovering any weaknesses. This meant that Lin Fan, Ains, you are gone had no weaknesses at all. Perhaps the Navy could hold on for a while longer, but it would definitely end with the complete destruction of the entire army. If Sengoku did not intervene, the 16 vice admirals might completely disappear. Sengoku, let me go out. This old bone of mine is not afraid of death, Karp said with a low voice, his fists cracking as he looked at his former comrades, one by one falling to Lin Fan, Ains, you are gone. He held his breath, wanting to vent his anger. Karp, don't be so impulsive. Even if you go out now, it won't solve anything. Sengoku pulled Karp back, holding him down. Lin Fan Ain's Uargon's strength was not something Karp could handle, and Sengoku did not let Karp go out because Karp could not solve the problem. Bang! Karp's fist slammed against the wall with a dull sound. Sengoku, if you want to stop me, then make sure not to let me out. I'm afraid I won't be able to help but kill him. Karp's face was serious, filled with pain, and he was now brimming with anger. If he rushed out, he would do many extreme things. As a person with a strong sense of justice, Karp could not tolerate Lin Fan Ain's Uargon killing people. Shanks patted his body, took a step forward, and said to Sengoku, Sengoku, give it up. Even if you all come together, it will not change anything. Shanks, are you leaving? You are one of the 4 emperors. Are you really afraid of the Zhonghua Empire? Seeing this, Sengoku sensed something, his expression heavy. Combining Shanks' words, Sengoku roughly thought it over and concluded that Shanks was leaving and preparing to withdraw. Anyone who still wanted to challenge an opponent they knew was from the clan was utterly foolish. After saying that, Shanks left a sentence and then departed. Sengoku did not stop Shanks. Perhaps Shanks knew something and everyone had their own choices. The 4 Emperors' pirate crew would always be pirates, and the Navy had no authority to keep them. Is the Zhonghua Empire really the clan? By now, even Sengoku couldn't help but stand there in a daze, astonished. Regarding the existence of the clan, even the Navy could not contend with it. Even if Sengoku exerted all his strength, it would not change anything. Just as Shanks had said. Did Shanks escape? Looking at Shanks' departing figure, Whitebeard was somewhat surprised. The 4 Emperors' red-haired Shanks, who possesses the strength to battle Whitebeard, fled when facing Lin Fan and Ain's Ulgown. What does this indicate? On the other side, Lin Fan unleashed a super-level magic, causing the sky to fall, which consumed quite a bit of MP. Releasing super-level magic again would take time. The Navy still has a significant number of troops, and completely breaking through remains a challenge. Among the 4 Emperors, only the Whitebeard pirates, Beast pirates, and Big Mom pirates remain, while the red-haired pirates have retreated entirely. Watching the Navy soldiers swarm like locusts, Lin Fan Ain's Ulgown shook his head and said solemnly, "They really look like a swarm of locusts with this number. Well then, let them take care of you." Summoning Death Knights. In the next moment, Lin Fan waved his hand, and a massive magic circle appeared. Death Knights are legendary undead, belonging to the higher undead category, with exceptional defense and attack power among the undead. As Lin Fan's enormous magic circle emerged, a large number of Death Knights began to appear around him. These Death Knights were tall, clad in pitch-black armor, marching in an orderly manner toward the Navy forces. What is this? An army of the dead? So many of them. Isn't their number a bit excessive? Can we hold them off? Faced with the overwhelming number of Death Knights, the Navy soldiers began to tremble. This dark army of the dead is no joke. The Death Knights are close to the strength of a Vice Admiral, and having so many together is truly frightening. Disperse. Quickly break formation. It's too dangerous. Doberman was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the army of the dead and shouted desperately to the Navy soldiers. These pitch-black Death Knights brought him a terrifying feeling. The power possessed by the Death Knights was even greater than that of the Doberman. If these naval soldiers acted recklessly, it would undoubtedly cause significant losses for the Navy. Advance, flatten Mariejois. Standing behind the Death Knights, Lin Fan Gung waved his hand and shouted loudly. With Lin Fan issuing orders, the Death Knights began to advance. The Death Knights were tireless, felt no pain, and would not be injured, making them perfect for acting as bulldozers to attack Mariejois. Moreover, the number of Death Knights summoned by Lin Fan Gung seemed to be not much less than that of the Navy soldiers. Even if the number of Death Knights was not greater than that of the Navy, the qualitative difference meant that these locust-like naval soldiers would fail and would not affect Lin Fan. Admiral Doberman and the naval soldiers could not resist the army of the dead. Their overall strength was above that of the naval soldiers. If the naval soldiers were to fight against this army, it wouldn't be long before the Navy would be completely annihilated. At this moment, a naval rear admiral reported the situation to Doberman after calculations. Damn, is this the army of the Chinese Empire? How can they be so strong? Doberman looked at the overwhelming and menacing army of Death Knights slowly advancing, a chill running down his spine. Such a powerful army. The naval warriors could not win because they were too strong. Under the mighty death iron cavalry of the Chinese Empire, Doberman had to make a decision quickly. Otherwise, the Navy would be annihilated, all would perish. Now, there was not much time left for Doberman to hesitate. Lin Fan and Ain's Ulgown's Death Knights were already at the gates. At this moment, sweat dripped continuously from Doberman's forehead. He was very nervous. Doberman, don't be nervous. Death is not terrifying. What is terrifying is living without meaning. Ghost Spider patted Doberman's shoulder and said meaningfully. At this time, Fire-Burning Mountain approached and said to Doberman earnestly, "We, the naval vice admirals, are just like this in our lives. If we become cowards out of fear, even if we survive, we won't live happily." Hearing the words of Ghost Spider and Fire-Burning Mountain, Doberman understood that he could not escape. At least as a naval vice admiral, he absolutely could not leave the battlefield. If Doberman became a coward, he would leave behind a name cursed through history, becoming an object of scorn for all, remembered with disdain forever. Ghost Spider and Fire-Burning Mountain said this to boost Doberman's morale and also to express their own thoughts, letting Doberman not worry, as they would accompany him to death. "I understand, thank you." Doberman's tense heart calmed down, and he nodded, expressing gratitude to Ghost Spider and Fire-Burning Mountain. "All naval soldiers, listen up. Standing before you is an enemy the Navy has never faced before. He is very powerful." Doberman took the microphone, took a deep breath, and shouted loudly. Doberman's voice spread throughout Marine Vondo at this moment. Those naval soldiers who feared the Death Knights turned their attention to Doberman. "I do not expect everyone to hold on until the last moment, because the enemy is too strong, but I hope you do not forget that you were once part of the Navy. Now, those willing to die on the battlefield with me, please raise your weapons. Those who want to leave, hurry and go. There's still time." At this point, Doberman had already predicted the outcome. This battle would end in a disastrous defeat for the Navy, and the four Emperor's pirate groups would not fight the Navy until the last moment. The Navy also had no right to require the Four Seas pirate groups to stay. The four Emperor's pirate groups had no obligation to hold the line with the Navy. At this time, Doberman also did not want to use morality to constrain the naval soldiers anymore. He was willing to die in Marine Vondo. "I will not forget that I was once part of the Navy. I take pride in being a Navy member. Even if I die in battle, I will not regret it. I won't retreat either." Doberman's appeal resonated with the naval soldiers. Hearing Doberman's passionate words, if they fled, wouldn't they be telling others they were cowards? Doberman's actions, however, caught Lin Fan and Ains Ulgaun's attention. Wonderful, simply wonderful. Under the strong assault of the Nazarick Death Knights, the Navy can still maintain this awareness. Indeed, it is very interesting. So, to express my respect, let me bring you complete terror. Ains Ulgaun, a character with a negative 500 justice value, would not sympathize with the Navy. The only thing he could do was bring even greater fear to this group of fearless Navy soldiers. The Death Knights were too slow at killing. So Ains Ulgaun decided to use a faster killing spell instead, a tribute to the Dark Fertility Mother. At this moment, a crystal cone in the shape of an inverted triangle appeared in Lin Fan Ulgaun's hand. He extended his bone-like hand and crushed it with a loud shout. In an instant, several magical light arrays appeared around Lin Fan Ulgaun, enveloping his body and emitting a dazzling blue light. The next moment, a cloud of black gas emerged, resembling the aura of death, wrapping around the Navy soldiers. Bang! After the black gas surged out, 30,000 Navy soldiers instantly fell to the ground, all dead in an instant. How vicious! How did he do it, killing 30,000 Navy soldiers with a single strike? This guy's a monster. Damn it, I take back what I said earlier. I'm still afraid of death. After Lin Fan performed the sacrificial magic, those Navy soldiers who were not afraid of death all showed expressions of shock. The Navy's strength was over 100,000. But this number was simply not enough for Lin Fan Ulgaun to kill. With just one move, he had killed 30,000. Run, hurry and run. If you run slowly, you'll be killed. Bastard, don't run so fast, he stepped on my foot. By now, the Navy soldiers had begun to disobey the orders of the Vice Admiral, and under the absolute terror of death, the most primitive reaction of humans is to flee. Clang clang. The Navy soldiers began to discard their helmets and armor, fleeing in all directions, rushing to seize the Navy ships in a frenzy, hoping to escape. They never wanted to be Navy soldiers again in their next lives. Facing such a terrifying enemy, no number of lives would be enough. Ha 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 ha, are you scared now? The real show has just begun. Despair, let the curtain rise. Lin Fan Ulgaun looked at the fleeing Navy and shouted. Whoosh! At this moment, in the sky above Marineford, a massive black sphere appeared, slowly descending to the ground and scattering a large amount of black liquid. Before long, this black liquid engulfed the fallen Navy soldiers, using their bodies to form new bodies of black goat cubs. Baba! Two enormous black goat cubs appeared at the Navy headquarters, and their gigantic bodies were enough to destroy the walls of the headquarters. Anyone standing beneath the black goat cubs would seem insignificant, crushed in a meat paste by them. What exactly is this? What are we truly fighting against? We will die. We will definitely die. When the colossal black goat cubs emerged, the hearts of the Navy soldiers were once again shaken, displaying expressions of disbelief. Their faces blank and eyes hollow. Ains Ulgaun is an enemy that cannot be defeated at all. The decisions made by the Navy headquarters were utterly disastrous. How could they have thought to provoke such an enemy? Feel despair, Navy. All right, my lovely little goats. Show the Navy the power of Ains Ulgaun. At this moment, Lin Fan Gong raised his hands high, showing an excited expression as he shouted, "Boom, boom, boom." As Lin Fan Gong gave the orders, the ground of Mariejois began to tremble. The tonnage of the black goat cub was enough to crush Mariejois, and the Navy soldiers standing on the ground were knocked to the ground, utterly disheveled. Under the absolute power of Anzi Gong, these Navy soldiers had almost no ability to resist. Bah! The black goat cub started to move, and with each step it took, the ground shook violently. Its strength was almost comparable to that of the Sea Kings with the power of the four emperors. In fact, the black goat cub might be even more powerful than the Sea Kings with the power of the four emperors because it was a land creature, and land combat damage was greater than that of naval battles. The black goat cub began to advance, its speed not slow. The black goat cub had 8 legs, each comparable to a giant elephant, and when all 8 moved, the sight was astonishing and made one's scalp tingle. The ground shook violently, dust and smoke rose, and the walls of Mariejois crumbled, engulfed in mist. Several black tentacles on the back of the black goat cub, carrying a weight like a mountain, struck the walls of Mariejois. With just one blow, it shattered the walls of Mariejois. That seemingly indestructible wall appeared so fragile under the black tentacles of the black goat cub. Is this for real? The walls of Mariejois. Even Kaido couldn't break through them. How could this monster do it so easily? Is there anyone who can stop it? The sound of the Mariejois walls crashing to the ground crackled like a demonic sound, lingering in everyone's ears and refusing to dissipate. Everyone's eyes widened, and they began to look pale as they gazed at the black goat cub. The terror brought by the black goat cub to the Navy was chilling. Bah! Once again, the black goat cub continued to emit that spine-chilling sound. At this moment, the black goat cub had already arrived at the city, breaking through layers of defenses and trampling to death all 40,000 Navy soldiers stationed outside the city walls. Now, the black goat cub was ready to push down the enormous walls of Mariejois, leveling them to the ground. Is this the true power of Ains Ulgaun, the Sorcerer King? Major General Doberman's eyes widened in shock. The scene was too horrifying. The hundreds of thousands of Navy soldiers sent by the Navy headquarters could not withstand even 2 hours under the Sorcerer King's hand. This is over 100,000 naval soldiers, over 100,000 Navy, capable of destroying a country. But in front of Ains Ulgaun, they seem so helpless. And all of this is caused by Ains Ulgaun. At this moment, Deo Bowman seems to understand something, and with a self-deprecating smile, he says, Monster, come on, step on me and kill me. Any power, anything, seems so powerless in front of Lin Fan Ains Ulgaun. In this world, perhaps there is no force that could defeat Ains Ulgaun anymore. Baba! At this moment, the black goat cub, standing at a height of 8,000 meters, stretched out its feet, larger than those of a giant elephant, and stomped down hard on the Doberman. Crunch, crunch! The sound of the Doberman being crushed into meat paste echoed, extremely grating. Feel the horror in front of Ains Ulgaun, feel the terror of death. At this moment, Lin Fan was influenced by Ains Ulgaun's emotions and cheered loudly. Lin Fan was extremely excited, looking at the Navy trembling in fear, feeling joy from the bottom of his heart. Ghost Spider looked at the Doberman that was crushed by the black goat cub and sighed. What a powerful force. Why does the Navy provoke something like that? Isn't it better to coexist peacefully? He suddenly felt that the Navy's capture of the apprentice king of the Chinese Empire was a huge mistake. In front of the Chinese Empire, what use is the Navy's weak power? Submitting to the Chinese Empire, submitting to Ains Ulgaun, isn't that a way out? Why does the Navy challenge such a terrifying enemy? Baba! At this moment, the giant feet of the black goat cub finally stepped on the ghost spider, turning him into a meat paste. On the Navy's side, the battle was brutal. Many vice admirals had died, and nearly all of the 16 vice admirals from the headquarters were dead. Under the invincible power of the black goat cub, the Navy felt like weak sheep, pitifully weak. On Lin Fan's side, the system could balance the ordinary cards and also stack their attributes to enhance them. The more ordinary cards Lin Fan obtained, the stronger he would become. In the end, it wouldn't be impossible to deliver a powerful blow using weak, ordinary cards. Damn it, Sengoku. Are you going to make a move or not? If you don't, I'm going to charge down. Karp could no longer hold back, his eyes bloodshot. The Navy had never faced such a devastating defeat, and Karp had never experienced such painful loss. If it weren't for Sengoku holding them back, everyone would have rushed out. Quiet down, I had already anticipated this level of casualties. Sengoku leaned on the table and sighed deeply. When Shanks mentioned the D family, he understood that the Navy had no power to fight the Chinese Empire. In the face of the powerful Chinese Empire, Sengoku's choice was to vent his anger. Sengoku let the Chinese Empire kill some people to release their fury. In this way, the negotiations between Sengoku and the Celestial Empire would not stall, and Jira and Paka would be sent to Mariejois. They would let the Gorosei make the judgment, and Sengoku's worries would be alleviated. In Mariejois, the Navy holds an unyielding power. Marineford ended in a crushing defeat, and Max was already on his way to Mariejois with his men. At this moment, on Max's ship, there was a blue snail phone, and he made a call to Marineford. If someone answered, it meant Marineford was fine. If no one answered, it meant something was wrong. Max waited for 5 minutes, but the phone snail still went unanswered. Is something wrong? Max said with a tense expression, feeling anxious. The lack of an answer gave him a bad premonition. Then, with a ding, Max fell heavily to the ground, unable to get up. At Marineford, he had his best friends, best comrades, and best memories, but now, those are all gone. Max showed an extremely dejected appearance, making anyone who saw him feel very uncomfortable. Lord Max, please prioritize the bigger picture and pull yourself together. You cannot fall now. If you fall, no one can fulfill the task that Admiral Sengoku entrusted to us. One of Max's subordinates stood up and said sternly, if Jira and Paka, these two powerful apprentice kings, lost Max's hypno-fruit, no one would be able to deal with them. Jira and Paka are monsters that can withstand a hit from the 4 emperors and the 7 warlords without dying. If they wake up, it will be a terrifying situation. I understand. Let me be quiet for a moment. Marineford has probably already fallen. Max shook his head, revealing a look of sadness. Meanwhile, in Mariejois, the Gorosei received the notification from Max's phone snail and learned about Jira and Paka. The Gorosei were very clear about the situation at Marineford. Under the strong military power of the Celestial Empire, that place would be leveled to the ground. However, the master of the empty throne, Imu, had a poor attitude towards the Gorosei. The fact that Jira and Paka were sent to Mariejois was not a good thing. The Celestial Empire was a hot potato, and if not handled properly, it would lead to disaster. Damn it. How could those useless fools at headquarters cause such a huge problem? Is it time for the Navy to go to war with the Celestial Empire? Marineford is likely to fall, and that idiot Sengoku actually dared to provoke the Celestial Empire. Has he lost his mind? What to do? The Celestial Empire is a bunch of brutes. If they find out we are hiding the Apprentice Kings, Mariejois will end up like Marineford. At that time, we won't be able to withstand the wrath of the Celestial Empire. Marineford should have fallen. Sengoku has no strength to resist the Celestial Empire, which is why he sent the Apprentice Kings over. That fool Sengoku. I must have him removed and let Akainu take over. He must be getting old and confused. The current issue is how to deal with the Apprentice Kings. Let's hold off on other matters for now. The Gorosei were in an uproar, unhappy that Sengoku had tossed 2 Apprentice Kings their way. The Celestial Empire brought the most primitive fear to the Gorosei, making them uneasy. Yes, even the Gorosei began to feel fear towards the Celestial Empire. It is like an existence that cannot be provoked. Whoever angers the Celestial Empire will poke a hornet's nest and bear the wrath of the Celestial Empire. The wrath of the Celestial Empire is not something anyone can bear. Even the Navy would fear and tremble before it. The Celestial Empire has become a behemoth, like a mountain pressing down on everyone, making it hard to breathe. Imu. We can only tell him about this matter to solve the problem. Who will go and say it? Imu? He doesn't have a good impression of us. Will he care about this? Don't report it to him. He told us not to disturb him. The Gorosei had previously reported matters concerning the Celestial Empire to Imu, but he told them not to disturb him, causing the Gorosei to hesitate and not dare to report to Imu. Although the world government is managed by the Gorosei, their strength is very weak. At most, they're just Imu's henchmen, capable of doing some superficial work. However, if it is a major issue, the Gorosei cannot resolve it without reporting to Imu. This matter is different. He will take care of it. Let's all go. I refuse to believe that if Marineford has been taken, Imu will just sit there without saying a word. The sword-wielding Gorosei predicted that Marineford had already been occupied by the Celestial Empire, and the Navy had no extra strength to contend with the Celestial Empire, resulting in a crushing defeat. Imu is still very terrifying, although the Celestial Empire has performed outstandingly during this time, compared to Imu, who has lived for 800 years. The Gorosei still believe Imu is stronger. After all, the terror of Imu is deeply rooted in the minds of the Gorosei. The Celestial Empire can only be considered a rising star. Compared to Imu, they are still too young. Moreover, from Imu's attitude towards the Celestial Empire, the Gorosei also understood that Imu's attitude towards the Celestial Empire was disdainful. Meanwhile, the Gorosei once again descended into the underground. Imu still sat high on the throne, resting his chin on his hand, looking down at the Gorosei. However, at this moment, Imu's expression seemed very displeased, filled with anger, as he said sternly, "Did I not tell you not to disturb me? Don't come to me unless the world is about to be destroyed. Why do you not seem to understand?" Imu's angry words made the Gorosei tremble, their bodies shaking. "Imu, Lord Imu, the Celestial Empire has already captured Marineford. The Navy headquarters has also been occupied by the Celestial Empire. Sengoku fought desperately to bring 2 people over, and we don't know how to handle it. Please, Lord Imu, guide us." The sword-wielding Gorosei knelt on the ground, speaking in fear. The Gorosei were very afraid now. If Imu became angry, he might kill them. For this monster who had lived for 800 years, killing the Gorosei was just a thought away. This was also the reason the Gorosei were indifferent towards the Celestial Empire. If they went to tell Imu about the Celestial Empire and angered him, it would not end well for them. Ha 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 ha. However, when Imu heard this news, he burst into wild laughter. Imu laughed loudly, looking very pleased. "Lord Imu, what is happening?" The Gorosei were completely confused, their faces filled with surprise. Has Imu gone mad to show such an expression? Marineford has been captured. How can he be so happy? Interesting, it's so interesting. Has that broken place of Marineford finally been defeated? I thought this world was filled with useless trash. After all, a few talents have emerged. Imu's face twisted into a terrifying smile, and upon hearing that Marineford had been occupied by the Celestial Empire, Imu not only showed no sorrow, but instead laughed heartily, and he was very pleased. Seeing Imu laugh, the sword-wielding Gorosei cursed inwardly. "Imu, you madman. How can you be like this? Don't you care at all about Marineford? Many people will die because Marineford was occupied by the Celestial Empire. Are those fallen Navy soldiers not human? How can Imu show no sorrow at all? Brutal tyrant." At this moment, in the hearts of the 5 elders, Imu's image had transformed into that of a tyrant, one who was indifferent to the lives and deaths of Navy soldiers. The next moment, Imu's voice deepened. "You all." At this time, the kneeling 5 elders were terrified, their faces pale and bodies shaking, fearing that Imu was about to punish them. Imu's every word and action had a significant impact on them. "Forget it. Let those 2 people be handed over to rocks. If the other party really manages to conquer Marineford, only rocks can stabilize the situation. You all can leave now." Imu waved his hand impatiently. "Rocks? Didn't he die?" The 5 elders displayed incredulity in their eyes. Rox was the overlord before the era of Roger, and was also the captain of Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. Rox had trained the 4 emperors and had many legendary figures on his ship. The reason Karp became a naval hero was that he defeated Rox. But Karp could only defeat Rox because Rox was poisoned. The ones who poisoned Rox were Charlotte Linlin and Kaido. Enough. The 5 elders had irritated him, who lightly scolded them with an expression of displeasure. "Please do not anger me, Lord Im. We mean no harm. Please forgive us." Seeing I'm angry, the 5 elders quickly knelt down, begging for forgiveness. Their bodies began to tremble all over. If they truly angered him, the consequences would be severe. "Do not disturb my rest. How many slaves have you captured as I instructed?" Im looked at the 5 elders, who were sweating profusely from fear, and waved his hand lightly. Marineford was an ordinary place, and for Im, who had lived for 800 years, it was of no importance. Moreover, after 800 years of baptism, that arrogant personality was no longer visible. What Im desired was only the purest power. Nothing else mattered. 5,000 from Alabasta. 5,000 from Dressrosa. The 5 elders with swords began to report, trembling a bit as they did so. The celestial dragons liked to capture slaves, but this habit seemed to have originated from Im, a twisted taste that had been passed down for hundreds of years. "Lotim, this time we have brought 50,000 slaves from the 170 allied nations," the sword-wielding 5 elders said with trembling voices. Im sat high on his empty throne, not even daring to lift his head to look at him. 50,000? Im mumbled upon hearing this, a glimmer of interest flashing in his eyes, as if only slaves could pique his interest. On the other side, Marine Headquarters Marineford had already been destroyed by Lin Fan and Zuul gone. among the 16 vice-admirals. Some were dead, some were injured, and only a few survived. The Black Goat Cubs stopped attacking, standing still before Sengoku. But Sengoku and the others knew very well that the Black Goat Cubs had only temporarily ceased their attacks. Once Lin Fan and Zhu Ulgon gave the order, these two beasts would turn into human meat bulldozers. Chinese Empire, you have killed so many people. It's time to cool down, Sengoku said gravely, staring at Lin Fan. The two Black Goat Cubs had killed too many people in front of Sengoku, and it was indeed time to calm down. Whitebeard, Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin had not left, but they had already withdrawn their respective pirate crews. Lin Fan's two Black Goat Cubs could only be stopped by the four emperors. Otherwise, they were unstoppable. Foolish, simply foolish. Hearing Sengoku's words, Lin Fan shouted angrily. What? Seeing Lin Fan angry, Sengoku was taken aback. Why did Enzu Ulgon suddenly become angry? I am the Dark Lord. A Dark Lord with a justice value of -500. Humans, do you think that with these dead, you can extinguish Enzu Ulgon's wrath? Lin Fan Enzu Ulgon roared, refusing to accept Sengoku's compromise. For the Dark Lord with a justice value of -500, humans were merely a number. Their lives and deaths did not affect Enzu Ulgon because he could not die. Dark Lord Enzu Ulgon. The two apprentice kings of the Chinese Empire have been captured by the Navy and are currently hidden in a secret location. If you do not want your companions to be harmed, it's best not to have any unpleasant encounters with the Navy. Seeing the negotiation fail, Sengoku immediately played his two trump cards. Jila and Paka should both be people Enzu Ulgon cherished. Sengoku clenched these two cards, positioning himself to be invincible. If the Chinese Empire had a weakness, this was it, and Sengoku had found it. You trash, the Dark Lord fears no power. Such dirty tactics cannot stop my advance. Lin Fan Enzu Ulgon roared again, his voice filled with intense anger. The negotiation had failed. Sengoku, Karp, Aokiji, Kizaru, and Akainu all had grim expressions. The Dark Lord Enzu Ulgon seemed unwilling to halt his steps for the two apprentice kings. If that were the case, how would today's Marine Fort end? Ha ha! Dark Lord of the Chinese Empire, are you really strong? Upon seeing this, Whitebeard began to laugh heartily. Who? The next moment, Whitebeard's Naginata stirred up a gale, heading straight for Lin Fan Enzu Ulgon. Boom! Subsequently, an incredibly heavy aura emanated from Whitebeard. That was Conqueror's Haki. Standing behind Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin said with trepidation. That guy Whitebeard still has strong Haki. He is tough to deal with. Charlotte Linlin had always wanted to replace Whitebeard, but now it seemed better not to take too many risks. Such strong Haki, Whitebeard's Conqueror's Haki, is even stronger than before. Kaido couldn't help but sigh. Whitebeard's Conqueror's Haki, aside from red-haired Shanks, should be the strongest. Coupled with the Tremor fruit, it was not impossible for him to be called the strongest in the sea during his prime. Old man, the Chinese Empire is very formidable. Be careful. Marco, the Phoenix, seeing Whitebeard take action, kindly reminded him. Ever since Marco had lost to the Chinese Empire, he understood how terrifying the Chinese Empire could be when enraged. Old man is the strongest. We have nothing to fear. That's right. As long as the old man is here, we need not worry about anything. The companions behind Marco had great trust in Whitebeard. Although the Chinese Empire had established a formidable reputation in the sea, they firmly believed that Whitebeard was the strongest. Who? At this moment, a cold wind blew through, rustling Whitebeard's clothes. Whitebeard would not allow the Chinese Empire and Lin Fan Enzu Ulgon to advance. Although Lin Fan Enzu Ulgon had destroyed Marine Ford to this extent, Whitebeard still felt no fear, because Whitebeard also possessed that kind of ability. If the Tremor fruit was developed to its limit, shattering the continent could easily be done. Lin Fan Enzu Ulgon said coldly, drawing a blade before the Dark Lord is very impolite. Can I take this as a challenge against the Dark Lord, Whitebeard? Lin Fan did not want to fight Whitebeard, but unexpectedly, Whitebeard came to him. However, it seemed that Whitebeard was not really standing up for the Navy. Ha ha! Although I don't want to make a move against you either, I've heard that the Chinese Empire has harmed my family. As a parent of a foolish son, shouldn't I come to seek some justice? As you say, it does seem so, but we took that thing, so there's no need to explain it to you. Lin Fan, Ains Ulgown, nodded in acknowledgement of Whitebeard's words. To Whitebeard, family was the most important, so when Lin Fan stole the flower sword and the redstone, Whitebeard wanted to confront him about it. But even if it was Whitebeard's possession, so what? Lin Fan took it, so there was no need to explain to Whitebeard. Why should I explain to you? Upon hearing this, Whitebeard's eyes nearly popped out. The Chinese Empire was too arrogant. How bold could they be to speak like that to Whitebeard? Whitebeard was known as the strongest man in the world. Even Shanks, Kaido, or Charlotte Linlin would not dare to speak to Whitebeard in such a manner. Lin Fan, Ain's old gown, standing there, directly uttered such arrogant words, making one wonder if he thought Whitebeard's strength as an emperor was too weak. If I were to fight you with all my strength, it might not be fair. So, let that guy fight you instead. Come out, Demiurge. Subsequently, Lin Fan waved his hand, and a blue summoning circle appeared. Who? In his demon form, Demiurge emerged in his second stage. My Lord Ains, the great supreme being, what is your command? After Demiurge appeared, he knelt respectfully at Lin Fan's feet. Demiurge, fight this man, but don't kill him. Just win. I'm afraid my strength is too great and might kill him. Lin Fan reminded Demiurge after he appeared. Demiurge was a level 100 top-tier demon. If he struck with full force, Whitebeard might not be able to withstand it. Whitebeard's physical attacks might not keep up with Demiurge's healing speed. I see, truly worthy of being the kind-hearted supreme being, because you are so powerful. You let me deal with this man? Demiurge continuously praised upon hearing Lin Fan's words. Who? Whitebeard swung his naginata, creating a chilling wind, and shouted, Chinese Empire. Don't look down on people too much. I am Edward Newgate. Whitebeard had a strong sense of pride. He was challenging Ain's old gown. But Ain sent a subordinate to fight him, which made Whitebeard furious. Clang, as an inferior race. Daring to be so disrespectful to Ain's was a great disrespect in his eyes. Demiurge's long skeletal hand directly grabbed Whitebeard's naginata, producing a sound of refined iron. Whitebeard used all his strength for that strike. So easily, is it going to end like this? After Whitebeard struck, he was momentarily stunned and exclaimed in shock. Old man, be careful. The guy from the Chinese Empire is not normal. Marco the Phoenix shouted from behind, extremely worried. If it weren't for Whitebeard's strong pride, Marco would have wanted to call for Whitebeard to retreat. Demiurge, being a demon, was hard to injure with ordinary attacks. Lin Fan had at least 10 cards now. After attribute enhancement, Demiurge became even stronger. If Whitebeard wanted to leave a scar on Demiurge, he would have to use his full power. Otherwise, Whitebeard's attacks would not keep up with Demiurge's healing speed. I will defeat you here. Marco's concern made Whitebeard feel anxious. He could not lose, as he had family behind him. If he lost here, how could he face everyone? Air shock, air break. Whitebeard threw a punch, and a massive fist formed a sphere of light. If that sphere struck an opponent, it would shatter their bones completely. Moreover, this was without Whitebeard using his full strength. If he did, Whitebeard could even shatter an island. With a rumble, after Whitebeard punched, a huge wave of energy emerged, enveloping his fist. If Demiurge were hit by Whitebeard, he would suffer severe damage. Demon manifestation, garb of purgatory. At that moment, flames of red lotus surrounded Demiurge. The red lotus fire was summoned from hell and was not ordinary fire, but hellfire. This flame, when Whitebeard swung his fist, it felt as if his hands had been bitten by a venomous snake, and he exclaimed in astonishment. Whitebeard looked incredulously at the scene. Hellfire was different from ordinary flames. Although he had withdrawn his hands, the pain from the fire snake did not dissipate, as if it were still burning. Even if Whitebeard did not get closer to Demiurge's hellfire, the flames still existed and would not extinguish. Have you finally realized? My hellfire will harm you, even if you have absolute resistance to flames. Because hellfire is not ordinary fire. Demiurge slowly spoke, very confident in his hellfire. Ha ha ha. So it's hellfire. No wonder it hurts so much. However, if you think this will make you invincible, you are very mistaken. When Whitebeard heard Demiurge mention hellfire, his expression slightly changed. But the next moment, he was filled with fighting spirit. Behind Whitebeard stood his family. He could not afford to lose. Air shock, air break. Once again, Whitebeard used his devil fruit, this time with all his strength, and the sphere of light grew larger than before. With a loud bang, Whitebeard struck Demiurge fiercely with the tremor fruit. Although Demiurge was protected by hellfire, Whitebeard surprisingly endured the burning pain of the hellfire and landed a heavy punch on Demiurge. At this moment, the energy began to dissipate, centered around Demiurge, and the ground started to shake, dust rising everywhere. The power of the was fully manifested at this moment. Marineford began to sway, and the ground became very unstable. What a huge commotion. Old man Whitebeard is indeed strong. Will we win? The captains of the Whitebeard pirates were all excited. Since the Chinese Empire intervened, there had been no turning point in the situation. But now, it seemed that because of Whitebeard's appearance, there was a slight change. Then, as the dust cleared, Demiurge reappeared, his left arm already gone, having been crushed by Whitebeard's punch. He only lost one arm and didn't die. Whitebeard looked at Demiurge, who was standing still, with a surprised expression. That punch was enough to crush a giant dragon. Yet, Demiurge's only lost an arm. It was hard for Whitebeard to accept. When did he become so weak? Huh. At this moment, Lin Fan waved his hand and asked, Demiurge, do you need me to step in? No, Great Supreme One, there's no need to trouble you with this. Let me handle this guy, Lord Ains. Demiurge remained confident, showing no fear of Whitebeard. Demiurge appeared self-assured, despite Whitebeard's Tremor fruit being quite powerful. In the New World, Whitebeard used the Tremor fruit to intimidate others, and through it, he became known as the strongest man in the world. However, seeing Demiurge's confidence, Lin Fan felt it might be inappropriate to let him back down, as it could undermine Demiurge's morale. Ahem, since Demiurge didn't want my help, I'll just watch you defeat Whitebeard from the sidelines. Lin Fan shook his head and spoke slowly. Undermining Demiurge was not something Ains Ulgown should do, as the master of the Great Tomb of Nazarick. Allowing his subordinates to showcase their abilities was also part of Ains' duty. Thank you very much, Lord Ains, for accepting my willful request. Now, let me bring victory for you, Lord Ains. Demiurge knelt on one knee, extremely respectfully. With a clap, Demiurge brushed off the dust from his body, smiled slightly, and then grinned wickedly at Whitebeard, saying, although I don't really want anyone to see me like this, you indeed have the qualification for it. Third form. In the next moment, Demiurge's body began to writhe, his limbs elongated, and his body turned crimson. A mass of scarlet flames enveloped Demiurge entirely, placing him in a sea of fire. Demiurge, the creator of Hellfire, transformed into his third form, his appearance becoming grotesque, resembling a demon of fire, filled with malevolence. The arm that Whitebeard had broken was already regenerated. The red demon's muscles were as hard as beast hide, impervious to blades and bullets, and a pair of wings unfolded from his back, replacing his original demon tail. His limbs grew larger, but his head became monstrous, instilling dread. A massive amount of magical power began to surge from Demiurge, his overwhelming magical energy filling him with hellfire. What? Whitebeard's expression changed drastically. Demiurge's state was different from before. This overwhelming hellfire, akin to a raging inferno, was something even Whitebeard wouldn't dare to face head-on. Just a moment ago, Whitebeard had endured a bite from hellfire that caused him considerable pain, and now facing such a massive amount of hellfire would likely lead to his demise. Hellfire burned the soul, and only those with powerful souls could withstand a portion of it. But with Demiurge's third form, Whitebeard could no longer endure. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, Demiurge was engulfed in a vast amount of hellfire, a flame far more terrifying than ordinary fire, one that scorched the soul. Those with weak souls would be instantly incinerated. Step back, don't approach. That flame is extremely terrifying. Even if I get a bit too close, I might be burned to death. Sengoku felt a deep fear from the depths of his soul and shouted in terror, forbidding Akainu and the others from assisting. For some reason, as Sengoku looked at Lin Fan, Ains Ulgown, and Demiurge in his third form, he felt a strange emotion, one that made him think that continuing to oppose Ains Ulgown might lead to experiencing something more terrifying than death. The identity of Lin Fan as the Dark Lord was likely real. Otherwise, how could he be so strong? After today, the Chinese Empire would create a new myth belonging to the Dark Lord Ains Ulgown. Was that the superior flame of magma? At this moment, Akainu felt a call from the depths of his soul, the hellfire of Demiurge making him tremble all over. With just a natural magma fruit, Akainu could never match Demiurge. That was a flame that even the freezing fruit could not extinguish. How could such a thing exist in this world? Aokiji also felt the fear of Demiurge from the depths of his soul, completely stunned. This was the first time Aokiji realized that water could not extinguish fire, and he was tormented by this cruel reality. The power displayed by Demiurge was too terrifying. Perhaps now, with Demiurge alone, he could wipe out everyone in Marineford. And even Aokiji and Akainu could not stop him. All right, it's time to fight. My current strength, speed, and defense are several times what they used to be. Demiurge, carrying the hellfire, began to approach Whitebeard. His flames, capable of burning souls, made Whitebeard take several steps back as soon as he got close. The Crimson Hellfire is a high-level flame, said to be the fire that punishes the sins of the demons in hell, as long as the soul does not perish. The Crimson Hellfire will continue to burn. Ordinary water cannot extinguish it at all. Wait a minute, Whitebeard said, seeing Demiurge engulfed in Crimson Hellfire, a look of horror appearing on his face. At this moment, a new thought arose in Whitebeard's mind. He absolutely must not let himself come into contact with the Crimson Hellfire. In an instant, Demiurge disappeared and reappeared right in front of Whitebeard, the distance between them no more than half a meter. How can your speed be so fast? Whitebeard gasped, his heart racing suddenly upon witnessing this scene. Demiurge's speed gave a single impression. It was incredibly fast. Now, the explosive power of Demiurge's speed was not inferior to Kizaru's, and just moments ago, Whitebeard had thought it was Kizaru coming, but in reality, it was Demiurge. Did I not say? My current strength, speed, and defense are several times what they were before, Demiurge said indifferently, looking at Whitebeard with a cold gaze devoid of emotion. Wait a second. Great Dark Lord, perhaps this is a misunderstanding. Could you please let go of Whitebeard? Sengoku shouted, his emotions agitated. Whitebeard could not die just yet. As one of the four emperors, he was a key figure in stabilizing the seas. If Whitebeard were to die at the hands of the Chinese Empire, the situation in the seas would become even more chaotic. The influence of the Chinese Empire on the seas was destined to grow larger. But all Sengoku could do was to diminish that influence. At least, to reduce it to a reasonable level that everyone could accept. Lord Ains. How dare these lower-class humans make demands of Lord Ains? I suggest we kill them immediately. Sengoku's words displeased Demiurge. Ains Ulgaon was a greatly revered existence in Demiurge's heart. How could lowly humans like Sengoku have the qualifications to negotiate with Ains Ulgaon? Damn it. Does this demon only know how to kill? Marco the Phoenix felt a chill as he saw the crazed Demiurge. The Dark Lord's unwillingness to compromise was something Sengoku had not anticipated. Originally, Sengoku thought that capturing Jira and Paka would be enough to restrain Lin Fan, but unfortunately, that did not work. Ains Ulgaon would not accept any threats, and Sengoku's actions were undoubtedly digging his own grave. Cough, cough. Demiurge, let's hear what they have to say first. Lin Fan coughed twice and said in a deep voice, As you command, Lord Ains. Demiurge nodded and stepped back, his third form being released at that moment. The Crimson Hellfire was not something everyone could endure. Just getting close to that flame would make one's soul tremble. Lin Fan's actions relieved everyone. They finally did not have to face the Crimson Hellfire, which was incredibly terrifying. Just a slight touch could result in immediate demise. However, at this moment, all four emperors stood in front of Lin Fan with unfriendly expressions. Charlotte Linlin and Kaido seemed to sense that Whitebeard was about to lose and were ready to lend him a hand. Whitebeard, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, you all step back. Sengoku shouted angrily at the four emperors. Would Whitebeard, Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin standing in front of Lin Fan make him feel uncomfortable? This is something Sengoku must have considered. If Lin Fan feels uncomfortable, how can Sengoku negotiate with this supreme being? Sengoku, you? Whitebeard was taken aback, not expecting Sengoku to reprimand him for Lin Fan's sake. Damn it, I won't step back. Sengoku, are you looking for a fight? I'm helping you, and you dare to ask me to step down? Sengoku's actions made Kaido and Charlotte Linlin very uncomfortable. After all, they're the four emperors. How could they give way to Lin Fan? Step back. Don't provoke the Lord of Darkness. You standing there is not suitable for negotiation. Sengoku shook his head and said flatly, Whitebeard, Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin can pose a threat in terms of combat power. If they stand there, how can Sengoku negotiate? Sengoku wanted to create a quiet negotiating environment for Lin Fan, ideally one where both parties could reach an agreement. Lord Ains, do you need me to kill these lowly races? They disrespect Lord Ains, which is a death penalty. Demiurge once again asked for permission, wanting to kill the four emperors using the Red Lotus Hellfire. It wouldn't take much time for Demiurge to eliminate the four emperors. Hurry up, go. This monster's fire is not ordinary fire. Even Whitebeard wouldn't dare to touch it. I can't be careless either. Upon hearing Demiurge's words, the four emperors immediately fell silent and quickly fled. There's no way around it. The Chinese Empire is too strong. Even now, the four emperors must give face, otherwise, they can expect to be dealt with by the Chinese Empire. Demiurge, you did well. Next, I want to hear how the Navy intends to handle this matter. Lin Fan waved his hand, expressing his approval to Demiurge. Sengoku, Garp, Aokiji, Kizaru, and Akainu were all very nervous. This negotiation was related to the survival of the Navy. The walls of Marine Ford had already been breached by the Chinese Empire, and such a dilapidated Marine Ford had lost all its dignity. The Navy no longer dared to act arrogantly in front of the Chinese Empire. If they didn't hand over Gila and Paka, the Navy might be wiped out in an instant by the Lord of Darkness, Ains Ulgaon. However, Gila and Paka had already been sent to the Holy Land Mariejois by Max. What should they do now? Should they ask Max to bring them back? Or would the Gore CI agree? In an instant, the Navy found itself in a very awkward position. Cough, Ains Ulgaon. My name is Ains Ulgaon. Then, Your Excellency Ains Ulgaun, I now represent the Navy government to express our sincere apologies regarding the Navy's kidnapping of the two apprentice kings of the Chinese Empire. However, I want to say that we have our reasons for doing so. Sengoku's expression was serious. One could tell from his face that he was feeling anxious. The burden of the Navy rested entirely on Sengoku's shoulders, making him feel oppressed. But there was no other option. Only Sengoku could solve this problem, as he was the strategist. Reasons? Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Lin Fan frowned. Let's hear it. If I find out it's just flowery words. Sengoku, I believe you know what the consequences will be. The next moment, Lin Fan's expression turned serious. Although he knew Sengoku was speaking nonsense, he still wanted to wait for Sengoku to finish speaking before dealing with the Navy. The establishment of the Chinese Empire, the Navy assisted in that. At this moment, Sengoku took a deep breath and said solemnly, the Navy has no way out. Apart from feigning cooperation with the Chinese Empire, there is no other path. Resistance? Attack? Those are all dead ends. Besides negotiating with the Chinese Empire, the Navy has no choice. Lin Fan recalled the devil fruit debt owed by Sengoku and reminded him, so, the Navy acknowledges the establishment of the Chinese Empire. When will you repay the debt of the devil fruits you owe to the Chinese Empire? We will repay it. We will definitely repay it, and we will also offer the heavenly gold to the Chinese Empire. The devil fruits at Navy headquarters have all been given to the celestial dragons, and preparations for the heavenly gold are already underway. It won't be long before a large number of devil fruits are gathered to be offered to the Chinese Empire. Sengoku broke out in a cold sweat. Talking to Ains Ulgaun was exhausting. Sengoku felt the pressure from Ains Ulgaun at every moment, and if he was not careful, he would have to bear Ains Ulgaun's wrath. Oh, hearing Sengoku say this, Lin Fan fell into deep thought. Heavenly gold is a treasure offered by 170 member countries to the celestial dragons, including devil fruits, gold, berries, and a large number of slaves. If Lin Fan were to obtain the heavenly gold from the celestial dragons, he could gather the source power to leave the pirate world. Is that so? Then it is worth looking forward to. However, how will you explain the matter of Gila and Paka to me? Sengoku's move made it difficult for Lin Fan to get angry. Since Sengoku agreed to hand over the heavenly gold, now is not the time for Lin Fan to tear his face with Sengoku. But Lin Fan could not forgive the matter regarding Gila and Paka. Lord Ains Ulgaun, don't you think the Navy is in a weak position regarding this matter? The two lords, Gila and Paka, are not in any life-threatening danger. We can guarantee that Gila and Paka can communicate with you. But if the Chinese Empire goes back on its word and swallows the Navy, who do we talk to? The two lords, Gila and Paka, are esteemed guests of the Navy. Once the Navy establishes a deep friendship with the Chinese Empire, we will naturally hand them over. Sengoku truly proved himself to be a strategist. At this critical moment, he immediately came up with a countermeasure. Sengoku still couldn't hand over Gila and Paka. He had to wait until the Navy and the Chinese Empire became familiar with each other before daring to hand them over. Otherwise, if the Chinese Empire turned hostile, what would Sengoku do? Sengoku had to consider all aspects before daring to sign an agreement with the Chinese Empire. This time, the Navy must make a concession. The five elders are unreliable, and Sengoku can only rely on himself to resolve the situation. Ding dong. The host triggers a mission to establish the real power of the Chinese Empire. Mission prompt. The Navy is preparing to feign cooperation with the host, secretly plotting actions, and does not sincerely want to cooperate with the Chinese Empire. To successfully establish the Chinese Empire, the host must crush the Navy's conspiracy and consolidate the real power of the Chinese Empire. Mission prompt. Make the Navy obey the great Chinese Empire and willingly serve the Chinese Empire. Mission deadline, none. Mission reward, golden lottery. Just as Lin Fan was about to speak, the system's prompt sounded. Sengoku, as expected, had ulterior motives. Hearing the system's prompt, Lin Fan frowned and looked at Sengoku with a bit more disdain. A good proposal. Gila and Paka can stay in the Navy. However, the number of devil fruits from the sky gold must not be less than 500. Lin Fan figured out the Vashito-level phantoms are not so easy to kill. Even if all four emperors took action, it would be quite difficult, so why should Lin Fan worry? 500 devil fruits. Upon hearing 500 devil fruits, Sengoku's expression suddenly froze. The heavenly gold tribute comes from 170 member countries, but the number of devil fruits supplied by these 170 member countries is only between 500 and 800. Lin Fan's intention to take a large number of devil fruits as soon as he arrives is to force the Navy and the celestial dragons to turn against each other. Lin Fan played this hand very skillfully. He forced the Navy to break ties with the Celestial Dragons, making them choose between the Chinese Empire or the Celestial Dragons. With this approach, it was impossible for the Navy to negotiate with the Celestial Dragons. The quantity of 500 devil fruits was non-negotiable. Sengoku, you seem strange. Don't you want to give the Chinese Empire 500 devil fruits? Suddenly, Lin Fan's authoritative voice appeared in Sengoku's ears. Lord Ain's old gown, you misunderstand. How can I not want to give the Chinese Empire devil fruits? Is that so? Then I will look forward to it, Lin Fan said in a deep voice, displaying authority. It was indeed very appropriate to negotiate with the Navy under the identity of Ain's old gown. Sengoku wanted to fool Lin Fan. But how could Lin Fan let him have his way? If Sengoku didn't provide those 500 devil fruits, Lin Fan guaranteed he would make him understand why the flowers are so red. On the other side, in a dim corridor, the 5 elders were taking Max, Gila, and Paka to a mysterious island. Rocks was a forbidden existence. Even 40 or 50 years ago, mentioning rocks wasn't something to be taken lightly. Unlike Roger, Rocks was brutal and merciless, showing no sympathy for his subordinates and being extremely cruel, as exemplified by Kaido. He didn't want to become a modified human, but Rocks captured Kaido and directly modified him, causing Kaido significant aftereffects. This is why Kaido sought revenge against Rocks. Similarly, Rocks had also acted cruelly towards Charlotte Linlin. Him gave the 5 elders a location on Winter Island, which was Rocks' residence. Is Rocks still alive? Max sat on the ship with a terrified expression, feeling anxious. Max came from the era of Rocks and was relatively familiar with him. Rocks was known as the Demon Eye Madman, liked to wear a red bandana, and would fall into a frenzy when killing, showing no mercy to either companions or the Navy, which is why he was called the Demon Eye, killing like a demon, evil to the point of being horrifying. Moreover, when Rocks was excited from killing, his eyes would shine with a ghostly light, hence the title Demon Eye Madman. Max, are you really that timid? You only have 1 letter of difference from Rocks. How can you be so different from him? The 5 elders teased the timid Max. Although Rocks had a notorious reputation, that was in the past. After M's intervention, there shouldn't be much of a problem, which is why the 5 elders weren't too afraid. How could that be? That guy is Rocks. Mux replied somewhat speechlessly. A person like Rocks would always be a demon, no matter the era. Another of the 5 elders scolded, we're about to land. If you keep dawdling, just stay on the ship. M sent the 5 elders to find Rocks. And Rock's strength should be enough to suppress Gila and Paka. Even if Gila and Paka woke up, Rocks could still capture them. Therefore, the 5 elders didn't really need Max at this moment. Max shook his head and calmly said, I should go along. The task Sengoku entrusted to Max was something he had to complete. After so many people died at Marineford, if Max fled out of fear, he would not be worthy of those fallen comrades. Soon, the 5 elders took Max up, and due to the hypnosis fruit, Gila and Paka became very docile. What is this? So many images. Are these images real? Oh my, I saw a younger version of myself in there. I can't believe such things exist here. 5 minutes later, when the 5 elders and Max arrived on Rocks Island, they were stunned by the scene before them. Max, who was beside the 5 elders, also frowned tightly. Here, Max saw countless halos, which displayed numerous images, as if they were living historical documents. Scenes from the Rocks era to the Roger era, and then to the period of the 4 emperors, all appeared. The most frightening thing was that Max even discovered himself among them. At this moment, a hoarse voice emerged. Did him send you to find me? Rocks walked out from within. Max was astonished to see Rocks coming out from those glowing circles. Him could directly contact Rocks, and he had already informed Rocks about the 5 elders coming to find him. Now that Rocks saw the appearance of the 5 elders, he did not show any hostility. Otherwise, given Rox's character, it would be unlikely that the 5 elders and Max would return unscathed. Were these things? One of the 5 elders, holding a sword, looked at Rox with a suddenly raised voice. The time-space tunnel contains an unknown space in each tunnel, and those who can freely traverse the time-space tunnel are users of the time-space fruit ability. At this point, Rox began to explain, slowly speaking. Time-space tunnel? The 5 elders' expressions changed drastically as they looked at those glowing circles in shock. If Rox is a user of the time-space fruit, does that mean his ability is to traverse time and space? The time-space fruit is generally classified as a natural-type devil fruit, and it is indeed a natural type among natural types. At this moment, Rox said to the 5 elders, "Give me these 2 guys. I want to throw them into the time-space tunnel, where they will sleep forever. Are you going to kill them?" Max was slightly taken aback, surprised. Did Rox mean to kill both Gila and Paka? As long as I don't open the time-space tunnel, what's the difference between them and being dead? Hearing Max's words, Rox smiled softly. The time-space fruit is very powerful, In addition to allowing Rox to freely travel through time and space, it also grants him immortality. Rox stopped his own time and halted the flow of time. Only someone who has consumed the time-space fruit can achieve this state of suspended time flow. Time and space constitute Rox, which is one possibility. Apart from this possibility, many chaotic time and space can arise. If Rox stops his own possibility, then he will not die. These possibilities can be summarized as doors. Rox closes his own door and opens other doors, as long as his own door is not destroyed. Even if he is killed, he will not die. In a sense, Rox is immortal. What a terrifying devil fruit. Max shivered at the sight of the time-space fruit. It was simply too overpowered. No wonder the Gorosei looked down on the Chinese Empire. Rox with such a terrifying devil fruit. Why would you hide in this place and not go out? The Gorosei with sword were a bit confused. Rox is certainly not a good person. How could he hide here with such a powerful devil fruit? That's abnormal. The Gorosei all took a few steps back. The title Demon Eye Madman given to Rox is already spine-chilling, and now with the addition of the time-space fruit, it is even more terrifying. Don't worry, we are all in the same boat. Although I have eaten the time-space fruit, I still cannot resist in front of him. That guy is the real monster. The panic of the Gorosei reminded Rox of his previous memories. Rox indeed died, but shortly after, he was revived by him, and was very interested in Rox and gave him a time-space fruit to eat. After eating the time-space fruit, Rox immediately wanted to rebel, but him had absolute control over him. In front of him, Rox was like someone bound by sea stone, unable to exert any strength. Holding the time-space fruit, Rox was essentially powerless in front of him. Just how strong is him? Even Rox is so helpless in front of him. How dangerous. Luckily, we did not resist him. Otherwise, the Gorosei felt a deep fear upon hearing Rox's words. For the first time, they learned about his strength from someone else. But this understanding made them dare not show the slightest disrespect towards him. A month later, the Chinese Empire successfully founded its nation, becoming the second largest power comparable to the world government on the seas, and the Navy government became an affiliate of the Chinese Empire, wholeheartedly assisting the Chinese Empire. In the past month, the 7 warlords and the 4 emperors have made no statements or expressed any opinions, allowing the Chinese Empire to smoothly become the giant of the seas and dominate the ocean. However, vaguely, those pirates in the New World have sensed a bloody storm brewing. Have you heard? The Navy, which has been chasing after pirates relentlessly, has actually become a subordinate of the Chinese Empire. The Navy now seems less interested in catching pirates and more focused on collecting devil fruits. Yes, I heard that Akainu, Kizaru, Aokiji, and Sengoku have fallen out with Mariejois, and that side no longer recognizes them as the Navy. Sigh, it's hard to understand. Too much has happened in the sea recently. I must say, the Chinese Empire is truly incredible, forcing the Navy to collect devil fruits. Shoo, keep your voice down. There are Navy nearby. If they hear you, be careful of getting caught. Huh? The Navy, even the 4 emperors don't dare to speak out against the Chinese Empire. Do I really need to be afraid of the Navy? The Navy's ruling position is declining, and a large number of dissatisfied pirates are beginning to slander them. Among this group of people, there is a particularly active guy, Marshal D. Teach. Marshal D. Teach is also one of the D family, with the blood of the land of D flowing in his veins, but he has forgotten those things. The current Marshal D. Teach is preparing to hatch a conspiracy. He laughs. Who would have thought the Chinese Empire has become so famous? I originally thought that obtaining the dark fruit would help me get by, but who knew that even with the dark fruit, I still can't manage. The Chinese Empire, it all comes from the Chinese Empire. The Chinese Empire doesn't have the power of the devil fruit, but that power makes me yearn for it. Blackbeard chuckles, but inside he feels bitter. He is a man with great ambition, willing to go to any lengths to achieve his goals. To obtain the dark fruit, Blackbeard willingly lurked in the Whitebeard pirates for many years, showing how deep his concealment was. But now he has started to disdain the dark fruit. Compared to the power of the Chinese Empire, the dark fruit seems somewhat trivial. Since I can't dominate the sea with the dark fruit, I might as well go to the Chinese Empire, and then, like in the past, be a traitor and take away the treasures of the Chinese Empire. Blackbeard took a sip of alcohol, laughing to himself. At this moment, a plan has already taken root in Blackbeard's heart, a plan as dangerous as when he lurked in the Whitebeard pirates. Meanwhile, Lin Fan left Marineford and was resting by the sea, comfortably soaking up the sun on the beach. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for triggering the Deter Blackbeard mission. Blackbeard has malicious intentions towards the Chinese Empire, pretending to ally with it while secretly causing destruction. As the leader of the Chinese Empire, the host cannot allow this to happen. The host must give Blackbeard a deep lesson, making him understand that the dignity of the Chinese Empire is not to be desecrated. Task reminder. Those who offend China must be punished, no matter how far. Task reminder. Please make Blackbeard experience hellish pain. Task reward. Common card. Suddenly, the system's prompt sounded in Lin Fan's mind. Blackbeard, that guy, dares to cause destruction? Lin Fan's expression became serious upon hearing the system's voice. It would have been fine if Lin Fan didn't seek trouble with Blackbeard, but Blackbeard actually dared to provoke him. It was simply outrageous. Everyone knows Blackbeard's intentions. And how could Lin Fan not know what Blackbeard wants to do? Blackbeard, since you want to come, then I will wait for you. At this moment, Lin Fan's eyes began to shimmer with a cold light. The Chinese Empire had indeed become a colossal entity, but it wasn't something that anyone could easily disrupt. Since Blackbeard wanted to challenge the Chinese Empire, Lin Fan would let him experience the fear of death. The next day, at the Marineford port, several men dressed in justice uniforms stood at the door of the Marine headquarters, respectfully saying, "Your Highness, the Demon King, there is a man named Marshal D. Teach at Marineford port who requests to meet with Sengoku." Sengoku, Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru had quietly left Marineford, whereabouts unknown. While Marineford had turned into a garrison location for the Chinese Empire, Lin Fan could see clearly what the Navy was doing. They were not genuinely interested in cooperating with the Chinese Empire and were secretly plotting something. Marineford now resembled an empty city, a city abandoned by the Navy. But none of that mattered. Lin Fan only needed to obtain 500 devil fruits. As for what tricks the Navy wanted to play, Lin Fan didn't care. If Sengoku didn't give Lin Fan the heavenly gold, Lin Fan would definitely pick up the butcher's knife and once again wash the Navy in blood. Let him wait. I will have someone from the Chinese Empire receive him. Yes, yes. The Navy standing at the door did not dare to push open the big door. The Demon King was said to be a merciless demon who kills without blinking. If possible, they preferred not to meet him. The Navy, upon receiving Lin Fan's orders, immediately ran out without daring to delay even for a moment. Meanwhile, Lin Fan sat in Sengoku's office, murmuring to himself, "Who should I send to receive that guy?" Tenda Pain, Uchiha Bito, Zaraki Kenpachi, Gilgamesh were all very powerful cards. Who would be suitable to meet Blackbeard with these cards? At the same time, outside Marineford port, Blackbeard stood there straight, motionless. Haha, let the darkness consume you, Chinese Empire. After that, Blackbeard took a jug of wine and began to drink, boasting. Having obtained the dark fruit, Blackbeard's confidence surged, wanting to replace the Chinese Empire and gain its power. Although Blackbeard did not know what powerful forces the Chinese Empire possessed, he felt that with careful observation, he could find out. Not long after, a group of Navy personnel arrived in front of Blackbeard and said to him, "Marshal D. Teach. The Demon King said await here. He will send someone to receive you." Wait? Upon hearing the Navy's words, Blackbeard's eyes narrowed as he fell into deep thought. Did the Chinese Empire discover something that made them have Blackbeard wait here? How long would the Chinese Empire make him wait? Blackbeard showed signs of impatience and began to question. The Demon King asked you to wait, so just wait slowly. That's all. The Navy personnel didn't explain further to Blackbeard, directly leaving those words before departing. Damn Chinese Empire. How big do they think their face is that they make me wait here for so long? Hearing the Navy's words, Blackbeard started to panic. The Chinese Empire told him to wait. How long would he have to wait? Was it really that hard to see the Chinese Empire now? These Navy men are following the example of the Celestial Empire, and Blackbeard can't help but want to kill them. However, the Celestial Empire is too powerful, so Blackbeard has to endure it. Time passes little by little, and after 3 hours of waiting, Blackbeard is getting annoyed. The Celestial Empire still hasn't sent anyone. At this point, Blackbeard is furious. The arrogant Celestial Empire is toying with me? No matter how you look at it, Blackbeard possesses strength close to that of the 4 emperors. Is this the attitude of the Celestial Empire? Just then, footsteps are heard behind Blackbeard. I heard someone is looking for the Celestial Empire. Is that you? At this moment, Lin Fan uses a card for 1 power, which belongs to the strongest superpower user. The power of vector manipulation makes Lin Fan feel it is very useful. Therefore, Lin Fan uses this card to deal with Blackbeard. Haha, the Celestial Empire has such great face, making me wait so long and only sending out a small minion. Can't the Mage King come out? Seeing the short figure of 1 power, Blackbeard feels that the Celestial Empire is looking down on him and is a bit angry. I am not some insignificant ant. My name is 1 power, remember it well. Blackbeard's words make Lin Fan feel quite disgusted, so he's also a bit angry. Lin Fan made Blackbeard wait so long because he knows Blackbeard doesn't have good intentions. to give Blackbeard a warning and show that the Celestial Empire is not so easily trifled with. He made him wait this long. Otherwise, Lin Fan would have come out much earlier. I am not some insignificant person. Ha ha. Is the Celestial Empire joking? Sending out such a little guy. Is there no one else? Blackbeard mocks Lin Fan, one power. The Celestial Empire made him wait so long that it angered Blackbeard. At this moment, Lin Fan and Blackbeard are at a standstill, ready to fight at any moment. If it weren't for the Mage King's orders, I would have killed you already. Now speak. What do you want with the Celestial Empire? I am not very patient. Lin Fan, one power, glares and speaks sternly. One power can crush Blackbeard. Even if he couldn't before, with so many cards now, his attributes have also increased enough to crush him. So arrogant. Blackbeard can't help but exclaim in surprise. From Lin Fan, Blackbeard sees arrogance and pride. This feeling makes Blackbeard very uncomfortable. But the next moment, Blackbeard still speaks. I want to join the Celestial Empire. You should call the Mage King. It wouldn't be appropriate for you to discuss this matter. The Mage King is the backbone of the Celestial Empire. The Battle of Marineford was the Mage King's famous battle, breaking down the walls of Marineford, killing 16 vice-admirals, and forcing the Navy to sign an unequal treaty. These have become legends. That's why Blackbeard is not interested in one power. The person he is looking for is the Mage King. Can someone who spends all day with minions uncover the secrets of the Celestial Empire? Blackbeard is not here to search for devil fruits. He is here to take the Celestial Empire's treasures and investigate the Celestial Empire. But what can he investigate from a minion? No need. The Mage King is busy with affairs of state. It's not something you can just meet. If you want to join the Celestial Empire, it's not impossible. But why should you think you can join the Celestial Empire? What did you say? Hearing Lin Fan's words, Blackbeard is genuinely taken aback. Arrogant. Lin Fan is too arrogant. Blackbeard has lived for over 40 years and has never seen someone so arrogant. Even after eating the dark fruit, he wouldn't dare to be as arrogant as Lin Fan. In these seas, there are too many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Even Blackbeard wouldn't dare to walk sideways. Yet Lin Fan, one power, dares. Haha, I am a user of the dark fruit. The dark fruit can absorb all matter. No matter what. As long as it touches the darkness of the dark fruit, its power will be absorbed. With this, I should be able to join the Celestial Empire. Right? Blackbeard takes a sip of the strong rum from his waist and laughs loudly. The dark fruit makes Blackbeard very proud, which is why he killed Sachi and seized what is known as the strongest devil fruit. At the same time, after obtaining the dark fruit, Blackbeard's body can also contain other fruits, using them for himself. The dark fruit, relying on darkness, is very difficult to become the strongest fruit. The ability to contain is the strongest aspect of the dark fruit. As for how many devil fruits it can contain, it depends on the host constitution. Generally, a user of the dark fruit can contain up to 3 devil fruits, and Blackbeard's second devil fruit he wants is the quake fruit. Unfortunately, he has no opportunity. Otherwise, Blackbeard would have already targeted Whitebeard. No, you're too weak. The people of the Celestial Empire have never been this weak. If you want to join the Celestial Empire with this little strength, it would embarrass the Celestial Empire. Hearing Blackbeard's words, Lin Fan shakes his head and firmly rejects him. When Lin Fan says this, Blackbeard's expression changes drastically, becoming even darker. Too weak? Blackbeard is not far from the 4 emperors now. Could he be weak? After eating the dark fruit, if Blackbeard were to swallow a quake fruit or a flame fruit, he would be above the royal level. How could he be weak? Lin Fan's words deeply stimulate Blackbeard, dealing a severe blow to his self-esteem. Haha, shorty, you think I'm weak? Do you want to try me? At this moment, Blackbeard's tone had changed, gradually becoming cold. At the same time, black smoke began to emanate from his arm, transforming into a pitch-black dagger, its blade glinting menacingly at Lin Fan's neck, seemingly indicating that Blackbeard would slice Lin Fan in half. The atmosphere suddenly shifted, becoming tense. Ha, kid. Your life will be taken by me, Marshal D. Teach. Blackbeard grinned the next moment. Since Lin Fan's side refused to recognize the situation, Blackbeard felt no need to show him any mercy. After all, if Blackbeard killed Lin Fan, he could easily find an excuse to brush it off. How could someone as magnanimous as the Magic King care about the death of a lackey? In Blackbeard's eyes, Lin Fan was just a temperamental little lackey. Such a person wouldn't matter even if they died. Darkness is gravity, capable of absorbing any power. Be consumed by darkness, little lackey. Blackbeard's eyes sparkled with excitement as he shouted. Dark water. The dark water appeared, a stream of pitch-black liquid darkness continuously bubbling out from Blackbeard's body. The dark water formed a pool in front of Blackbeard, providing him with a solid backing. With such little ability, you aren't even qualified. I really don't know who gave you the courage to come looking for the Chinese Empire. Seeing Blackbeard's dark water, Lin Fan shook his head, expressing regret. Kid, you're seeking death. Blackbeard was furious and charged forward. The dark water clung to Blackbeard, forming the most advantageous weapon. A gigantic devil's hand formed in front of Blackbeard's right hand and reached directly for Lin Fan. When the dark water came into contact with the user's devil fruit ability would become ineffective, and the dark water could absorb fruit attacks, pulling the opponent into the dark pool to be consumed by darkness. Faced with the aggressive Blackbeard, Lin Fan sneered, "Seeking death? I think it's you who's seeking death." Just then, as Blackbeard's dark water was about to grab Lin Fan, it suddenly changed direction inexplicably. Blackbeard, too, stumbled and fell. What? Blackbeard's eyes nearly popped out. How did his dark water fail? He found it unbelievable that dark water, attacking Lin Fan from such a close distance, had such a low hit rate. Even a blind person wouldn't miss, right? Ouch, ouch, ouch. After eating the dark fruit, falling to the ground hurt a lot. He stood up defiantly, coldly looking at Lin Fan with an unfriendly expression. You were just lucky before. If you try again, you definitely won't escape. Blackbeard frowned, revealing his evil and ugly demeanor. It's meaningless. You're too weak. No matter how many times, the result will be the same. Let me end this pointless battle. Lin Fan shouted coldly, his emotions stirred. In the next moment, the dark water that had been swirling around Blackbeard began to change direction and retreated from him. The dark water gathered in front of Lin Fan and one way, forming a massive black sea tornado. This black sea tornado possessed the power to absorb everything, much stronger than Blackbeard's use of the dark fruit. How could this be? Why is my dark fruit out of control? Blackbeard was stunned when he saw the sea tornado, looking at Lin Fan in disbelief. The dark water of the dark fruit completely ignored Blackbeard's commands, drawing out from his body and transforming into Lin Fan's weapon, becoming an even larger black sea tornado. Blackbeard was now completely confused, unable to understand. The dark fruit was eaten by Blackbeard, so why was it not obeying him and instead being used by Lin Fan? Look at your pathetic expression. Aren't you curious why your dark fruit isn't listening to you? At this moment, Lin Fan and One Way mocked Blackbeard, teasing him. In fact, before gaining attribute enhancement, One Way needed to control the direction of energy through skin contact. But now, Lin Fan no longer needed skin contact to control the direction of energy. These energies include the dark fruit, and the energy of the dark fruit is dark energy. Who exactly are you? Looking at the powerful Lin Fan, Blackbeard's face showed a look of shock. Could this guy be the Magic King? Deliberately pretending to be weak to mock Blackbeard? Blackbeard had already used his dark water, yet he was still beaten by One Punch Man, which was truly unbelievable. The dark fruit is the strongest devil fruit. How could it be so weak in front of One Punch Man? Blackbeard was shocked by One Punch Man's power and increasingly doubted his true identity. I am One Punch Man. Who do you think I am? Lin Fan retorted unhappily in response to Blackbeard's question. You. Blackbeard's eyes widened suddenly, and he gasped. This was not good. One Punch Man was hostile towards him. How could he ease the situation? To join the Chinese Empire, one must at least have some skills. But someone as weak as you has no need to join. Lin Fan, as One Punch Man, controlled Blackbeard's dark water and looked at him disdainfully. In an instant, the black sea tornado engulfed Blackbeard. Blackbeard had intended to say something, but it was too late. He was already consumed by darkness. Crack, crack. After being caught in the black sea tornado, the sound of Blackbeard's bones grinding was horrifyingly clear. The black sea tornado, controlled by Lin Fan, was even more powerful than the one Blackbeard controlled, absorbing not only Blackbeard's life force, but also torturing him to the point of wishing for death. Within the black sea tornado, although Blackbeard's screams could not be heard, his miserable facial expression could still be vaguely seen through it. Boom. 5 minutes later, Blackbeard, having undergone the dark baptism, lay on the ground like a dead dog. Now, Blackbeard looked incredibly miserable, with disheveled hair covering his eyes, looking extremely haggard, as if he had endured inhumane treatment. Such terrifying power. Is this the standard of the Chinese Empire? Lying on the ground, Blackbeard shouted in fear, his eyes vacant, clearly suffering a huge blow. Weaklings are not qualified to join the Chinese Empire. People like you would only die faster if you joined. Lin Fan, as One Punch Man, stood with his hands behind his back in front of Blackbeard, disdainfully saying, "Ding dong." Congratulations to the host for completing the Intimidate Blackbeard task and successfully obtaining a common card. Please check the common card. Terrifying Demon King. Terrifying Demon King. Ruler of the Abyss. The ruler of fear, both a demon and a devil. The terrifying Demon King enjoys tormenting timid individuals, often instilling fear in those who are cowardly. It is only when he sees those cowards frightened to death that the terrifying Demon King will relent. The terrifying Demon King likes to spread fear, letting the weak die from fear. Note, when the terrifying Demon King appears, he will automatically grant the opponent a 40 fear value. At this moment, the system's prompt sounded, and Lin Fan successfully obtained the Horror Demon King card. Using fear to toy with people's hearts? Lin Fan muttered thoughtfully after seeing the Horror Demon King. However, from Lin Fan's facial expression, he seemed very happy because he was smiling. Marshal D. Teach, you better understand that the Chinese Empire is not a place that just anyone can enter. People like you have no significance in the Chinese Empire. Just go back where you came from. Lin Fan naturally knew what kind of person Blackbeard was. A person who would kill his comrades for a devil fruit. How could Lin Fan dare to want him? He naturally drove him away. Get lost? Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Blackbeard was momentarily stunned. Even if he wasn't as strong as Lin Fan, did he really need to be treated this way? After all, Blackbeard was a man who had consumed the dark fruit. At the very least, he could lend a hand to the Chinese Empire, right? What? You don't understand. Lin Fan coldly spoke when he noticed Blackbeard did not act. You will regret this. You will definitely regret this, Blackbeard said, getting up from the ground and glaring fiercely at Lin Fan, filled with resentment. Marshal D. Teach had grand ambitions. He would never be discouraged by today's failure and fall into despair. Regret? Not chance. I actually hope you can make me regret it, but can you? Lin Fan waved his hand, retorting. If Blackbeard could accomplish something great, it would excite Lin Fan. But if all he had was the dark fruit, it wouldn't hold much significance. In Lin Fan's eyes, the dark fruit was just that. It couldn't stir up much of a wave. After saying these words, Lin Fan left, leaving behind a resentful Blackbeard. One day, I will make you regret it, Chinese Empire. Watching Lin Fan's departing figure, Blackbeard roared in anger, very furious. Meanwhile, in the New World waters, the Big Mom pirates were preparing for a tea party. For this tea party, Charlotte Linlin invited many people, including the Supernova's Eustace Kid, Basil Hawkins, Trafalgar Law, and Jewelry Bonnie. At this time, the Straw Hat Pirates had already set sail, with Luffy gathering all his companions. Charlotte Linlin had also wanted to invite the Straw Hat Pirates, but chose not to due to her grievances against them. Mainly, Charlotte Linlin felt that Luffy was too reckless, always laughing and joking, not like a pirate at all. A pirate should be someone ambitious like Marshal D. Teach. Of course, Marshal D. Teach was also invited by Charlotte Linlin. Although there were grievances between Marshal D. Teach and Whitebeard, something like the Chinese Empire, which influenced the balance of the seas, was a common enemy for everyone. This naturally includes the Navy. You guys need to pay attention. When lifting things, be careful not to be clumsy. Mom's tea party is very important this time. If you mess it up, watch out for Mom punishing you. Charlotte Cracker shouted angrily at the newcomers moving things on Cake Island. They were making the boxes containing the cakes wobble all over the place. If they broke the cakes inside, Charlotte Linlin would get furious. Charlotte Linlin has a food obsession, and once it erupts, she will smash and destroy everything around her. There have been several times when Charlotte Linlin almost killed Charlotte Cracker. If not for someone stopping her, Charlotte Cracker might have been dead by now. Got it, Master Cracker, the few newcomers said, nodding their heads. It's not their fault for being clumsy. It's just that the tea party is happening very hurriedly, and time is tight. I'm going to Mom now. Be smart, and don't let her see you messing around, Charlotte Cracker reminded them. For Cracker, who has experienced the terror of Charlotte Linlin, cake cannot go wrong because it is something that can drive Charlotte Linlin crazy. The Big Mom pirate crew is very busy right now, as they are hosting many guests, making things a bit chaotic. Meanwhile, Charlotte Linlin herself is at the deepest part of Cake Island. She is holding a cake in each hand, eating while saying this time, inviting all the supernovas and that bunch of Marines from the Navy. The influence of the Chinese Empire on the sea is significant, especially after they successfully established their nation, which has brought deep fear to everyone. Sengoku, Akainu, Kizaru, and Aokiji all want to overthrow the Chinese Empire, but due to Lin Fan's deterrence, they have not dared to act. However, secretly, they are thinking of various ways. This time, Charlotte Linlin is holding a tea party specifically to deal with the Chinese Empire. The Navy, the 4 emperors, and pirates will all attend, making the tea party very lively. Mommy, not long after, Charlotte Cracker cautiously walked in front of Charlotte Linlin and quietly called out. Charlotte Linlin is most frightening when eating cake, because that is when she is most likely to go insane. If things go wrong, Charlotte Cracker might even be taken out by Charlotte Linlin. Cracker, what is it? Hearing Charlotte Cracker's voice, Charlotte Linlin turned her face towards him, looking at him with an unfriendly expression. Although Cracker is Charlotte Linlin's son, in front of the cake, Cracker's value is not as high as the cake. Mom, it's like this. Red-haired Shanks refused to attend the tea party. He didn't come and asked me to bring 5 devil fruits. Cracker said carefully while standing in front of Charlotte Linlin. At the same time, a huge wooden box appeared in front of Charlotte Linlin, quietly containing 5 devil fruits. What? Upon hearing Cracker's words, Charlotte Linlin roared in anger, her voice very loud, revealing a fierce expression that looked terrifying. The consensus among all 4 emperors is to jointly oppose the Chinese Empire. When Sengoku was around, Red-haired also nodded in agreement. But at this critical moment, Red-haired actually refused to attend the tea party, which made Charlotte Linlin somewhat angry. What does he want to do? Charlotte Linlin was very angry. Red-haired's refusal embarrassed her. Mom, please don't be angry. It was Red-haired who didn't come to the tea party, not me, Cracker said, sweating nervously as he saw Charlotte Linlin's furious expression. It was unfair for Charlotte Linlin to vent her anger on him. It wasn't his fault. Forget it. If he doesn't come, then he doesn't come. My tea party isn't missing him. After a while, Charlotte Linlin shook her head and let it go. Although Red-haired is strong, the tea party doesn't necessarily need him to attend. Many people are not coming to this tea party. However, figures like Sengoku, Garp, Akainu, and Kizaru must attend. This tea party is very important for the Navy. They have already lost Marineford, and if they don't take those places back, how can the Navy face anyone? Kreja, go prepare for the tea party. I want to eat cake now. Charlotte? Lingling didn't get too angry and shifted her gaze to the delicious cakes. All right. Kreja broke out in a cold sweat behind her, relieved that Charlotte? Lingling didn't get mad. Otherwise, Kreja would have been in trouble. 2 hours later, Blackbeard appeared. Blackbeard had suffered a lot from Lin Fan's side and was extremely angry with the Chinese Empire. He was definitely going to attend this tea party aimed at overthrowing the Chinese Empire. As Blackbeard walked onto Cake Island, his shoes made a shuffling sound on the ground. Old man, it's Blackbeard, the traitor who killed Sachi. Fire Fist Ace spotted Blackbeard at a glance, his fist cracking with anger. Sachi had always been a thorn in Ace's heart, and seeing Blackbeard made him unable to resist the urge to kill him. Ace, this is the territory of the big MOM pirates. You must hold back. We're all here for the Chinese Empire. If you make a move, it will make the Whitebeard pirates the target of everyone's criticism. Marco, the Phoenix, held back the impulsive Ace, preventing him from going to kill. Although Marco also wanted to teach Blackbeard a lesson, it would be foolish to act on Cake Island. Ace, Marco, don't make a move. After the matters concerning the Chinese Empire are resolved, I will personally avenge Sachi. Whitebeard gritted his teeth, deeply loathing Blackbeard. As Sachi's father, Whitebeard felt it was necessary to kill Blackbeard. Navy? Why is the Navy here? Big MOM pirates. Can you explain this? We came here sincerely to attend the tea party. And this is how you treat us? Damn it. Has the big MOM pirates colluded with the Navy to come and capture us? Just then, Sengoku, Akainu, and Kizaru, the Navy admirals, appeared on Cake Island, startling the pirates who had come to the banquet. Many of the pirates present had bounties of over 100 million. If they were captured by the Navy, it would be unfair. They were here to discuss overthrowing the Chinese Empire, not to be taken away by the Navy. What use is it to capture you guys? The Navy only wants to capture the Chinese Empire now, Sengoku said impatiently upon hearing the pirates' words. In the past, pirates were indeed a scourge of the sea, but now, the Chinese Empire was the real scourge. Capturing these pirates wouldn't solve anything. Only by dealing with the Chinese Empire could the problem be resolved. Haha, you cowardly Navy, you're really useless. With such small courage, do you dare to confront the Chinese Empire? At that moment, a man in a white coat walked over and mocked the group of pirates. This man is Vegapunk. Vegapunk has arrived as the most mysterious scientist of the Navy, a pacifist developer. Vegapunk has unraveled the conditions for transmitting the powers of devil fruits, allowing objects to possess devil fruit abilities, and even invented a method to freely traverse the calm belt using sea prism stone. The Navy brought Vegapunk in this time to deal with the Chinese Empire. With Vegapunk's understanding of devil fruits, he may be able to break through limits. After all, his technology is capable of creating miracles. Ding dong. The host triggered the task to bring terror to the world. Task prompt. The big MOM pirates are holding a tea party to deal with the host, intending to use Vegapunk to incite everyone to search for Uranus. aiming to use Uranus to eliminate the Chinese Empire. Uranus has some special powers that can harm the host, and the host must crush their plans before they obtain Uranus. Task prompt: stop the Navy, the 4 Emperors, and the 7 Warlord from searching for Uranus and sabotage their plans. Task deadline: none. Task reward: common card. At this moment, Lin Fan, who was taking a nap, suddenly heard the system's prompt. Those guys, like dogs who can't change their habits, still haven't forgotten to deal with the Chinese Empire at this time. Lin Fan was awakened by the system's prompt, and upon waking up, he felt very angry. Towards Sengoku, Lin Fan was magnanimous, knowing that Sengoku was secretly making moves but did not punish him. However, Lin Fan did not expect that his mercy would only lead these people to become increasingly audacious, step by step destroying the Chinese Empire. Since these people are unkind, Lin Fan will be unkind as well. Coincidentally, Lin Fan was still short of a bit of primal power. He would just take Uranus for himself. System: do you know about Uranus? At this moment, Lin Fan suddenly asked. The King Uranus, along with the Sea King and Underworld King, belongs to the 3 great weapons that can destroy the world. It is very difficult to discover the King Uranus without understanding it. At the very least, Lin Fan is familiar with the Underworld King ancient warship and the Sea King mermaid princess, but he knows nothing about the King Uranus. The King Uranus is an ancient weapon of the D Kingdom, used to deal with the devil fruit users invading the pirate world. The Underworld King, Sea King, and King are controlled by 3 different countries, while the D Kingdom has control over the King Uranus. The King Uranus is an ancient weapon of the D lineage, therefore, it is more powerful than the Underworld King and Sea King. If the host wants to obtain the King Uranus, they need to go to the capital of the D Kingdom. A mechanical voice from the system suddenly emerged, and upon hearing it, Lin Fan was taken aback. How could the King Uranus be so mysterious? The Pluto and Neptune are not as powerful as the King. Yet these despicable Navy guys actually want to use the King to destroy the Chinese Empire. It's truly outrageous. The Kingdom of D has already perished in ancient times. But how could the King Uranus, hidden in the capital of the Kingdom of D for so many years, not be taken away? The King Uranus left Lin Fan puzzled, and he began to ask in confusion. Although the Kingdom of D has been destroyed, the King Uranus has not disappeared. The King Uranus possesses a guardian spirit, and one must defeat the guardian spirit of the King Uranus to obtain the King Uranus. At this moment, the system began to explain again. Guardian spirit? Is it because the Celestial King is too powerful that a guardian spirit was born? Lin Fan has a unique insight into guardian spirits. In other source worlds, treasures that can give birth to guardian spirits are extremely powerful. It seems that this Celestial King Uranus is quite special to be able to give birth to a guardian spirit. However, since even the Golden Mary can give birth to a ship spirit, it is not surprising that Celestial King Uranus can give birth to a guardian spirit as well. On the other side, Vegapunk is showing off at the Charlotte Linlin Tea Party. As the mad scientist of the Navy headquarters, Vegapunk showcased many technologies, including artificial devil fruits and bloodline factors. Therefore, Vegapunk gained a large number of supporters in a very short time. Among these people, Basil Hawkins, Trafalgar Law, and Jewelry Bonnie seem to have a favorable impression of Vegapunk. No wonder, as the scientific power Vegapunk demonstrated overturned their understanding. Ha ha ha, did you see that? Did you all see that? This is the power of science. This guy is immortal. He's a vampire. As long as he drinks human blood, he can live forever. Vegapunk excitedly introduced a vampire. It was a Navy soldier who, after becoming a vampire, gained incredibly powerful strength. Vegapunk stabbed the vampire's body with a dagger, and he would not die. Aside from losing a little blood, his skin was extremely tough, impervious to any blade. This invulnerable body is very attractive to everyone, especially to those supernovas. Those supernovas are very eager and interested in this unique power. After seeing Vegapunk's vampire, they are even more in awe. Navy, do you have confidence? The Chinese Empire is not easy to deal with. Don't mess it up. Charlotte Linlin shouted, showing no interest in Vegapunk, believing he is just trying to show off. After all, people like red-haired Shanks have already withdrawn from the tea party, and if Charlotte Linlin is not foolish, she can still see something. Charlotte Linlin, are you questioning science? The Chinese Empire is nothing to fear. In front of my scientific power, the Chinese Empire is simply not a match. Vegapunk's expression changed slightly, and he was somewhat displeased upon hearing Charlotte Linlin's words. The purpose of Vegapunk attending the tea party today was to consolidate the Navy's position. If Charlotte Linlin questions his science, then the work Vegapunk has done would be in vain. The one who overthrew the Navy government is the Chinese Empire. Marineford is still occupied by the Chinese Empire, so what you're saying is useless. If you don't present some actual evidence, then this tea party is unnecessary. When Charlotte Linlin said this, she signaled to Whitebeard and Kaido to help, indicating that the Navy is always the Navy, and they are enemies with pirates. Even if they ally for the sake of the Chinese Empire, they are still mortal enemies. Uranus, the king of heaven. The Navy holds the key to Uranus. If you are willing to help the Navy obtain Uranus, then the Chinese Empire will be dealt with by the Navy, and you can just stand by and watch. At this moment, Akainu rushed out and shouted loudly. Charlotte Linlin was obviously stunned upon hearing Akainu's words and exclaimed, "The Navy has grasped Uranus?" Pluto, Poseidon, and Uranus are all seen as incredibly powerful by everyone because they have the ability to destroy the world. However, if there is a force in this world that can annihilate the Chinese Empire, it can only be Pluto, Poseidon, or Uranus. If the Navy has mastered Uranus, there might really be hope to destroy the Chinese Empire. While the Navy plans to use Uranus to eliminate the Chinese Empire, Lin Fan has already set off. Ulquiorra's flying speed is very fast, and with the power of the Hollows, he quickly arrives at the Land of D. The island where the Land of D is located is very ancient. Even after hundreds of years of erosion, it still stands firm. At this moment, the sky is filled with yellow sand, and the ancient towers of the Land of D look very dilapidated, with the city walls seemingly on the verge of collapse. After 800 years of erosion, the Land of D has lost its former prosperity and has become lifeless. Stepping on the soil of the Land of D, Lin Fan looks at these lost civilizations and sighs. Once such a powerful land of also has a day of ruin. How strong were those people? The Land of D was destroyed by invaders. Those who invaded the pirate world in spaceships were all ability users. And it was this group of ability users that annihilated the Land of D. Lin Fan has already made a judgment about that vanished 100 years. Is Uranus hidden here? Subsequently, after searching for a long time, Lin Fan found nothing and frowned deeply. The ruins of the Land of D have nothing, except for the swirling yellow sand and a sense of death. How could such a place have Uranus? Uranus is controlled by the Spirit of Guardians, and the Spirit of Guardians of Uranus has already gained intelligence and lives in this area. Upon hearing Lin Fan's voice, the system responded. Is Uranus alive? Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback by the system's answer. The Spirit of Guardians turning into a living being increases the difficulty. It might become even harder for Lin Fan to obtain Uranus. If that's the case, then the Spirit of Guardians is hidden among the ruins. To obtain Uranus, Lin Fan must find this Spirit of Guardians. Where is it? In what place? Hearing the system's words, Lin Fan began to search carefully. Looking around, Lin Fan meticulously examined the crumbling city walls but found no abnormalities. Soon, 2 hours passed, and Lin Fan found nothing. Can't find it? The Navy, accompanied by a large number of pirates, rushed towards the Land of D, asking the host to prepare for battle. At this moment, the system's prompt sounded. The Navy is coming? Hearing the system's words, Lin Fan frowned tightly. It seemed that the Navy had grasped something. If Lin Fan had not found the Guardian Spirit before the Navy arrived, it could become even more troublesome once they got here. If the scene became chaotic, what if the Guardian Spirit got scared away? In this ruin, known as the Kingdom of D, there are very few living things. Lin Fan has been here for half a day and hasn't even seen a single mosquito, so how can he find King Uranus? Is it really impossible to find him? At this moment, Lin Fan helplessly shook his head. Just then, a very faint sound suddenly reached Lin Fan's ears. Although the sound was small, Lin Fan, who had more than 10 common cards, could still hear it. His first reaction upon hearing the sound was Guardian Spirit. Over there, following the sound, Lin Fan discovered a chameleon that was hunting, searching for mosquitoes. In this ruin, perhaps the only creatures that can survive are chameleons, as there is a lot of desert here. Before the Navy arrives, I'll help you take King Uranus. At this moment, a cold glint suddenly flashed across Lin Fan's handsome face, and a cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth. The Navy had high hopes for the King Uranus. But what kind of expression would they show if they saw Lin Fan taking the King Uranus away? It's running away. Suddenly, the chameleon sensed something and took off. Seeing this, Lin Fan licked his dry lips and said in a deep voice, "Today, you have nowhere to escape. You've run right in my mouth. How can I let you go?" 2 hours later, the chameleon was cornered by Lin Fan, and the dragon and the man stared at each other, locked in a standoff. "Human, you've been following me for so long. What do you want?" The chameleon suddenly spoke, looking at Lin Fan with an unfriendly expression. "You are the guardian spirit of the King Uranus. What do you think I want?" Lin Fan replied sharply upon hearing the chameleon's words. "You actually know that I am the guardian spirit of the King Uranus. Who are you?" The chameleon was taken aback by Lin Fan's words, its gaze stunned. It had lived in this ruin for hundreds of years, and very few knew its identity. But as soon as Lin Fan arrived, he recognized the true form of the chameleon, which was indeed somewhat terrifying. Does Lin Fan have the ability to see through everything? How can his vision be so sharp? Even if the Navy wants to find it, they need some special tools, but Lin Fan doesn't need anything at all. How did he find it? Hand over Uranus. The King of Heaven, Lin Fan coldly said, without wanting to waste words with the chameleon. Ha 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 ha. Human, you want Uranus, the King of Heaven. But do you know what you're asking for? Uranus is a very dangerous thing, and only the D-Clan can use it. If others want to use Uranus, they will have to pay a huge price. The chameleon said righteously. It has guarded this cursed place for so many years just to hand Uranus over to someone from the D-Clan. That thing is the national treasure of the D-Clan, and even if the D-Clan has fallen, it is still their national treasure. Speaking of which, Uranus only recognizes the bloodline of the D-Clan and is very repulsive to those who do not belong to it. I don't care about that. Hand over Uranus, or you won't be able to leave. Lin Fan stepped forward and said coldly, Uranus is within reach, and if Lin Fan doesn't take it, wouldn't that be too disappointing for himself? Moreover, Lin Fan has the strength to seize Uranus, so why should he be polite to the guardian spirit? With 10 ordinary cards on Lin Fan, even in a war of attrition, he is not afraid to fight the guardian spirit. Forget it, forget it. So many years have passed, perhaps the D-Clan has long been wiped out. Since you have the fate to meet me, I will give you a chance. However, your courage truly surprises me. I am the guardian of Uranus, the King of Heaven, and you dare to speak to me like this? Upon hearing this, the chameleon's expression changed drastically, astonished. The chameleon felt underestimated, which made it very uncomfortable. This body of the chameleon is not its true form. Suddenly, with a rumble, the chameleon's body grew larger and, in an instant, blocked out the sky and obscured the clouds, looking down at Lin Fan with an extremely massive body. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the chameleon became incredibly huge, transforming into a giant dragon. The dragon exhaled its breath, and Lin Fan sensed the scent of dragon breath at the tip of its nose. Dragon breath was scorching hot, carrying a very strong dragon aura, resembling that of the dragon king Aknologia. This dragon is called J. Ramungander, the guardian spirit of the celestial king Uranus. Only those of the D-Clan can wield Uranus. Although it has been separated from me, it exists with a certain will. When J. Ramungander appeared, a sphere emerged before Lin Fan, within which resided the will of King Uranus. Indeed, King Uranus is an ancient weapon, but unlike the Sea King or Underworld King, it is a bequeathable artifact. The treasure of the D-Clan, King Uranus, is infused with the will of countless members of the D-Clan, passed down through generations, amounting to an extremely powerful will. As the vessel of King Uranus, J. Ramungander became a guardian spirit, growing stronger from these wills. J. Ramungander is bound by the D-Clan. It longs for freedom, but cannot achieve it unless King Uranus is passed down and must remain in the ruins of the D-Kingdom, waiting for someone to claim King Uranus. King Uranus is a dangerous object, containing the thoughts of the strongest members of the D-Clan, and with these, an ordinary person can instantly gain superlative observation hockey, conqueror's hockey, and armament hockey. Of course, if someone with weak willpower encounters the vessel of the D-Clan will, their brain may burn out, turning them into an idiot. Similarly, the vessel of the D-Clan will be highly resistant to those without D-Clan blood, and that unfortunate individual will be in great danger. These things were not told to Lin Fan by Jormungandr. Because Jormungandr wanted to turn Lin Fan into a fool, it must be said that it was a malicious dragon. Are you ready? Human warrior, you're the strongest human I have ever seen. Choose. Will you take the King Uranus or leave here? At this moment, Jormungandr looked down at Lin Fan and said loudly. As Jormungandr spoke, it exhaled dragon breath, eagerly anticipating Lin Fan's choice. No matter what Lin Fan chose, it made Jormungandr feel entertained. A mere consciousness, what is there to fear? Only weaklings would be influenced by those false things. Lin Fan said indifferently, then reached out to touch the sphere. Boom! In that instant, the sphere erupted with dazzling light, illuminating everything around. As soon as the light appeared, it affected Jormungandr. Even Jormungandr did not dare to look directly at the light of King Uranus, because it contained the will of the D-race. Destruction, let us destroy the world. Let us annihilate this filthy world. Wealth, fame, status, all are things I desire. I want to obtain them all. Women, I want many, many beautiful women. I want to train my armed color hockey to the strongest, defeat those invaders of the D-Kingdom, and then become the king of the D-Kingdom. At that moment, hundreds of pieces of information appeared, enough to overload a human brain. When Yermangander heard this voice, an evil smile appeared on his face. And he sneered, "Have you been consumed by your will, human? The remnants of the kingdom of Dare, the most terrifying things in this world. No one has ever been able to overcome these wills. The reasoning is simple. Each person's brain only harbors one consciousness. Having multiple is akin to a CPU malfunctioning, causing major problems, and in severe cases, it can lead to system paralysis. The body is the system, and the CPU is essentially the will to consume. With just this remnant will, you think you can devour me, Yermangander? Aren't you a bit overconfident?" However, at that moment, Lin Fan's nonchalant voice reached Yermangander's ears. You didn't die?" Yermangander looked at Lin Fan as if struck by lightning, his gaze vacant and disbelieving. How is this possible? The will of Uranus, the king of heaven, devours anyone, and there is no one in this world who can resist the will of Uranus. They are all directly consumed. Ymir has been here for hundreds of years and has witnessed it dozens of times. Strong individuals from the D family, the notorious 4 emperors of the sea, and powerful naval admirals have all died under the will of Uranus. How could Lin Fan casually conquer Uranus? It feels too fake. Ymir finds it hard to believe. Is this something that normal people can achieve? Even the previous naval marshal and the former pirate king couldn't conquer this monstrous thing. In the ruins of the kingdom of D, there are many skeletons of the strongest beings. Ymir originally planned to throw Lin Fan together with those powerful beings, but it seems that is no longer necessary. This will is too weak. I even doubt whether it has the power of the Underworld King. Lin Fan played with the orb of the celestial king Uranus in his hand, disdainfully saying, "The underworld battleship, the Sea King Neptune, aren't they particularly powerful? But this celestial king Uranus is just a ball. Isn't that a bit unreliable? My God, how dare you doubt the power of the celestial king Uranus? Are you a monster?" Ymir was shocked to hear Lin Fan's words. The power of the celestial king Uranus is definitely above that of the underworld king and the sea king. In ancient times, countries revered the kingdom of D. During that period, there was a celestial king who was also the strongest in exterminating the abilities of others. Unfortunately, the celestial king was ultimately defeated. The powers of the invaders were too strong, incapacitating the underworld king, wounding the sea king, and killing the celestial king. The sea king was severely injured and had to hide in the depths of the sea. In ancient times, those with abilities seemed to not take the sea seriously, which allowed the sea king to escape a disaster. Otherwise, the sea king would have met the same fate as the celestial king. As for Joy Boy's letter of repentance, it was something Joy Boy entrusted with his longing. Joy Boy ultimately sacrificed himself, and after his death, he sent the letter of repentance to the sea forest to be given to the then mermaid princess. However, how did such a powerful celestial king Uranus end up in Lin Fan's hands and become so worthless? Does he not recognize its value? Ding dong. Rare item detected. Celestial king Uranus. Would the host like to recover it? At this moment, a voice from the system suddenly appeared in Lin Fan's mind. The will of King Uranus was strong, but as soon as it came into contact with the system, it was extinguished. That will wanted to devour the system, but was erased by it. Meanwhile, Sengoku, along with the Whitebeard pirates, the Big Mom pirates, and the Beast pirates, set sail towards the ruins of the kingdom of D. Vegapunk held a token in his hand, which was the key to opening the king. For the past 800 years, several marshals of the Navy have come to the ruins of the kingdom of D, but all have failed, and this information has been kept under wraps. Only the previous generation and the generation before the last pirate king knew about the ruins of the kingdom of D, and most of those pirate kings who were aware of the ruins have died. Later, after the dangers of the ruins were discovered, people gradually forgot about them. If it weren't for the power of the Chinese Empire, the Navy wouldn't dare to venture into the ruins. Ha ha, cowards, the ruins are right ahead. And the treasures, they are no less valuable than Raftel. It can be said that the treasures of the ruins have not been controlled by anyone. If someone were to control them, then they would be the pirate king. Vegapunk stood on the deck, boasting loudly. This is what Sengoku meant. The Chinese Empire is like an invincible behemoth. If they don't give these guys a bit of confidence, they 1t risk their lives. The dragon Yggdrasil controls the treasures of the ruins, and every trial ends in failure for the Navy because Yggdrasil is not under any life threat. This time, with so many people brought by Vegapunk to slay the dragon, Sengoku believes that Yggdrasil cannot remain indifferent. Pirate King? This temptation is significant. It's just uncertain whether it's true. If it is true, then the celestial king Uranus could indeed make someone the pirate king. Not to mention the celestial king Uranus. Even obtaining Hades could make one a pirate king. Vegapunk's stirring words excited these pirates. Faced with such a huge temptation, they couldn't resist. People die for wealth. Birds die for food, and pirates would risk their lives to become the pirate king. Blackbeard, upon hearing this, had a serious expression but suddenly laughed. Huh, the pirate king. That's mine. None of you can take it from me. Seeing Blackbeard, the members of the Whitebeard pirates showed disgust, and their killing intent deepened. Especially Whitebeard, who tightened his grip on the naginata, with veins bulging on his arms, filled with rage. Seeing Blackbeard's demeanor reminded him of Ace. As Ace's father, Whitebeard must avenge Ace. Vegapunk did well. The effect should be there. With so many people, we could go dragon slaying now. At this moment, Akainu, arms crossed, looked towards the distant island and smiled at Sengoku. Sengoku, Akainu, Kizaru, and Aokiji all stood in a row, gazing at the island across from them. Soon, they would land and enter the legendary Death Island. The ruins of the Kingdom of D are a Death Island, and Death Island is extremely dangerous. Yggdrasil is more ferocious than one can imagine. The Navy has also attempted to conquer Yggdrasil with force, but ultimately all ended in failure. Even past pirate kings were no match for Yggdrasil. How could their small numbers stand a chance against it? However, Sengoku did not want to give up. After all, this was a strategy. If they failed, Sengoku would think of other ways. 3 hours later, the Navy landed on the Death Island of the Kingdom of D with the 4 Emperor's pirate crew. What was that thing? It looks so terrifying. Fear. I feel it is so terrifying. That thing has a long tail and is covered all over in purple and black. These people walked for more than 10 minutes and suddenly saw the fearsome Demon King ahead, their eyes widening in shock. What on earth is going on here? Isn't this the island from the King Uranus? How could such a monster appear? Damn, what kind of monster is that? Seeing the body of the feared Demon King, warring states couldn't help but exclaim. The enormous body of the feared Demon King, along with the aura of fear emanating from it, could probably kill everyone here. This thing is scarier than Jormungandr. What's going on? How did the feared Demon King swap places with the heavenly King Uranus? Navy, I am the Abyss Demon. The feared Demon King. What are you doing here? Lin Fan, the feared Demon King, had discovered this group of Navy men long ago. He originally wanted to capture the heavenly King Uranus, but there was no time, so he transformed into the feared Demon King to confront the Navy. Feared Demon King. Sengoku's double pupils suddenly twitched, and his breathing became rapid. Did something happen to the heavenly King Uranus? Why did a feared Demon King suddenly appear in this place? Ha! Feared Demon King, if you don't want to be consumed by darkness, you'd better get out of the way. Otherwise, I will use darkness to swallow you until I obtain the heavenly King Uranus. Blackbeard took out his rum from his waist, took a sip, and looked at Lin Fan with a malicious gaze. Blackbeard now had ambitions for the heavenly King Uranus and wanted to take it for himself. The heavenly King Uranus? That thing has already been taken by the Chinese Empire. As the one in charge of this place, I am guarding it here. This island now belongs to the Chinese Empire. If you don't want to suffer the consequences from the Chinese Empire, please leave quickly. Lin Fan, the feared Demon King, replied coldly. What? The heavenly King Uranus was taken by the Chinese Empire? How could this be? The crowd exclaimed, staring at the scene in disbelief, feeling it was somewhat surreal. Just a moment ago, Vegapunk was still talking about the heavenly King Uranus, and how could it be gone so quickly? Uranus was taken by the Chinese Empire, and it had only been a few minutes. They now felt a sense of dread. Is Lin Fan playing with them? You must be lying. The heavenly King Uranus has always been guarded by Jormungandr. Even you, let alone the former pirate king, might not be able to defeat it. Sengoku himself was the most shocked. The heavenly King Uranus was the Navy's last lifeline. If it was uprooted by the Chinese Empire, wouldn't the Navy be forever enslaved by the Chinese Empire? Are you talking about Jormungandr? That guy has no idea where he's run off to. After the heavenly King Uranus was taken by the Chinese Empire, he jumped up in joy. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Lin Fan calmly replied. After becoming the guardian spirit, Jormungandr began to yearn for freedom, coiling up in the Kingdom of D, which caused it great pain. After Lin Fan released the heavenly King Uranus, it jumped up in joy and flew off without knowing where. No, that's impossible. Jormungandr is the guardian spirit of the Kingdom of D. How could it leave here? Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Sengoku was devastated, his face filled with horror. The heavenly King Uranus was the only thing that could counter the Chinese Empire. Sengoku would never give it up. Without the heavenly King Uranus, what does the Navy have left? Without the heavenly King Uranus, how can the Navy fight the Chinese Empire? Let alone reclaim power. The Navy's revival relies solely on the heavenly King Uranus for any chance. For this reason, the Navy would never easily abandon the heavenly King Uranus. Akainu, Kizaru, and the 4 emperors over there, let's all attack together. Although I don't know what happened, This guy is definitely not for the Chinese Empire. He is just using the Chinese Empire's authority. Sengoku narrowed his eyes, forming a judgment. Perhaps Jormungandr really disappeared, but it definitely wasn't as the Fear Demon King said. The Fear Demon King might have fought Jormungandr, learned of Uranus's existence, and wanted to take the heavenly King Uranus for himself. But how could Sengoku agree? And how could the pirates behind Sengoku agree? The King of Hell, the King of the Sea, the Heavenly King. Each one has the power to conquer the world. No one would be indifferent to this power. Human, I am the Fear Demon King. Are you sure you want to challenge fear? Lin Fan, the Fear Demon King, conjured a magic gun in his hand. This magic gun is the weapon through which the Fear Demon King unleashes fear, and when the Fear Demon King appears. A surge of fear manifests, which is inscribed in the magic gun and can be amplified infinitely. When fear reaches a certain threshold, it becomes extraordinarily terrifying. With the power of the Fear Demon King, Lin Fan looked at this group of Navy men as if they were a flock of sheep. Blackbeard revealed an evil expression and laughed. Fear Demon King, do you really think you could defeat so many of us alone? You still call yourself the Fear Demon King? You should kneel before me, the Demon King. Don't kid me. There's no such thing as a Fear Demon King these days. You must be some brainless fool. So naive. Do you think just because you look like this, you can scare people? Let me tell you, I'm bold and not afraid of you. After Blackbeard's words, the Whitebeard pirates, the big MOM pirates, and the Beast pirates all stepped forward, looking at Lin Fan with disdain. With so many people here, there was no need to fear this Fear Demon King who suddenly appeared from nowhere. The Fear Demon King claims to be from the Chinese Empire. Who would believe that? Everyone was already entranced by the heavenly King Uranus. How could they stop advancing just because of a few words from the Fear Demon King? A bunch of fools. Seeing these people come out to provoke him, Lin Fan rolled his eyes in annoyance. The Fear Demon King, even without relying on the Chinese Empire, is not something they can defeat. This Demon King, standing tall in the abyss, has done many bad things using fear. He makes humanity feel endless fear, earning the title of the Fear Demon King. Let me play with you for a bit, humans. Do you know what fear is? Lin Fan casually said with amusement. Who? Terrifying roar. In the next moment, Lin Fan swung the magic gun in his hand, and a strange sound instantly emerged, this sound carrying the power of fear, engulfing everyone. Fear comes from the most primal human sensation. Humans, out of fear, picked up weapons to fight against those fierce beasts, leading to their evolution. Because they grew stronger, humans gradually forgot fear, but when that primal feeling reappears, fear will occupy their hearts. What a scary sound. I'm so scared, I suddenly feel very afraid. That guy looks so terrifying. Run quickly, I have a bad feeling. Upon hearing the demonic sound emitted by the Fear Demon King, everyone's bodies began to tremble. A fear that came from the depths of their souls was amplified infinitely. These people were trembling with their hands and feet, their faces filled with horror, standing frozen in place. What kind of monster is this? And how did it turn my pirate crew into this? At that moment, Whitebeard was stunned, bewildered by the terrifying roar of the fearsome Demon King, and his entire pirate crew lost their combat effectiveness in an instant. Do you all want to die? Hurry up and get up. Charlotte Linlin was shocked to see the members of the big MOM pirates crouching in fear. The power of the fearsome Demon King was too great. Even though Charlotte Linlin had eaten the soul fruit, it wasn't this powerful. As for Kaido, he was filled with awe, feeling a bit panicked and confused. Every time he encountered the Chinese Empire, it never ended well. And now, just mentioning the Chinese Empire made Kaido feel fearful. How could this be? Sengoku's eyes widened in disbelief. In that moment, all combat power below the Emperor level fell to the ground, and the aura emanating from the fearsome Demon King shook these people to their core. How could the fearsome Demon King's roar make so many people lose their combat effectiveness? Sengoku resisted the fear radiating from the fearsome Demon King, gritting his teeth, and shouted, Aokiji, Akainu, are you okay? I'm Fina. Sengoku, how about you? Sengoku. The voice of the fearsome Demon King had a certain power that could continually amplify the fears deep within a person's heart. It would be very difficult to deal with him for those with weak willpower. Aokiji, hearing Sengoku's words, replied with difficulty, although he hadn't fallen. He was also battling the fear within himself. Becoming one of the 3 admirals came after countless hardships and pains, and the willpower of Akainu and the others was far beyond that of ordinary people. That's good. I'll go try him first. You all act according to the situation, Sengoku said cautiously to Akainu. If they couldn't deal with the fearsome Demon King, the Navy and the 4 emperors wouldn't be able to advance. The other 4 Emperor pirate crews were waiting for the Navy to clear the way, and the burden on Sengoku's shoulders grew heavier. The best way to unite everyone against the Chinese Empire was to defeat the fearsome Demon King. For this, Sengoku was prepared to use all his strength. Otherwise, everyone would run away. Giant Buddha's fist. Suddenly, a golden light appeared, and in an instant, Sengoku transformed into a gigantic golden Buddha, towering dozens of meters high, with a golden palm striking towards the fearsome Demon King. During the Marineford War, Sengoku's golden Buddha shone brightly, defeating many powerful enemies. However, here, Sengoku's golden Buddha seemed weak, lacking any attack power. But when the golden Buddha's palm hit the fearsome Demon King, it felt like a tickle, utterly lacking in might. Sengoku, are you afraid of fear? Lin Fan, the fearsome Demon King, straightened his back and said coldly, feeling disappointed by Sengoku's strike. How could this be? Sengoku's face changed dramatically, his pupils constricting. The usual power of the giant Buddha's fist could sink a warship dozens of meters high. But that punch just now had no such power. Sengoku, your body is afraid of me. If this continues, you won't win against me. Lin Fan's voice sounded like a terrifying echo, making Sengoku tremble all over. Could it be that fear couldn't hurt people? Sengoku gasped, his teeth starting to tremble upon hearing this news. If the fearsome Demon King had such abilities, no matter how many people they sent, they would all die. Retreat, hurry, and retreat. The fearsome Demon King is very likely the king of the Chinese Empire. If we continue to fight him, we could face total annihilation. The terrifying aura radiating from the fearsome Demon King suddenly jolted Sengoku awake, and he shouted, if this continues, both the 4 Emperor's pirate crews and the Navy will end up as corpses. The Navy and the 4 Emperor's pirate crews cannot harm the fearsome Demon King, so they can only allow him to ravage them to death. Is this the true power of the fearsome Demon King? Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Whitebeard realized something and broke out in a cold sweat. Before long, Whitebeard's expression changed drastically, revealing a look of shock. Run. If he really is the fearsome Demon King of the Chinese Empire, then the heavenly King Uranus has already been taken by him. The power of the fearsome Demon King far exceeds the Navy's capacity to withstand it. If it's a monster like the fearsome Demon King, then the heavenly King Uranus must have definitely been taken. Damn, how could he be so strong? Unable to resist, unable to fight back, incredibly brutal. Everyone started to run, their faces filled with terror. Under the fear of the fearsome Demon King, they felt so pale and powerless, incredibly fragile. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of bringing terror to the world and successfully obtaining Yawatch. Please check Yawatch. Yawatch, son of the Soul King, founder of the Wandenrake, the common ancestor of all Quincy, the strongest character among Shinigami. The Wandenrake's codename is A, representing the ability of omniscience and omnipotence. The supreme leader of the Wandenrake. At this moment, the system's prompt suddenly sounded. Interesting, the omniscient and omnipotent Uabak. Seeing Uabaka's regular card, Lin Fan instinctively thought that Uabak belonged to the elite card category, because Uabaka's strength had already reached the realm of God. The attribute of omniscience and omnipotence was already very abnormal. Fearsome Demon King. Fearsome Demon King, please don't kill me. I am willing to offer a devil fruit as an apology, Charlotte Mondor said, feeling the threat of death and extremely respectful. The fearsome Demon King was too terrifying, making Charlotte Mondor feel that he could die at any moment. In the face of the fear of death, Charlotte Mondor betrayed the Big Mom pirates and chose to compromise. Lin Fan blinked in surprise and said softly, good insight. How many devil fruits are you willing to offer? Lin Fan had never intended to kill them. If Sengoku and Akainu died, where would Lin Fan go to find someone for a devil fruit? However, the sudden appearance of Charlotte Mondor pleasantly surprised Lin Fan. Fearsome Demon King, I have a devil fruit here, please don't kill me. I have two. Fearsome Demon King. Fearsome Demon King, I currently don't have a devil fruit. Can I write an IOU? As Charlotte Mondor surrendered without any fight, more people began to surrender, looking at Lin Fan, the fearsome Demon King, with pleading eyes, yearning for salvation. These people are too scared. If they can't calm the anger of the Chinese Empire, they might all die here. The most primitive human emotion, fear, is magnified at this moment, creating a chilling atmosphere. Mondor, I don't have a son like you. Don't come back to Cake Island. Mondor's submission embarrassed Charlotte Linlin, and she roared in anger, extremely furious. The big MOM pirates lost face because of Mondor, especially since Mondor was the first to kneel, leaving a deep impression on everyone. After this incident, others will remember Mondor. Yes, the The Chinese Empire will not harm you active members, but those who strongly resist will only meet a dead end. Lin Fan was very happy to see the devil fruits all over the ground, beaming with joy. Gila and Paka were captured and unable to collect the devil fruits for Lin Fan. But as long as Lin Fan manages the Chinese Empire, he can obtain more devil fruits. Speaking of which, the Navy even helped Lin Fan a bit. Otherwise, Lin Fan wouldn't know when he would be able to collect so many devil fruits. Months later, the offerings from 170 member countries, after continuous urging from the Navy, were almost ready. As soon as Sengoku gives the order, they can be handed over to the Chinese Empire. The Chinese Empire demands no less than 500 devil fruits. Although this time the Heavenly Gold did not prepare 500 devil fruits, the quantity of devil fruits is still quite terrifying. Handing all the devil fruits over to the Chinese Empire will definitely provoke the anger of Mariejois. After all, the Heavenly Gold is an offering from the Celestial Dragons, and supplying it to the Chinese Empire is unacceptable. Delivering the Heavenly Gold to the Chinese Empire will ignite contradictions. I have already explained this multiple times to the 5 elders, but Sengoku furrowed his brow tightly, appearing very frustrated with this dilemma. The 5 elders represent the world government. The Navy is merely a reflection of the world government. Those 170 member countries are offering devil fruits to the world government, not to the Navy. However, Sengoku's actions do not receive support from the 5 elders. They believe Sengoku should not hand over Marineford. Marineford is the Navy's face. If Sengoku hands it over, where will the prestige of the world government be? Sengoku has repeatedly tried to explain to the 5 elders, but the result always ends in argument. Sengoku is collecting devil fruits behind the backs of the 5 elders. If this matter is discovered by them, it could be problematic. Just then, there was a knock at the door of Sengoku's office. Who is it? Sengoku, have you forgotten me? At that moment, a familiar voice rang out from outside Sengoku's office. You are? Sengoku turned pale upon hearing this voice. 40 to 50 years ago, the owner of this voice was the ruler of the seas, known for his evil deeds and infamous title, the Ghost-Eye Madman. The ghostly figure who kills without blinking is none other than Rocks. With a creak, the door to Sengoku's office was pushed open, and a man wearing a red headscarf walked in. Upon seeing Sengoku, the man sighed, "Sengoku, after all these years, your prejudice against me is still so great. If this is the case, it may be difficult for us to cooperate. Is it him who sent you? Naturally, you no longer have the power to contend with the Chinese Empire. Him knows this and even wants to kill you. I lord him want.